Chapter 77. A Strenuous Deception. If cancer could truly be cured, how could I possibly be relegated to a health clinic? This is a secret I share with you alone. You must not let it slip. In truth, this is a guise to throw others off the scent, or perhaps a calculated move by my superiors to protect me by placing me in the town's health clinic. Yi Yang murmured, lowering his voice. Xiaoning, continue your fabrication. If I believe even a single word, I concede defeat. I speak the truth. I was originally meant to go to a top-tier hospital in the city, but after discussions among the leaders of the health department, I was ultimately assigned to the town. This way, no one will suspect I am the one executing this. After a period of calm, I shall naturally be promoted. Yi Yang fabricated further. This was advice imparted to him by Yi Dashan. The old fellow, renowned for his shrewdness, has indeed consumed more salt than he is rice. He is truly a genius. Have you heard? Recently, a terminal cancer patient at our county hospital made a miraculous recovery. One of the doctors, no less. During that treatment, I was seen by too many people, which is why I resorted to this strategy of retreating to the town's health clinic to avoid the spotlight. Yi Yang continued. Upon hearing this, Xiaoning felt a flicker of hope. She was aware of the case of the intern doctor at the county hospital who had cured a cancer patient, which is precisely why she had brought her mother back for treatment. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, she shall not relinquish it. Initially, she had sought treatment for her mother at the top-tier hospital in the city. However, the specifics of the situation, who treated whom, and even the identity of the patient, remained obscure to her, as she had failed to uncover such details. Clearly, there had been a directive to maintain silence. Could it truly be this fellow? Yet, he does not appear to be the type. Noticing Xiaoning's wavering demeanor, Yi Yang seized the moment. Not long ago, a convoy of luxury Mercedes arrived at our hospital, creating quite a spectacle. I even boarded one of the vehicles, and many witnesses were present. It was to transport a significant figure to the metropolis for treatment. If I lacked any competency, would they have chosen an intern like me? Xiaoning felt her resolve weaken. It was precisely because many had seen the Mercedes convoy at the hospital that she had learned of this news, which had led to a few elusive clues. Could it genuinely be him? Of course, in connection with that esteemed individual, we signed a confidentiality agreement, and I cannot divulge too much about the specifics. He too was uncertain about the details and dared not fabricate further, for it would risk revealing his deception. To lie effectively, one must weave the narrative around the truth. Otherwise, it becomes glaringly apparent. In the end, was the patient cured? Xiaoning finally felt a stir of interest. Indeed, the treatment was successful. My intervention assuredly resolved the issue, Yi Yang declared confidently. Observing Xiaoning's budding belief, he chuckled inwardly. The innocent rabbit is about to fall into the trap. Ha ha ha. Once she believes, the rest will be simple. Can you help cure my mother? Xiaoning asked nervously, as if grasping at a final straw. What afflicts your mother? Yi Yang feigned ignorance, though he was already well informed by Yi Dashan. Xiaoning had grown up in a single-parent household, and her mother was afflicted with cancer and had little time left. In the future, once they marry, her family's home and finances would all belong to him. My mother has advanced breast cancer, Xiaoning said, her voice tinged with sorrow. Her mother had raised her alone, and now that she was finally achieving success, her mother was struck by such an illness. Ah, breast cancer. Yi Yang's expression grew grave. Yes, is it treatable? Well, my situation is unique. I've signed a protocol that generally prohibits my intervention. If you can cure my mother, I will marry you, Xiaoning declared resolutely. However, I must say, your filial piety deeply moves me. Perhaps I could make an exception this once. Yi Yang smiled, relishing the moment. It wasn't easy, but the innocent rabbit had finally been ensnared. Is that true? That's splendid. Let's proceed at once. Xiaoning stood up eagerly. Not so fast. Let us first discuss the terms. Yi Yang replied with a wicked smile, gracing his lips. He had finally seized the initiative and certainly could not rush into action. Moreover, he was not capable of curing her. Now, it was his turn to remain composed and unhurried. No matter how aloof you are, what conditions do you desire? Xiaoning furrowed her brow. We shall marry first before proceeding with the treatment. Otherwise, if I take the considerable risk to cure you and you refuse to acknowledge it, what then? Yi Yang's lips curved slightly upwards. As long as they married first, he He could subsequently administer treatment at his leisure. He never claimed a success rate of 100%. A mere cold could be fatal, let alone cancer. No, you must cure my mother before I agree to marry you. Xiaoning was certainly not naive. She had no real faith in Yi Yang, considering this was their first encounter. No, no, no. We shall marry before the treatment. You may choose to accept or decline. I am indifferent. Do not negotiate terms with me. Yi Yang shook his head. I need to go home and contemplate this. Xiaoning gritted her teeth, intent on doing her research. Of course, take your time to consider, but I must remind you that while I can treat cancer, the earlier the treatment begins, the higher the success rate. You may take your time. It was she who needed to deliberate. If the subsequent treatment failed, she could not hold him accountable. Very well, I agree. After a struggle within her thoughts, Xiaoning gritted her teeth and acquiesced. She could not afford to lose her mother. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, she would pursue it. All right, Yang exhaled in relief. He had finally managed to secure the unsuspecting young lady through a blend of persuasion and coercion. To expedite the treatment for your mother, we shall keep the wedding ceremony simple. Agreed. Xiaoning nodded, which was also her preference. Her mother's current condition did not warrant a grand affair. Very well, let this lunch suffice as our wedding banquet, and afterward, we shall go to register our marriage. To prevent any unforeseen complications, Yi Yang intended to act swiftly. Xiaoning, wasn't this a bit too simplistic? Shall we step outside? The two exited the private room. How did the discussions go? The matchmaker inquired as she approached. She assumed the negotiations had faltered. From her years of experience, she discerned that Yi Yang and Xiaoning belonged to entirely different worlds. Yi Yang was quite the bumpkin. His suit was evidently of inferior quality, completely unworthy of Xiaoning. We have reached an agreement. This lunch will serve as our wedding banquet, and afterward, we shall head to register our marriage, Yi Yang scoffed. From the outset, the matchmaker had looked down upon him. Who would have thought he would prevail? Yi Dashin felt a sense of reassurance. His grandson was indeed exceptional. You agree? The matchmaker's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Xiaoning. Indeed, Xiaoning nodded. The matchmaker. How could she possibly agree to this? Was she under some spell, or had she lost her senses? If you were coerced, blink twice. Ning Ning, do you not wish to discuss this with your family? The matchmaker urged. She certainly did not want Xiaoning's life to be ruined on her watch. No need. I have made my decision. Let us dine. Xiaoning was now solely focused on having Yang treat her mother as soon as possible. The matchmaker tried to voice her concerns, but Yi Dashin shot her a fierce glare. The matchmaker fell silent. This grandfather and grandson duo did not appear to be of good character. There was no need for her to entangle herself in trouble on behalf of others. Chapter 78. Have I truly become this impressive? After the four of them finished their meal, Yi Yang and Xiaoning promptly went to register their marriage. I cannot express my gratitude enough, Yi Dashin said, somewhat pained as he produced a red envelope. According to tradition, since the couple had tied the knot, their family was expected to present a monetary gift. The matchmaker took the envelope, pinching it slightly, her face lighting up with joy as she departed. Yi Dashin hastily made his exit. The wind was brisk, and he was eager to flee. 2 minutes later, the matchmaker returned, panting. Where's that old scoundrel? She demanded, her eyes blazing with fury. In her hands, she clutched a stack of 1 cent, 2 cent, and at most 50-cent bills, totaling no more than 10 yuan. She was infuriated. How could someone be so shameless? With such a thick bundle, she had expected at least 1,000 or 2. He's over there. The boss pointed towards Yi Dashin, who was sprinting away. You old fool, stop. The matchmaker shouted angrily. She had introduced such an exceptional woman like Xiaoning to that uncouth man. It was already a moral transgression, and to think he would bestow only a few measly coins as a wedding gift. It was a miracle he could even find such change in this day and age. With that, Yi Dashin quickened his pace. Don't run. The matchmaker shouted as she pursued him. Meanwhile, Yi Feng, who was busy dealing with porcelain and jewelry, received the butler's message and could no longer sit still. Who was this blind fool who could see anything in Yi Yang, especially to rush into marriage right after a blind date? This was utterly absurd. I'm heading back right now. Yi Feng glanced at the photographs and information. The woman, while lacking in intellect, had commendable qualities in other respects. They were simply not compatible. He was opposed to this union. Yi Yang would be better suited with someone like a northeast fish or shrimp sister. After all, he was rather incompetent. Without a strong man in the family, he would surely be bullied. That was his own brother. Yi Feng dismissed his business and drove back. Sister. You say you married him? Is he going to live in our house? Xia Ning's younger sister, Xia Tian, was utterly stunned when her sister brought Yi Yang home. How could such a ludicrous situation exist? Sister, please come to your senses. Yes, we just registered, Xia Ning nodded, showing her marriage certificate to Xia Tian. Without the certificate, Yi Yang wouldn't take any action. Did you fall in love at first sight? Xia Tian questioned skeptically. The man was neither tall nor handsome and was going to live with the bride's family, exuding an air of lewdness. Well, 2 heirs. No, Xia Ning shook her head. Then did you know each other before? Did love grow over time? No, Xia Tian replied. Then there can only be one truth. My sister has been bewitched. You must be Xia Tian, right? Hello, I'm your brother-in-law. From now on, we are family, so let's take care of each other. Yi Yang grinned, revealing his big teeth. The house Xia Ning had was quite nice, a lovely flat. It was much better than his previous apartment, though it couldn't compare to Yi Feng's villa. Xia Ning needed to strive harder to ensure he could move into a grand villa soon. Now that we've registered our marriage and you've moved in, when will the treatment begin? Xia Ning asked anxiously. Their mother was already in the 4th stage of breast cancer, in constant danger of losing her life. Every day of delay was another day of peril. Treatment? Xia Tian began to understand why her sister was making such a tremendous sacrifice by marrying this lewd man. However, this young man, would he be capable? Calm down, after tonight, I'll go tomorrow. Today is a day of great joy. We first need to consummate our marriage. Yi Yang said with a nonchalant expression. With him being the only man present, it was clear he would have his way. He reached out towards Xia Ning. Despite having registered their marriage, Xia Ning remained vigilant. They had barely held hands before. No, you must treat my mother first. Xia Ning stepped back. A flicker of disgust in her eyes, her stance resolute. Allowing him to live in her home was already her greatest concession. This is not up for negotiation. Yi Yang chuckled ominously, revealing his true nature. As husband and wife, isn't it normal to do a little something together? What are you planning? Xia Ning's expression turned grave, realizing she might have invited a wolf into her home. Since we are married, then, Yi Yang's face twisted menacingly. Ah, a sharp cry rang out. A cute sneaker flew into Yi Yang's line of sight. Bang! Ah! Yi Yang screamed, propelled backward. Have I truly become this impressive? Xia Tian questioned, somewhat incredulously. Sister. My sister is trained, Xia Ning remarked. Previously, she had thought her sister merely practiced frivolous martial arts, but now it seemed there was substance to it. Should she consider training as well? You? Yi Yang's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated that the seemingly kawaii Xia Tian would be so formidable. It was all the fault of that old man, who had insisted he focus solely on his studies and disregard everything else. This had led to his utter inability to fight. Otherwise, he could have easily kept a few kindergarten children at bay. Cure my mother, or I will beat you up, Xia Tian declared, her tiny fists clenched fiercely. Cough, cough, it's getting late today. Let us postpone until tomorrow, Yi Yang pleaded pitifully. If he couldn't cure her, he would have wasted half a day. No way, you have to go now, or I will beat you up. Xia Tian's fists cracked ominously. That involves confidentiality. You should first bring my mother back, Yi Yang stammered, trying to stall. Hopefully, she would drop dead on the way, and he would be spared from having to intervene. All right, Xia Ning nodded. Soon after, the trio went to the hospital to bring Xia's mother back, much to Yi Yang's dismay, as she did not pass away en route. Daughter, can he really do this? The vain Xia mother lay in bed, somewhat skeptical. At a glance, he hardly resembled a miracle worker. Mom, he will definitely succeed. Xia Ning reassured her. Deep down, she too acknowledged the slim odds. However, as long as there was hope, she felt compelled to try. After comforting her mother a few more times, she urged, let us get started. Okay. Yi Yang steeled himself and stepped forward. Let us get this over with already. A grown man shouldn't be dawdling. Xia Tian rolled her eyes. Hey! Yi Yang shouted suddenly. The sisters jumped in surprise, as did their mother, who was left bewildered. The 3 women were perplexed by this man's sudden outburst. You old fool, at your age still burdening your daughter. Why don't you just die and be reborn sooner? Yi Yang began his tirade with fervor. Since he could not evade, he would follow the old man's advice. If he could insult her into coughing up blood, perhaps the cancer cells would be expelled as well. Xia Ning's face darkened. Her expression filled with an intensity that could almost drip water. This scoundrel had the audacity to berate her mother. Chapter 79, Wonderful. Ah, your family is nothing but a fraud. I will beat you to death. Summer had erupted in a frenzy. Bang, bang, bang. He advanced and mercilessly pummeled Yi Yang, leaving him momentarily defenseless. Cough, cough. Mother Xia trembled with rage, her complexion paling. She had always felt she was a burden to her daughter, and now, after Yi Yang's scathing remarks, she was filled with both anger and an unsettling sense of truth in his words. Guilt gnawed at her heart, extinguishing the spark in her eyes, causing her spirit to wither rapidly. Mom, are you all right? Xia Ning exclaimed anxiously. Listen to me, this is my unique method of treatment. As long as we can make her so angry that she spits blood, everything will be fine. Yi Yang continued his desperate struggle. You scoundrel, just go die? He shouted again. Mom hasn't spat blood yet. Xia Tian screamed in utter madness, seizing a stool and furiously smashing it towards Yi Yang. He was immediately left battered and bruised. Mom, don't listen to him, you'll be fine. It's all my fault, Xia Ning lamented, overwhelmed with self-reproach. She had foolishly believed Yi Yang's deceptive words, which had now seemingly robbed her mother of the chance to live longer. The look in her mother's eyes reflected a resignation to fate, devoid of any will to survive. At that moment, Yi Feng hurriedly arrived at Xia Ning's home. Even from outside, he could hear the cacophony of chaos within, where it appeared a brawl had erupted. To his astonishment, Yi Yang was actually assaulting women. Bang! Without a second thought, he kicked the door open. The scene that unfolded was an instant freeze frame, with all three individuals inside turning to face him. Their expressions laden with tension. The Xia sisters believed Yi Yang had come to their aid. However, upon seeing Yi Feng, Yi Yang reacted as if he had encountered a predator. Yi Feng, how embarrassing, he thought. It was hard to believe that Yi Yang couldn't even handle two delicate girls. He was truly a failure. Who are you? What do you want? Xia Ning demanded, positioning herself protectively in front of her sister. Despite her sister's modest martial skills, they paled in comparison to the formidable strength demonstrated by this intruder when he had kicked down their solid wooden door. I'm here to elope, Yi Feng stated candidly, never one to feign panic. His prowess rendered deceit unnecessary. Xia Ning retorted, Are you a fool sent by the monkeys? Xia Tian added, Could he be the one here to disrupt the wedding because he knows my sister is getting married? But why does it seem like my sister doesn't even recognize him? Yi Yang sneered. Too late, this calamity has arrived. Even after being so low-key. Just a day into this blind date, he still found out. Now that you're all here, do you need me to intervene? You've seen his true colors. Haven't you? So, continue as you were, and treat me as if I don't exist. He waved his hand dismissively. The Xia sisters exclaimed in unison. You're insane. Who exactly are you? What is your purpose here? Xia Ning was on high alert, suspicious of Yi Feng's mysterious demeanor. This is a long story. He replied. Then make it brief. Xia Ning insisted. It cannot be short. I excel in all aspects, Yi Feng said with confidence. Call the police, shouted Xia Tian as Xia Ning's expression turned icy. With her mother gravely ill, she had no time for frivolities. Xia Tian immediately fished her phone out. Don't call the police. Let us discuss this civilly, Yi Feng urged. However, Xia Tian ignored him, continuing with her call. As she neared the second digit, Yi Feng swiftly snatched the phone from her grasp. You? The sisters took a few fearful steps back. Scared, aren't you? P.S. My brother, Yi Yang, lying on the ground, chuckled menacingly, aiming to create chaos and make his escape. Bang! Yi Feng swiftly kicked Yi Yang into unconsciousness. Enough racket. Who's your brother? He has been disowned from the family tree. He is no brother of mine. Bang! He followed up with another kick, sending Yi Yang flying into the trash bin below. What do you want from us? Xia Ning's expression grew more grave. Compared to Yi Yang, this man seemed even more dangerous. If he intended to harm them, they would have little means to defend themselves. Did you kill him? Xia Tian asked, her face contorted with fear, though their home was on the second floor. It wasn't low enough, especially with him still in a state of unconsciousness. Don't worry, he won't die. Here is your phone. Yi Feng tossed the device to Xia Tian. Hey, oops. Xia Tian fumbled and dropped it, the screen cracking. How embarrassing, Yi Feng remarked. Women just can't handle anything, can they? Xia Tian's lips quivered, threatening to burst into tears. I'll buy you a new one, and I'll also get someone to fix your door, she muttered, biting her lip and glaring at Yi Feng. You're making it sound like I did something to you. At that moment, Xia Ning glanced at her mother and noticed her eyes were nearly closed. Mom, are you alright? Xia Tian, forgetting her anger towards Yi Feng, rushed to check on their mother. Mom, you're going to be fine. You won't have any issues. Hurry, call an ambulance. Xia Ning panicked. Xia Tian, trembling, began to cry, her hands shaking as she clutched her phone. Is this cancer, Auntie? Yi Feng stepped forward to inquire. Yi Yang had rushed into this blind date without thoroughly investigating the woman's background and the chaotic situation surrounding her. However, judging by the symptoms, it appeared to be cancer. He could discern such things from his prior research on cancer treatments. Why yes, Xia Tian sobbed, nodding helplessly, tears streaming down her face. That is wonderful. Wait, I didn't mean it like that. What I meant to say is that I can treat cancer, Yi Feng clarified. You can treat cancer? Xia Ning, who had been heartbroken, suddenly flared with anger. Especially since Yi Yang had mentioned they were brothers. This must be a family of frauds. Let me through, or she may soon be beyond help, Yi Feng insisted. Can you treat cancer? That doesn't mean you can resurrect the dead, he added, nodding. Get out. Xia Ning could no longer contain her fury, shouting, "Just as I sent one fraud away, another appears. I refuse to believe anyone can cure cancer." Yi Feng remarked, "You have quite the temper. What type of cancer does your mother have?" While he could tell it was cancer, he couldn't specify which type. Accurate treatment required knowing the specifics. Humph. Xia Ning huffed, turning her back on him, refusing to answer. "If you don't, your mother will truly be in trouble." Yi Feng pressed. He couldn't comprehend why this woman was so obstinate with him. Sharing the type of cancer wouldn't lead to her demise. She was so easily swayed by that scoundrel Yi Yang, yet so suspicious of him, who had not asked for money or made any demands. Chapter 80, Dream On. "It's breast cancer," Xia Tian quickly interjected. "If you don't hurry, Mom will be gone. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Yi Feng snapped. "You'll regret this." Xia Ning's eyes widened with fury, as if she wished to devour Yi Feng whole. "You've already been told it's breast cancer. Yet you continue to meddle. Are you addicted to this? You shameless lecher." Yi Feng retrieved a miraculous remedy for breast cancer from his bag and administered it to Xia's mother. "What are you staring at? Go fetch a glass of water." He shot a glare at the two sisters, who stood there like wooden statues. Xia's mother was already on the brink of collapse, unable to swallow the pill as her condition worsened. "Oh no." Xia Tian hurried to the kitchen to pour a glass of warm water. After much fumbling and chaos, she finally managed to get the medication into her mother before it was too late. "What is going on with my mother?" Xia Ning's expression was a complex mixture of emotions as she regarded Yi Feng. It dawned on her that he seemed to be saving her mother, and he had not asked for anything in return. Unlike Yi Yang, who was nothing but a fraud, making numerous demands without the ability to save anyone. "I'm using this elixir to stabilize her life for the moment. To truly treat the cancer, we must take further steps. Perhaps a ritual could suffice for now. The special remedy cannot be revealed yet. I still need to extract more from the wealthy fools. The last batch from Ultraman's family didn't include cash. Although I've amassed a considerable fortune in gold, silver, and antiques, liquidating them is quite troublesome. If you can save my mother, I will marry you." Xia Ning blurted out. Her mother's breathing had begun to stabilize, reigniting a flicker of hope. The rumors about the county hospital might not be entirely unfounded after all. "Dream on," Yi Feng retorted with irritation. He would never sacrifice an entire forest for a single tree. Xia Ning felt a pang of insecurity. Was she being dismissed? Had she misinterpreted his intentions? After all, she was financially strained, especially after buying a house and needing to pay for her mother's treatment. "Step aside. I need to set up a formation for the spell." Yi Feng donned some equipment from his bag and casually placed a couple of jade pendants. "Why the sudden transformation into a mystic?" Xia Ning questioned. "Heaven and earth are boundless. I invoke the cosmos." Yi Feng intoned, wielding a peachwood sword as he chanted, while discreetly pressing a button on the remote control. With a mighty roar, a magnificent golden dragon-like figure descended, exuding an aura of power. The sisters were left awestruck, their eyes wide with shock and reverence, as the spectacle transcended their comprehension. This dragon appeared to be no mere 3D or 4D illusion. With a thunderous roar, the dragon emitted a white mist that enveloped Xia's mother. After a theatrical display, Yi Feng withdrew his mystical powers, causing the dragon and mist to vanish. "All done," he declared, clapping his hands and putting away his gear. Xia Ning struggled to articulate her feelings. Gazing at her mother, she noticed a significant improvement in her complexion. "Is the miraculous doctor from the county hospital truly you?" Xia Ning fixed her gaze on Yi Feng, realization dawning upon her. Only someone as extraordinary as he could cure cancer. Otherwise, such rumors would not circulate without cause. Indeed, Yi Feng nodded. Xia Ning's heart soared with joy. If the rumors were true, it meant her mother had hope. Observing her mother again, she noted the ease of her breathing. It was as if she were merely asleep. "Wow, brother-in-law, are you really that miraculous doctor?" Xia Tian exclaimed, her face glowing with admiration. "Now I'm a brother-in-law?" Yi Feng replied, bemused. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Xia Ning shot a reproachful glance at her sister, her cheeks flushing, especially recalling how Yi Feng had playfully smacked her earlier. "In truth, I am a Taoist priest. Our sect possesses a unique cultivation method that, when mastered, can indeed cure cancer. However, the path to mastery is fraught with difficulty. I am a prodigy, having reached a high level of cultivation at a young age, even achieving the dragon-like embodiment. But please, keep this secret. Although I can treat cancer, the cost is immense. An overexertion could shorten my lifespan. Additionally, my supply of elixirs is limited, and the method of their creation has been lost." Yi Feng spun a fanciful tale. "Yes, brother-in-law. We will definitely keep your secret." Xia Tian eagerly nodded. "We want to breathe a word." Xia Ning promised as well. "That's good. I'll take my leave now," Yi Feng said, preparing to depart. Xia Ning playfully shot him a glare. "Do you not have your own backside to pat? Why pat mine?" But since he had saved her mother, she thought to let it slide. After all, he had already playfully struck her. What did a few pats matter now? Hee hee. Xia Tian stifled a giggle. Brother-in-law, what is your name? Leave us your phone number and we chat. My sister will repay you. Did you know she is a flight attendant? She looks stunning in her uniform. Xia Tian winked. With their mother recovering, her sister had regained some of her former vivacity. Xia Tian. Xia Ning scolded her sister, feeling a mix of shyness and disappointment. After all, he seemed uninterested in her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such light-hearted remarks. You look better without it. I've seen it, Xia Tian whispered conspiratorially to Yi Feng. Next time, count me in, Yi Feng replied. Oh, you little rascal. I'll tear your mouth apart. Xia Ning exclaimed, flustered, as she lunged to pinch her sister. Hee hee, I told you. I'll take you on. The sisters playfully erupted into a scuffle. Amidst their playful banter, silence suddenly enveloped the room. Yi Feng quickly stood to investigate. The sisters had fallen asleep on the sofa, utterly exhausted from taking care of their ailing mother. After the day's events, they had finally succumbed to fatigue, but both wore gentle smiles, resting peacefully. Who am I? Where am I? What should I do? Yi Feng pondered, feeling uneasy about leaving the two girls alone after having kicked down the door. What if someone like Yi Yang showed up? But then again, Yi Yang was no threat. He couldn't even overpower a girl. Yi Feng carefully carried the two sisters to their beds and tucked them in. He then contacted several renovation companies to arrange for a new door to be installed the following day and headed downstairs to buy a new phone for Xia Tian as compensation. As he passed the garbage bin, he encountered Yi Yang, who had just awakened. Seeing Yi Feng, he was filled with glee, exclaiming, I'm so happy. My wife was stolen again. With a swift motion, Yi Feng delivered a sharp slap, knocking the fool unconscious, then kindly placed the lid back on the trash bin. The night passed uneventfully. The following morning, Xia Ning jolted awake. Mom, how are you feeling? She called out, quickly rising from bed. As she opened the door, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Rise and shine. Breakfast is ready, Yi Feng called out as he emerged from the kitchen with a tray of freshly prepared food. You're awake, sister. Hurry and wash up. Breakfast is ready. Brother-in-law is quite the cook, Xia Tian exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up as she savored the congee with century egg and lean meat. Ah, Xia, this lad is truly impressive. His culinary skills surpass even my own. Xia's mother chimed in, entering the room, her eyes sparkling with affection as she looked at Yi Feng. Not only is he skilled in the art of medicine, but he also possesses remarkable culinary talents. He is robustly built and has a well-proportioned figure, unlike many young individuals who are as fragile as a fledgling chick. Look, my brother-in-law bought me a new phone, Summer gleefully boasted, holding up the device that Leaf Maple had gifted her. This girl, she has made quite a dent in Xiao Ye's wallet, Summer's mother remarked with a hint of embarrassment. After all, he saved her life and then gifted her daughter a phone. It was too much. Their family had no means to repay such kindness. So perhaps it would be best to marry their eldest daughter to him instead. The family exuded warmth and harmony. Xia Ning, why do you feel like you're all one family? She pondered, sensing something amiss. Mom, are you feeling better? Xia Ning suddenly realized. Her mother had previously been quite ill, spending most of her time bedridden. Now, she was bustling about in the kitchen, although not entirely back to her former self. Her spirit had certainly returned. With a bit of recuperation, she would surely recover. Indeed, Xiao Yi's medical skills are miraculous. I feel as if I am completely healed. Summer's mother beamed. It was astonishing to her. She felt invigorated upon waking that morning. Mom, it's not just medicine, it's magic. My brother-in-law can summon a divine dragon to cure ailments, Summer corrected her. Mom, let us go for a checkup at the hospital, Xia Ning suggested, still somewhat worried. No need. I trust Xiao Yi and understand my own condition. Besides, my medical history is with the hospital, and how could I possibly explain a late-stage cancer recovery overnight? Summer's mother shook her head. Whether she was well or not, a hospital visit wouldn't change anything. Rest assured, Auntie is truly better, Leaf Maple interjected. All right. I believe you, Xia Ning nodded. Brother-in-law, let me tell you, that Yi Yang is despicable. He actually claims he can cure cancer just to trick people into marriage. He doesn't even have a house and expects to live in ours. It's utterly shameless. Summer fumed. Brother Leaf Maple, those rumors from the county hospital are true. Aren't they? Xia Ning inquired curiously. While it seemed plausible, her curiosity was piqued. TSK, Brother Leaf Maple, you two are so in love. Summer teased with a playful expression. Are you seeking death? Xia Ning retorted, flustered and angry. Oh dear, the tigress is on a rampage. Mom, brother-in-law. I'm off to school. Summer exclaimed as she dashed away with her backpack. Quick on your feet, aren't you? Though he said this, his gaze towards his sister was filled with affection. Hee hee. Leaf Maple chuckled, feeling a twinge of envy. The familial atmosphere was delightful, a sensation he had never experienced before. Please excuse us, Brother Leaf Maple, This girl has become spoiled by us, Xiaoning said, slightly embarrassed. No worries, it's good for children to be lively, he reassured her. Actually, the situation is this. It was Yang who claimed he could cure cancer, and coupled with the rumors from the county hospital, I believed him, Xiaoning explained. The rumors from the county hospital are indeed true. It was I who healed her. I heard a significant figure came to the Magic City afterward. That was also me. Xiaoning nodded, realizing everything was clear now. She never expected someone as shameless as Yang could exist in this world. Brother Leaf Maple, how much do you charge for a treatment? Xiaoning asked nervously. Medical expenses still needed to be covered. Previously, when she mentioned marrying Leaf Maple, he dismissed the notion. Thus, she would have to pay him. She hoped it wouldn't be exorbitant. If worst came to worst, she could sell their apartment and return to their old, dilapidated home. I initially quoted 800 million, but he, being foolish and wealthy, offered 1,200 million and included a yacht worth 200 million. Xiaoning, all right, I'll pretend I didn't hear that. Quoting 800 million and receiving 1,200 million, plus the yacht, totals 1,400 million. Selling her wouldn't even yield that much. Xiaoning grimaced. Daughter, you two chat. I'll take a break, Summer's mother said, leaving space for the two of them. Not wanting to be a third wheel. Brother Leaf Maple, how can I repay you? Xiaoning gazed at him with soft, affectionate eyes. 10 billion or 8 billion was surely out of the question. She would have to repay him in other ways. Those in the know would understand, and applause would follow. Xiaoning's face flushed profusely. Before long, the renovation company arrived to take measurements. Please remove this door and install a better one, Leaf Maple instructed. Embodying the role of the man of the house. Sir, our company offers a variety of door styles available on the market, and we also accept custom orders. A staff member presented their products. This one, please. Leaf Maple selected the most expensive option. You get what you pay for. Expensive items have their own merits. Very well. But this will need to be custom made at the factory, so it might take until tomorrow for installation, the staff member informed him. Tomorrow works. Please expedite the order. He replied. Understood, sir. The staff member nodded, retrieving tools to begin dismantling the door. Xiaoning watched with a warm smile, feeling a profound sense of security. Having a man at home was truly wonderful. Since her father's passing, their household had been a mother-daughter duo. While it might be an exaggeration to say they lived in constant fear, they certainly had to tread carefully. Unlike before, when she would appear calm on the surface, she would have felt trepidation inside, especially with the burly installers. She wouldn't dare offend them or haggle. This was also the reason she encouraged her sister to learn martial arts. At least she could protect herself. Of course, that was merely for psychological comfort. It was essentially useless. Now, with Leaf Maple present, she felt no fear whatsoever. It was as if the burdens of many years had suddenly lifted. This man was truly remarkable, albeit with a penchant for juvenile antics, like playfully smacking her bottom. She secretly enjoyed that. Very well, sir, we'll return tomorrow. The staff member confirmed, measuring the dimensions and removing the old door. All right, Leaf Maple nodded. It seemed he wouldn't be leaving today after all. As the workers exited, Xiaoning tidied up the house, while Leaf Maple took the old door down to the trash bin outside. Chapter 82. Hitting me will soil your hands. Smack. Leaf Yang groggily regained consciousness in the trash bin, rubbing his disoriented head. To his astonishment, he found himself trapped inside, the lid still closed. Enraged, he shoved the lid open. Roar. Leaf Yang bellowed. Leaf Maple, I will make you pay. Clenching his fists, he seethed with fury. It was one thing to steal his wife. He found that somewhat thrilling. But to toss him into a trash bin and knock him out not once, but twice? Now he would likely be late for work. His already meager internship salary would take another hit. His precious bonus would dwindle further. Smack. Ugh. Leaf Yang rolled his eyes. Losing consciousness once more, Leaf Maple retracted his hand. He had come down to dispose of the old door and overheard the fool vowing revenge. If not you, then who? After finishing with Leaf Yang, he closed the lid again and placed the decaying door on top. He wondered if this simpleton would even be able to push it off. After returning to his work for a while, Leaf Maple decided to pay a visit to the company, intending to check in on his assistant and that troublesome Xiaopeng. Since he had returned, he might as well see everyone. After hastily dealing with the chaos, he was set to return to the magical city to continue salvaging treasures from sunken ships, leaving no time to come back. I'll make a trip to the office. Will you be all right home alone? Are you leaving now? The reluctance was palpable in Xiaoning's eyes as she had just finished her shower. Although her acquaintance with Yifeng was brief, she seemed to have developed a certain dependency on him. As Yifeng prepared to depart, she found herself momentarily at a loss. I will return. The door to our home is always open. How could I leave so abruptly? Yifeng smiled reassuringly. I'm just heading to the office. I'll be back by afternoon. All right, I'll wait for you at home, and I'll prepare a delicious dinner for you. Xiaoning felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks. She was aware that her behavior resembled that of a delicate woman or a devoted wife. How embarrassing. This was a sentiment she had not experienced before. Previously, she had been the pillar of her family, her mother unwell, her younger sister still a child, bearing the weight of the household alone while contending with the predatory gazes of so-called friends and relatives. The exhaustion had taken its toll. Make sure to return early. Xia Ning waved her hand reluctantly as she escorted Yi Feng downstairs. I will, goodbye. Just as Yi Feng was about to enter the vehicle, Xia Ning called out to him. He turned back. With flushed cheeks, Xia Ning leaned in to plant a kiss on his cheek. As she shyly attempted to flee, Yi Feng embraced her, capturing her lips in a kiss. Is that all? Just a fleeting peck? She thought, feeling the dampness of saliva on her face. Finding it rather unfulfilling, Xia Ning pretended to resist momentarily before yielding to the kiss, quickly becoming enraptured under Yi Feng's expert guidance, losing herself in the fervor of their embrace. Suddenly, a loud noise interrupted them. What was that? Xia Ning glanced around nervously. Nothing. Let us continue. Oh. They resumed their passionate exchange. Boom. Just as they were lost in their fervor, a nearby trash bin exploded, sending its lid soaring. Xia Ning jumped in fright, instinctively hiding in Yi Feng's embrace. From within the debris, a figure emerged. Ha ha ha. A trash can dares to bind me? How absurd. Yi Feng. I remember you. This humiliation shall be repaid tenfold. I swear I will not rest until I do. Yi clenched his fists, exuding an aura of menace akin to a demon descending upon the earth. Xia Ning, it's Yi. Why is he in a trash can? Yi sensed he was being observed, turning to find Yi Feng and his wife entwined in an embrace. How delightful. Oh wait, no? This couple of dogs will pay for this transgression. But for now, I must endure this humiliation. Upon seeing Yi Feng approach, he felt a surge of anxiety. Surely he won't knock me out again. I refuse to remain in this trash can any longer. Don't come any closer. I must warn you, I'm filthy. And hitting me will only dirty your hands. Yi was visibly anxious. Yi Feng. You're rather amusing. While your reasoning is sound, I still intend to strike you. Slap. Ugh. Yi rolled his eyes and succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Yi Feng placed the trash lid back over him. Xia Ning covered her face, both horrified and comforted. How fierce. Yet, I feel so secure. That doesn't count. Even my sister, Xia Tian, wouldn't stand a chance against him. Despite her seemingly delicate demeanor, Xia Ning possessed significant strength. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to close the airplane door. After washing his hands, Yi Feng bid a playful farewell to Xia Ning once more before driving to the office. After parting with her, he arrived at Pengfei International. From a distance, he spotted his assistant, Su Yao, languidly sitting at her desk, lost in thought. With Yi Feng absent, her work at the office was minimal, merely reporting daily updates and tidying up Yi Feng's office once. Boredom had led her to clean it twice a day. Is this how you conduct your work? Come to my office, Yi Feng said sternly. Ah, Yi Zong, what brings you here? Su Yao exclaimed, her face lighting up. However, upon noticing Yi Feng's stern expression, she quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Follow me to my office. Okay. Su Yao followed Yi Feng eagerly into the office, promptly locking the door behind her. Yi Zong, please don't fire me. I have dependents. I haven't even spoken yet, and besides, what dependents do you have? Here. I have something for you. Yi Feng produced a health supplement. What is this? Su Yao asked, curiosity piqued. It's a miraculous potion that can rejuvenate you, making you younger and more beautiful. Is that true? Su Yao's eyes sparkled. Women have an inherent weakness for the allure of youth and beauty. Would I deceive you? In truth, I am a Taoist. How impressive. I too am a fairy. Su Yao nodded, readily accepting Yi Feng's words. Her only desire was to revel in Yi Feng's eccentricities. Listen, this is a concoction crafted by our sect, known as 5 Poisons Powder. Yi Zong, you're plotting against me. Cough, cough. It's a rejuvenation elixir that can turn back the clock a few years. The effects are more pronounced for those of advanced age. Then you must feed it to me, Su Yao said, feigning shyness. Yi Feng crushed the supplement in his mouth. And once more, they fell into a fervent kiss. Chapter 83. You can leave too. I have another gift for you. Yi Feng presented a yuan blue and white plate to Su Yao. The sunken ship was believed to have carried a cargo of yuan blue and white porcelain for export, ultimately sinking for unknown reasons. A mere 300 pieces of such porcelain exist worldwide, and he had already salvaged several hundred privately, having collected so many. They had lost their novelty, but he couldn't bear to part with them entirely. What is so special about a plate? But, it's quite large. It could serve a grand chicken dish. This is yuan blue and white, Yi Feng reminded her, fearing his assistant might inadvertently damage it or use it for mundane purposes. What is yuan blue and white? Su Yao asked, her expression adorably perplexed. Look it up online. Oh, Su Yao quickly pulled out her phone to search. her eyes widening as she tightly cradled the plate. This is worth more than my life. Come with me to the factory. Sure. Su Yao's spirits soared at the prospect of newfound wealth. After preparing, they made their way to the factory. In the conference room of Pengfei International, the atmosphere was tense. In recent months, as several imitation products from other condiment companies hit the market, Pengfei International's sales figures had been consistently declining. Although the competitors' offerings were inferior, Pengfei's market share was shrinking, and profits were significantly lower than before. Zhao Peng felt a pang of shame, realizing he had let down Yifeng's trust. The atmosphere in the conference room was stifling. Everyone is well aware of our current situation. Sales have dipped for 2 consecutive months, and many markets have been seized by rival brands before we could even explore them. The deputy factory director spoke first, a glimmer of barely concealed ambition flickering in his eyes. Deputy factory director Sun was indeed correct. I had initially suggested applying for funds to expand production and seize the market ahead of time, yet you all disregarded my counsel. The factory director interjected as well. Once production is expanded, these leaders would be assigned to more prominent roles, certainly preferable to languishing under the command of a mere child. Indeed, our product quality is exceptional, far surpassing that of other market offerings. We ought to have expanded sooner to capture market share. The assembly buzzed with agreement, each person contributing their thoughts. The deputy director raised his head slightly, casting a sweeping gaze over the room, sensing that the moment had come. Director, I believe our current predicament bears some of your responsibility. Your insistence on a cautious approach has placed us at a disadvantage in the competition. As these words echoed through the conference room, an immediate silence enveloped the space. This was the onset of a power struggle. The situation had become intriguing. Although Zhao Peng held the title of director and wielded significant authority, his youth rendered him rather naive and easily swayed. Over the past few months, they had discerned his character thoroughly. After flattering the deputy director for so long, he could no longer suppress his ambition for power. The conference room was filled with seasoned players. As soon as the deputy director spoke, they understood his intentions. We are facing a colossal crisis, without adjustments. Pengfei International may be on a slippery slope towards decline, potentially leading to bankruptcy. Therefore, I propose that we, the few of us, manage the factory's daily affairs henceforth, while you, director, focus solely on logistical matters. This proposal was met with immediate support from many. Everyone understood that on the surface, it was a mere division of labor, but in essence, it aimed to marginalize Zhao Peng and redistribute authority. Naturally, they were in favor of dividing power. However, a portion of the seasoned veterans recognized that Zhao Peng's ascendance to the directorship at such a young age was no stroke of luck. They chose to observe the situation silently, withholding their opinions. What? Zhao Peng furrowed his brow. He genuinely wished to oversee logistics and security. Yet, doing so would betray Yifeng's trust. Conversely, managing the factory was clearly not within his capabilities. The seasoned members noted Zhao Peng's momentary hesitation with a flicker of delight, sensing his wavering resolve. Just then, with a decisive click, Zhao Peng's assistant entered without knocking. This is a meeting of the leadership. How dare you enter? The deputy director exclaimed in irritation. The assistant paid him no mind, as his allegiance lay solely with Zhao Peng. He approached Zhao Peng and whispered, "Get out." The deputy director was furious. How dare a mere assistant disregard him? They were on the brink of success. Now was not the time for any mishaps. The meeting is adjourned. I need to step out, Zhao Peng announced, rising to his feet. The others exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of the unfolding situation. Ha, Feng. What brings you here? Lunch is on me. Zhao Peng eagerly made his way to the office, where he found Yifeng seated in his chair, a beautiful assistant feeding him peeled grapes that he had purchased. How envious Zhao Peng was of Feng Ji's lifestyle. What meeting is this? Oh, just discussing the recent decline in sales and market shrinkage, brainstorming ways to cope, Zhao Peng replied sheepishly, scratching his head. Isn't it normal? After all this time, other condiment companies are not foolish. They will undoubtedly take our products for analysis and produce something similar. Yifeng dismissed it casually. It's trivial. After all this effort, it would be easier to fish for some jars and bottles. So, have any solutions been proposed? Well, the deputy director suggested that factory affairs be handed over to them while I handle logistics. Tell him to scram. Zhao Peng. Yifeng's decisiveness was striking. He possessed a fortitude that Zhao Peng lacked. No wonder he was capable of achieving great things. And the director proposed something as well. He should get lost too. I haven't even mentioned what he proposed. The sales department is the company's responsibility. You need only produce according to the company's orders. The decline in sales has nothing to do with the factory. They simply see you as an easy target, seeking to undermine your authority. Whoever speaks out should leave. You need to announce this now, or else. Yifeng's tone was one of frustration. All right, I'll be right back. Wait for me, Feng. With Yifeng's words, Zhao Peng straightened his posture. Go on. Yifeng waved him off. Moments later, Zhao Peng returned to the conference room. Director, have you given our suggestions any thought? We are only looking out for the factory's best interests. While you are indeed talented, your youth does leave you somewhat lacking in experience. Why not leave it to us while you learn alongside? The deputy director urged, a hint of desperation creeping into his voice. No need for that. You can leave now. You're dismissed, Zhao Peng replied with a cold smirk. From the outset, he had held the sycophantic deputy director in disdain. Now, the audacity to seize power was intolerable. Had it not been for Feng Ge's timely intervention, he might have succeeded. The deputy director was taken aback, bewildered by Zhao Peng's transformation during his brief absence. He turned to the director, ahem, director, while the deputy director may lack merits. He has put in hard work. How can he be dismissed so easily? The director was clearly agitated, as they were two peas in a pod. You can leave too, Zhao Peng stated flatly. The director's smile faltered. The expressions of the others were nothing short of riveting. Chapter 84. All of you get out. Some had already realized what was happening. Zhao Peng was playing the fool to ensnare the tiger. He typically presented as a naive and agreeable individual, merely biding his time to expose those with ulterior motives. When the moment came, he would sweep them all away, instilling fear in the entire leadership and ensuring they dared not harbor any disloyalty. A clever tactic indeed. After all, with a powerful boss backing him, how could these two individuals easily manipulate him? If he were truly incompetent, the big boss would not have placed such value on him. You all get out. Zhao Peng directed his gaze toward those who had just echoed the deputy director and the director. The room fell into stunned silence. Having connections certainly paid off. The director had gone on a rampage, dismissing half the management team. Only a few cautious leaders remained, secretly relieved for not siding with the two fools, lest they too face dismissal. Director, do you truly intend to fire us all? Aren't you concerned about the factory's collapse? The deputy director's complexion had soured. It seemed they had stepped into treacherous waters. The factory offered decent wages and benefits, with no sales pressure. Such a good factory was hard to come by. Fear not. You can rest assured in your departure, Zhao Peng waved dismissively. As long as the workers remain, it matters not. Director, is the company aware of this? Does the big boss know? The director was now visibly agitated. What was initially a plot to undermine Zhao Peng had backfired spectacularly. We will not stand for this. We will report to the company. You have no authority to dismiss us. We will inform the big boss. The others who were dismissed clamored in agreement. Go ahead. Let the big boss know. Do you think I paused the meeting for nothing? Zhao Peng chuckled coldly. The expressions of the crowd shifted, realizing the gravity of the situation. They were truly at a loss now, filled with regret. After all their efforts to ascend to the leadership ranks, enjoying a relaxed workload, it seemed all was for naught. Several individuals fixed their gaze upon the deputy factory director and the manager, their expressions filled with a palpable desire to consume them whole. The meeting adjourned, and the Human Resources Department promptly initiated their termination process. Very well, Director, Zhao Peng exclaimed. After the meeting concluded, Zhao Peng scurried back to the office, where he was greeted by assistant Yi Feng, who was feeding him grapes in a rather intimate manner. Zhao Peng felt an overwhelming sense of envy. As expected of brother Feng, he truly knows how to enjoy life. One day, I shall find a girlfriend and indulge in such playful antics as well. The mere thought brought him joy. Upon Zhao Peng's return, Su Yao's cheeks flushed, and she stepped aside. Hee, brother Feng, I've already sent them packing. All right. Allow me to present you with this plate as a token of encouragement. Yi Feng retrieved a large Yuan Qinghua plate from his bag. Goodness. It's so sizable that it could accommodate an entire roasted leg of lamb. Just in time, as I know a nearby place that serves excellent roasted lamb. Zhao Peng beamed with delight. Director Zhao, this is Yuan Qinghua, an antique, with merely over 300 pieces in existence worldwide. The auction prices for such large plates can range from hundreds of thousands to tens of millions, Su Yao elucidated. And if it were a vase, it would be even more expensive. Upon hearing this, Zhao Peng's hand trembled, and he quickly grasped the plate tightly. Brother Feng, is this truly genuine? His voice quivered slightly. Yes, if you ever find yourself in need of money, you can sell this. This is far too precious. I cannot accept it. I do not care for your feelings. Keep arguing, and I shall not hesitate to deal with you. Zhao Peng was left astounded by brother Feng's commanding presence. Perhaps we shall save the roasted lamb for another time. I drove here specifically to deliver this gift, but I must take my leave now. Very well. We shall have to drink together another time, Zhao Peng lamented. It has been ages since I shared a drink with brother Feng. I fondly remember the days when I worked as a security guard. Although I had little money, I was quite happy. Now that I am affluent, I have lost so many of my worries. Haha, how pretentious he is. After exiting the factory and dropping off the assistant, Yi Feng returned home. As the time was drawing near, Summer Ning's door is still not open. Su Yao expressed her disappointment, wishing to engage in a lively discussion with Director Yi. Alas, he was far too occupied. After parting ways with Yi Feng, Su Yao returned home. Upon arriving, she placed the plate on the coffee table and proceeded to tidy up a small room to store the plate securely. Henceforth, she would be the sole possessor of the key to that room, and no one would be permitted entry without her consent. Yao Yao, I'm back. I bought cherries. Song Yuan exclaimed as she returned from work. After her lease expired, Su Yao had invited her to live together, as the spacious house felt too empty for her alone. And cleaning had become a tedious task. I'm organizing some things. Please prepare dinner, and I will assist you once I'm finished. All right, I'll wash the cherries. Song Yuan hummed as she headed to the sink. After washing, she glanced around and noticed the exquisite plate on the coffee table, prompting her to use it for serving. By the time Su Yao finished tidying up, she called out, Yao Yao, come eat cherries. They were on sale at the supermarket, and I bought a lot. Okay. Su Yao plopped down on the sofa, exhausted from her earlier efforts. This? As she tasted a cherry, she recognized the plate as being very familiar. What's wrong? Is it not sweet? Did you get a bad one? No, don't move. A chill ran down Su Yao's spine. My Yuan Qingwa, how could you use it to serve cherries? She quickly fetched a basket, carefully transferring the cherries from the plate while using a napkin to wipe away any moisture and dust. Is this plate very expensive? Song Yuan inquired. Only after placing the plate in her secured room and locking the door did Su Yao finally exhale in relief. Yao Yao, is that plate truly costly? Not particularly, it's just Yuan Qingwa, Su Yao replied with a smug expression. Yao Yao, you've changed. You started to show off too. Was it a gift from the domineering CEO? Indeed, Su Yao said, her face beaming with pride. How much is it worth? Song Yuan asked, curiosity piqued. The auction prices range from hundreds of thousands to millions. And for one of this quality, at least several million. Song Yuan gasped. The CEO must be incredibly wealthy, casually giving away a Yuan Qingwo worth millions. Yao Yao? Your success today owes a part to my efforts. You mustn't forget me, Song Yuan said with a flattering smile. Please, you were merely a mere strategist. The CEO had no such intentions back then. Su Yao rolled her eyes. I ended up inadvertently investing in my own future. Your assertion is incorrect. Just tell me if you wish to thank me now. Song Yuan shot back with a playful eye roll. Without you, how would I have this spacious apartment and a Yuan Qingwo worth millions? Thank you, Su Yao conceded. Haha. Laughter filled the room. Bang. Yi Yang's face darkened as he lifted the trash can lid, his mouth still clutching a half-eaten chicken leg salvaged from the refuse. Since the previous night, he had been rendered unconscious. Fortunately, there were remnants of food in the trash, otherwise he might have starved. Glancing around to ensure Yi Feng was absent, he muttered threats to himself. 30 years of East and 30 years of West. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. I shall remember today's humiliation. All of you wait for it. I swear I shall not rest until I exact my revenge. Yi Yang clenched his fists tightly in determination. Chapter 85. I'll help you answer. Just as he was about to rummage through the trash, he turned to see Yi Feng approaching with an impassive expression. What are you doing here? I was just joking, haha. Yi Yang's smile was more akin to a grimace. What a stroke of bad luck. I am utterly harmless and lack any ability to seek revenge, haha. Having spent an entire day and night in the trash, he longed for freedom. Smack. Yi Feng delivered another sharp slap. Ugh. Yi Yang's eyes rolled back, and he once again lost consciousness. Trash belongs where it ought to be. Yi Feng dusted off his hands, feeling quite pleased. Brother Feng, you've returned. The meal will be ready shortly. Summer Ning, clad in casual home attire and an apron, was bustling about in the kitchen when she saw Yi Feng return, her eyes lighting up like crescent moons. Since Yi Feng's departure, her mind had been elsewhere. She couldn't quite grasp why, having known him for less than 2 days. I need to wash my hands. That imbecile has been in the trash for far too long. His hands must be filthy. Brother-in-law, I'm back. Summer Tian bounced into the room, her backpack bouncing along with her. Ning, whose child are you? Summer Ning exclaimed, annoyed at her sister's eagerness to seek out her brother-in-law, as if they were old friends. Summer Tian is back. Brother-in-law looks exceptionally handsome today, she chirped happily. With her mother's illness resolved, she now had a charming, wealthy brother-in-law who could cook breakfast and had even bought her a new phone. How could she not be in high spirits? Go wash your hands and get ready for dinner. Okay, stop pretending to be cute. Hee, I am naturally adorable, unlike some older women who only pretend to be cute. Brother Feng, Summer Tian teased playfully. Who are you calling an older woman? Summer Ning shot back angrily. Come on, hit me, older woman. Summer Tian laughed as she dashed away. Don't run. Haha. The two sisters bickered playfully, while Mother Xia looked on with a cheerful demeanor, creating a wonderfully warm family atmosphere. After a brief period of playful antics, everyone gathered to dine. Brother Yi Feng, what do you think of my culinary skills? Xian Ning asked, her face brimming with anticipation. Very good. Yi Feng nodded in approval. Although the dishes were merely homestyle fare, they were a feast for the senses. Quite delightful, he remarked, giving a thumbs up after sampling a few bites. In this day and age, there are few girls who can cook, and even fewer who are as beautiful as they are skilled in the kitchen. If you enjoy it, do indulge, Xian Ning replied with a gentle smile. TSK, how virtuous. Xia Tian teased with a hint of sarcasm. Just focus on your own meal. Your chatter won't fill your belly, Xian Ning retorted, a bit exasperated. Her carefully curated image shattered. Haha. Laughter erupted among the group. The four of them shared a harmonious meal, filled with joy. After dining, Mother Xia retired to rest at home, while the three of them descended the stairs for a stroll. Suddenly, a loud crash erupted as the trash can exploded once more. Haha. Yi Feng, did you expect me to recover so swiftly this time? I'm invincible, ha ha ha. Yi Yang laughed heartily. Compared to previous instances, he had fainted for the shortest time and awakened the fastest. Yi Yang, vow that I will not rest until I avenge this humiliation. Just wait, Yi Feng. Once I make my fortune, I shall confine you to the trash can for a whole year. You'll eat, sleep, and live there. How does that sound? He cackled, attempting to flee. Just as he prepared to leap from the trash can, he noticed Yi Feng and the others standing nearby. The Xia sisters widened their eyes in surprise, while Yi Feng smiled. Yi Yang's smile froze on his face. Would you believe me if I said I was cursed just now? He stammered, nearly on the verge of tears. How was it that he always encountered Yi Feng right after waking up? I believe you, and I can even help you with that. Yi Feng extended his hand. No need. I'm fine now, Yi Yang panicked. He wanted to flee, but was trapped in the trash can. Smack. Yi Yang rolled his eyes again and fainted once more. Brother-in-law, has he been stuck in there the whole time? Xia Tian pinched her nose in mild disgust. Yi Yang had certainly become quite unpleasant. Perhaps he simply enjoys it here, Xia Tian giggled, covering her mouth. In this day and age, with so many eccentricities, anything is possible. Indeed, brother-in-law, you make a valid point. Of course, everything I say holds weight. Xian Ning chimed in. You two would make a splendid comedy duo. It would be a shame not to pursue that. Xia Tian, why don't you go play with your classmates? Xian Ning suggested, hoping to have some private time with Yi Feng. I won't go. I want to stay with brother-in-law, unless. Xia Tian's eyes darted mischievously. I'll give you 50 yuan for snacks. 200. Xia Tian held up 2 fingers. That's highway robbery. 100 is the maximum. 150. That's my bottom line. No way, you're just in middle school. What do you need so much money for? Then I won't leave. I'll be a third wheel and won't let you two get cozy. The sisters bickered back and forth. I'll transfer you 5,000. Will that cover a monthly allowance? Yi Feng put down his phone. Wow, really 5,000? Thank you, brother-in-law, love you. Xia Tian exclaimed, her eyes sparkling upon seeing the money transfer notification. Kids shouldn't have so much money. I'll hold on to it for you. No way, bye-bye, brother-in-law. Xia Tian dashed off. Come back early, don't wander too far. Got it. She waved back. This girl, I'm so sorry. My sister has been spoiled since childhood. Xian Ning expressed her apologies. Their father had passed away shortly after Xia Tian was born, leading Xian Ning and their mother to dote on her. It's all right. It's good for children to be lively. Yi Feng reassured her. Let us take a stroll in the nearby park. Sounds good. With Xia Tian out of the picture, the two of them enjoyed a leisurely walk together. Later that evening, upon returning home, they discovered a large gathering of people arguing inside. Upon recognizing a few faces, Xian Ning's expression soured. Sister-in-law, we don't truly want your house. We just need to borrow it. We'll transfer the title to Chun Chun temporarily. And once he is married and has children, we'll return it to you, a middle-aged man implored. It's not easy for Chun Chun to find a girlfriend. She requires a home before agreeing to marry. At his age, you wouldn't want him to remain single, would you? Another elderly man chimed in condescendingly. I'm making the decision here. The house will be transferred to Chun Chun, and you all will need to move out. After all, when you married and bought a house, the family contributed significantly, and now it's your turn to give back. An old man took an authoritative stance. Yi Feng's expression darkened. This is the same attitude as Yi Dashan regarding his illness. This house belongs to Xian Ning. It has no connection to your family. Mother Xia interjected, her brow furrowing. In truth, the family owned 2 properties. One was a dilapidated 2-bedroom apartment purchased when she married, with the down payment provided solely by her husband, who received no support from his family. After her husband passed, it was she who repaid the mortgage with her family's assistance. Following the birth of their 2 daughters, the old man continued to neglect them, focusing solely on his eldest son and grandson, fearful that his inferior genes would not be passed down. The second property was acquired after her daughters began working, as the original home was too cramped. The mortgage was still outstanding, and now this family shamelessly sought to take advantage of her home. Is there anyone more shameless than them? How can it be unrelated? This is all from the Xia family. I can give it to whomever I please. After all, you've only given birth to 2 daughters, and they will eventually marry and move into their husbands' homes. Are you really considering giving our family's house to outsiders? The old man glared angrily. This is my father's biological father, Xia Zhenxing, Xia Ning whispered. Yi Feng, my father's biological father. What a peculiar introduction. That Yi Jian is his biological son, and Yi Dashan is the father of his biological son. Quite the family tree, Yi Feng mused. That's my father's biological father's eldest son, Xia Dongha, and that slacker is his son, Xia Chan. Yi Feng, his brother Xia Dongha. And the younger brother isn't Xia Donghai, is it? Where's Xiao Bingbao? They could form a group. I even have a name for it. What name? Xia Ning asked. Curiosity piqued. The 3 golden daughters of the Xia family. Xia Ning. She wanted to laugh, but her professional training kept her composed, allowing only a suppressed smile. Should I go and take care of them? Yi Feng suggested eagerly. Those 3 scoundrels are bullying Xia Bingbao. Let us hold off for now and see what they intend to do, Xia Ning urged, pulling him back. All right, I'll always stand behind you in support. Xia Ning. I suspect you're being mischievous, but I have no proof. Go ahead. Very well. Then what if I refuse? Xia Ning stepped forward, her gaze resolute. With Yi Feng by her side, she felt no fear towards these individuals. Upon seeing Yi Feng, Xia's mother felt a wave of relief wash over her. Since her husband's passing, life had been exceedingly arduous for them. Having a man in the house instilled a sense of security. What did you say? The eldest daughter. Xia Zhenxing darkened her expression. Is this your boyfriend? Upon noticing Yi Feng behind Xia Ning, her demeanor shifted to one of wariness. Yet, a quick glance at her son prompted her to signal him. Xia Ning, since you found a boyfriend, you should promptly move out and vacate the house for my wedding. The frivolous 3rd daughter, Xia Chun, stepped forward, standing at a mere 5 feet 5 inches, with a rather unappealing visage and a stocky build. He paled in comparison to Yi Feng. He shrank back, casting a resentful glance at Yi Feng. Yi Feng, even a typical person surpasses your looks. In terms of appearance, you don't even measure up to Yi Yang, let alone compete with me. Of course, when it comes to superficiality, you cannot match Yi Yang either. Each has their own merits. Your marital status is of no concern to me. I refuse to relinquish the house to you. Xia Ning's attitude was unwavering. If you don't leave, I shall call the police. She pulled out her phone. How audacious. You dare to call the police? The 2nd daughter, Xia Dongha, glared fiercely, prompting the 3rd daughter to rush forward in an attempt to snatch the phone. With 3 men on their side, and only 1 man opposing them, victory seemed assured. Bang. The 3rd daughter let out a cry, propelled backward. You dare strike my son. The 2nd daughter was incensed, lunging at Yi Feng. Bang. The 2nd daughter too screamed, sent flying. You? Witnessing the humiliation of her son and grandson, the eldest daughter was infuriated. Bang. Yi Feng delivered another kick, sending the eldest daughter sprawling. It was merely a matter of course. Clap, clap, clap. After dispatching the eldest daughter, Yi Feng advanced and knocked the 3rd daughter unconscious. He then seized each of their legs and dragged them downstairs to dispose of them in the trash bin. He placed them beside Yi Yang, 1 for each. Downstairs, the trash bins were plentiful, more than sufficient. Bang. Just as Yi Feng completed his task, the trash bin beside Yi Yang erupted once more. Ha ha ha. Do you think a mere trash bin can contain me? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Yi Feng, you underestimate me. Once I emerge, this grudge shall be repaid 100-fold. Ha ha ha. Just wait. Yi Yang's face twisted with malice. Why not settle it now? Yi Feng's voice drifted ominously from behind. Yi Yang was instantly jolted. Turning around, he was met with the looming figure of Yi Feng. Bro, I was wrong. Can you spare me this time? After the initial shock, a sense of helplessness washed over Yi Yang. He could never fathom why Yi Feng always appeared just as he regained consciousness. Is heaven playing tricks on me? What do you think? All right, let me change my position. Yi Yang adjusted himself, feeling a twinge in his left side. Come on, hit me. He presented his face. Slap. Ugh. Yi Yang rolled his eyes, spinning 180 degrees on the spot. That was a mistake. Yi Feng deliberately refrained from spinning earlier, leaving Yi Yang with this thought just before he lost consciousness. All is well now. Yi Feng returned to wash his hands, offering words of comfort. Xia Ning nodded. You must be cautious. That Xia Chun has been a troublemaker since childhood. I've heard he has joined some gang, so be wary of him causing you trouble. Xia Ning expressed her concern. That's even better. Yi Feng replied with a hint of amusement. I was just feeling bored. Mom, where's Xia Tian? Why hasn't she returned? Has she finished her homework? She's playing at a friend's house and said she wouldn't be back tonight, staying over there, Xia Ning's mother replied. That girl. She gets a little money and becomes all high and mighty, Xia Ning sighed. Fortunately, that friend's house is just in the neighborhood. Our families are quite familiar, and they often visit us. This time, with the several thousand yuan pocket money, Feng gave her, she'll surely want to flaunt it to her little friend. Xiaoyi, you two chat. I'm going to rest. By the way, I sleep very soundly, so feel free to do as you wish. Xiao's mother gave her daughter an encouraging glance before retreating to her room. Xia Ning felt a flush rise in her cheeks. Her mother must have overheard something in the past few days. Feng, our home only has 3 rooms, and Xia Tian doesn't like anyone entering her room. So you'll have to share a room with me for now. The more she spoke, the redder her face became, as if she wished to bury herself within her cascading hair. Feng, this is truly too much to ask, he thought. Especially for a gentleman like himself. What an unfair predicament. Haha, what a plight indeed. He chuckled despite his supposed grievance. Chapter 87. Hello there. Well then. I shall endure this for a while. He found joy in sacrificing his own comfort for others, performing good deeds without seeking recognition. Please, call him Lei Feng. Xia Ning, you great clumsy oaf, and yet you claim to be aggrieved. If I say you're overweight, you actually lose weight? I can't even be bothered to comment on you. Feng moved the refrigerator to the entrance, temporarily blocking the door. After the two entered their room, Xiao's mother immediately rose, pressed against the wall, straining to hear the sounds from their room. How fortunate my daughter is, she marveled as she listened. The night passed without incident. The following morning, Feng awoke with a refreshing vigor. Xia Ning had exhausted herself the previous day and slept soundly. By the time he finished preparing breakfast, the staff from the renovation company had arrived to replace the main door. The new door was ready. Feng engaged with the workers on site, even distributing some cigarettes to them. Though the workers appeared robust, they were quite polite. Xiao's mother observed Feng with a warm smile. Since her husband's death, she hadn't felt this secure in many years. This sense of safety was brought about by Feng. Without a man in the house, those workers would not have been so docile or amiable. There would have undoubtedly been a hint of ill intent in their eyes. She had witnessed too much over the years. Brother-in-law, good morning. Xia Tian bounced in cheerfully. Oh, you do know how to come back? Not even a word of greeting before going off to stay with others, like a wild child. Xiao's mother rolled her eyes. That is called being carefree. Xia Tian retorted defiantly. Carefree? More like throwing tantrums. Oh, please, am I throwing a tantrum? Are you even my real mom? Xia Tian shot back, annoyed. How could she reveal her secrets in front of her brother-in-law? That would ruin her image as an unbeatable young girl. Hee. Xiao's mother chuckled. Occasionally teasing her daughter was quite entertaining. After breakfast, Xia Tian headed off to school. The renovation workers finished installing the door and departed. Originally, Feng intended to return to the bustling metropolis to continue his porcelain endeavors. However, given the current unstable situation, he resolved to assist the Xia family before taking his leave. Bang! Once more, the downstairs trash bin exploded. Yang, nearly festering inside, emerged from within. Ha ha ha. He emitted a sinister chuckle, recalling his previous experiences. Immediately, he scanned his surroundings with caution. Once assured that Feng was absent, he finally felt at ease. Just as he prepared to utter a few sharp words before departing, he noticed that a few refuse bins nearby were, surprisingly, occupied by others. The 3 daughters of the Xia family had just awakened. Hello there. Yang greeted his 3 neighbors with notable friendliness. It was indeed rare to have neighbors residing in refuse bins. However, those 3 bins lacked the aesthetic appeal of his own. Get lost, you foolish creature. The eldest daughter of the Xia family glowered. Is this guy out of his mind? He's been tossed into a garbage bin and still manages to grin foolishly. What a joke. Who are you calling a fool? Yang's wit sparked. You, of course. The eldest daughter seemed rather slow on the uptake. You're right. The fool refers to me, Yang declared, wearing a smug expression. You're courting death. The eldest daughter seethed with rage. Let's teach this little brat a lesson. The 3 daughters of the Xia family, known for their fierce demeanor, leaped from their bins and surrounded him. In a panic, Yang attempted to jump out, but failed to escape. A gentleman should use words, not fists. Brothers, I'm filthy. Hitting me will only dirty your hands. Please, no? Yang slammed the lid of the bin shut. With a resounding crash, the eldest daughter of the Xia family smashed the lid to pieces and then advanced to drag Yang out for a thorough beating. Thud, thud, thud. Yang found himself once again beaten to a pulp, crying out in despair before losing consciousness. It was only then that the 3 daughters ceased their assault, tossing him back into the refuse bin. Dad, what shall we do now? The second daughter expressed her discontent. They had initially thought that with 3 daughters on their side, securing the house would be a mere formality. At the very least, they expected to reclaim the old, dilapidated property. Who could have anticipated that Xia Ning would find herself a boyfriend, and a formidable one at that? The 3 of them had found themselves utterly powerless to resist. The house belongs to the Xia family. Does that outsider truly believe he can usurp it? The eldest daughter's expression darkened further. We should call the police and have them removed, she suggested, her tone laced with frustration. But, Grandpa, It seems calling the police might not be effective. The third daughter meekly interjected. The police do not concern themselves with family matters. The property belongs to whoever holds the deed. What shall we do then? The eldest daughter furrowed her brow. Though she was unreasonable, she understood that the police would not share her perspective. Times had changed. The concept of family loyalty had diminished. Back when their grandfather was alive, everything in the household revolved around his authority, and no one dared to oppose him. What a decline in morals. How the times have changed. Give me 20,000, and I'll gather some support. The third daughter grinned slyly. After being in the game for so long, rallying 100 or more people wouldn't be an issue. Aren't you strong? 3 of you can't handle 100? 20,000? Isn't that a bit excessive? The eldest daughter hesitated. It's not much. Even a day laborer earns 150. In a fight, it would be at least 200 per person. So 100 would amount to 20,000. Given how formidable that guy is, we can't afford to skimp on numbers. This will also serve to intimidate Xiaoning, allowing her to witness our strength and ultimately relinquish the house. The third daughter elaborated. I agree. We'll not only secure both houses, but also demand 1 million as a betrothal gift from that pretty boy, or else we'll beat him senseless. The second daughter's eyes lit up. All right, it's settled then. The eldest daughter nodded in agreement. But where's the money? After exchanging glances for a moment, the third daughter noticed the 2 older women had no intention of offering cash. I'll contribute 10. Slap. The eldest daughter tossed out a 10 yuan bill, exuding an air of authority worth 100,000. I'll pitch in 5. Slap. The second daughter followed suit with a 5 yuan note. Son, the rest is up to you. After all, the house is for you. How ridiculous. Xiaoning awoke to find herself grasping at empty air, her eyes fluttering open to discover that Feng was no longer by her side. Feng, she called out, a hint of urgency in her voice as she quickly sat up. There was no one in the bedroom. Upon opening the door, she found the living room equally deserted. Gazing at the refrigerator, now returned to its rightful place, and the newly installed front door, a wave of melancholy washed over her. Has he truly left? Xiaoning stared blankly at the hall. Not even a farewell? Feng had promised he would only leave once the door was replaced. Now that it seemed he had taken his leave. Although they had confirmed their relationship and exchanged contact information, with plans to meet again, she couldn't help but feel a deep sorrow. These past few days, she had grown accustomed to Feng's presence. His departure left her feeling disoriented. Chapter 88. Still watching? Your time has come. Well, this day was bound to arrive. Wiping her tears, Xiaoning washed up and sat down at the dining table to eat the now-cold breakfast that Feng had prepared. The taste was unlike anything her family made. As she ate, tears began to stream down her face. Click. Just then, the front door swung open. Xiaoning looked up to see Feng. He hadn't left after all. Why are you crying? Feng furrowed his brow. Did the 3 daughters of the Xia family come while I was out? Wah. Where have you been? I thought you had left. Xiaoning could no longer contain herself and threw her arms around Feng, sobbing uncontrollably. I haven't gone anywhere. Don't cry. Feng comforted her, patting her back gently. The people are good, but those 3 daughters truly are something else. Feng inquired softly. Did the 3 daughters of the Xia family visit? Uffed. Xiaoning couldn't hold back her laughter. Those 3 troublemakers have become adorable in your stories. Feng, you must always let me know before you leave. Please don't disappear without a word, Xiaoning implored earnestly. Of course I will. Feng nodded. It's a promise. Let us seal it. How childish, Feng chuckled. Let us seal it with a vow. If one of us breaks it, may we hang for 100 years. Feng, is this the vase you bought? It's quite lovely. Xiaoning admired the vase in Feng's hands. Yes. This item will serve a significant purpose, Feng replied with a subtle smile. It was a gift he had prepared specifically for the 3 daughters of the Xia family. With everything in place, it was merely a matter of time before they returned. He wondered if they had managed to gather the 20,000 yet. If not, he could always transfer the funds himself. He was well aware of the 3 daughters' schemes. Let me take a look. Xiaoning reached out her hand. Oh, don't touch that. It's an antique. If it breaks, I've only just repaired it. He had salvaged many broken pieces while collecting ceramics, and this one was rare enough to save. Initially, he intended to see if he could find someone to restore it, even if just to sell it for a lower price. For now, it would serve as a playful item for the Xia daughters. He had only just glued it back together, and it was fragile enough to fall apart with the slightest carelessness. Oh, Xiaoning quickly retracted her hand. 2 days later, as Feng and Xiaoning strolled through a small park, a gang of ruffians aggressively surrounded them. At the forefront were none other than the 3 daughters of the Xia family. Finally, they arrived. They managed to scrape together the 2,000. What a challenge it has been. He waited until the flowers withered. Humph. The 3 daughters of the Xia family strode forward with an air of indifference, wearing sinister smiles as they observed them. Behind them trailed a large group of ruffians, a formidable force of at least 100. Brother Feng, I'll hold them off. You go call the police, Xiaoning said, her voice trembling with fear. Although she doubted her ability to outrun the thugs, she believed Yi Feng could escape. You want me to stall them? What about my dignity? No need to run. I've been anticipating their arrival. Yi Feng replied with a roguish grin. Oh, there are so many of them, clearly with ill intentions. Should we call the police? Xiaoning's anxiety was palpable. No need. Just watch me, Yi Feng declared, producing a Yuan Qinghua vase from his bag, which he had been carrying all along, waiting for the 3 daughters of the Xia family. Darling, what do you think of this vase? Isn't it exquisite? Yes, it is indeed beautiful, Xiaoning replied, her gaze darting toward the 3 daughters. Her mind elsewhere in the face of the impending confrontation. At that moment, the 3 daughters of the Xia family had already approached. Smack! The eldest daughter swiftly slapped the vase from Yi Feng's hands. Crash! The vase shattered upon hitting the ground. Look who's here now. The eldest daughter boasted arrogantly, joined by her sisters in sinister laughter. What do you intend to do? Xiaoning's expression hardened. What do you think? You should have ceded the house to me long ago. It belongs to our Xia family anyway. Now, not only do we want the house, but we also demand a dowry of 1 million, plus a car worth 500,000. Otherwise, the 3 daughters threatened ominously. Today, they aimed to reclaim everything they believed was rightfully theirs. That 20,000 can't go to waste. Call the police. Yi Feng urged Xiaoning. Oh. Xiaoning hurriedly took out her phone. Dare you? Bang. Just as the eldest daughter reached for the phone, Yi Feng kicked her away, sending her crashing into several thugs. Get him. Kill him. The eldest daughter fumed with rage. Despite the escalating chaos, the 2 younger daughters, along with their thugs, lunged at Yi Feng. Crack. Crack. The Yuan Qinghua vase was crushed beneath their feet. Bang. Bang. Yi Feng dispatched one thug after another with precision. He had been consuming gene-enhancing drugs, which had significantly boosted his strength. If he unleashed his full power, a single punch could fell several of these lowly ruffians. Moreover, he had a shadowy bodyguard lurking in the background, ensuring he had no need to fear ambushes. Within 2 minutes, all the thugs lay defeated. Yi Feng dusted off his hands. In truth, the moment he struck, the thugs had intended to flee, but with the shadow's assistance, none managed to escape. Why you? The 3 daughters of the Xia family stared at Yi Feng as if they had seen a ghost. Is this even human? Is this not some exaggerated movie scene? One man single-handedly took down over 100. Xiaoning's heart lit up. Her man was truly formidable. Did you call the police? I already did. They'll be here shortly, Yi Feng assured. The ruffians, upon hearing the police were on their way, let out a sigh of relief. Their greatest fear was not the police, but Yi Feng. A scuffle might lead to a few days of detention, and inside, they would still be fed. The 3 daughters of the Xia family desired to flee, yet Yi Feng's unwavering gaze held them in place. Before long, the police arrived, looking somewhat overwhelmed by the scene. Ultimately, everyone was taken to the police station. Can we leave now? He wasn't even injured. We were the ones who got beaten. The eldest daughter complained, visibly dissatisfied. Throughout his life, he had remained innocent, having visited the police station over 500 times. And now he was adding yet another visit to that tally. He hit us. I won T hold it against him, the second daughter thought, eager to resolve the matter. They could set aside the fight for now, but they demanded compensation for the broken vase. Yi Feng chuckled. You're not truly concerned, are you? It's just a broken vase. I'll give you $10 to buy another, and we shall take our leave. The second daughter was incensed. $10? That was a Yuan Qinghua vase, the Wu Song slaying the tiger vase. You can look up its value yourself. I was going to hand it over to the state. A trap had long been laid for you. What? Yuan Qinghua and the Wu Song slaying the tiger vase? The police officer taking notes suddenly appeared grave. Chapter 89, Selling Houses and Cars. As a police officer, he was not as ignorant as the 3 daughters of the Xia family. He had some knowledge of Yuan Qinghua and had even seen an introduction online not long ago. Are round and square Yuan Qinghua that expensive? The eldest daughter feigned calm, while internally beginning to panic. Given his age, he had developed a keen sense of observation. This was a national treasure-level antique porcelain that had once sold for over 300 million. One of the officers checked his phone and explained, what? 300 million? The 3 daughters of the Xia family were thrown into a frenzy. The item he had shattered was indeed priceless. You say 300 million. You say it's an antique. Then it is. The second daughter stammered, unable to hide her fear. The fragments are right here. You can test them. He broke it. Yi Feng pointed at the eldest daughter, then at the thugs who had trampled the pieces. I had originally intended to donate this to the National Museum. I suspect they plotted to steal it after hearing about it. Who do you think you're scaring? The third daughter's legs trembled uncontrollably. Immediately report to the Municipal Bureau and summon relevant experts to examine its authenticity and whether it can be restored, the police chief commanded gravely. Given the involvement of a national treasure-level artifact valued at 300 million, it needed to be handled with utmost caution. Soon, Personnel from above arrived. Several middle-aged experts, equipped with magnifying glasses, began inspecting the fragments, utilizing various instruments for analysis. After observing the patterns in the shards, they concluded that it was indeed genuine Yuan Qinghua, specifically the Wu Song slaying the tiger vase, which had once fetched over 300 million at auction. Who smashed it? Who was responsible? The experts were furious. Their faces contorted with anger. This was the Wu Song slaying the tiger vase. How could it have been destroyed? The three daughters of the Xia family turned pale, especially the eldest daughter, who realized her grave mistake in shattering a vase worth 300 million. Smack! The second daughter suddenly struck the eldest daughter across the face. From today onward, we are severing ties. You are no longer my son, and I am no longer your father. The second daughter decisively declared. He certainly did not possess 300 million to compensate. At his age, he could still work hard and have another child in due time. Smack! The eldest daughter followed suit, also slapping the third daughter. You are no longer my grandson, and I am not your grandfather. It's too risky. Smack! She struck the second daughter again. Dad, why are you hitting me? The second daughter exclaimed, feeling wronged. You raised a good son. I'm severing ties with you. And I won't care about you anymore. The eldest daughter is determined to sever all ties with both her father and grandfather. Such a course of action, she believes, is the only prudent choice. Grandfather, father, your declarations hold no weight. The state does not acknowledge them. The funds for this venture were also provided by you. Thus you bear the lion's share of the responsibility. The third daughter scoffed at the notion. At this juncture, is it feasible to cast him aside? It was their own decision to marry, and they lacked a home, seeking to seize what was not rightfully theirs, which led to this predicament. Upon hearing this, the second daughter felt as though the sky had fallen. This is not our concern. We are not well acquainted with him. He merely gave us 200. And we did nothing but endure a beating. Wah, I want to go home. The little ruffians began to squirm. What had initially shattered into just a few pieces could have been repaired, but their careless trampling had rendered it beyond hope. Several experts were seething with anger, wishing they could devour the little ruffians whole. At this rate, it's irreparable. At that moment, the lawyer summoned by the butler arrived. Lawyer Wong, your timing is impeccable. They must compensate me, not a single cent less. I leave this matter in your capable hands. No problem, Mr. Yi. They will not escape justice. The lawyer nodded in agreement. The little ruffians grew increasingly anxious. Everyone, do not fret. If you have a home, sell it. If you have a car, sell it. Yi Feng reassured them. But what if we have neither? Then consider selling your rear ends, quipped one of the ruffians. A splendid suggestion. After entrusting the matter to the lawyer, Yi Feng departed with a casual pat on his backside. Xia Ning, you old lecher, you're at it again. Did you really enjoy it that much? Xia Ning felt a twinge of pride, for her most admired feature was her shapely derriere. In the ensuing court ruling, the lawyer successfully secured a compensation of 200 million, as it was crucial to cover his fees. Naturally, he spared no effort. 300 million was the highest auction price and could not be counted as such. The compensation was to be distributed among the three daughters of the Xia family and over 100 little ruffians, according to their respective liabilities. Each individual joyfully received compensation ranging from tens to millions. They all shared laughter and returned home, ready to sell houses and cars. If not, they would find other means. The three daughters of the Xia family, too, found themselves the targets of disdain from the little ruffians, embarking on a blissful and carefree life. No longer preoccupied with troubling Xia Ning. That, however, is a tale for another time. With the affairs of the Xia family settled, Yi Feng was eager to return to his treasure-hunting endeavors. Though Optimus Prime was merely a toy, its capabilities were extraordinary, capable of reaching the moon and navigating the world's oceans. During his absence, he had scoured the globe for sunken ships laden with porcelain, gold, and jewels. Only porcelain and precious metals could withstand the ravages of time and ancient shipwrecks, all hidden in the seas near Magic City, awaiting his retrieval. The porcelain and treasures he was currently salvaging, if auctioned, would far surpass the profits of running a company. He lamented not having started sooner. Brother-in-law, are you leaving? Xia Tian's lower lip jutted out, her eyes brimming with tears. The time spent with her brother-in-law had been the happiest of her life. Yes, but I will visit you again. You can also come to Magic City to play when you have the chance. He planned to spend most of his time there from now on. MHM. Xia Tian nodded vigorously. I must head to work. Why don't I see you feeling reluctant? Xia Ning remarked with mild annoyance. With her health restored, it was only natural for her to return to work, coinciding perfectly with Yi Feng's flight schedule. Dressed in a cerulean uniform that accentuated her curves, she served as a chief stewardess, while the usual attendants donned red uniforms. I wish you wouldn't be home to manage me. Then I shall cut off your allowance, she retorted playfully. Dear sister, I shall miss you too. Xia Tian's expression shifted, and she donned a fawning smile. Laughter ensued among the group. Goodbye, Auntie. Goodbye, Xia Tian. Goodbye, brother-in-law. Goodbye, Xiao Yi. Drive safely. After a simple farewell, the two departed. Upon arriving at the airport, Yi Feng instructed his driver to return the car, as he had another in Magic City. Each villa he had purchased for antique storage was accompanied by a vehicle. Xia Ning went to handle the handover before commencing her duties. Soon, it was time to board. And Yi Feng entered the business class through the VIP passage. Domestic first-class seats were scarce. Only business class was available for flights to Magic City. Chapter 90. Ordering a stewardess. It may seem somewhat unsophisticated, but it was his first time on an airplane, having previously lacked the funds to travel far. He had relied on buses, subways, and high-speed trains. Later, with newfound wealth, he traveled by car. Thus, stepping onto the plane filled him with a sense of novelty and apprehension regarding safety. What if an accident occurred, and he spent all his money? Yet, he believed his shadow could rescue him. Good day, sir. May I offer you something? Once the flight stabilized, the stewardess approached. Indeed, the staff in business class are considerably more attractive. Not all stewardesses are beautiful. Some, having entered through backdoor means, are quite unfortunate in appearance, as seen online. No. Thank you. Please do not disturb me, the guest pretentiously replied. Very well, sir, the stewardess acknowledged with a polite nod. Yi Feng thought to himself, you'll rue the day. The price of a business class ticket far exceeds that of economy, yet he chose to forego all offerings. Such wealth. And yet he would not indulge. Good day, sir. May I offer you something? At that moment, Xia Ning appeared before Yi Feng, mischievously winking at him. I want everything Yi Feng can order. Pack up what I cannot finish. Nearby, a middle-aged man looked on with disdain, recognizing the type who seldom flew business class. Fearful of losing out. Unlike him, who ordered nothing, he genuinely did not care for the cost. Yet, why was the stewardess serving him slightly more attractive? Was it because the chief stewardess was personally attending to him? Did he pay extra? Very well, sir, Xia Ning smiled gently. In no time, she returned with everything Yi Feng had ordered. The middle-aged man scoffed again. Enjoy your meal, and I wish you a pleasant journey. Wait a moment. I'd like to order a stewardess to feed me. I'm too lazy to do it myself. Xia Ning, you truly know how to have fun. You seem decent enough. You're the one. Very well, sir. Xia Ning's face flushed as she took a seat beside Yi Feng, feeding him. The middle-aged man's eyes widened in disbelief. You can actually order a stewardess? How did I not know this? What have I missed all these years? He wanted to place an order, but having just claimed he needed nothing, would that not diminish his stature? Never mind, perhaps next time. Nevertheless, watching the two flirt nearby made him restless. Eventually, he could not contain himself. May I request a stewardess to serve me as well? He asked tentatively. Ha ha. This fool actually believes it. Yi Feng chuckled. Ahem, sir, I'm afraid he is my boyfriend. We are merely joking around, Xia Ning clarified. Humph. The middle-aged man scoffed, his expression darkening immediately. Youngster, I remember you, Yi Feng. I am quite frightened. Come at me if you dare. Under the furious gaze of the middle-aged man, the plane swiftly descended at the airport in the bustling metropolis. Before the landing, Xia Ning had already returned to her post. Once the plane touched down, Xia Ning prepared to head to the hotel with a few familiar colleagues. Let us take a taxi to the hotel. Following our usual practice, 5 of us will split into 2 cars. Xiaowan, you'll ride with me, Xia Ning declared, when they flew to other cities. The company would arrange hotel accommodations. Xiaowan was her protege. They had always shared the same room during their stays. The company stipulated that flight attendants shared rooms, while only the captain and co-pilot were entitled to single accommodations. I'm sorry, chief flight attendant, but we've already arranged to take a taxi together, Gua Xiaowan said, stepping back to join the other 3, clearly maintaining a distance from Xia Ning. Are you 4 going to fit in one car? I can take a taxi. You don't need to pay, Xia Ning replied, puzzled. Previously, they always traveled together and shared a room. She could not comprehend why her protege was refusing her offer. Moreover, she had always called her master before, never chief flight attendant. Something was amiss. Really, it's not necessary, chief flight attendant. We can fit in one car, Gua Xiaowan insisted once more. Well, fine. Xia Ning wanted to say more, but upon noticing the positioning of the 4 and the smug smile on Wang Feng's face, she suddenly understood. After losing the chief flight attendant election to her, Wang Feng had been quite resentful. It seemed that during Xia Ning's time off, Wang Feng had begun to plot her ascent. Her protege had likely been swayed as well. Xia Ning chuckled, choosing not to dwell on it. After her mother recovered, she had come to terms with many things. She even contemplated switching to a job closer to home, allowing her to spend daily time with her mother and sister. Ding! At that moment, they spotted a Rolls-Royce approaching. The group quickly stepped aside. Wang Feng and the others looked on with envy. Despite their glamorous appearance as flight attendants, they were essentially just service staff on the plane, still quite distant from driving a Rolls-Royce. Especially in the bustling metropolis, anyone driving a Rolls-Royce was certainly not ordinary. Xia Ning, however, was unbothered. Her partner also drove a Rolls-Royce. Where are you going? Get in the car. Yi Feng parked in front of them and lowered the window. Yi Feng, it's you. Xia Ning smiled. Hop in. I'll give you a ride home. Sure. Xia Ning smiled as she got into the car. Is this your colleague? Would you like me to give them a lift? Yi Feng inquired, glancing at the other four. Sure. The four of them brightened at the prospect of knowing someone wealthy. Just as they were about to get in, Xia Ning interjected, no need. They'll take a taxi. Let us go. Xia Ning waved her hand. Very well then. Yi Feng drove away, leaving the four of them exchanging glances. What is so impressive about it? It's just a Rolls-Royce, Wang Feng said, her voice dripping with jealousy. Exactly. There are plenty of first-class and business-class passengers who drive Rolls-Royces, Gua Xiaowan chimed in. Perhaps yes, just the driver. What wealthy person actually drives themselves? Yes. Many affluent individuals send luxury cars to pick me up, and I ignore them, the other two added with disdain. Let her show off. She offended Mr. Zhang on the plane. That chief flight attendant won't last long, Wang Feng sneered. The plane is so small. They all knew about Yi Feng's antics with middle-aged men. However, her boyfriend seemed quite affluent too, Wu Xiaowan remarked with a hint of jealousy. That is nothing. Let me tell you, if we're talking about the wealthy, we must mention the eldest son of the Changyuan group, known as the first young master of Shanghai. Di Jingshuo. He is the future heir of the Changyuan group, and the hotel we're staying at is merely an insignificant part of their vast empire, Wang Feng scoffed. Right. I also heard that the eldest son has been appointed as manager of the hotel recently. It would be wonderful to have a chance encounter with him. With my beauty, he would surely fall for me at first sight, and then I could marry into wealth, haha. Gu Xiaowan lost herself in a grand fantasy. Chapter 91. The first young master on duty. Just because someone is wealthy doesn't mean they are foolish. Although you may not be conventionally attractive, your imagination is quite vivid. Oh, you're so annoying. Can't I even indulge in a little fantasy? Haha. The group continued chatting as their car arrived, and they all set off to the hotel together. You're staying at the Changyuan Hotel? Yi Feng was somewhat surprised. What a coincidence. Initially, he intended to take Xia Ning to one of his properties. He had plenty of houses. But since Xia Ning needed to fly elsewhere the next morning and the villa wasn't nearby, he decided against it. Yes. The company has a partnership with the Changyuan Hotel. Whenever we fly to the bustling metropolis, we stay here. Due to the long-term collaboration, we receive a 50% discount, which makes it quite affordable. We also get meal vouchers, so dining is complimentary. Let me give you a few. We can eat at the hotel before leaving. Xia Ning rummaged through her bag for some vouchers. Sounds good. Yi Feng nodded. The reputation of Ultraman's family is quite impressive. Celebrities stay at their hotels, and the airline has a partnership with them as well. One in maritime transport, the other in air transport. Though the hotel isn't particularly famous, it is low-key yet capable. Before long, the two arrived at the hotel. After Xia Ning placed her luggage in the room and settled in, it was already mealtime. The two made their way to the dining hall. Xia Ning also used the meal vouchers to obtain 2 lunches. Just as they sat down, Wang Feng and her companions arrived. Upon seeing Yi Feng enjoying their work meal, they were instantly filled with disdain. They further suspected Yi Feng was merely a driver, taking the boss's car to flirt with girls. Only Xia Ning seemed foolish enough to believe he was wealthy. What wealthy person would eat their working meal? This is a 5-star hotel. What ingredients are lacking? They would see when she has her moment of sorrow. Wang Feng and her companions remained silent, only sneering coldly. Both Yi Feng and Xia Ning paid them no mind, continuing their meal, occasionally feeding each other, completely engrossed in their own world. Suddenly, a middle-aged man with a commanding presence hurriedly approached, followed by a younger man. Upon entering the dining hall and surveying the area, he headed straight for Yi Feng's table. Ah, Mr. Yi, it's been a while, the middle-aged man said, his face filled with ingratiation. At that moment, Wang Feng and her friends were left astounded, their faces reflecting sheer surprise. They did not recognize the middle-aged man, but they knew the young man behind him. He was the hotel manager, Di Jingshuo, the very person they had just been discussing. He was merely following behind. Could the one in front be Di Jingshuo's father, the current head of the Di family, Di Hongye? Mr. Di? Di Hongye was low-key and rarely appeared in the media. He appeared quite young, likely in his early 30s. Wealthy individuals tend to take good care of themselves. That much was certain. But why was he acting so subservient? Was Xia Ning's boyfriend of even greater background? If he was that formidable, why wouldn't he just hire a driver? The group was utterly perplexed. Hello, Yi Feng nodded. Is the gentleman dining? Come, I shall treat you. Let us proceed to the private room. Observing Yi Feng's indifferent demeanor, Di Hongye felt a tightening in his chest and hastily extended the invitation. Could it be that the gentleman discerned his inner discontent during their last encounter, which is why he now behaves this way? Indeed, How could a person of such stature fail to perceive it? Di Hongye's anxiety heightened instantly. He must comport himself well and strive for the gentleman's forgiveness. Otherwise, the old master might truly consider replacing him as the successor. The gentleman's disposition is of utmost significance in this matter. There's no need. We've already procured our meal. Yi Feng replied, shaking his head. He intended to retrieve some items afterward, all of which lay scattered in the sea. Upon witnessing Yi Feng's refusal, Di Hongye grew even more anxious. Absolutely. Since our last parting, my esteemed father has been quite eager to see you. If he learns that you visited and I failed to extend proper hospitality, he would be utterly furious with me. Di Hongye paid no heed to anything else and pulled Yi Feng along. Regardless of the circumstances, they must first share this meal, followed by a heartfelt apology. Behind them, Di Jingshu stood in astonishment. When had the old master become so humble? Just moments ago, the old man's body seemed to tremble out of fear when the other party declined, coupled with the sudden recovery from his cancer, and the two appearing rejuvenated. He felt he grasped something significant. His formerly straight posture slightly bent. Despite being the eldest grandson of the Di family, it remained uncertain who would ultimately take the mantle. The old master was now lively and sprightly. With the second-generation succession still in question, the competition was exceedingly fierce, especially for their third generation. Thus, he must exercise prudence. If he could not read the room, his chances of succeeding would be minimal. Yi Feng was thus dragged by Di Hongye into the private room, with Xiaoning naturally invited as well. Wang Feng and the others stood in stunned silence. Somewhat begrudgingly, they followed, hoping to uncover Yi Feng's true identity. Perhaps they might even have the chance to be acquainted. If they did, it could elevate their status immensely. Upon arriving at the entrance of the private room, they found Di Jingshu standing guard, steadfast at the door. He had not entered. The first son of Shanghai was on watch. What was his background? The group exchanged glances. Their eyes filled with shock and confusion, accompanied by a twinge of regret. It seemed Xia Ning had found an exceptionally remarkable boyfriend, while they had just offended him. As they approached, Di Jingshu immediately became vigilant, casting a warning glare to deter them from coming closer. However, Wang Feng, unwilling to leave empty-handed, stepped forward. Manager Di, we are colleagues with the young lady inside. We are all flight attendants from Nankai Airlines, and she is the chief attendant. May we enter to greet her? She ventured cautiously. She refrained from suggesting they join for the meal, feeling unworthy. Do not approach this private room. Di Jingshu replied coldly. If your relationship is so close, why did you not mention it earlier at the restaurant? Furthermore, when he entered, you were seated quite far from Mr. Yi. Do not make me repeat myself. Di Jingshu raised his hand, and 4 security personnel approached. The group, resigned, had no choice but to retreat further away. At that moment, a middle-aged man approached. Mr. Di, I am Zhang from Liqiang Group, he said with a broad smile. This man was the same Zhang from the airplane. Upon witnessing Di Hongye escorting Yi Feng into the private room, he was drenched in cold sweat, recalling their encounter on the flight. He merely wished to apologize. Leave. Di Jingshu interjected bluntly. What is this Liqiang Group? I have never heard of it. Do not let just anyone approach him. Very well. I shall not disturb you any longer, Mr. Di. The middle-aged man dared not voice any complaints and quickly departed. Wang Feng and the others exchanged glances, realizing that the man had shown them considerable courtesy, at least not ordering them to leave. Inside the private room, Di Hongye, with a fawning demeanor, poured tea for Yi Feng and Xiaoning. Since our last parting, my esteemed father has been quite eager to see you. He will arrive shortly and is very much looking forward to meeting you. Chapter 92. You have chosen this, have you not? Xiaoning expressed her surprise. Just moments ago, Yi Feng had introduced himself as the current chairman of Changyuan Group. Now, here he was, serving her tea. Meanwhile, his son, the general manager of Changyuan Hotel and the legendary first son of Shanghai, stood guard at the door. Previously, she and her colleagues had often discussed how many wished to marry the esteemed young master. Now he stood on watch outside. The prestige was overwhelming. However, considering Yi Feng's ability to summon a dragon to heal cancer, it was not surprising that the Di family treated him with such deference. Perhaps Yi Feng had healed someone in their family, and they too had witnessed the dragon. Despite their wealth, the Di family remained within the realm of ordinary folk. In the presence of someone capable of summoning a dragon, they felt comparatively insignificant. You truly need not go to such lengths. I will be residing in Magic City for a while and will frequently come and go. You should continue with your own affairs. Yi Feng waved his hand dismissively. Aside from retrieving items, he occasionally had to return to contend for Yi Yang's bride, which was always a hassle. Understood, sir. Just then, the door to the private room swung open, and Di Changyuan strode in. Haha, sir, we meet again, he exclaimed heartily. In an instant, Di Hongye perceived a transformation in the old master's entire demeanor, shifting from a shrewd and ruthless figure to a benevolent grandfather. It has not been long. I was just out at sea. Di Changyuan chuckled. You are quite right, sir. I was unable to drink with you before due to my health. But now that I am fully recovered, we must raise a glass together today. He rubbed his hands together, eager. Since his cancer diagnosis, he had scarcely indulged in alcohol. Now that he was restored, he could finally partake freely. Today, we shall not return until we are inebriated. Do you prefer white or red? White, please. Excellent. I too favor white. The lady shall have red. Di Hongya promptly retrieved the finest white and red wines from the hotel, pouring them with care, then stood by, awaiting their needs. He felt unworthy to join them at the table. Given the gentleman's unique status, it was imperative that others remain unaware. However, someone had to attend to their dining needs, and it was clear that the gentleman's girlfriend was not suitable for the task, leaving him as the only option. Xia Ning, meanwhile, noted the irony of the first son of Shanghai standing guard at the door while his own father, the second-generation leader of the Di family, served wine without taking a seat. How ludicrous was this situation? Sir, I toast to you. Cheers. Your capacity for drink is commendable, sir. An hour later, Di Changyuan was thoroughly inebriated, while Yi Feng maintained his composure, appearing as though he had merely been sipping water. Di Hongya looked on with admiration, recognizing the gentleman's remarkable prowess. The old master was renowned for his ability to consume vast quantities of alcohol, and within their circle, none could surpass him. Yet, he had never witnessed the old master in such a state of intoxication. My apologies, sir. I must escort my father home. Go ahead. Yi Feng gestured, dismissing him. Di Hongya hoisted the old master and departed. Yi Feng has also gone to retrieve items, escorted by someone from the Di family. Farewell, brother Yi Feng. After his departure, Xia Ning returned to her quarters to rest. The Di family had initially intended to upgrade her room to a presidential suite, but she declined the offer. It would be inappropriate for me to receive special treatment while everyone else resides in standard rooms. However, she agreed to stay in a single room. Her apprentice and colleagues were truly a source of exasperation. Master, you've returned. Come, enjoy some strawberries. As Xia Ning stepped into her room, Guo Xiaowan enthusiastically presented her with a box of strawberries. It was as if nothing had transpired, as if today had been just like any other. With her boyfriend's prominent status, it was astonishing that the foremost young master of Shanghai couldn't even access the private room. Naturally, she felt the need to ingratiate herself. In hindsight, it seemed that Wang Feng had no chance of advancing her position. Perhaps her master was indifferent to the title of chief attendant. It was laughable that they had previously mocked others as mere drivers, only to find themselves in the foolish position now. I have taught you all I can. You are now officially a colleague. There's no need to call me master anymore. Just refer to me as chief attendant. Xia Ning replied coolly, refusing to accept the title. Master, I, Guo Xiaowan, am somewhat anxious. That was your choice. Xia Ning remained unmoved. If it weren't for Yi Feng, the other party would likely still be addressing her as chief attendant. Guo Xiaojuan's hand, holding the strawberries, froze in midair. She understood that their relationship might never revert to its former state. Yet, it didn't matter. Her master had a kind heart, and with some flattery, she would surely be forgiven. Moreover, I will transfer you to another team. You should be capable of standing on your own now. Guo Xiaowan was momentarily stunned. She realized that their bond had been irrevocably severed, and she had lost her opportunity to ascend the social ladder. All of this was Wang Feng's fault. She had claimed that the higher-ups intended to remove Xia Ning from her position as chief attendant to promote herself. Now, let her try to have Xia Ning removed. Even if they did, would Wang Feng dare to take her place? Master, what are you doing? Guo Xiaowan inquired upon seeing Xia Ning packing her belongings. I am changing rooms. Henceforth, do not address me as master. Remember that. Xia Ning smiled, gathering her luggage and departing. Guo Xiaowan stood there, gazing at Xia Ning's retreating figure. Recalling the myriad ways Xia Ning had cared for her, Guo Xiaowan felt an overwhelming sense of regret. She had spoken with other interns, who often faced difficulties with superiors and demanding customers. Yet, every time she encountered an issue, Xia Ning had guided her through it step by step. How could she have been so foolish as to ally herself with someone like Wang Feng? She longed to slap herself in the face. Xia Ning, I'm sorry. At that moment, Wang Feng and her companions approached to apologize. There is no need for apologies. You have done nothing wrong. A car can indeed accommodate 4 individuals. Farewell, Xia Ning stated, leaving the room. The remaining 4 exchanged glances, but Wang Feng noticed that Guo Xiaowan and the others subtly grouped together, distancing themselves from her. Reminiscent of how they had once ostracized Xia Ning. Father, who is that person? After sending off Yi Feng and the elder, Di Jingshu finally asked. Although he had an inkling, he was still uncertain, especially given the other party's youth. As for you, I merely assisted with serving tea and water. Di Hongya exhaled deeply, having been on edge throughout the meal. Had Yi Feng expressed even a hint of dissatisfaction, the elder would undoubtedly have sought a new successor. Thankfully, Yi Feng, being magnanimous, had shown no discontent. I must tell you, from now on, you should hold him in higher regard than even the elder. Disrespecting the elder may go unnoticed, but failing to honor him could spell disaster for you in the Di family, Di Hongya admonished seriously. I understand, Di Jingshu nodded. As for his background, I am currently unaware. Only your grandfather and Steward Ding are privy to that information, and even if they were, they could not disclose it without his consent. What I can tell you is that he cured your grandfather's illness, and the youthful appearance we both possess is also his doing. Di Hongya's face radiated admiration. Chapter 93, Leaks. He cured cancer and reversed aging? Di Jingshu's eyes widened in astonishment. It seemed his assumptions were correct. No wonder the elder and his father were so cautious. He was no ordinary individual. It was likely that he would be even more meticulous. I must stress that what I have shared with you must remain confidential. Today, introducing you to him was already a considerable risk. This is all to pave the way for your future, Di Hongya earnestly warned. I understand, father, Di Jingshu nodded. Although he cultivated the persona of a reckless young master online, he was far from foolish. Feng had once again begun to retrieve porcelain and treasures of gold and silver. Such endeavors were financially rewarding. Although he could fetch hundreds of billions at auction for his findings, who would ever complain of having too much money? The more, the better. He had no qualms about it whatsoever. After several days of diligent work, he finally cleared the cargo from the towering structure. Just as he was preparing to search further into the depths for more sunken vessels, he received a call from the military. Director Yi, the invisibility paint has been compromised. He was collaborating with the military on the invisibility paint project, hence the title director. How did this leak occur? Feng was not particularly surprised. Such things could not remain confidential indefinitely. Once used, it was bound to be discovered. Just like if he were to create an invisibility cloak. It could easily be detected through various thermal imaging methods. It was Jihan. He leaked the information due to his dissatisfaction with you. He is now on a nationwide wanted list, but his counter-surveillance skills are quite impressive, so he is yet to be found. Feng considered this man to be courting disaster. Now many countries were aware, with the Americans leading the charge, demanding that we provide the formula for the invisibility paint, or else we would face blockades in other areas. The tone of the major was somewhat grave. Though domestic technology has advanced rapidly in recent years, achieving great success in various fields, we still lag behind the Americans in certain aspects. Where do we risk being blocked? Feng inquired, contemplating potential solutions. Chips. With the rapid development of domestic technology, we have established a space station, advanced artificial intelligence, and surpassed in various aspects of the Beidou navigation system. Aside from chips, the Americans have little else they can use against us. In fact, domestic manufacturers have already achieved mass production of 14-nanometer chips, with a few even reaching 7 nanometers. However, we still lag behind the most advanced foreign technologies. If we cannot keep pace with the latest chips, various high-tech research and upgrades will be severely impacted. Understood. Feng nodded. I will consult with the steward shortly. His focus now shifted to the bustling metropolis, where the steward had also arrived. Director Yi, we seek your expertise because you developed the invisibility paint and possess considerable knowledge about it. We hope you can lead a team to create a more advanced and convenient detection device, so that even if they do develop it, we will be able to detect it. Current detection methods still fail to identify many aspects. More tasks are coming my way. Although we do not intend to relinquish the formula, it is prudent to be prepared for any eventuality. I wonder if you have some time, Feng? You've all spoken up. How could I possibly refuse? The ease with which they amassed gold, silver, jewelry, and porcelain is likely due to military backing. Otherwise, those with ill intentions would have noticed long ago. He is indeed a man destined for toil. Feng had no choice but to acquiesce. The creation of a detector should not be overly complicated. All he needed to do was purchase one from an online store, dismantle it for study, and subsequently develop it in order. Previously, when he bought paint, many reviews claimed that it could detect just about anything. The energy shield he acquired also had detection capabilities. After collecting the final batch, Feng decided to return home. The Optimus Prime project would also take a brief hiatus. Upon arriving home, Feng consulted the butler. He needed something that modern technology could fabricate. This is simple. After all, invisible paint isn't cutting-edge technology, the butler nodded. He then helped Feng find the cheapest pair of detection glasses online, though it still cost a staggering 1 billion. Money truly does not last long. Master, you simply need to wear this, the butler advised. Let me give it a try. Feng took the invisible cloak, donned it, and immediately saw the results. Removing it rendered everything invisible again. This will suffice. What is its underlying principle? It employs optical technology, the butler explained at length. Feng felt a twinge of frustration. Yet another new field of study, along with several optical principles yet to be discovered. Fortunately, he had been perusing a futuristic scientific encyclopedia on the online store. which covered various disciplines. He had gained a certain foundational knowledge. At this rate, he would inevitably become the most erudite individual in the world. After a brief preparation, he returned to Nanjing the next day. The military believed that Shanghai was too conspicuous, attracting too many eyes. So they preferred him to be a bit more discreet in Nanjing. By the time Yi Feng returned, the team had already been assembled. This time, it was a collaboration between Nanjing University and Nanjing Aeronautics. Ha, Han Feizi, you've fallen into my grasp. Yi Feng smirked mischievously. For this project involving the detector, he brought Han Fei along. After all, she had merely been a peripheral figure in the previous project, not of paramount importance. It was better for her to accompany him. Han Fei, he teased, calling her Han Feizi, making her sound almost masculine. Haven't I always been under your influence? After Jihan's secret was exposed, the Ministry of Public Security officially issued a wanted notice for him. However, as a top student from Nanjing Aeronautics, Jihan was well-versed in various high-tech methods and possessed exceptional anti-surveillance capabilities. He discarded all electronic devices, including his phone and computer, refrained from using his ID, and eluded all cameras. Even the sky, I could not locate him. There was not a shred of information. It was as if he had evaporated from existence. The police surmised that he might have fled to the countryside, hiding by day and emerging by night, which is why he remained elusive. Yet, none of this concerned Yi Feng. He began to eagerly develop the detection glasses. Early the next morning, he arrived at Nanjing University. The research team was already formed, comprising experts from related fields and industry-leading talents. When Yi Feng arrived with Han Fei, the team, although psychologically prepared, was still taken aback by his youth. As the class commenced, all recording equipment was set up, and without a moment's hesitation, he began. Upon receiving the project, I conducted research overnight based on my hypotheses. Yi Feng elaborated on various theories and principles, filled with substance. The team transitioned from initial astonishment to a sense of overwhelming dread, eventually becoming numb. Chapter 94. Bold villains attempting to undermine me. Alright, based on what I've shared, you should be able to develop glass lenses that can detect invisible paint. At that point, you can fabricate them into glasses or other devices. The rest is in your hands. If you encounter difficulties, feel free to ask. But strive to devise solutions independently. I am extremely busy, with millions at stake every minute. Please refrain from seeking my assistance unless absolutely necessary. I won't entertain trivial inquiries. After speaking tirelessly through the morning, Yi Feng finally concluded. He dusted off his hands and departed. Han Fei, why are you staring at me with so many people around? The others queried. Is that it? Is it finished? They had spent considerable time assembling this expert team, conducting preliminary studies, and preparing various projects. Yet, Yi Feng had summarized everything in a mere morning. Did this not imply that upon receiving the project, one individual had unraveled the entire theory? If so, did that render their contributions redundant? Teacher Yi, I believe there might be some issues here. Someone raised their hand to voice a dissenting opinion. There are no issues. I am the authority. If you have concerns, keep them to yourself and conduct your own research. I am uninterested in discussions regarding right or wrong. If you wish to expedite the development of the detector, follow my instructions. Yi Feng offered no opportunity for rebuttal. His assertions were entirely correct, based on existing theories. Any differing opinions were erroneous, and even if they were correct, they would only complicate matters and lead to unnecessary detours. But there are no buts. Go home and ponder that. Farewell. Yi Feng disregarded them, pulling Han Fei along without a backward glance. The team members exchanged bewildered glances. Who were they? Where were they? What were they to do? Was that truly the conclusion? Once outside, Han Fei felt a bit dazed. Previously, completing a project, from initiation to feasibility study to actual establishment, took an extensive amount of time. This felt almost like child's play. She seemed to have played a negligible role. Well, it's over. I need not concern myself further. That group of underachievers should be able to grasp it. Han Fei, the top academic elites from Nanjing Aeronautics and Nanjing University are mere underachievers in your words? The team of eminent scholars was utterly captivated. Each day, before commencing work, they would sing Conquer twice to express their admiration. This is precisely why the current theoretical foundations must remain confidential. Otherwise, with these results, coupled with the previous discoveries regarding invisible paint, Yi Feng alone would be deserving of multiple Nobel Prizes. Once the chaos settled, Yi Feng prepared to depart once more. However, before he left, he received a call from the butler. Master, Yi Yang is getting married again on New Year's Day, the butler informed him. Surely not. Again? Yi Feng exclaimed. Has he not given up? Such resilience. His speed in finding women surpassed even that of Yi Dashan. He was becoming overwhelmed. However, this time, there might be a problem. What issue? Yi Feng inquired. Master, please check your phone. I've sent you the photo. Is this the bride's father? Yi Feng questioned after opening the photo, his expression one of distaste. The man in the image was burly, with a flat nose, a face full of flesh, and bulging cheeks. Somewhat reminiscent of a northeastern fishwife. I wonder if his daughter resembles him. If she does, Yiyang is certainly in for it. No, this is the bride. The butler could not help but chuckle. It was quite a feat to amuse an intelligent butler. Uffed. Yi Feng sprayed his mineral water everywhere. Nanny, are you telling me this is the bride? Has Yi Dashan lost his mind? Or has Yiyang gone mad? How can this one be so different from the previous three? In terms of stature, she surely surpasses the first three combined. What about Yi Yang's petite frame? Isn't he afraid of being crushed? Let us not interfere this time. Their love is genuine. It hasn't been easy for Yiyang to find his happiness at last. Yi Feng sincerely wishes them a joyful wedding. May they be blessed with offspring, and may they grow old together. However, I suggest you intervene, master. The butler continued on the other end of the line. Yi Feng, bold commoner, daring to conspire against me. Summon someone, and have them taken to the South University for a little bird practice. Based on a series of actions from the other party, big data analysis indicated that Yiyang deliberately chose such a bride to lure you into causing a disruption. If you were to abstain from attending, he might cancel the wedding altogether. Thus, you must go, let him proceed with the wedding as planned, yet refrain from intervening, ultimately allowing him to bring her home. Most importantly, according to my investigation, this bride possesses a fiercely spirited and audacious personality. Yi Feng, you are so mischievous. I rather like it. Very well. I shall make a return. Yi Feng smirked wickedly. This time, there shall be quite a show. It just so happens that New Year's is approaching. I'll return with Xiao Peng and stay at his residence for convenience. Little bird, what are your plans for New Year's? Yi Feng inquired as he dialed Xiao Peng. Brother Feng, I'm not a little bird anymore, Xiao Peng replied. Understood, little bird. De Peng. Got it, little bird. De Peng. Well, as long as you're happy. But I don't have any plans for New Year's. I'll be at the factory studying management. Sigh. It's quite overwhelming. Xiao Peng lamented, patting his head. I miss the days of working as a security guard. Yet now, with Yi Feng's trust in him and the heavy responsibilities on his shoulders, he had no choice but to study. Previously, a large group with ill intentions aimed to undermine his management team. Consequently, he had to personally oversee every significant matter at the factory. Ha ha ha. Do you consider yourself capable of that? Yi Feng mockingly retorted. You're hurting my pride. I don't wish to converse with you anymore. Let us return home for New Year's. I have some matters to attend to, and I'll accompany you. Xiao Peng perked up. Are we going to steal the bride again? I'll join you. Brother Feng has returned twice for the purpose of bride snatching. Yes. I'll bring her back for you. There's really no need. I already have a girlfriend. One more wouldn't he hurt. Better to be prepared, Xiao Peng insisted. The following morning, Yi Feng drove to the factory, ready to pick up Xiao Peng for their return. Standing beside Xiao Peng was a charming young woman. Hee, Brother Feng. This is my girlfriend, Yang Xiaoro, Xiao Peng declared proudly. Greetings, Brother Feng, Yang Xiaoro said gracefully. Hello, but you might want to consider wearing glasses, Yi Feng remarked, nodding. A rather fine young lady. Why? Yang Xiaoro asked, puzzled. Your vision may be excellent, yet your judgment seems lacking. Otherwise, how could you have chosen this buffoon? Xiao Peng, he protested. Yang Xiaoro couldn't suppress her laughter. Chapter 95, Harmonious Cooperation. Let us go. Yi Feng beckoned to the two. Yang Xiaoro cautiously entered the car. A Rolls-Royce, which was said to be a necessity at birth. If one did not possess it then, it was unlikely one would ever have it. I like it. If you fancy it, I'll gift you one. I have plenty, Yi Feng boasted, having acquired numerous Rolls-Royces to match all his properties. I'm just worried about being late to the meeting, Xiao Peng remarked. Truly extravagant. Xiao Peng shook his head. Why? Don't you like it? I researched. And the insurance for a Rolls-Royce costs tens of thousands a year. Even if you gave it to me, I couldn't afford the insurance, Xiao Peng said, spreading his hands. While his salary and bonuses were substantial, it would take several months to cover such costs. He simply couldn't manage to purchase insurance with a few months' wages. A more affordable car would suffice. Is it really that much? Yi Feng was somewhat surprised. All arranged by the butler. Well, the car is parked at the factory. You can drive. Let us not, Xiao Peng replied. Enough of this nonsense. I said I'd gift it to you. Keep complaining, and I'll have you dealt with, Yi Feng warned. Yang Xiaoro, is this how you boys interact? As they bantered, the small car returned to Xiao Peng's hometown, Zhao Village. His family welcomed them warmly. Xiao Peng had previously introduced Yi Feng to his family, and thus they expressed immense gratitude and warmth towards him. They also took a liking to Yang Xiaoro, finding her quite amiable. Uncle, Auntie, I brought you gifts. And here are some for your sister, Zhao Lin added, presenting her offerings. How generous of you to bring gifts. Zhao father and Zhao mother chuckled. Sister-in-law? How did you two meet? Zhao Peng's sister, Zhao Lin, inquired curiously. Well, my mother works at the factory, and when there was no cafeteria, I delivered lunch to her a few times, and that is how I got to know Brother Peng. Eventually, we started dating, Yang Xiaoro explained, feeling a bit shy. Oh, I see. The family was quite pleased with their son's girlfriend. Hee. Zhao Peng grinned foolishly. Uncle, Auntie, I hope I'm not intruding, Feng added. Not at all. The more, the merrier. Everyone enjoyed the cheerful atmosphere. Soon, news of Zhao Peng's return spread throughout the village. Villagers began to visit in small groups, attempting to ingratiate themselves. Those who had previously looked down on Zhao Peng feigned ignorance, approaching him with the same boldness. If there were doubts regarding Zhao Peng's authenticity as a factory manager during his last visit, there were none this time. They had fully grasped his true standing. He was indeed a bona fide factory manager, overseeing a large enterprise with thousands of employees, far removed from the small workshops they were accustomed to. Moreover, his factory offered excellent wages and benefits, providing not only high salaries, but also comprehensive insurance coverage, better than most jobs available in the village. Zhao Peng, does your factory still need employees? With such a large operation, you must have openings. Do you think our entire family could join? The villagers inquired eagerly. Let your ancestors join too, Zhao Peng replied, casting a sidelong glance at Yang Xiaoro. He was, after all, from the village, and many of these people were his elders. Even if he didn't take care, his parents would still have to live here. Listen to me, everyone. The situation is as follows. Our factory is a subsidiary of Pengfei International, not Zhao Peng's private enterprise. Hiring employees requires company approval and must follow the proper procedures. The factory has no authority over personnel decisions, not even the manager. Otherwise, wages wouldn't be processed. The company's finance department handles payroll. If you wish to join the factory, you may apply for an interview, Yang Xiaoro elaborated. Apologies, but I am powerless to change the company's arrangements. Come now, everyone. Let us smoke. Zhao Peng distributed a pack of cigarettes to the group. Oh, I see. The others felt a twinge of disappointment. It appeared that, under normal circumstances, their chances for an interview were slim. They had inquired and learned that the requirements were exceedingly high. Zhao's father secretly gave a thumbs up to his son and his companion. Compared to his previous self, Zhao Peng had indeed made remarkable progress. He had become far more mature and composed. His girlfriend was also quite cooperative. Had those words come from Zhao, they might have sounded like an excuse. However, when spoken by his girlfriend, they carried considerable weight. Subsequently, Zhao Peng handed out more cigarettes to soothe them. Given the power dynamics, they found it difficult to voice their grievances. After some idle chatter, they noticed the villagers who could not enter the factory and decided to leave. After lunch, Zhao Peng and Yang Xiaoro took a stroll. Upon reaching the village entrance, they heard a familiar voice. Zhao Peng Yu, Tianjing, who had initially approached with enthusiasm, now wore a rather displeased expression upon seeing Yang Xiaoro linked to Zhao Peng's arm. Following her return home, she had faced a barrage of reproaches from her family, which made her reflect on her past behavior. She realized that her aspirations might only extend as far as someone like Zhao Peng. She had already been blocked and deleted from his life and had hoped to apologize upon his return, believing that time would heal old wounds. However, upon learning from relatives that Zhao Peng was back, she rushed over only to find him with an alluring companion. Suppressing her displeasure, she approached them. Zhao Peng, long time no see. She glanced at Yang Xiaoro, noting her lack of beauty and figure compared to herself, and still felt she was Zhao Peng's white moonlight, a certainty in her mind. Zhao Peng politely nodded, choosing not to speak. Having recently delved deeply into management literature, he believed in maintaining a certain level of sophistication. It was better to say little than to risk sounding foolish. Yang Xiaoro subtly tightened her grip on Zhao Peng's arm, as if to assert her claim. This only intensified Tianjing's irritation. Zhao Peng, I am here to apologize. I was wrong in the past. I shouldn't have treated you that way. I've changed now. Shall we reconcile? Tianjing bit her lip and continued. Zhao Peng, inwardly amused, remained silent. However, Yang Xiaoro spoke up first. What's in the past is behind us. But now, Zhao Peng has me by his side. I hope you can find your own happiness in the future. Her demeanor was composed and dignified. Zhao Peng felt a surge of satisfaction. She was the ideal partner he had envisioned, capable in both social and domestic realms. Unlike Tianjing, who had once looked down upon others, the contrast between the two was stark. Who are you? I am speaking with Zhao Peng. What business do you have here? Tianjing glared at Yang Xiaoro, clearly irked. Xiaoro is my girlfriend. Mind your tone. Zhao Peng interjected with a frown. As her boyfriend, he naturally felt compelled to defend her. Chapter 96, Yi Dasha's Plans. Upon hearing her boyfriend's support, Yang Xiaoro's face radiated warmth. Tianjing could hardly contain her fury as she confronted Zhao Peng. So, tell me, whom do you choose, me or her? She demanded angrily. Of course, I choose her. Zhao Peng rolled his eyes. Did she really need to ask? He was no fool. You? Tianjing could scarcely believe her ears. Wasn't it said that when an ex cried, the current partner would invariably lose? She was his former love and white moonlight. Having lowered herself to such a degree, she found it incomprehensible that he would still reject her. I'll give you another chance. Choose her. Zhao Peng was resolute. One last opportunity. Choose her. One final chance. Choose her. Again. In a moment of exasperation, Zhao Peng leaped and delivered a kick. Enough already. I have far too much on my plate to listen to your nonsense. Ah! Tianjing screamed as she was sent flying. Yang Xiaoro looked at her man with admiration. He was truly remarkable, both eloquent and formidable. In Yi family village, the Yi Yang household was once again adorned in festive decorations, preparing for the wedding the following day. To convince Yi Feng of their sincerity, the act had to be thoroughly convincing, otherwise, Yi Feng would see through the ruse immediately. Only the grandfather was privy to the truth. The villagers were more than happy to witness the spectacle of familial strife. After all, they could enjoy the banquet as well. Although the quality of the feasts had declined with each occasion, the entertainment remained delightful. He has indeed come, Yi Yang smirked. He had informants in Zhao village and was aware that Yi Feng had returned. The scoundrel was undoubtedly there to steal the bride. This entire scheme was orchestrated by him. Yi Feng had previously knocked him unconscious and left him in a garbage bin for several days. After all that had transpired, he swore vengeance. If Yi Feng so relished the act of snatching his bride, then this time, he would deliver a heavyweight contender. He had already conferred with the bride's side. Should Yi Feng attempt to intervene, they would split the compensation 50-50. To further convince Yi Feng of his genuine desire to marry, he had not only arranged the wedding at home, but had also acquired a divorce certificate from Xiaoning, subsequently marrying Sister Yu. The officials at the Civil Affairs Bureau were now quite exasperated with him. They had never encountered someone so frequently involved in marriages and divorces. As if it were a game. Little did they know how much more trouble he would cause them in the future. Chuckling, he hoped they would not take offense. If Yi Feng chose not to intervene, then the wedding would proceed as planned. In truth, he had no intention of marrying Sister Yu, not in this life, nor in the next, or even the one after that. Sister Yu was more robust than he was, easily weighing over 200 pounds. Her appetite surpassed his own. She could consume enough in one meal to last him 3 days. He recalled dining at her house, where she devoured 3 large bowls of rice. Not bowls, but basins. She had stated that for health reasons, one should only eat to 70% fullness, which had astonished him. If he were to marry her, how could he possibly maintain his reputation as a glutton? That was utterly unacceptable. Yang, I actually think the girl is quite good, strong, capable, and hardworking. Yi Dasha remarked nonchalantly. He genuinely believed she was a suitable match. In the eyes of their generation, they preferred sturdier partners who could handle farm work. He favored someone robust. They still had several acres to tend. The previous 3 suitors had not pleased him. They were clearly incapable of labor. And if Yi Feng wanted to take them, so be it. He was indifferent. This new girl was exactly the kind of granddaughter-in-law he envisioned. Brother, what absurdity are you spouting? Since when do we describe girls as strong and capable? They are not livestock for plowing fields. Grandfather, we lack a foundation of affection. But neither did the previous ones. Yi Yang, I think you should tentatively inquire. No, absolutely not. I firmly oppose this. Yi Yang hopped up and down in agitation. All right. No need to get worked up. I was merely suggesting. Yi Dashan felt a tinge of regret. As long as he made a move to seize the opportunity, it mattered little whether he succeeded in taking the person away. A mere division of the monetary reward would suffice. Yi Yang wore a smile, speculating that Yi Feng likely held no interest in Sister Yu. After all, no typical man would be drawn to her. However, that was inconsequential. All that mattered was that the other party provided the funds to thwart the wedding. His intention was merely to swindle some money for personal indulgence. Of course, should Yi Feng possess a peculiar taste and decide to take the bride, he would not oppose it. He had already conferred with the bride regarding the dowry, settling on a figure of 500,000, mindful not to demand too much from Yi Feng this time. 1 million would be ample. When the time came, each family would receive 500,000, leading to mutual satisfaction. If successful, he would continue with his schemes. After all, Yi Feng was wealthy, and he intended to exploit that wealth. What did it matter if he was affluent, with insufficient intellect? It was only a matter of time before he was entirely swindled out of his fortune. Thus, to ensure Yi Feng's belief, the wedding would proceed as planned tomorrow. Yi Dashan remarked nonchalantly. Indeed, Yi Yang nodded in agreement. This was assured. Yet, he pondered aloud. Given the bride's appearance, he doubted Yi Feng would be convinced. What if, during the time of the bride fetching, Yi Feng did not attempt to intervene? Yi Dashan inquired further. Yi Yang hesitated, having not considered that scenario. Everything was predicated on the assumption that Yi Feng would make a move. The previous 3 brides had been exceptionally beautiful. This one was decidedly plain. Plain? Nonsense. She resembles a super tank. Yi Dashan exclaimed. Therefore, to reinforce Yi Feng's belief, Should he not intervene at the bride's home, the wedding would proceed on schedule. And you would simply bring the bride back, Yi Dashan advised. I can't shake the feeling that there are conspirators plotting against me, Yi Yang retorted. This would demonstrate to Yi Feng your resolve, affirming that you were genuinely marrying. He would undoubtedly attempt to intervene at the climax of the ceremony. If he truly refrained from doing so, a divorce would suffice. After all, you were already legally wed, and hosting an additional ceremony was of little consequence. Yi Dashan continued to guide him gently. Yes, grandfather's reasoning is sound, Yi Yang nodded. Anyone could potentially betray him, but he was certain his grandfather would not. If there was but one person in this world who could be trusted, it would be his grandfather. All right, let us make this decision. If Yi Feng attempts to intervene at the bride's home tomorrow, we shall proceed according to plan. If he does not, we will retrieve her and reassess, Yi Dashan reiterated. Understood, Yi Yang nodded, feeling a lingering sense of unease yet unable to pinpoint its source. As the hour grew late, they decided to rest, for tomorrow promised to be demanding. After Yi Yang departed, Yi Dashan finally picked up the phone and dialed a number. Proceed with the plan for tomorrow. The night passed in silence. The next morning, Yi Yang rose early to prepare. By midday, his extravagant motorcade was ready, featuring vehicles from BYD, Xiaoping, Ideal, and Neo, with the lead car being a lavish Volkswagen Polo. Chapter 97. Though somewhat portly, his appetite was impressive. Yi Yang felt a surge of anxiety, as there had been no developments from Yi Feng's end. He harbored a genuine fear that Yi Feng might not take action. If he were to bring Sister Yu back, complete the rural ceremony, and with their marriage certificate in hand, they would indeed be a couple. Fortunately, just before his departure, an informant relayed news that Yi Feng had also set off from Xiaoping's location. Yi Yang's spirits lifted, and he felt a wave of relief. Yi Feng had finally taken the bait, which was no small feat. He envisioned the 50,000 beckoning to him. With Yi Feng's foolishness and wealth, he wouldn't be surprised if he ended up with 2 million. That would net him a cool 1 million. Subsequently, with monthly arrangements, he could easily rake in tens of millions annually, allowing him to indulge in extravagant pleasures daily. He envisioned ordering 2 fine swords, one for display and one for assistance. How delightful. Let us set off. Yi Yang donned his Armani attire, valued at a mere $9.09. Striding with an air of indifference as he entered his vehicle, a Bugatti Veyron. All part of the same company, the Volkswagen Polo felt equally prestigious in its own right. The group set off gleefully, sensing that this endeavor would prove to be far more entertaining than the last. Before long, the motorcade arrived at the fishing village. En route, Yi Yang was informed that Yi Feng had arrived. This revelation further eased his concerns. However, since Yi Feng had not yet acted, the performance would need to continue. The greater the storm, the more valuable the catch. Upon entering the village, the welcoming committee shouted a traditional slogan, a customary cultural practice during weddings and funerals. Amidst the crackling of firecrackers, the motorcade finally reached the bride's home. Yi Yang once again laid eyes on the loathed Yi Feng, who stood nearby, seemingly lost in thought. Yi Yang recognized that the sight of the bride had likely raised Yi Feng's suspicions, hence his inaction. Indeed, age brings wisdom. The old man had anticipated this and devised a new strategy. Otherwise, Yi Yang would have been at a loss for how to proceed, potentially revealing his hand. Come, come. Everyone have a smoke. Yi Yang offered cigarettes to the bride's relatives in accordance with protocol. We do not smoke. No need. The bride's relatives coldly shook their heads in response. They suspected the cigarettes to be counterfeit, unfit for consumption. Better not to smoke. It's bad for your health. Yi Yang cheerfully pocketed the cigarettes, relieved at the savings. Let us settle this. 50 each, 1 pack of Huazi. That seems fair enough, doesn't he? I'm not asking for a whole carton, Yi Yang proposed. Still want Huazi? You look more like a Huazi, deserving a good beating, Yi Yang thought to himself, feeling reluctant to comply. However, refusing these individuals would prevent him from entering. He truly wished to turn away, as if he genuinely desired to marry Sister Yu. If he left now, Yi Feng would undoubtedly remain skeptical, and he risked losing both credibility and financial investment. Reluctantly, Yi Yang acquiesced, reminding himself that 50,000 was just around the corner. For now, he needed to demonstrate his commitment to Yi Feng. After handing over the cash, the bride's relatives allowed him entry. After navigating various obstacles, he finally met the bride, the village's heavyweight champion, Sister Yu. She was seated on the bed, clad in an oversized wedding gown that appeared utterly mismatched, her bashful gaze fixed upon him. He felt a wave of nausea. The mattress beneath her had sunk into a deep indentation, a truly terrifying sight. The 3 bridesmaids combined were no match for her size. Such a physique was wasted on anything but sumo wrestling. Yang, you're here. Sister Yu greeted him in a sultry voice. Ugh. Yi Yang genuinely felt like retching. Who could withstand such a display? Yi Yang replied coolly with a nod. Several bridesmaids exchanged glances, visibly displeased. What else with the attitude? Claiming to be a doctor, yet merely an intern at the local health clinic. Sister Yu, though somewhat portly, was indeed formidable, though she might be a bit rough around the edges. Her temperament was fiery. Despite her penchant for violence, she was unapologetically herself, and while she might not possess the sharpest intellect, she certainly didn't heed others' opinions. With so many admirable traits, what a splendid young lady she was, wouldn't you agree? Wherever you feel unworthy, Sister Yu remains largely indifferent, given her circumstances. Securing a marriage would indeed be a commendable feat. Yong frequently cast his gaze towards the yard outside, while Feng remained passive, observing silently. This left Yong feeling somewhat anxious. In rural areas, particularly in the eyes of the older generation, the performance of a ceremony equates to genuine matrimony. They hardly concern themselves with the marriage certificate. Should he truly bring the other party home as his bride, he could scarcely imagine what his future would entail. However, with Feng showing no inclination to act, he found himself at an impasse, compelled to press on despite his apprehensions. After a distracted conversation, they commenced their meal. Yet Feng remained unresponsive, exacerbating Yi Yang's unease. He had feigned stepping outside to check on Feng several times, adopting a facade of joy in hopes of prompting a response. Yet, Feng persisted in his stoic demeanor, refusing to take action, leaving Yang feeling helpless. Halfway through the meal, Yang could no longer contain himself. With a chicken leg in one hand and a duck leg in the other, he decided to tempt the other, hoping to entice him with the culinary offerings of his domain. However, upon reaching the doorway, he was taken aback to find Feng gnawing on an Australian lobster with one hand and a king crab with the other. Yang thought, how uncouth. Is this truly how one consumes a king crab? Come here, let me show you the proper way to eat it. Let us exchange. Yang retreated in defeat. At long last, after the meal concluded, Feng still had not acted. Yang resigned himself to following the customary procedure of bringing the bride home. Yet, another dilemma arose. According to local customs, the bride must not touch the ground before entering her new home. It is the groom's duty to carry her from her family's abode to the vehicle and then into their home. Given his own frailty, the thought of lifting a 200-plus-pound tank was daunting. He feared being crushed under the weight. Sister Yu's parents recognized Yi Yang's predicament and ultimately summoned several robust men from the family to assist in lifting Sister Yu. Yi Yang hastily led the way. As Sister Yu emerged, those in the village who had come to escort the bride were struck with a sense of dread, silently praying that Sister Yu would not board their vehicle, lest it suffer from severe damage. Feng, however, was profoundly moved. This was true love. With the bride enduring such circumstances, Yi Yang's willingness to marry her was a testament to genuine affection. He wished them eternal happiness. Yi Yang guided Sister Yu to the Bugatti, in front of the Volkswagen Polo from the same company. My vehicle is too small. The bride will feel suffocated inside. Let us take the Neo instead. It's spacious and far superior to a Maybach, he suggested. The Polo owner blocked the way, retorting, nonsense. This model doesn't outclass a Maybach. Better to take a BYD, the pride of domestic production. The group stood resolutely in front of their cars, modestly offering their vehicles for consideration. They had merely brought along a few packs of counterfeit cigarettes and some fake liquor, not wishing for their vehicle to be crushed. Get lost, we're taking this one. Several robust men carrying the bride were growing frustrated. They were exhausted. Chapter 98. A man is not driven by lust, and a woman is not motivated by wealth. The Polo is fine, but it will cost you 500, otherwise, it's off the table. The Polo owner gritted his teeth. The robust men were on the verge of losing their temper, yet they too could not afford to lose. If this tank were to take a few more trips, his vehicle would surely be totaled. 500 is exorbitant, Yi Yang protested. A more seasoned gentleman would suffice for 2 rides. It's 500, or I'll make you regret it, the Polo owner snapped. Yi Yang attempted to haggle, but the sturdy men agreed on his behalf. They were still lifting a bride, after all. In the end, the robust men gritted their teeth, veins bulging, and with great difficulty managed to cram the bride into the car. The back seat, originally capable of accommodating 3, was now packed to the brim, leaving no room for another soul. The small car sagged under the weight, its tires bulging ominously, seemingly on the verge of bursting. The Polo owner felt a pang of despair, hearing the chassis creak under the strain. What misfortune had befallen his vehicle? He vowed never to attend Yi Yang's wedding again. Otherwise, he would be the fool. Yi Yang settled into the passenger seat, further weighing down the vehicle. The Polo owner looked on in despair, wishing he could slap himself. Let us go? Yi Yang waved his hand. Wait, what about the money? The Polo owner retorted, exasperated. I don't have that much cash on me. I'll pay you later, Yi Yang replied, his eyes darting. Pay now, or you might find yourself stranded, he threatened. The Polo owner remained unmoved. Knowing the character of Yi Dashing, he had little faith in receiving payment later. He didn't know about others, but he certainly understood Yi Dashing. And Yi Yang. who appeared simple and honest, was no different from Yi Dashing. Neither was a good person. "Today is my big day," Yi Yang exclaimed. "Give me the money, or get lost." The polo owner yelled. He was not Yi Dashing and would not indulge Yi Yang. Suddenly, the driver felt an overwhelming aura, causing his breath to catch. He looked at Yi Yang in confusion. How could he possess such a powerful presence? Then he noticed Sister Yu in the back seat, her expression darkening. It was her, definitely not someone to be trifled with. "You? Hand over the cash." Yi Yang attempted to protest, but Sister Yu's commanding presence quelled his defiance. He reluctantly called home to gather funds. With little money on him and having already given away a significant amount, his resources were dwindling. The surrounding crowd looked on with disdain. A doctor with no 500 to spare? Sister Yu grew increasingly agitated, her demeanor sharpening, her murderous intent becoming palpable. Typically, the groom would carry the bride out, yet here she was, being lifted by 4 men. What did this signify? Did it imply 4 husbands? While she held no objections, she suspected others would not agree. Furthermore, the fuss over the vehicle was grating her nerves. Were it not for her joyous occasion, she would have unleashed her wrath on them all. Yi Feng watched anxiously from the sidelines, eager to offer the money himself, fearing that this precious union might slip away. This was the most genuine and pure love he had ever witnessed. A man not driven by lust, a woman not motivated by wealth. A man not deterred by a woman's weight, a woman not dissuaded by a man's poverty. Perhaps they remained unaware of these truths. After much effort, they finally gathered the money to hand to the driver. If they failed to do so, Sister Yu would unleash her fury. The driver was not entirely surprised. He had some knowledge of Yi Yang's family situation, being a local himself. After the payment was made, the procession finally set off. Yi Yang cast a glance at Yi Feng, who had yet to make a move. Could it be that he intended to wait until the ceremony was complete before acting? What if he chose not to act at all? Would he have to return the tank? Another 500? What a calamity! Lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, the convoy finally arrived at Yijia village. Yi Yang had been closely observing Yi Feng. Upon noticing that the latter was following in a Rolls-Royce, he felt a slight sense of relief. Since he had come all this way, it was evident that he intended to snatch the bride. After all, who would come merely to offer their blessings? If it were a matter of seizing, then so be it. What was there to be smug about? Was it simply a Rolls-Royce? What significance did it hold? His own vehicle was a Volkswagen, produced by the same company as Bugatti. By a rough estimation, one could argue that his car was akin to a Bugatti. Could a Rolls-Royce surpass the price of a Bugatti? Yi Yang scoffed, his face twisted in jealousy. Sister Yu, he thought, feeling a strong urge to strike out. It seemed that after the wedding, some serious training would be necessary. A friendly reminder, that car belongs to me. Not you. You don't own a car. Wake up to reality. The polo driver commented with a wry smile. Moreover, my car couldn't even buy a badge from theirs, no matter how one calculated it. Yi Yang felt exasperated. These people were truly a killjoy. Did they not realize? He would return and replace the tires to curse them. As he continued to simmer in envy, the convoy finally reached the village entrance. With a resounding crackle, firecrackers erupted, and the villagers enthusiastically came out to greet them. "Oh, everyone is so courteous," Yi Yang remarked, rolling down the window to wave at the crowd. He and his grandfather held a certain standing in the village. Everyone had come to celebrate his wedding. This was only natural, given their ancestry as wealthy landowners, and his grandfather's respected position in the community. As the eldest grandson and the only high-achieving student in the village, now a doctor, Yi Yang's social standing was indeed elevated. It was only to be expected that people would seek to curry favor with him. Third uncle, be sure to drink a few extra cups of fake wine tonight. Ha, cough, have a few drinks. Sixth master, how laborious it must have been for you to come out to greet us. Fourth brother, is everything ready at home? Yi Yang greeted each person in turn, keen on crafting a favorable image for himself. Soon, the crowd began to gather around. As Yi Yang was about to say more, he noticed the throng bypassing him, heading toward the back of the convoy. Awkward, isn't it? The polo driver chuckled. Did you really think you had such clout that everyone came to welcome you? What do they seek from you? Your meager 3,000 monthly salary or your lackluster medical skills? In truth, the villagers were well aware of Yi Feng's return. News of his arrival had spread through the group chat. The legend of Yi Feng had reached far and wide. He had struck it rich, effortlessly cruising around in a Rolls-Royce. He even elevated a security guard from Zhao village to a factory director, earning 50,000 a month, plus bonuses and commissions. Thus, upon learning of Yi Feng's return, everyone flocked to greet him. If he were to offer even a slight promotion, they would be set for life. As for Yi Yang, who cared about him? Yi Feng is back. Come to my house for dinner tonight. Let's have a couple of drinks, exclaimed a villager. Look how much you've grown. It must have been tough for you in the past. I've always said, the one I admire most is you, Yi Feng. The Yi Jian family truly is something else. The crowd surrounded Yi Feng's car with fervor. Chapter 99. It seems the one who has taken the bait is actually myself. Yi Yang interjected. Could you speak a little behind my back? I'm still here. Yi Feng ignored the crowd, engrossed in his phone, leaving the doors and windows shut. It was curious. He had never seen such concern for himself before. The crowd, finding no joy, dispersed despondently. Yi Yang felt a surge of satisfaction at their disappointment. They deserved it. Did they really think Yi Feng was a soft-hearted person? Upon arriving at the entrance, Yi Yang faced another dilemma. How to get such a hefty bride out of the car? There was no way he could carry her. The car was nearly being crushed under her weight. Yang, hurry and carry your bride out. The bride's feet can't touch the ground. Ha, this child. Yi Dashan jovially admonished. He genuinely thought highly of this granddaughter-in-law. With her robust physique, she could easily match the strength of 2 men. This would surely benefit their few acres of farmland. Big brother, what kind of nonsense are you spouting? Come, you try carrying her down, Yi Yang challenged. If you can lift her, she's yours. It wouldn't crush your old bones, would it? Cough, everyone lend a hand. Yang is usually busy with his studies and is quite weak, so it's natural he can't carry her. Yi Jian stepped in to smooth things over, avoiding any mention of Sister Yu's weight, which pleased her. Oh, right. Yi Dashan nodded, almost forgetting that his grandson was rather inept. Of course, no normal person could lift such a weight. If he were younger, not to boast, he wouldn't have managed it either. Several relatives and friends quickly joined in, tugging and pulling, finally managing to get Sister Yu out of the car. Afterward, the 4 of them struggled mightily to carry her back to the room, emerging drenched in sweat, and one of them having slightly pulled a muscle. Thank you all for your hard work. Have a smoke, haha. Yi Dashan cheerfully distributed fake cigarettes, 1 for each person. The landlord's family had hardly any provisions left. They had already gone back and forth several times. Fortunately, Sister Yu's family did not demand a dowry, which was one reason he favored her as a granddaughter-in-law. I don't smoke. I've quit. You keep them for yourself. The others rolled their eyes, fearing they wouldn't survive until tomorrow after drinking fake wine and smoking fake cigarettes. Meanwhile, Yi Yang had discreetly glanced at Yi Feng several times, yet the latter showed no signs of action. He began to sense something was amiss, though he couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. Yi Jian, having also spotted Yi Feng, remained silent due to the matter of the family heirloom. Only when everyone was preoccupied did he stealthily approach Yi Feng. Son, don't. You've already removed me from the family tree. I can't call you my father, Yi Feng replied, expressionless. When your grandfather first proposed it, I was actually against it. Yi Jian awkwardly scratched his head. So, did you concede for the sake of the heirloom? Such a trivial matter, and yet there are those who believe in it, Yi Feng retorted sharply. Cough. I don't really believe in family heirlooms. But not believing yet acting so cowardly, doesn't that suggest you're easily manipulated? Cough. We can discuss this another time. I actually came to tell you that this matter isn't simple. I suspect there might be an issue with the wedding. Yi Jian lowered his voice, eager to align himself with Yi Feng. This is all a premeditated scheme. Look at the previous 2 brides and compare them to the current one. I suspect this is all a trap. They want to deceive you for money and then divide it among themselves. Yi Jian whispered his suspicions. Although he still held some regard for the family heirloom, he had completely shifted his allegiance to Yi Feng. Even if the family truly possessed a treasure, Yi Feng was undoubtedly wealthier. After all, Yi Feng had casually spent millions to secure a bride and owned not just one, but multiple Rolls-Royces worth over 10 million. The city still boasts villas. Surely, no heirloom could be worth as much. Should Yi Feng consent to accept him, he is willing to sever ties with that side. I am aware of this, Yi Feng replied with his characteristic indifference. You know? Yi Jian expressed surprise. If I truly intended to act, the bride would never reach the village. I am merely here to witness your folly. Ahem. Take your time to observe. I shall take my leave now. Do not fall for their tricks. Yi Jian returned, feeling somewhat disgruntled. If the old man were to see the heirloom, all hope would be lost. It would be unwise to offend both sides. Yi Feng lingered at the village entrance, while at home, Yi Yang grew increasingly anxious. He had brought the person back. Why had Yi Feng not yet taken action? Although he remained at the village entrance, his inaction was puzzling. If this continued, according to their customs, after the meal and the wedding ceremony, the ritual would be deemed complete. Could it be that he had realized something and was intentionally ensnaring me? Yi Yang suddenly had a revelation. With a bride like this, anyone could discern the issue. Yi Feng had been playing a charade, hoping to compel him to marry Yu Jie. Though one could divorce afterward, what if Yu Jie did not agree? From their interactions over the past few days, it was evident that Yu Jie was quite pleased with him, even playfully teasing him, which he found rather distasteful. Moreover, grandfather seemed equally fond of Yu Jie, having tested him more than once, and it was he who had, through subtle persuasion, encouraged him to bring Yu Jie home. They would not dare go back on their word, would they? Yi Yang was suddenly drenched in cold sweat. Initially, He thought Yi Feng would take the bait, but it seemed he was the one caught in the snare. He felt as though he had fallen into a vast conspiracy. With this thought, Yi Yang found it increasingly difficult to remain seated. I must tell you, my grandson returned to the town solely to benefit our fellow villagers. I have instilled in him from a young age the importance of not forgetting one's roots. Upon completing his studies, he must return to benefit the community. In truth, many top-tier hospitals in the city sought him, yet he declined their offers. He possesses the ability to treat cancer, and numerous wealthy individuals sought his services. But he remains indifferent to fame and fortune. When Yi Yang found Yi Dashan, he was amidst a boisterous exchange with friends and family. Today was his grandson's wedding, and he was in high spirits. The listeners felt a sense of despair. Although Yi Yang had not been at the town's clinic for long, he had already made several prescription errors. Which fool would be sought by a top-tier hospital? Which reckless rich man would seek him for treatment? And treating cancer? Perhaps it would be better for this old coot to receive some treatment for his lack of common sense. Grandfather, come here for a moment. Yi Yang waved his hand. Hee, it's Yang Yang. What is it? Yi Dashan scampered over eagerly. Yi Yang pulled Yi Dashan to the upstairs bathroom and then, with a grave expression, spoke. Grandfather, I sense something is amiss. What seems to be the problem? Yi Dashan's eyes flickered. His grandson was indeed astute to have noticed. Yet, he could not disclose the truth. If Yi Feng truly intended to act, he would have done so long ago and would not have followed us here. I suspect he has already discerned the situation. Thus the wedding cannot proceed. All activities must cease. Yi Yang had no desire to entrust his future to Yujia. He still had a splendid life ahead. Did we not agree to wait until the ceremony was complete before discussing matters? Yi Dashan replied calmly. No, we cannot continue. Grandfather, you must send her back this instant. Yi Yang insisted anxiously. The meal is about to be served. Once it is over, the formal ceremony will commence. And he and Yujia will indeed become husband and wife. Furthermore, at present, it appears Yi Feng is unlikely to intervene. The chance of Yujia backing out is also slim, and the old fellow seems to approve of it. No one appears to object. Only he stands to lose everything as this world he has been hurt in is about to come to fruition. If we give up now, would that not render our efforts futile? Moreover, Yi Feng has yet to depart. We should proceed with the ceremony first. Yi Dashan, naturally unwilling to abandon their plans, continued to persuade. No, I have made my decision. We must stop now. You go and inform the guests to return home and dissolve the wedding. The more Yi Yang thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. For safety's sake, it would be better to reconsider. You should at least discuss it with the other party. Yi Dashan replied, somewhat helpless. Since his grandson disagreed, they had no choice. Well, all right. Yi Yang conceded. This matter must certainly be relayed to the bride. The two approached the door of Yujia's room. Click. Yi Yang pressed the doorknob. They entered. Yujia sat imposingly on the bed. As expected, the mattress had again sunk into a significant depression. Can we start the meal? I'm hungry. Yujia's expression was somewhat displeased. This place is unlike home. There are too few snacks, and she had not eaten anything for 5 minutes. Yi Yang felt a sense of apprehension, unsure of how to begin. Ahem, daughter-in-law, Yang Yang wishes to speak with you. Let us step outside. Yi Dashan gestured for the bridesmaids to exit with him. Click. Once outside, Yi Dashan locked the door behind them. Sigh. Yi Yang wanted to call Yi Dashan back to join him. Facing Yujia alone made him feel somewhat tense. Unfortunately, Yi Dashan had already left. Speak quickly. If you have something to say it now. Yujia's irritation was growing, revealing her true nature. I have noticed that the situation seems off. Yi Feng has no intention of snatching the bride. Let us cancel the wedding. Slap. Ah. Yi Yang let out a cry of agony as he was sent flying backward. Bang. He crashed against the wall and fell to the ground. Did I give you face? I'm giving you one more chance to say that again. Yujia's expression darkened. Even at this point, you still fail to grasp the situation. We had agreed on a fake marriage to swindle Yi Feng's money. Hadn't we? Yi Yang covered his face, terror-stricken. Compared to being thrown out, he was more worried about Yujia becoming attached to him. Who said we agreed? I certainly did not. We are already legally married, which makes us husband and wife. Even if that Yi Feng truly comes, I will not agree to him. A mere 500,000 pales in comparison to my happiness. Since I have entered this family, I am now one of you, and I shall never divorce. Unless I become a widow. Crack. Crack. Yujia menacingly stared at Yi Yang, her fists cracking ominously. Yi Yang trembled in fear. Hee. Yujia laughed like a little devil. Yi Yang suddenly felt darkness envelop him, collapsing to the ground, as if all his strength had abandoned him. After orchestrating such a grand scheme, it turned out everyone was delighted, and he was the only one who had been outsmarted. The fool was indeed himself. Woe is me. I shall seek my grandfather. I am done playing. You are all villains. Yi Yang attempted to flee. Click, click. He rushed to the door, pressing the handle twice. But it would not budge. It had been locked from the outside. Yi Yang's face turned pale in an instant, darkness closing in around him. His beloved grandfather had actually betrayed him. In that moment, he felt as though his heart had turned to ash, as if he had been cast aside by the entire world. There was nothing left for him to cling to in this world, except for the big sword. The small sword, fast food, set meals, hourly rates, and overnight stays. Oof, go ahead and run. Yu Jia let out a cold snort from behind. Yi Yang struggled to turn his head. Before my eyes loomed the imposing visage of Sister Fish, her large fish head commanding immediate attention. Aye. Yi Yang stuttered, overwhelmed by the oppressive presence of the fish head. Crack. Sister Fish delivered another resounding slap, sending Yi Yang sprawling. Are you still considering calling off the wedding? Sister Fish approached him, towering above, her gaze icy and unyielding. No, I want to cancel it, he replied, covering his face in a display of grievance upon the floor. It was especially disheartening that both slaps had landed on the same side. Couldn't she have balanced it out with one on each side? He was a bit obsessive-compulsive. Come on, give me two on this side. Bah, you wretched creature. You only act up when you're not being hit. Sister Fish clapped her hands, a smug expression adorning her face. Dealing with this weakling was far too simple. If she didn't show him her true strength, he would never grasp the depths of her ferocity. Did he truly think her ample figure was simply for show? Outside the room, Yi Dashin listened with a heavy heart. Yet, for the sake of the family's revival, he had no choice but to endure his grandson's plight for the time being. He would surely come to understand the reasoning behind it all. It was for his own good. Those tall, slender girls outside were utterly unsuitable. Their lengthy legs posed a high center of gravity, detrimental for labor. He had experience. It had to be Sister Fish. Her legs were short and stout, a natural worker. Within the confines of the room, under Sister Fish's relentless dominance, Yi Yang had no option but to acquiesce. To prevent any unforeseen occurrences, Sister Fish confined him within the room, forbidding him from leaving. Nevertheless, Yi Yang silently prayed for Yi Feng to come rushing in with a fortune to reclaim him. Perhaps then Sister Fish and her family would reconsider. Yi Feng was his last glimmer of hope. Coincidentally, at that moment, his phone lit up. A glance revealed a message from an informant. Yi Feng had left in his car. Boom. Yi Yang's mind felt as though it had exploded, darkness enveloping his vision. Yi Feng had left? Departed? How could he abandon him? What was he to do now? Yi Yang's heart sank, the final bastion of his spirit crumbling. This was all a scheme, a trap laid by that old man targeting him. Yi Feng had likely seen through it long ago, deliberately returning to feign a wedding rescue. Working covertly in tandem, he even began to suspect that Yi Feng had colluded with the old man. Come here, look at that cowardly demeanor of yours. Sister Fish motioned to the side of her bed. Reluctantly, Yi Yang stood and shuffled forward. Hurry up, or I'll slap you again. Witnessing his hesitation, Sister Fish glared fiercely. With a swish, Yi Yang hurried to sit down, keeping a considerable distance between them. If not, Sister Fish would undoubtedly strike him. Move a little closer. Oh, Yi Yang begrudgingly inched forward. If you continue like this, I'll slap you. Sister Fish's eyes widened. Yi Yang caved once more, inching closer to her. After all, she still had her first kiss to cherish. Suddenly, Sister Fish closed her eyes bashfully. The implication was unmistakably clear. Chapter 101. Being vacuous is not necessarily a bad thing. Gazing upon Sister Fish's glistening, plump visage, Yi Yang felt a tumult within him. Ugh. He nearly retched. It was simply revolting. He wished for death. Before he could devise an escape plan, Sister Fish pounced, pinning him to the bed with her thick, fishy lips. No, don't. No, please, The room echoed with sounds reminiscent of a slaughterhouse. The ensuing scene was rather distressing. I shall leave it to your imagination. That evening, the banquet proceeded as planned. Everyone merrily sipped on faux liquor, puffed on imitation cigarettes, and dined on cheap pre-prepared dishes purchased from the market. The following day, several attendees suffered dire consequences, with numerous cases of liver and stomach cancers arising. Yet, none of this mattered. After the banquet, the formal wedding ceremony commenced, featuring a traditional Huaxiao wedding ritual, bowing to the heavens and the earth. This approach was financially prudent. Yi Jian and his wife were already seated at the central table. The matchmakers from both sides arrived in the hall. Let us begin, Yi Dashin commanded. The two matchmakers exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. The female matchmaker's expression grew solemn as she bellowed, the greater the storm, the more precious the fish. She then cast a smug look at the crowd. This was their village's unique cultural slogan, shouted during weddings, funerals, and even birthdays. No matter which village they faced, they always emerged victorious. Yi Dashin's countenance darkened. If they could not outdo the opposing side in slogans, it would not only be a disgrace to their family, but the entire village would also be left with their heads hung low. The male matchmaker smirked wickedly. He had already anticipated the female side's cultural quirk and was well prepared. With a cold laugh, The male matchmaker bellowed confidently, "I will defeat 10 of you." Hiss. The female matchmaker gasped, realizing that their slogan overshadowed hers in both force and prestige. Moreover, it was not a hollow boast. They hailed from the Yi family village, descendants of Yi One. They had lost, utterly and completely. The female matchmaker appeared bereaved, for it was the first time their fishing village had suffered defeat in a slogan battle. The male matchmaker brimmed with pride. "Competing with us in slogans? You're still far from our level." Yi Dashan and Yi Jian were thoroughly satisfied. Winning in slogans foretold that their grandson and son would take charge of the household in the future. The thrilling and intense contest momentarily drew to a close. After both sides had shouted their slogans, the matchmakers unitedly proclaimed, "The ceremony begins. We invite the bride and groom." No sooner had the words left their lips than Sister Fish entered, arm in arm with Yi Yang. At that moment, Yi Yang appeared utterly dazed, devoid of desire for life, as if he had been rolled over 800 times, being dragged along like a lifeless puppet by Sister Fish. No one knew the darkness he had just endured. It was the bleakest minute of his life. Had it not been for his vacuous state, it might have lasted even longer. In retrospect, perhaps being vacuous was not entirely detrimental. Sister Fish was equally displeased. She hadn't even savored the experience before it concluded. How utterly unexciting. In the future, she would need to purchase some enhancement pills. Indeed, best to stockpile a ton. The duo made their way slowly into the hall. Although Yi Yang was rather rotund and excessively plump, in the presence of the mountainous Sister Fish, he appeared as slender as a chick. Yi Dashan beamed at this pair of golden boy and jade girl. What a splendid grandson and granddaughter-in-law. He had personally chosen her. And no one understood the selection of a granddaughter-in-law better than he. This physique was robust. They truly were a fitting pair. In the future, they would thrive with the male in charge of the interior and the female overseeing the exterior. How splendid. As the ceremony commenced, the first bow to heaven and earth was called by the female matchmaker. Yi Yang, under Sister Fish's control, knelt at the entrance. The second bow to the high hall was announced by the male matchmaker. Yi Yang was once more pulled by Sister Fish, this time to kneel before Yi Jian and his wife. The couple exchanged bows, and both matchmakers simultaneously called for the third bow. This time, Sister Fish could not control Yi Yang, who had regained a modicum of awareness. Noticing that Sister Fish had already bent her waist, the entire assembly turned their expectant gazes toward him, filled with anticipation and derision. Yi Yang was suddenly seized by a jolt of fear. The moment had arrived for the couple to bow to one another. If he were to bow, there would be no turning back. Sister Yu had just stated that she would only know the sorrow of widowhood, never divorce. "Bow," urged the matchmaker softly. Sister Yu was still bent over. Yi Dashan cast an encouraging glance at Yi Yang, urging him to proceed with the bow. They had already reached this point. There was no room for regret. "No, I oppose this. I will not bow. This marriage shall not be concluded." Yi Yang sprang to his feet, horrified at the thought of his life being governed by Sister Yu. The mere idea of sharing intimate moments with her sent shivers down his spine. Was he to endure such dark days for the rest of his life? "What did you say?" "Repeat that," Sister Yu demanded, her expression darkening beneath the veil. She had already issued her warning, and now this insolent man dared to reconsider. Did he truly believe that she, Sister Yu from the Northeast, was to be trifled with? "I declare this wedding cancelled. It was merely a ruse to swindle Yi Feng out of money. How could you take me seriously? And how could you believe this was genuine?" Yi Yang, desperate to extricate himself from Sister Yu's grasp, spoke without thinking. This was his only opportunity to escape her clutches. Earlier, in the confines of the room, he had been powerless, but now, surrounded by so many witnesses, surely his sister wouldn't dare to strike herself. At his words, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. No wonder Yi Yang had shown interest in a bride with such an appearance. There had been a drastic change in circumstances, and it was all a scheme for financial gain. Yet, it seemed clear that Sister Yu was no fool. She had not fallen for his ploy. Rather, it was Yi Yang who had trapped himself in this predicament. Wasn't this his just deserts? Yi Jian had not been particularly surprised. He had long anticipated this outcome. Some of the more astute villagers had already caught on, for this entire affair had seemed dubious from the start. The onlookers chuckled at the unfolding drama. While only Yi Dashan wore a troubled expression, he had not expected Yi Yang to expose the situation, nor for it to escalate to this extent. With a swift motion, Sister Yu tore off her veil and seized Yi Yang by his collar, lifting him off the ground. Slap, slap. With a quick succession of blows, she demanded, "I'll give you one more chance. Say that again." Her gaze bore down on Yi Yang, who was met with shocked silence from the crowd. No one had anticipated such ferocity from Sister Yu. The village had gained a formidable woman. Congratulations were in order. "Yi Yang, are you out of your mind? With so many people here, you dare to act out?" Yi Yang's eyes darted helplessly toward Yi Dashan. "Hey, toss me some peanuts. Quick, toss me some peanuts." Yi Dashan turned away. Compared to his grandson's lifelong happiness, a couple of slaps were nothing. His grandson would understand and even thank him for it in due time. Yi Yang turned to Yi Jian, who sat calmly sipping tea, feigning ignorance. When had this little rascal ever thought about the repercussions of crossing an old man? He then glanced at Zhang Ying, who was cowering like a quail. Yi Yang's heart sank. No one was willing to toss him any peanuts. All he wished for was peanuts. What had he done to deserve this? Chapter 102, Gradually Ruthless. Humph. Sister Yu scoffed. Smack. Another resounding blow followed. Will you bow or not? Smack. Will you bow or not? Smack. Sister Yu's fury intensified, her large hand delivering powerful strikes to Yi Yang. She gradually revealed her true nature, and the onlookers stood in stunned silence, feeling a chill run down their spines as they regarded Yi Yang with pity. They had heard tales of Sister Yu's fierceness, but they had never witnessed anything like this. This was no mere display of spirit. This was sheer brutality. This was not a wedding, but rather an invitation to a living nightmare. Only the matchmaker on Sister Yu's side appeared somewhat pleased. Though they had lost the shouting match earlier, in the face of Sister Yu's undeniable strength, what did their bravado matter? They could hardly contend with a woman of such might. Of course, few in their village could match her strength. Yi Dashan felt a pang of sympathy. While he approved of this granddaughter-in-law, her behavior was undeniably excessive. This was still his household, after all. Clearing his throat, he was about to intervene when Sister Yu's fierce expression silenced him. She radiated an aura that suggested she was ready to unleash chaos at the slightest provocation. Yi Dashan promptly fell silent. A few slaps were merely an expression of affection. It wasn't as though she were beating him. The fortunes of the young will be their own, he reassured himself with a plethora of excuses. Smack, smack, smack. Will you bow, or will you not? Sister Yu's strikes became increasingly vicious, and Yi Yang's face swelled. I will bow, he cried, tears streaming down his cheeks. He realized that further dissent would lead to his demise. He had no doubt that she would not hesitate to harm him. You stubborn fool. Only after a beating do you realize the gravity of the situation. Smack. Sister Yu, still seething, finally set Yi Yang down. Why must you strike me when I have already consented? Yi Yang lamented, feeling utterly defeated. I'm exhausted, just let it all end. Continue. Sister Yu draped the veil back over her head. Couple bowed to each other. 3 bows. The matchmaker called out once more. However, the male matchmaker, intimidated by Sister Yu's imposing presence, momentarily forgot his lines. Are you seeking your own demise? Sister Yu's face darkened, her fists clenched tightly, making ominous cracking sounds. You are all worthless. Ahem, let us try that again. The male matchmaker urged hastily. Couple bowed to each other, 3 bows. The two finally acquiesced, albeit reluctantly, and completed the bows. With the rites fulfilled, they were ushered into the bridal chamber. The 2 matchmakers called out once more. Yi Yang, his face a mask of despair, gazed longingly at the crowd, frozen in place. Quick, someone toss me peanuts. I don't want to go into that room. Humph, stop dawdling. You're acting like a woman, Sister Yu scolded, seizing Yi Yang and hoisting him away. He waved his hands, silently pleading for help from the onlookers. Yet none offered him peanuts. Tears streamed uncontrollably from his eyes. The thought of the torment he was about to endure filled him with dread. It's perfectly normal for a young couple to bicker. They are quite loving when it comes down to it, Yi Dashan remarked awkwardly. The crowd murmured in agreement. As long as you're happy. They chatted for a while before dispersing. There had been plans for a raucous bridal chamber event. But who would dare disturb Sister Yu's sanctum? Did they not fear being reduced to fish food? Once the last person had departed, Yi Dashan's expression darkened. His granddaughter-in-law had indeed crossed the line. She had shown him no respect as the head of the family. He often boasted of being the authority in his home. But Sister Yu's brazen display had stripped him of dignity. Tomorrow, he would become the village's laughingstock. It was time to convene a meeting, to remind her who truly held authority in the household. The earlier crowd had made it inconvenient to address the matter. You two, come with me. Yi Dashan commanded Yi Jian and his wife. He feared facing Sister Yu alone. Her prowess was simply overwhelming. Yi Jian and his wife had no choice but to follow, as Yi Jian had already begun to suspect what was coming. Soon, the 3 arrived at the second-floor bedroom. Smack. You worthless fool. It took you just a minute to finish. Smack. Truly pathetic. Inside the room, Sister Yu was once again indulging in domestic violence. Yi Jian felt a pang of embarrassment, never expecting his son to be so inept. Indeed, one generation is worse than the last. He only lasted a minute and 1 second. Yi Dashan felt a growing anxiety and hurriedly approached the door. Who is it, keeping awake so late? Are you searching for souls? Sister Yu opened the door with a displeased expression. Yi Yang lay on the bed, nearly lifeless, rolling his eyes in a state of utter lethargy. Yi Dashan's lips twitched. If it weren't for Yi Yang's occasional eye roll, he would have called for an ambulance. He suddenly felt a twinge of regret. His daughter-in-law was certainly admirable, but far too ferocious. The two seemed ill-suited for each other. Is there something you need? Sister Yu inquired, her demeanor unfriendly. Knowing Yi Yang's inadequacies, she had not anticipated him to be this useless. Ahem, since you are already married, there are certain matters concerning the household, certain rules that I must convey to you. Yi Dashan said, weighing his words carefully. He initially intended to assert the authority of the head of the family, to sternly warn Sister Yu that upon entering this household, she must adhere to its rules. This included, but was not limited to, the mandate that no one could touch their chopsticks until he had begun his meal. As for household matters, he alone would have the final say. And what rules would those be? Sister Yu narrowed her eyes. Huh. How amusing that someone dares to lecture her on rules. What a grand joke. My rules are the only rules that matter. Please, take a seat. This matter pertains to the secrets of our family. Yi Dashan spoke mysteriously. It seemed futile to expect her to comply simply by invoking his authority. So he decided to use the allure of family heirlooms to persuade her. What secrets? Sister Yu asked, her impatience evident. In a destitute family, what secrets could possibly exist? Little Yu, now that you have entered our family, it is time to share certain secrets with you. Speak plainly, or spare me the nonsense. Sister Yu glared at Yi Dashan. She had always been one to disregard familial ties. After all this chit-chat, they had yet to reach the crux of the matter. Ahem. As you may know, our ancestors were landowners, very wealthy ones at that. Yi Dashan reminisced fondly about their family's former glory. And then what? Just because your ancestors were Yi One, what does that matter now? Aren't you still impoverished? Sister Yu scoffed. Ahem. Our poverty is merely temporary. Yang is now a doctor, and things will soon improve, he asserted. Get to the point. Sister Yu's agitation grew. What nonsense. A mere intern at a health clinic earns more than 3,000 a month. Sweeping the streets pays better. Ahem, though our family has fallen on hard times. Our ancestors left us several invaluable heirlooms, Yi Dashan whispered. You possess heirlooms yet live like this? Sister Yu retorted. Yi Jian. That old man used this very tale to con me. Otherwise, he would not have fallen out with Yi Feng. If you both lead a good life and heed my words, the heirlooms will naturally be passed down to you. Yi Dashan's lips curled slightly. Obedience makes for easy negotiations. Disobedience? Then you shall have no part in this. He had relied on this tactic to maintain control over the family for a lifetime. Sister Yu was still young. Managing her would be child's play. By the way, to prevent others from coveting our fortune, you must not speak of this, Yi Dashan continued. If we are to pretend, let us do it thoroughly. You have heirlooms? Sister Yu asked, half convinced. If you truly possess heirlooms, how did you end up in this wretched state? Marrying someone like her? Indeed, they are antiques passed down through our family. After all, we were once a prominent household, Yi Dashan replied. His displeasure evident as he saw Sister Yu's disbelief. Although he was lying, her disbelief was her own fault. Show them to me. Sister Yu's patience waned. Her hand reaching out threateningly. Not now, Yi Dashan refused to reveal them just yet. I merely wish to see. I have no interest in your worthless trinkets. That is not permissible. Bang. Sister Yu, losing her patience, slammed her palm on the coffee table. Crack. The wooden table splintered. Yi Dashan broke out in a cold sweat. Startled by Sister Yu's ferocity, he panicked. His plan to use the heirlooms to dominate her had backfired, as she demanded to see them. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance. Meanwhile, Yi Jian's eyes lit up. He had remained silent throughout, eager to witness what the old man referred to as heirlooms. If they were genuine, he would take action. He certainly would not allow the heirlooms to fall into Sister Yu's hands. If they were to be passed down, they should come to him first. Not to this fierce daughter-in-law who had just entered the family. For years, his submissiveness stemmed from the fact that Yi Dashan was his father, and ethically, he had no recourse. The second reason was the heirlooms. Now, he would not allow them to be handed to Sister Yu. If he could secure the heirlooms, no one would be able to manipulate him again. He had observed the old man for quite some time, and he had remained relatively calm, not flustered at all. Could the heirlooms be real? If so, then his years of meekness would not be in vain. Regardless of their authenticity, today would reveal the truth. Very well. Since you wish to see, I shall show you a glimpse. Follow me, Yi Dashan said gravely. He and Yi Yang had anticipated such a scenario and had already prepared for it. If they did not allow them to see, it was likely that Sister Yu would not relent. Yi Yang, who had been feigning near lifelessness, suddenly stirred. Let's go. I can see that you wish to see as well. Yi Dashan glanced at his son. Haha. Yi Jian chuckled foolishly, scratching his head. Before seeing the heirlooms, he had to continue playing the part of the meek. Soon, they all set off together towards Yi Dashan's old house, where he resided alone. Yi Yang, after some contemplation, dragged his weary body to follow the group. Yi Dashan, Yi Jian, and Yi Yang did not live together. After his marriage, Yi Jian had moved out and applied for a plot of land to build a new house. Be careful not to be seen, Yi Dashan admonished, feigning seriousness. Stealthily, they approached Yi Dashan's old house. as if they were thieves. You all stay outside and watch through the window. I will retrieve it from my room, he instructed. Sister Yu, in her ferocity, was not to be allowed inside the room. If she attempted to seize it, it would spell disaster. He was not confident he could best Sister Yu, especially with Yi Jian lurking nearby. Although Yi Jian usually maintained a submissive demeanor, the occasional glint in his eyes hinted that he was far more complex than he appeared. Very well, we shall observe from outside, he declared. The others nodded in agreement, waiting by the window. Yi Dashan opened the door, then closed it behind him, locking it securely before returning to the room, where he retrieved an antiquated wooden box from beneath the bed. The box was a cube at the bottom, adorned with a half-cylindrical top, reminiscent of treasures seen in period dramas. Yi Jian held his breath. Was he finally about to lay eyes on the family heirloom? Ever since he had learned of its existence, he had contemplated sneaking into the old man's room to investigate, but the old man had been vigilant, keeping his door locked at all times, and Yi Jian was reluctant to resort to forceful entry. Yi Dashan produced a key, unlocking the heavy padlock that secured the box. All eyes, except for Yi Yang's, widened with anticipation, eager to see what valuable heirlooms the old man would unveil. The first item revealed was a luminous pearl, a prized possession bestowed upon their ancestors by an emperor of ancient times. Yi Dashan gingerly extracted a green orb the size of an egg and extinguished the light. The room was immediately illuminated by the pearl's vibrant green glow. The onlookers exchanged dubious glances. It appeared somewhat counterfeit, as opinions on luminous pearls varied widely online. They suppressed their impatience and continued to wait. The second item was 10 gold ingots. Noticing the crowd's lack of astonishment, Yi Dashan confidently produced the 10 gleaming ingots from the depths of the box. A collective gasp escaped Yi Jian and Sister Yu as excitement coursed through them. While opinions on the luminous pearl were mixed, gold was universally recognized as valuable. Their eyes sparkled with greed, and after a brief exchange of glances, they dashed toward the door. Yi Yang opened his mouth to protest, but ultimately remained silent. What are you doing? Yi Dashan exclaimed, hastily gathering the items back into the box. Bang, bang, bang. Dad, open the door. Yi Jian pounded heavily on the door. What do you want? Yi Dashan's face contorted with fear. His worst fears had come to fruition. These two scoundrels were intent on seizing his heirloom. I just want to take a look. I mean no harm, Yi Jian insisted, slamming his fist against the old wooden door, causing it to rattle. Get away, Sister Yu shouted, charging forward like a tank. Yi Jian quickly sidestepped. Crash. Sister Yu collided forcefully with the dilapidated door, which crumbled under the impact. What are you doing? I'm calling the police. Yi Dashan panicked from within the room, but Sister Yu paid him no mind, gathering her strength for another assault. Bang! She broke through the door again. What? What are you doing? Yi Dashan's eyes widened in horror, his face paling dramatically. Chapter 104. You are all fools. His concern was not merely for the safety of the heirloom, but for the possibility of his secrets being uncovered, which would undermine his authority over the family. If that happened, his position as the head of the family would be jeopardized. Dad, where is the heirloom? We want to see it. Yi Jian's face twisted with rage. No. Yi Dashan stood resolutely in front of the box. Get out of the way, old man. Sister Yu shoved Yi Dashan aside, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. He could do nothing but watch helplessly as they wreaked havoc. Sister Yu yanked the wooden box from under the bed, and Yi Jian swiftly moved to assist her. Zhang Ying, no longer feeble, forcefully pushed her way forward. Yi Dashan's face grew ashen. There was no way to conceal the truth any longer. Bang! The box remained locked, but Sister Yu, undeterred, struck the lid with a punch. Be careful not to damage the heirloom, Yi Jian cautioned. With a crack, Sister Yu smashed the box open, tearing the lid away with her bare hands. Yi Jian and Sister Yu exchanged a glance and immediately began to seize the contents. Haha, the heirloom. Oh my, it's all mine. Yi Jian laughed maniacally. However, he soon noticed something amiss. Why are these gold ingots so light? They're all fake. Sister Yu scoffed, holding up the so-called luminous pearl, which felt equally insubstantial and appeared quite cheap, especially with a switch at the bottom that activated an LED light. They inspected the remaining items, and predictably, they were all fakes, likely plastic purchased from a bargain site. Sister Yu's expression darkened. Was she being toyed with at this late hour? Dad, where's the real heirloom? Yi Jian's expression soured further. He had been played for a fool for so many years. Had it not been for this so-called heirloom, he would never have treated Yi Feng with such disdain. Perhaps he would have been enjoying a good life by now. Humph, I knew you would try to steal it. The real heirloom has already been relocated, Yi Dashan insisted, though his confidence was waning. However, the others clearly did not believe him. The room was too small to hide anything substantial. Ha ha ha, there's no heirloom at all. You fools have been duped by me and the old man. Yi Yang cackled madly. The old man had betrayed him, ruining his life, and now he felt no need to hold back. Yi Dashan's eye twitched. His grandson had the audacity to call him old man. The situation was becoming absurd. Yi Jian's face was stormy with rage, although he had sensed something was amiss. Coming to the realization was still hard to bear. His own father and son had conspired against him. He felt utterly disillusioned with this family. Slap. Sister, you sent Yi Yang sprawling. What are you laughing at? Old man, just wait. How dare you play me for a fool? I will ensure you regret this. She declared coldly, dragging Yi Yang away. It's all your fault that the second son has turned against us. Otherwise, we would have been living well by now. We will no longer heed your words. Yi Jian shook his head and turned to leave. Yi Dashan was left bewildered. How had he lost the support of his family with a single marriage? At 2 in the morning, a disheveled beggar rummaged through a trash bin at the village entrance. Today marked a wedding in the village, and there was bound to be plenty of food left over. What a waste to leave behind half a chicken. I'll take it back, he exclaimed, grabbing a chicken leg and stuffing it into his mouth. Upon closer inspection, one could recognize the beggar as Ji Han, wanted nationwide after leaking military secrets. However, as an elite student from Southern Airlines, he knew how to evade surveillance and high-tech tracking. Thus, he had discarded all electronic devices and fled the city, seeking refuge in rural areas by day and venturing out at night. His current plan involved finding a way to earn money and sneak out of the country. As Ji Han savored his meal, he suddenly heard a commotion nearby and swiftly concealed himself. He observed a person stumbling forward, their legs trembling, yet their gaze remained resolutely determined. A thought struck Ji Han. Was this not the perfect opportunity for him? Desperate for funds to flee, he extracted a small knife from his pocket. Just as the individual reached a nearby trash bin, Ji Han decisively advanced, swiftly pressing the blade against the stranger's throat. Who are you? Yi Yang exclaimed, alarmed. He was utterly overwhelmed by Sister Yu, a tormentor who inflicted both mental and physical anguish. Seizing the moment while she slept, he had intended to escape from home. He was resolute in his desire to leave. But little did he expect to be accosted at the village entrance. Hand over your money. Ji Han's voice was frigid. Fine, take it all, Yi Yang replied, his heart leaping with relief. This was his first encounter with robbery, and he had anticipated some trepidation. Never did he imagine it would be so effortlessly successful. Hastily, he produced all the cash he had, hoping for release. Is this some kind of trick? Ji Han's fury ignited as he examined the meager sum, a handful of coins and a 5 yuan note, barely amounting to 10 yuan. In this day and age, everyone uses mobile payments. I'm left with only this change, Yi Yang stammered. Then go fetch your bank card and withdraw 100,000 for me. Ji Han demanded menacingly. But I can't withdraw that much in one day, Yi Yang protested, though he knew he lacked such funds. Then gather multiple cards from others and withdraw several times. Otherwise, I'll make you bleed. Ji Han pressed the knife closer. All right, I'll go get it. Yi Yang quickly acquiesced, though he felt utterly miserable, yet clinging to the hope of survival. I'll accompany you. Do not make a sound, or I will end you, Ji Han warned, fearful of the possibility of escape. Okay, I won't make a sound. Just don't be agitated. Yi Yang trembled with fear. Suddenly, he found that, in comparison to death, enduring Sister Yu might not be so dreadful after all. After this ordeal, he resolved to make the best of his life with her. However, their troubles were far from over. The two stealthily returned to Yi Yang's home. Creak. They quietly opened the door and slipped inside. Once in his room to retrieve the bank card, Yi Yang secretly wished for someone to discover him. Alas, it was already 2 in the morning, and everyone was deeply asleep. With the knife still pressed against his neck, he dared not cry out for help. As he cautiously reached for his card, a rough voice that had once terrified him now resonated like a divine revelation. Where do you think you're going? Sister Yu's eyes flew open as she turned on the room light. Silence, you fat hag, or I will kill him, Ji Han's nerves frayed, one hand clutching the knife while the other shielded his face. After all, he was still a wanted fugitive. Chapter 105. The most sinister move of the mantis fist. Brother, you have quite the taste. You'd settle for this hefty pig? Even if the world's women perished, I wouldn't take her even for free. Ji Han laughed derisively. Yi Yang, he continued, do you think I wanted this? I was trying to escape when you caught me. What did you say? Boom. Sister Yu's expression darkened instantly, her murderous aura surging. The chaos of the night had already been overwhelming. And now a beggar had the audacity to mock her in her own home. Did she appear as someone who could be bullied? I call you a fat pig. You might as well die, for I fear you might crush your husband. Ji Han continued his relentless mockery, utterly disregarding Sister Yu's increasingly ominous demeanor. Yi Yang silently agreed. He had nearly been crushed multiple times. Boom. Sister Yu's fury reached its zenith, her murderous intent palpable. Yeah, she shrieked, her body slightly bending, her legs poised. Swish, swish. Her hands began to move rapidly, reminiscent of nimble mantises wielding sharp claws in the air, their speed so swift that the two only caught glimpses of shadows. Her piercing gaze fixated on Ji Han. Yi Yang, We're in trouble. Sister Yu is a mantis master, Yi Yang realized in horror. Indeed. This was the most lethal maneuver of the mantis fist, the fat mantis. Prepare to meet your end. Sister Yu sneered, leaping from her bed into the air. Her hefty form surprisingly agile. Yi Yang's scalp prickled. What had he gotten himself into? With this revelation, the prospect of divorce seemed even more impossible. Jihan, now filled with dread, realized it was too late to threaten her. In a moment of desperation, he shielded Yi Yang with his own body. Bam! A pair of hefty hands crashed down on Yi Yang. Bang! Yi Yang cried out in agony as both were hurled backward. Crash! They shattered the window and tumbled from the second floor. Bang! They landed on the ground. Yi Yang left dazed and disoriented. Jihan, having cushioned Yi Yang's fall, coughed up blood, his complexion pale, unsure how many ribs he had fractured. Sister Yu also screamed as she jumped from the second floor, slowly approaching the two, looking down upon them with disdain. How dare they mock her? Now, let us see you laugh again. Cough, cough, you're amazing, my wife. Yi Yang raised his thumb in admiration. He felt hopeful for vengeance. This fat mantis technique was powerful enough to leave Yi Feng in tears. He wouldn't need to waste time drawing curses anymore. Get out of my way. I'll settle the score with you later. Sister Yu glared at Yi Yang. How could there be an extra person in our room at this hour? If you say nothing's wrong, not even a ghost would believe you. All right. Yi Yang scrambled to his feet. Bang. He then kicked Jihan. Bang, bang, bang. Dare to threaten me, you mutt? I'll make sure you don't survive. Fueled by rage, he kicked several more times. Who is this? How did they end up in our home? Sister Yu frowned. I don't know. As soon as I reached the village entrance, this beggar pulled a knife on me, demanding 100,000, and told me to stay silent. Why on earth were you at the village entrance in the middle of the night? Sister Yu's eyes sharpened with suspicion. Would you believe me if I said I have a habit of night jogging? Yi Yang awkwardly scratched his head. What do you think? I don't believe you. Sister Yu shot back as Yi Yang lowered his head. What is going on? What is happening? At that moment, Yi Jian, having dressed, approached, curious. It's nothing. A beggar attempted a home invasion. Sister Yu waved her hand dismissively. Such a trivial matter, she could handle 10 of them. A home invasion? Yi Jian was momentarily taken aback. He still thought his son was kicked off the stairs by Sister Yu. He glanced at the motionless Jihan lying on the ground and shivered. This was indeed a tragic sight. This person seems somewhat familiar. Yi Jian mused suspiciously. Despite the disheveled appearance of the man, he had an uncanny feeling of recognition. Now that you mention it, I think I've seen him too, Yi Yang chimed in, leaning closer for a better look. He asked that wanted criminal from online, named Jihan, who leaked state secrets and has a bounty of 500,000. Sister Yu stated matter-of-factly. As martial artists, they naturally paid more attention to wanted criminals. Who would have thought they would encounter him here? Yes, that's him. Yi Jian's eyes lit up. Does that mean we now have 500,000? Yi Yang seemed intrigued as well. What do you mean we? That's mine, Sister Yu scoffed. Who do you think you are, saying we? We're all family. After all, no need to differentiate. Yi Jian quickly interjected. Let us call the police. Oh, all right. Knowing a bounty of 500,000 was imminent, Yi Yang felt a surge of excitement. Upon hearing about Jihan's capture, the police wasted no time, arriving within 10 minutes, confirming his identity before taking him away. Cough, cough, he has been taken, the officer clarified. The reward will be sent to your home within 1 to 3 days. After giving their instructions, the police left. Fantastic. Truly, we are merely ridding society of harm. We couldn't care less about the reward. Our family has always regarded money as mere dirt. Even if we receive it, it will be used to help others. Not a single penny for ourselves, haha. Yi Dashan chuckled heartily. The commotion had naturally awakened him. Upon learning that his granddaughter-in-law had captured a wanted criminal with a bounty of 500,000, he instantly forgave her previous misdeeds. It was only natural for martial artists to be a bit lively, especially since he had deceived her first. The villagers rolled their eyes. I can't believe this. Yet they couldn't help but feel envious. Despite Sister Yu's exaggerated figure, she had managed to earn 500,000 right after marrying in. Such a body full of flesh, fortune. I've always taught them to remain humble. Which is why Yang Yang chose not to go to a prestigious city hospital, but rather to the town health clinic, Yi Dashan added, defending Yi Yang. The villagers were well aware of Yi Yang's situation, but chose not to engage with Yi Dashan, knowing he would argue back. So Jihan was caught. And it was Sister Yu who did it? When the military informed Yi Feng, he was somewhat surprised. These two actually managed to come together. The military's earlier speculations were indeed correct. That rascal really ran off to the countryside without any electronic devices. Who would have guessed he would encounter Sister Yu? And there's a bounty of 500,000? Yi Feng frowned. This won't do. That means Yi Yang will have money, and I can't allow that. If he has money, it won't be amusing anymore. How about I present them with the award instead? It's settled. Yi Feng smirked. determined to keep them in perpetual poverty. Chapter 106. Changing Allegiances. Jihan has been captured? Han Fei lifted her head. Yes. Yi Feng nodded, pressing a button to return to his previous task. Han Fei shot him an exasperated glance before continuing to indulge in her favorite fruit. Move the table over there. I need it for my speech later. The award committee will be arriving soon. The village square was once again transformed into a stage. Yi Dashan was directing the preparations. The police station had just called to inform them that the award committee would arrive in the afternoon, and their reward had been approved. They were instructed to get ready. Set up the flower baskets around. We captured a notorious criminal and are doing the community a service. Since it's a rare occasion to bring honor to our family, we must make a grand event out of it. Everyone who could attend was invited, and many elderly villagers who were reluctant to come were persuaded with a few eggs. The event was set up more lavishly than Yi Yang's first wedding. Although some money was spent, aside from the stage construction and the eggs for the elders, it was worth it to celebrate their newfound bounty. Everyone who worked on the stage received 200 each, otherwise, no one would help him. It was indeed a significant expenditure, but they would soon have 500,000. So it was a small price to pay. Chairs were arranged for everyone to sit and listen to his speech. Additionally, microphones and speakers were set up to ensure everyone could hear clearly without static. Yi Dashan was bustling about energetically, eager to keep everyone busy. The commotion had everyone in a frenzy, as Yi Dashan knew well that his money was not easily earned. Hey son, have you thought about how to spend the 500,000? Yi Jin chuckled. Although he still felt somewhat resentful about his son's previous deception, he was willing to temporarily forgive him for the sake of the 500,000. If he would agree to share 20,000 with him, he would grant him permanent forgiveness, and his attitude towards Sister Yu would also improve. Initially, he had disdained her for her size, thinking her more masculine than himself. The aesthetic standards of their generation were already different from Yi Dashan's. He had no expectations of Sister Yu working in the fields. However, he had anticipated her prowess in capturing a wanted criminal, which made her more appealing in his eyes. After all, it wasn't as if he had to live with Sister Yu. We all agreed to take this 500,000, along with the one you're giving me. To buy a house in the county, haha? Yi Yang and Sister Yu exchanged knowing smiles. Ugh. Yi Yang internally recoiled at the thought. Although his attitude towards Sister Yu had shifted slightly after that night, he still felt a visceral aversion to her face. But Sister Yu's fierce demeanor forced him to compromise. Yes, buying a house sounds good. In truth, Yi Jian felt somewhat discontented. Spending 500,000 on a house without giving him a share felt unjust after raising them for so long. Wait, what do you mean by our 500,000? Who gave you 500,000? Yi Jian questioned, taken aback. You and Grandpa, of course. Yi Yang replied matter-of-factly. When did we give you 500,000? Yi Jian asked, puzzled. Did the old man give it, and then claim it was a joint gift from them? It didn't make sense. I'm getting married. And Sister Yu didn't ask for a dowry. Now we need to buy a house. 500,000 isn't enough? Isn't it reasonable for you to contribute? Yi Yang said ominously. What? You're saying you're broke? If you don't press your parents and grandfather a bit, you'll never know how much they have. What? They have money but won't give it? Just ask Sister Yu if she agrees. Let us see if you can withstand the wrath of the fat mantis. Although he felt a physical aversion to Sister Yu, it didn't stop him from clinging to her. Yi Yang gazed at Sister Yu with an affectionate look. Ugh. He continued to mentally retch afterward. Yi Jian gave Yi Yang a knowing look. He had sensed his son's intentions. After the family heirloom was exposed, he could no longer assert control over them. Now, contemplating a change of allegiance, the intention is to throw in with Sister Yu and suppress them with force. Truly a prodigy, his mind works with remarkable speed. He cast a glance at Sister Yu, feeling a sense of admiration for his son, who possesses such remarkable patience and resilience. I will discuss it with your grandfather, Yi Jian replied with a faint smile, not rejecting the idea. One could only imagine the expression on the old man's face when he learns that his grandson intends to ask him for 500,000. Then I must thank my parents, Yi Yang said, evidently pleased with the response. In truth, I do not place much importance on the bonus. Primarily, we aim to convey the values of bravery and selfless dedication. When we receive the funds, it would be best to donate it, never spending a single cent ourselves. Yi Dashan continued to speak at length. After all, it was a rare occasion to capture a wanted criminal, and naturally, a personal reputation must be established. Yi Dashan looked at Yi Yang and Sister Yu with a benevolent expression. Truly, he had nurtured a remarkable talent, a source of pride. And as for the granddaughter-in-law he had chosen, she was indeed a fortune bringer. The two were a perfect match, a pair seemingly crafted by the heavens. Ah no? Not a pair of rogues. Well then, where's the money? The beleaguered young man let out a sigh of relief. Finally, the move was complete. What's the rush? If I say 200, it's 200. Can you possibly doubt my character, Yi Dashan? Yi Dashan said, somewhat displeased. Where would I find the money now? I can only give it after the bonus arrives. We don't trust you. The crowd collectively shook their heads. Yi Dashin, you bunch of rascals. I can't be bothered with you. You'll get it this afternoon. The crowd understood that Yi Dashin would only provide the funds once the bonus was received. As for his earlier claim of not spending a penny of the bonus, they could dismiss that as mere hot air. This table is a bit askew. Go and straighten it up. And this chair is a mess. Rearrange it so that the distance between each one is uniform. The crowd scrambled about in a flurry. Once the arrangements were complete, it was nearly noon, since they had agreed to treat everyone to lunch. Yi Dashin produced some fake liquor and cigarettes purchased for his wedding to entertain the guests. They drank excessively once more, leading to several cases of liver and stomach cancer. In the afternoon, amidst great anticipation, 2 police cars arrived. Yi Dashin wore a proud expression. The appearance of 2 police cars indicated the higher-ups' attention to their situation. With a flourish, Yi Dashin waved his hand, and immediately drums and firecrackers erupted in celebration. With another wave, a red carpet was unfurled. The greater the storm, the more precious the fish, sister, you bellowed. This was a tradition in her village. During any significant festival, a slogan must be shouted. Since she had been the one to apprehend the wanted criminal, she had every right to do so. I'll take on 10, Yi Yang proclaimed, not to be outdone. And then be beaten like a dog? Sister, you sneered. Given the opponent's current state, claiming to take on 10 seemed far-fetched. It's just a slogan. Just a slogan, Yi Yang stammered. At that moment, the police cars drew closer, and the crowd fell silent. Chapter 107. I represent my entire family in donating the money. The 2 police cars slowly approached. The villagers hurriedly cleared a path. With eager anticipation from Yi Dashin and the others, the car doors gradually opened. Several police officers, along with Yi Feng, stepped out of the vehicles. A policewoman stepped forward to assist Yi Feng in opening the back door. Yi Feng descended from the car, wearing an air of arrogance. The once cheerful Yi Dashin instantly grew wary. He could not comprehend why Yi Feng was in the car. He resolved that regardless of what Yi Feng said or did, he would not part with a single penny. Yi Yang felt somewhat disgruntled. Just those few steps Yi Feng took upon exiting the police car exuded an aura of authority that he could never hope to emulate. The villagers perked up at the sight of Yi Feng's return. Every time he came back, there was bound to be an entertaining spectacle. Thank you for cooperating with the police in capturing this wanted criminal. Here is a banner for you. The police chief produced a red banner, inscribed with the words bravery in action, punishing evil and upholding justice. Thank you. Thank you, Yi Dashin exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement as he stepped forward to receive the banner. In truth, this is what we ought to do. We never sought a bonus. Even if we receive it, it will be donated to those in need. This was the unanimous decision of our family. I have taught them from a young age to regard money as mere dirt and to establish a correct value system. Yi Dashin continued to speak at length. Haha, with people like you, there is hope for the nation, the police chief replied with a forced smile. He was well aware of what kind of person Yi Dashin was, frequently causing disturbances over petty gains. Now, I would like to say a few words. Yi Dashin nodded, adjusted his attire, and stepped onto the stage. Since the bonus had yet to be awarded and the police were still present, he seized the opportunity to have them as an audience, thereby enhancing the prestige of his speech. In the future, he could boast that even the police supported him. Haha, he was truly a clever old fox. Ahem. Yi Dashin ascended the stage, cleared his throat, and then took a deep breath, adopting a serious demeanor as he began his address. Our Chinese civilization boasts a history spanning 5,000 years, commencing from the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. The elderly villagers in the audience appeared somewhat bewildered. Brother, are you planning to start from the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors? We might need some eggs for that. 3 eggs wouldn't suffice. Yi Feng found it absurd and returned to the police car to play on his phone. Not only Yi Feng, but many others began to use their phones, whispering and boasting among themselves. Yi Dashin grew increasingly displeased. Given the depth of his cultural knowledge and the fervor of his speech, shouldn't everyone be listening intently, their blood boiling with enthusiasm? These people truly lacked culture and manners, he concluded. While Yi Dashin was engrossed in his speech, he suddenly heard Sister Yu let out a cold snort, clearly losing her patience as well. Ahem. Thus I have instilled in them from a young age the importance of standing up against evil forces and criminals. Yi Dashin had no choice but to abbreviate his message. We must not place too much importance on money. We should establish noble character, just like this bonus, which we will certainly donate for charity. Yi Dashin again sought to build Yi Yang's reputation. The truth was, Yi Yang truly struggled to earn money and could only establish such a persona. What else could he do? All right, I will say no more for now. I invite my grandson, Yi Yang, to speak. Let us give him a round of applause. Finally, after numerous pointed glances from Sister Yu, Yi Dashin reluctantly concluded his speech. He had originally intended to speak for over 5 hours. Amidst the sparse applause from a few elderly villagers holding eggs, Yi Yang waved to the crowd with a beaming smile as he stepped onto the stage. Ladies and fellow villagers, good afternoon. Thank you all for attending this commendation ceremony. I will keep it brief. I have always harbored a deep-seated hatred for evil. Whenever I encounter injustice, I am quick to act, especially when faced with criminality, where I am always among the first to charge in. The villagers murmured, "Do you even believe that? You were the first to flee. You've never once shown any inclination towards helping others. Today, as I stand before you to receive this esteemed award, I must first express my profound gratitude to my grandfather for his invaluable education and to my beloved wife. In the future, I may also extend my thanks to CCTV and MTV, though I remain uncertain if CCTV will cover this event. Ideally, it would be delightful if Bing Bing were to conduct an interview, ultimately captivated by his talent and compelled to marry him. Helplessly, he would have to divorce Sister Yu. At this moment, Yi Yang finds himself ensnared in a vast illusion. Below the stage, Yi Jin's expression darkens. How could he not be acknowledged? The prize money shall not be shared with him. Does he truly believe that by aligning himself with Sister Yu he can manipulate them? Just wait and see. From a young age, I have held dear my grandfather's teachings regarding wealth as mere refuse. Upon receiving this prize, I shall dedicate it to aiding those in need, such as families in distress or patients unable to afford medical care. I frequently assist them financially. Below, Yi Dashin nods with a smile, though few believe my words. Yet, that is of little consequence. Whether you believe it or not, I certainly do. Yi Jin scoffs. So, you two are back together now, are you? Yi Yang rambles on for quite some time, and finally, he gazes expectantly at the police officer. The officer understands his intent and turns to Yi Feng. Yi Feng, putting away his phone, strides toward the stage. Yi Dashin looks on with disdain. This stage was constructed by him. What right does Yi Feng have to take the podium? However, with the police present, he refrains from voicing his objections. My dear grandfather, as well as my esteemed brother, have both spoken eloquently, and I find their words to be profoundly true. From my youth, my beloved grandfather instilled in us the importance of sacrificing personal interests for the greater good, and I hold his wisdom in high regard. Yi Feng begins his address. Yi Dashin is taken aback. He had anticipated Yi Feng would speak ill of him, having been expelled from the family tree. He is surprised to hear Yi Feng refer to him as dear grandfather with such admiration. Something is amiss. Could it be that Yi Feng seeks to bask in the glory of their recent apprehension of a wanted criminal? Such audacity. Yet, if he seeks accolades, he shall not receive any financial reward. Even if Yi Feng were to prosper, he would not share his fortune with them. Although our nation has begun to flourish, there remain countless areas requiring financial investment. Thus, on behalf of my family, I have donated 500,000 to the state for scientific research, enhancing our technological prowess. In conclusion, I wish for our nation to continue its prosperous journey. Let the applause resound. Below, Yi Dashin and Yi Yang feel as though the ground has fallen away beneath them. How could Yi Feng have donated their money? The sky has indeed fallen. The surrounding villagers are likewise dumbfounded. However, they soon regain their composure and erupt into thunderous applause, far more enthusiastic than before. No one wishes to see Yi Dashin wealthy. If he could flaunt his riches in such a manner, how much more arrogant would he be if he were truly affluent? And did he not claim to be indifferent to wealth? Now he reaps what he has sown. Congratulations, indeed. Let us all rejoice and return home for an extra helping of rice. It appears that the crowd supports my decision wholeheartedly. Yi Feng waves, producing a certificate of donation and cheerfully presenting it to Yi Yang. Chapter 108. Surely not. Why would you do such a thing? Yi Yang struggles to suppress his fury, wishing he could devour Yi Feng whole. Did you not proclaim that money is but refuse? That we should sacrifice personal interests for the collective? We are all family, and I am well aware of your noble character. Hence I took the liberty of donating on your behalf. After all, you will surely contribute yourself in due course. Will you not? Yi Yang feels an urge to curse. Their notion of sacrificing for the greater good was one that required others to relinquish their interests for them, not the other way around. Beside him, Yi Jin smirks slightly. This outcome may not be so bad after all. A donation alleviates the need for him to contribute another 50,000 for a house. Otherwise, he would truly be at a loss when facing Sister Yu. Huh. Fortune favors the bold. Tonight, we feast. Did you not say you were indifferent to money? If you possess wealth, let it benefit others. I merely acted on your behalf. Surely, you are not upset. Yi Feng feigns surprise. Yi Yang yearns to slap himself. How could he possibly be indifferent to money? It is precisely what he values most. Without wealth, how could he wield his sword? Fear not, for I have not claimed the credit. The names upon the certificate belong to you. The nation and the people shall remember your contributions, forever grateful to your ancestors. Yi Feng gestures to the names inscribed upon the certificate. He has his principles. He would not stoop to such depths for recognition. Why must you donate from our funds? You could easily contribute from your own. Yi Dashan's eyes reddened, on the brink of explosion. At this moment, he cares not for appearances. That was his hard-earned 50,000. He has never encountered such wealth, nor will he again. And now it has been donated by Yi Feng. This cannot stand. That money represents his toil, his blood, his sweat. How could he possibly give it away? Do you hear this? Your money is blood and sweat, yet ours is not. Did you not profess to admire grandfather's wisdom? How is it that you now balk at the act of donation? Yi Yang interjects once more. Is this not so, everyone? The villagers join in agreement. The spectacle of fraternal strife, a conflict between grandfather and grandson, is nothing short of riveting. Yi Dashan nods, acknowledging his grandson's brilliance. This quick-thinking intellect is indeed worthy of admiration. I can only aspire to your noble spirit. Were I capable of such greatness, I would no longer hold you in reverence. My own awareness is low, unable to keep pace with your ideals, thus I voluntarily withdrew from the family tree. Yi Feng raises his hands in resignation. As long as I possess no morals, others shall not impose moral obligations upon me. It is impossible to coerce me into donating. The crowd's eyes widen in realization. This reasoning appears sound. Yi Dashan finds himself metaphorically pierced by his own words. Was that truly voluntary? You were expelled from the family tree. Yi Yang wears a mocking expression. You see, you could not tolerate my lack of enlightenment, and chose to expel me from the family tree. How can you now demand that I elevate my awareness? The villagers, including several officers, nod in agreement. His argument is indeed sound. Yi Yang's face flushes crimson. Yi Feng's audacity leaves him at a loss for words. He can only turn to Yi Dashan. While he may be genteel, when it comes to shamelessness, Yi Dashan is unparalleled. At this juncture, the only option is to close the door and release Yi Dashan. Taking a deep breath, Yi Dashan closes his eyes, preparing to shed his facade. Yi Yang understands that the old man is ready to reveal his true character. I shall no longer pretend. I lay my cards on the table. Everything I said earlier was mere pretense. I am not as noble as I claimed. I have a great fondness for money. With that, he opens his eyes, his gaze sharp and penetrating. The crowd nods in agreement. Now this is the true character of Yi Dashan. Why did you not say so sooner? You have misled the younger generation. Regardless of your protests, you have no authority to appropriate our funds. Return the money to us immediately, or I shall not hold back. Yi Dashan snorted coldly and cast a meaningful glance at Yi Yang. Then do as you wish. Yi Feng chuckled, relishing the prospect of others being unrestrained with him. Yi Yang signaled to Sister Yu. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the air. Sister Yu initiated her assault. With a flurry of movement, she unleashed her most formidable technique, the Fat Mantis. Infuriated by Yi Feng's donation of her 500,000, she had longed to teach him a lesson. Launching herself into the air with her robust frame, she aimed to ambush Yi Feng from behind. Having been informed by Yi Yang that he was a formidable opponent capable of easily sending her flying, thus, she opted for stealth. In midair, Sister Yu's chubby hands waved incessantly, leaving mere traces of motion visible to the crowd below. Her mastery of the Fat Mantis was nothing short of extraordinary. The villagers gaped in astonishment, unable to fathom how such a corpulent figure could soar through the air. It was akin to having a martial arts master in their midst. The police were momentarily taken aback, unprepared for the outbreak before them. With a swift sidestep, Yi Feng evaded her assault. As Sister Yu's palm struck the backpack behind him with a resounding thud, the bag emitted a crisp sound. Yet, Yi Feng remained unperturbed, a wicked smile gracing his lips as he turned to face her. Realizing her ambush had failed, Sister Yu retreated a few paces, her expression now grave as she regarded Yi Feng. It was the first time someone had so effortlessly evaded her Fat Mantis. The police, however, were alarmed, for they were acutely aware of the contents of that bag. Their deployment of 2 police vehicles had primarily been to protect the exquisite vase contained within, a national treasure of immense historical value. Yi Feng intended to donate it to the city museum, along with bonuses and certificates for Sister Yu, requiring only one person to facilitate the process. Stop. No one move. Several officers rushed forward. This was a predicament. Yet Yi Feng merely smiled, for his visit was not solely to donate 50,000. To thwart Yi Yang from profiting and enjoying a better life, he employed the same tactics used on the Xia family's 3 daughters, but this time with intact pieces. The authentication certificate was also prepared, reflecting a significant investment. Initially, he planned to present the awards and then head to the city to donate the vase. Moreover, this vase was unique, adorned with the image of "Farewell, my concubine." Experts estimated its worth to surpass the 770 million of the Shao He pursuing Han Exine vase, of which only 3 existed worldwide, with 1 residing domestically. However, this vase was singular and far more meaningful. If auctioned, its price could potentially exceed 1 billion, or even reach 1,500,000,000. Of course, Yi Feng possessed numerous similar vases at home, with over a dozen identical ones. His residence was nearing its capacity, necessitating a new purchase. Yi Feng had initially pondered how to incite Yi Yang and the others to action, yet it was Sister Yu who made the first move. That previous fat mantis maneuver had been quite impressive. As long as they did not weep moving forward, all would be well. He truly was a skilled practitioner. Sister Yu, still vexed by her failed ambush, reflected on how effortlessly her opponent had evaded her. Despite her size, the mantis fist was renowned for its agility. Few could evade her signature move with such ease. Fear not, dear, Yi Yang said tenderly, having resolved to endure humiliation and cling to Sister Yu. He aimed to excel in this endeavor. Yet inwardly, he was retching. Yi Feng felt a wave of nausea. How could he utter such words? This was disastrous. The police wore grim expressions. An elderly man with white hair, trembling, approached to inspect Yi Feng's backpack. Upon discovering the vase had shattered into several pieces, his heart sank. Even if repaired by an expert, it would never regain its original value. The elderly man was an expert dispatched by the city museum. They already possessed one Xiaohe pursuing Han Xian vase, a prized possession, one of only 3 in the world, with a domestic counterpart. Now another vase. The Farewell My Concubine had been promised for donation. This vase was the only one of its kind globally. Upon hearing of Yi Feng's intended donation, the entire museum had erupted in excitement, akin to a festive celebration. The Farewell My Concubine vase was far more renowned than the Xiaohe pursuing Han Xian, and it was also significantly more precious. The curator had been eagerly awaiting its arrival, only to face this calamity. Is it just a vase? What is the big deal? My grandfather will compensate, Yi Yang replied with a hint of nonchalance. Yet he sensed a foreboding. Yi Dashan's grandson was clever, knowing to shift the blame to others. No, wait. It appeared he intended to take responsibility himself. What do you mean, just a vase? Do you even comprehend what this vase is? This is a yuan blue and white Farewell My Concubine vase, unique in the world, with an auction price starting at least above 1 billion. You are finished. The expert's expression twisted into a snarl. 10 billion? Sister Yu panicked. She had shattered the vase. Selling the entire Yi family wooden tea cover its worth. Yi Yang might fetch $5, Yi Dashan a meager 3, and Yi Jian and his wife 20. The disparity was staggering. Yi Jian's lips twitched. Yi Feng's ploy was indeed ruthless. He could have evaded the attack just now. Now, it seemed, Yi Yang would never recover from this. The villagers, upon learning of the vase's valuation at 10 billion, looked at Yi Yang with pity. Simultaneously, they drew closer, eager to glimpse this 10 billion vase, hoping to gain bragging rights for the future. Step back, the police urged, hurriedly restoring order. Although the vase was shattered, it might still be salvageable. While its condition would not compare to an intact piece, even a repaired version would be preferable to none at all. Who are you trying to deceive? Just because you say it's worth 10 billion, doesn't he make it so? Yi Yang's face turned ashen upon realizing the vase's worth. You can discuss this with my lawyer. Yi Feng chuckled, dialing the lawyer from the previous incident involving the Xia family. The police and experts were present. All witnesses to the events. The vase's authentication certificate was available. With both testimonial and physical evidence in hand, Yi Yang was destined for a life of poverty. You fat pig. You broke it, and you must bear full responsibility. Our divorce has nothing to do with me. Yi Yang suddenly changed his tone. He could not shoulder this blame and saw an opportunity to rid himself of this burden, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Yi Dashan's eyes lit up. This was indeed a clever strategy. With a swift motion, Sister Yu struck Yi Yang, sending him flying to the ground, where he promptly lost consciousness. Is there anyone else? Sister Yu's countenance darkened ominously. Just moments ago, she was urged to take action, and now they sought to dismiss her involvement. It was not so simple. Yi Dashan was instantly rendered speechless, his frail frame unable to withstand such pressure. Yi Jian, understanding the gravity of the situation, wisely refrained from interjecting. Until now, none of this was his concern. It was a matter that did not pertain to him, allowing him to remain aloof. Fortunately, he had gradually distanced himself from Yi Yang. He hoped that this incident would not ensnare him. Before long, the lawyer arrived. I leave this matter in your capable hands. If they cannot repay, they may do so gradually, in installments. I am in no hurry. Should they fail to repay, their offspring will inherit the debt, an endless cycle. In any case, the sum must not diminish. Yi Feng patted the lawyer on the shoulder, determined to ensure that Yi Yang remained perpetually impoverished. Poverty is preferable to Yi Yang's current state. He mused. The lawyer nodded in agreement, undoubtedly intent on securing a larger fee for himself, as this involved his compensation. He had profited immensely from their last encounter. By the way, consider the 500,000 in donations as my responsibility and deduct it from their compensation. I have never encountered such a small-minded individual, he scoffed. Yi Feng pulled Yi Yang closer and took possession of the donation certificate. Since it was you who donated, This certificate is now rendered void. Yi Dashan spat blood in disbelief. To have caused them such misfortune while branding them as stingy was utterly absurd. Farewell. Yi Feng cheerfully waved goodbye to the crowd. The driver had arrived to escort him. With matters resolved, he departed, content to leave the remaining issues to the lawyer. What about our money? A villager suddenly recalled that Yi Dashan had yet to pay. With the prize money gone, could Yi Dashan still afford it? And what of the eggs? The elderly chimed in, pressing forward. They had endured listening to Yi Dashan's incessant ramblings for far too long. The eggs were non-negotiable. And our wages? They clamored, demanding recompense. Yi Dashan felt as if the world were closing in around him. Yi Feng spent a few days in the city. Once the struggling students grasped the principles of the invisible paint, he planned to return to the Magic City to continue his treasure hunting. The sea was littered with sunken vessels, an endless bounty awaiting retrieval. This endeavor proved far more lucrative than engaging in industry. Moreover, treasures such as gold would not depreciate. Unlike companies whose valuations fluctuated unpredictably, just as he prepared to depart, the military paid another visit, this time with an imposing entourage. Leading them was a general adorned with golden wheat ears and 3 stars on his shoulder, flanked by others bearing 1 or 2 stars. The previous major stood at the back of the formation, signifying the seriousness of the situation. What has transpired? Yi Feng wondered, feeling a pang of anxiety. His fortunes were at stake. Comrade Yi Feng, in recognition of your significant contributions to the nation and the military, you are hereby awarded the rank of Army Major in the Eastern Military District. The general presented him with a military uniform. Recognizing that Yi Feng was almost solely responsible for the development of the invisible paint and detector, which greatly benefited national technology and military advancement. Thus, the decision was made at a central level to bestow this honor upon him. Chapter 110, The Battle of National Destiny. How splendid! Yi Feng's eyes brightened. It was an honor, not a summons for labor, which was a relief. He solemnly accepted the uniform and saluted. The attire looked impressive, and on someone as dashing as him, it would be even more striking. From this point forward, we are comrades, all soldiers. Therefore, let us dispense with pleasantries and address the matter at hand. Yi Feng's moment of joy was short-lived, as he realized work awaited him. He understood that there was no such thing as a free lunch. He was uncertain whether there might be complimentary breakfast, afternoon tea, dinner, or supper. The Americans had experienced failures in developing invisible paint. Their experts estimated that success would take at least 5 years, if not longer. The various substances and components involved had immense significance for modern science. Consequently, they would never disclose the formula to the Americans, who had formally decided to impose a global blockade on high-end chip lithography machines against them. They had received internal news that an official announcement was imminent. The general's expression grew grave. Domestic chips still lagged behind the most advanced ones. If the Americans truly enacted the blockade, domestic research would suffer significantly. Furthermore, as long as the issue of high-end chips remained unresolved, they would always be under constraint. Thus, the nation prepared to consolidate its human and material resources to develop and upgrade domestic lithography machines. Success would signify the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation, re-establishing its stature atop the world stage. Failure would result in a series of sanctions from the Americans and Western nations, devastating the economy, technology, and finance, erasing decades of hard-earned progress. It could be said that this was a battle for the fate of the nation. The general's demeanor was somber, yet his gaze was resolute. The Americans frequently wielded chip sanctions against them. This time, the nation decided to stand firm and confront them head-on. If they could overcome this challenge, they would surpass Western nations comprehensively. Although the path would be fraught with difficulties, the future was bright. The crowd present shared unwavering determination. Confidence radiated from everyone. Throughout history, whenever faced with such adversities, the unity of the people had transformed peril into safety, overcoming all obstacles. What can I contribute? Yi Feng inquired. Upon hearing his willingness, the general nodded and continued. The central government has resolved to prioritize research teams from major regional universities, supplemented by military and corporate collaboration. We will gather over 1 million high-tech talents, scientists, professors, and experts to establish 3 research centers: the Northern Imperial Capital Research Center, the Southern Magic City Research Center, and the Central Mountain City Research Center. The general spoke with pride and fervor, emphasizing the extraordinary cohesion and organizational strength possessed by their nation, something unattainable by any other country. Yi Feng realized the gravity of the investment being made. However, it was understandable. Manufacturing high-end lithography machines was no simple task. No country in the world could independently produce such machines, not even the Americans. The most advanced lithography machines were the culmination of the collective intellect of all developed nations. If the Chinese sought to achieve this alone, foreign observers would undoubtedly deem it a fanciful dream. Then I shall join the Southern Magic City Research Center, Yi Feng declared. He had no intention of going to the Mountain City or the imperial capital for the time being, primarily due to his fear that Yi Yang might discover his absence and, after divorcing Sister Yu, marry a beautiful woman. That was utterly unacceptable. The last encounter with Xia Ning had nearly allowed that to happen, so he felt the need to keep a watchful eye in the Magic City. Not to join. The general smiled slightly. Not joining. Splendid. Yi Feng felt elated. It meant he could joyfully pursue his endeavors in treasure hunting. Compared to scientific research, he preferred the thrill of the sea, dreaming of mountains of gold and jewels that would bring him joy. Rather, you are to lead a team. You will be the head of the Southern Magic City Research Center. The general's lips curled into a slight smile. With a talent like Yi Feng, who could possibly lead him? The transparent paint and detection glasses that he could develop alone were remarkable. Thus, after careful consideration, the higher-ups decided to appoint him as the project manager and chief officer of the research center in the Magic City. The higher-ups held high hopes for this center. Alas, Yi Feng could no longer indulge in petty gains. What a pity. That was all money. Moreover, he had to take on a leadership role, leaving no room for idleness. Am I too young for this? Yi Feng hesitated. I fear I may not command respect. The general chuckled silently. Being a leader is no simple task. Delegating him a few projects would be straightforward. He could still find time to pursue his interests, woo his girlfriend, and compete for the bride of Yi Yang. In truth, it was the president of Nanda University, the president of Nanhang University, and a host of professors who jointly recommended him to the core research team in the Magic City. The general's silence spoke volumes. As for Yi Feng, he resolved not to include those old fogies in the next round of activities. Very well. While I may possess good looks, I must be candid. I cannot guarantee success, with a mere 50% chance. After a moment's reflection, Yi Feng conservatively assessed the situation. Even during a time of inflation, one could hardly expect to sell lithography machines. Although these machines may seem outdated by contemporary standards, who would even consider selling them? Present-day platforms like Pinduoduo do not sell internal combustion engines from a century ago. Of course, even if lithography machines are unavailable, there is still a butler at hand. If all else fails, purchasing a research-oriented AI robot to initiate development from scratch should suffice. The only uncertainty lies in the duration required. A collective gasp resonated in the room. The general widened his eyes. How many? Did you say 50%? Huh. He claims he has a 50% chance. If it had been anyone else, they would undoubtedly have dismissed such a claim as mere bravado. Although the higher-ups were determined to push forward, everyone felt a tinge of skepticism. Indeed, the national think tank had estimated their chances of success at less than 10% for achieving the internationally advanced 3-nanometer technology. The complexity of lithography machines escalates exponentially with each nanometer of advancement. In summary, while they maintained confidence, they remained rather pessimistic about the outcome. Yet, they resolved to proceed without hesitation. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, they would exert 100% effort. Should they fail, they would at least gain invaluable experience. Now, with the presence of this anomaly claiming a 50% chance, what difference was there from declaring success outright? None at all. Comrade Major, is that truly the case? The general asked, his eyes wide and hands trembling as he grasped Yi Feng's arm. Since they had been assigned to the project, they were undoubtedly aware of its challenges. Please don't get too excited. I'm merely estimating. And even if we do succeed, it may take quite some time, at least a year or two, Yi Feng replied thoughtfully. As soon as the words left his mouth, the tremors among the others intensified. Chapter 111, Science Eye. Yi Feng, why are you trembling again? Should we perhaps visit a hospital? He was genuinely concerned. It could very well be a cerebral thrombosis. A year or two. The general's features twisted with excitement. Was that too long? Yi Feng frowned, uncertain. Logically, the domestic chip industry chain is well established. Even without him and his Pinduoduo, if the entire nation were to concentrate its resources, elevating to international standards should merely be a matter of time. However, should the Americans resolutely impose a blockade, a year or two might not suffice for domestic chip inventories. If everyone were willing to embrace the 996 work culture, progress could be expedited a bit, though he stipulated that while they worked 996, he could not. He was not cut out for such hardships. He preferred a 5-day, 8-hour workweek with full benefits. With a chuckle, he added, after all, I'm wealthy and my girlfriends are all stunning. How could I possibly devote myself solely to research? Wait, why did he say girlfriends? It seems he has more than one. Of course not, my dear comrade Major, he corrected, as the general tightened his grip on Yi Feng's hand, trembling even more fervently. According to the national think tank's estimates, even if they succeeded this time, it would be a miracle to achieve success in 5 years of relentless effort. Yet, the esteemed general was suggesting a timeline of 1 to 2 years? This was assuming no overtime. Otherwise, it could be faster. based on their observations. Yifeng was not one to exaggerate. He had always delivered on his promises. So, was it really possible for domestically produced chips to reach a leading global standard within 1 or 2 years? Yifeng's shaking was so pronounced that a hospital visit seemed warranted. Wait a moment. What did he call himself? Comrade Major? That seemed incorrect. Wasn't he a major? There's a significant rank difference between a major and a general. Yifeng glanced at the military uniform. 2 stripes and a star confirmed he was indeed a major. Sir, you've made an error. It's Major, Yifeng corrected him. Indeed, my dear Comrade Major. The general smiled faintly, reclaiming the military uniform from Yifeng's grasp. What's the meaning of this? My dear Comrade Major, you shall await good news at home. The general smiled softly. Initially, many had raised objections regarding the conferral of the major rank to Yifeng. The radicals believed he deserved at least a brigadier general, while the conservatives argued that the radicals were overly ambitious. Yifeng, despite his youth, had already showcased remarkable capabilities. During the last sensor development, the team had only been established recently, yet he had comprehended all the principles involved. And with the ongoing research on stealth paint, what an extraordinary talent he was. Bestowing him a brigadier general rank would not be excessive. However, due to his youth, it was ultimately decided to grant him the rank of major. Yet, should the lithography machine development succeed, and Yifeng play a pivotal role, a brigadier general rank would be inevitable. But circumstances had shifted. Yifeng claimed he could achieve a 50% success rate within 1 to 2 years. To instill motivation and pressure, why not directly promote him to brigadier general? He believed the others would concur. In truth, a significant part of the confidence behind this bold move stemmed from Yifeng. Although he had not been involved frequently, he had instilled hope in everyone. Thus, the higher-ups decided to go all in this time, leaving the Americans somewhat baffled, wondering why China had reacted so strongly. They too were anxious, probing into what cards China might hold. But I digress. The group returned with palpable excitement. Before departing, Yifeng reminded them to consider a health checkup, especially since they were all of an age where such tremors could be concerning. The others exchanged glances, somewhat speechless. Of course, their health was fine. It was merely the excitement overwhelming them. This situation arises from their military background. Had it been an expert scholar from a relevant field, the tremors would likely have been even more pronounced. After everyone departed, Yifeng summoned the butler and inquired whether it was possible to procure a lithography machine. I regret to inform you, my master, that I am unable to fulfill such a request, the butler replied. Have you lost your mind? Yifeng exclaimed, apologies. I have been engrossed in empresses in the palace recently. However, I must confess that I cannot produce a lithography machine suitable for this era. I am a butler robot, possessing a modicum of knowledge across various scientific disciplines. Yet, when it comes to lithography machines, despite their obsolescence, specialized research robots are still required. As I lack the necessary expertise, who would employ a butler robot to delve into the intricacies of lithography machines? It's akin to hiring a butler in this world to study the principles of internal combustion engines from a century ago and how to manufacture them, the butler elaborated. Great. I'll be spending hundreds of billions again, Yifeng lamented. However, acquiring one would be advantageous for future endeavors. What is the cost for a research robot? He asked once more. The price varies, but given the technological standards of this era, a model around 500 billion should suffice. If it is to be customized, an additional 100 billion would be necessary, the butler clarified. Yifeng's heart sank at the thought of 500 billion. Are you basing this on my account balance? Do you feel discomfort seeing my funds? Yifeng retorted, unwilling to engage further. It was a struggle to save even a small amount, and now it was dwindling away. Then let us proceed with the purchase. Yifeng acquiesced, albeit reluctantly. 500 billion. That could almost pay for 2.5. Would you like it customized? Do you have the means? The butler inquired. Of course not, Yifeng replied curtly. Then why ask? The butler proceeded to place the order for a research robot. Clang. Just as the order was placed and payment made, a black hole reappeared in the sky, and a colossal box nearly crushed him. I must leave a negative review unless I receive a refund of 10 million, Yifeng growled. Upon unboxing, he encountered yet another ordinary middle-aged man. Customization would require an additional 100 billion, which he did not possess. Otherwise, I would have opted for a research female robot modeled after Lu Tianxian, complete with glasses. The thought alone is exhilarating. Master, K8-8000 reporting for duty, the robot declared, having scanned Yifeng and recognized him as its master. Well, you are a research robot, and my first one at that. Henceforth, you shall be called Ku-E. K8-8000 lacks appeal, while Ku-E sounds impressive. Yes, master. Ku-E reporting, the robot confirmed. Can you become invisible? Yifeng asked. Affirmative. That is satisfactory, Yifeng nodded. He then inquired further about the lithography machine. Is it feasible to develop one given the current domestic research capabilities? Absolutely. However, there's a caveat. Indeed, this lithography machine is already quite outdated. I would recommend that the master consider an alternative, a new chip manufacturing device known as a photorecorder. This would save substantial time and material costs, Ku-yi suggested. Photorecorder? That sounds rather unrefined. Yes, in the future world, approximately 50 years hence, lithography machines will gradually be supplanted by photorecorders. Compared to lithography machines, photorecorders are smaller, more portable, and boast greater production efficiency. In another 50 years, photorecorders will begin to miniaturize and become household items. Many kindergarten children will engage in hands-on chip crafting to create their own mobile devices, Ku-yi elucidated. How remarkable. Children crafting chips by hand in the future. Feng mused. Currently, we must exert national effort to develop such technologies. Thus, I propose we directly research the photorecorder, allowing us to leave other nations behind. Otherwise, even if we succeed, we would merely reach parity with the West, lacking any competitive edge. Given our present technological capabilities, can we create it? Absolutely. How long would it take to achieve success? Based on my recent data calculations, utilizing all available manpower and resources under my management, it would approximately require 6 months. Ku-yi stated succinctly. 6 months. Feng was taken aback. Previously, you spoke of 50 or even 100 years, and I assumed it would be an arduous task. Yet you tell me it can be accomplished in half a year. Indeed, the photorecorder is not particularly challenging. It is merely an upgraded version of the lithography machine. The principles are fundamentally the same. It simply hasn't been contemplated in that direction. Very well. Let us proceed with the photorecorder, Feng decisively concluded. Excellent. I shall now prepare the project proposal, Ku-yi affirmed. With this, the matter was resolved, and they could take their time moving forward. Naturally, this was an extensive and intricate project that could not be accomplished solely by him. Otherwise, he would appear too extraordinary, and others might suspect him of being an extraterrestrial, subjecting him to dissection for research. He merely needed to prepare the project proposal and submit it to the research center, ensuring he maintained oversight of the broader direction. The following day, the Major General returned to bestow Feng's new rank. This time, he brought with him the uniform of a brigadier general, adorned with a star and an ear of wheat on the shoulder epaulette. He had returned late the previous night to convene a meeting, relaying the esteemed Feng's statements to the higher authorities, and proposed Feng's promotion to brigadier general, which the military promptly approved. The radicals believed this was long overdue, while the conservatives deemed the radicals too moderate. They opined that should Feng truly succeed in his research within a year or two, the rank of a 3-star general would be more than appropriate. Feng, naturally, accepted the promotion with great delight. After confirming the project leader, the vast machinery of the state commenced its formal operations. The 3 major research zones were already under construction, with all other developments yielding precedence to the research center. It was anticipated that they would be operational by early next year. The 3 major research teams were also in the process of formation, with universities, enterprises, and research institutions across the nation eagerly participating. Daily, lists of researchers were presented to Feng for his selection. The research center in the Magic City primarily drew from local universities, enterprises, and research institutions in the vicinity of the Magic City and Su province. With Feng at the helm, it was poised to become the most formidable of the 3 major research centers, carrying the highest expectations from the upper echelons. Various policies, finances, talent, and resources were directed towards them, for Feng had boldly claimed a 50% chance of success within 1 to 2 years. Others were far less audacious in their proclamations. Many privately mocked Feng for his overestimation of his abilities, deriding his lack of formal education, having not graduated from high school, and attributing his success to mere luck. They were oblivious to the immense challenges posed by the development of lithography machines and believed his brilliance was too conspicuous, rendering him vulnerable to failure. Meanwhile, the Americans observed China's unyielding stance and began to ramp up their preparations for a confrontation, no longer concealing their intentions. They formally initiated a blockade against Chinese chips, imposing embargoes. However, China remained unfazed, having already stockpiled a substantial quantity of high-end chips sufficient for domestic use for a considerable duration. Yet, if they could not achieve success within 2 years or elevate chip technology to 5 nanometers, their position would become precarious. Initially, China had only intended to upgrade chips to 5 nanometers, demonstrating their research capabilities to the Americans to deter further blockades, with negotiations to follow. Yet now, Feng had instilled within them a newfound confidence. With the issuance of the chip embargo, the American lackeys began to scurry about, engaging in various joint military exercises. Naturally, China did not indulge them either, launching countermeasures with its own military drills, deploying an array of warships and aircraft carriers across the globe. Moreover, after a span of 44 years, they successfully conducted a test launch of a long-range intercontinental missile, subtly showcasing their sixth-generation fighter jet. The atmosphere was thick with impending turmoil, causing the world to tremble in trepidation. Should these two nations come to blows, it would be akin to heralding the apocalypse. Yet, none of this bore any significance for Yi Feng. He had returned home, where the legal matters concerning Yi Dashan were nearly resolved. The lawyer had reached an agreement. The Yiyang family, aside from retaining the most basic living expenses necessary to stave off starvation, allocated all remaining resources towards compensation, until the sum of 600 million was fully repaid. Originally set at 1 billion, that figure represented the auction price, which Yiyang had contested. Yi Feng was indifferent. Whether it was 1 billion or 600 million, they would undoubtedly struggle to repay it in their lifetime. His sole intention was to ensure Yiyang remained in perpetual poverty. Yi Feng merely needed to return, sign a few documents, and perhaps indulge in a bit of ostentation. In truth, Yi Dashan had always dreamt of seeing Yiyang enlist in the military. Yet, Yiyang lacked any self-awareness, lost in fantasies of commanding legions. However, he was too ineffectual. Upon a mere glance, the recruitment office deemed him unfit, eliminating him without even a medical examination. Such individuals, recruited into the army, would serve only to squander resources of no use whatsoever. Now, having attained the rank of Major General, he felt compelled to return and inform Yi Dashan. Alas, not only had he usurped Yi Yang's bride, but now he seemed intent on usurping his dreams as well. Come and challenge me if you dare. Soon, military vehicles arrived in the village. As a major general and the project head of the Shanghai Research District, he was naturally accompanied by his own guards. Upon witnessing Yi Feng descend from the vehicle clad in military attire, surrounded by his escorts, the villagers erupted in excitement. Goodness, Yi Feng looks incredibly dashing in that uniform. What rank is that? Just a single star? It doesn't seem very impressive. I've seen others with several stars. You only focus on the stars. But don't you recognize the wheat? That's a major general, a commanding officer, and there are few ranks above him. Goodness, a major general. The crowd was further astonished. They had not anticipated that Yi Feng would ascend to the rank of general in just a few days. Upon hearing the news, Yi Dashan's family came to visit. Their faces bore traces of hardship. As they beheld Yi Feng's spirited demeanor, their expressions turned complex. Yi Jian had long regretted his decisions. He had recognized that his eldest son was a lost cause, a hopeless endeavor. Unfortunately, Yi Feng paid him no heed. Even Yi Dashan began to waver. How could he not? He had dedicated all his family's resources to cultivate Yi Yang, only for him to be unable to remain at the county hospital and now find himself on the verge of being dismissed from the town clinic. He was at a loss for excuses, unable to convince others that Yi Yang sought to benefit the community. No one would believe him, not even he himself. At the town clinic, Yi Yang's medical skills were a dismal sight, having been experienced by many. Should he return to the village clinic, most would likely avoid seeking treatment altogether. Furthermore, he needed to be credible when speaking of community service. He felt embarrassed even attempting to assert it. Moreover, he had lost his authority over family matters. Following the incident where Sister Yu shattered a 10 billion yuan vase, the family had deliberated on divorcing, aiming to place the financial burden solely on her. But that plan had gone nowhere. They had envisioned a family unit consisting of her grandfather, her father-in-law, and her husband, 3 strong men who would surely command her respect. But instead, they were overpowered by Sister Yu's violent outburst. That was the cause of their bruised faces. When Sister Yu unleashed her fury, she showed no mercy. The infamous fat praying mantis technique was a terror only those facing her could truly comprehend. From that point on, Sister Yu officially assumed control. Yi Yang was consumed by envy, for Yi Feng had acquired all he had ever desired: wealth, beautiful women, and status. In the presence of lawyers and police witnesses, both parties signed, thus concluding the out-of-court settlement. You must repay swiftly. If you cannot, you can always bear children to repay the debt. With the spirit of Yugong moving mountains, your descendants will eventually settle it, Yi Feng encouraged. Yi Feng, don't grow too complacent. Do you truly believe that wealth is omnipotent? Yi Yang retorted, visibly disgruntled. Indeed, before Yi Feng could respond, the villagers nodded in agreement. Money could resolve 99% of issues, but for the remaining 1%, even more money was required. Yi Yang, you worthless scoundrel. Not only does he possess wealth, but he is also a major general with authority, while you are nothing. Furthermore, can you transfer to another township clinic? Spare us your incompetence. Exactly. You prescribed the wrong medication last time. The villagers expressed their disdain in unison. You? Yi Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. With a final cough of blood, he collapsed, the blood splattering onto Sister Yu, who disdainfully slapped him, sending him sprawling into the stinking ditch, rendering him unconscious. After that, no one paid him any mind. Cough, cough. At that moment, Yi Dashin cleared his throat, stepping forward with a benevolent expression. After grappling with his conscience, he was prepared to make a decision that contradicted ancestral traditions. Yi Feng, I admit my previous errors. If you return, the family will prioritize your development. Yi Dashin stated with utmost seriousness. As the legitimate eldest grandson, Yi Yang felt his years of effort had culminated in this dismal outcome. He had failed to earn any money and couldn't even manage his own wife. What sort of grandson resorts to violence against his grandfather? It was utterly shameful. Having already assaulted his husband and father-in-law, how could he dare to lay hands on his grandfather? Disappointment washed over him as he regarded Yi Yang. In contrast, Yi Feng, though not the legitimate grandson, had demonstrated remarkable capability. Without the benefit of family support, he had risen to the rank of Major General and amassed considerable wealth. A testament to his competence. With proper guidance, he could surely advance further and bring honor to the family. Though Yi Feng was not the legitimate grandson, history has shown that even emperors have favored the worthy over the legitimate. From now on, this family shall be yours to inherit, Yi Dashin declared with a smile. As if he were bestowing a throne. Yi Dashin you. For a moment, Yi Feng was at a loss for words. Utterly bewildered by Yi Dashin's unexpected turn of events. The villagers, unable to contain their laughter, erupted in mirth. Ha! Are you planning to pass down your family's debts to Yi Feng? I have never encountered such shamelessness. Prioritize his development? Does Yi Feng even need your guidance? The villagers chuckled heartily. Where does this old fool derive his confidence? Thinking he can cultivate a major general. Can he transform Yi Feng into a lieutenant general or a general? By what right? By his age, his lack of hygiene, or his mountain of debts? If you truly possessed such abilities, how did Yi Yang become such a wretched figure? Beside him, Yi Jian could not suppress a derisive smirk. The old fool is exceedingly naive. Does he genuinely believe that a mere acknowledgement of fault will lead Yi Feng to capitulate? If he himself is inept, how could the old man fare any better? He has conveniently forgotten how he has treated Yi Feng throughout the years, how he forced Yi Feng to relinquish his property and expelled him from the family lineage. Regret now? It's far too late. What business is it of yours? Yi Dashin widened his eyes in fury, wishing he could devour those present. No need for your intervention. Take your time nurturing your dear grandson. Yi Feng chuckled softly before departing in his vehicle. The act was complete, and seeing them in such disarray, Yi Feng felt a sense of relief. I speak earnestly, Yi Dashin, somewhat anxious, attempted to step forward but was halted by the guards. Left to watch helplessly as Yi Feng drove away. After Yi Feng's departure, the crowd dispersed. Did we forget something? Yi Jian had an unsettling feeling that something was amiss. Nothing at all. What could it possibly be? Zhang Ying shook her head. It seems like something has been overlooked. United in their thoughts, father and son, Yi Dashin shared this sentiment. No, spare me the nonsense. Return home and prepare a meal for me. I haven't eaten in 10 minutes, and I'm starving. Sister Yu shot a piercing glance. Despite the family's current hardships, she refused to be neglected. She did not marry into this family to suffer. But didn't you consume 10 dumplings, 2 hefty bowls of noodles, a bowl of braised pork, and 4 duck legs just this morning? Yi Dashin's lips twitched. Initially, he thought that marrying a granddaughter-in-law like this would mean she would help with household chores. Instead, she contributed nothing and was nearly bankrupting the household. Refusing to provide for her was not an option. Sister Yu was quite capable of resorting to violence. Especially now that debts loomed, tightening their already strained finances. Essentially, the entire family was economizing, tightening their belts to support Sister Yu alone. How could a meager amount suffice for everyone? For the sake of the family, I now only eat to 60% fullness. If you keep pushing me, old man, I might have to eat to 70%. Sister Yu scoffed. One would wonder who truly runs this household. ISNT that right? Ahem, for the sake of your health. You should indeed maintain a diet of 60% fullness. Yi Dashin hastily conceded. Although the entire family was growing increasingly gaunt, while Sister Yu became more rotund. If she insisted on 60% fullness, then so be it. What could he do? Humph. Sister Yu huffed. These people are insufferable. They refuse to listen to reason until I lose my temper. Once everyone had dispersed, Yi Yang, concealed in the foul ditch at the village's edge, gradually rose with a dark expression. In truth, he had awakened long ago and had overheard Yi Dashin and the others' conversation. He never anticipated that even the old man would now betray him. If that is the case, he would not hold back any longer. If you lack compassion, do not expect me to show mercy. Yi Yang's countenance morphed into a sinister grimace. Taking a deep breath, he ferociously extracted a notebook and pen from his pocket, beginning to inscribe curses upon everyone. Yi Jian had already been included long ago. Since his marriage, he had added Sister Yu as well. This time, he would inscribe the old patriarch. I draw I shall draw your demise. Humph, are you afraid now? Chapter 114, however, that being said. In the grand hall of the D family in Modu, Di Changyuan, along with his 3 sons, had gathered, the entire second generation of the D family present. The butler stood respectfully to the side. Though merely a butler, after the previous events, Di Changyuan had grown to trust him. Perhaps even more than some of his sons in certain respects. I have summoned you all to discuss your perspectives on the nation's initiative to develop domestic chip lithography machines, and whether we should enter the fray at this juncture. Di Changyuan's expression was grave. If we choose to engage, this could potentially determine the very survival of the D family. As a seasoned veteran, he acutely sensed that this moment might represent an opportunity for the D family to soar anew. The government's actions were unprecedented, brazenly severing ties with the Americans, pooling national resources, and establishing 3 major research centers. While the D family was substantial in size, their ventures primarily lay within traditional industries, with minimal involvement in the internet sector and even fewer in industries possessing core competitive advantages. Their traditional enterprises had reached their zenith. If this continued, decline was inevitable. He had called back all 3 sons to gather their thoughts, although he had essentially made his decision. Let us hear from the youngest first. Di Changyuan directed his gaze towards his youngest son. Father, I believe it is prudent for us to adopt a wait-and-see approach. Di Hongfei pondered for a moment before responding. A flicker of disappointment crossed Di Changyuan's eyes. His youngest son, being the most youthful, should possess a bolder, more open-minded perspective. Instead, he was exceedingly conservative. It was not that he was wrong, but he lacked the requisite audacity. He was less daring than his elderly father. Continue. Di Changyuan refrained from commenting, allowing him to express his thoughts. Perhaps he might offer some unforeseen insight. Firstly, our D family operates within traditional industries and lacks a deep understanding of the internet. To rashly enter the fray would likely result in us being outmatched by those internet giants, leading to unnecessary exertion. Secondly, I hold little optimism for this domestic chip development initiative. Even the Americans struggle to independently produce high-end chip lithography machines, let alone us, under the current restrictions, which complicates matters further. Lastly, the scale of this undertaking is vast, with numerous companies, consortiums, and institutions involved, rendering it excessively complex. Even should we find success, the benefits to us may be minimal. Should failure occur, it could jeopardize our operational capabilities and adversely affect our overseas ventures, making it a losing proposition. After finishing, Di Hongfei anxiously glanced at Di Changyuan, unsure of his satisfaction with the response. Unfortunately, the old patriarch maintained a stoic demeanor, revealing no emotion, making it impossible to discern his thoughts. And what is your opinion, second son? Di Changyuan continued, turning to his second son. The youngest's opinion was rather conventional. To phrase it positively, he was cautious. To phrase it negatively, he was timid. He was adept at maintaining the status quo, but lacked the ambition to advance. While his views were not erroneous, they did not align with the desired trajectory. I believe we could secretly enter the fray without impacting the group's operations, maintaining utmost confidentiality, ideally without alerting the Americans. We could bide our time until conditions are more favorable, at least until we achieve some tangible results before making our move. Di Hongda suggested thoughtfully. The magnitude of this commotion indeed presents an opportunity. However, as my youngest brother pointed out, there is no necessity for us to take unnecessary risks. We also maintain shipping routes with the Americans. Eldest brother, what do you think? Di Changyuan sighed inwardly. This son was even more conservative. He finally turned to Di Hongya. He could not fathom why, despite his own spirited nature at such an advanced age, his sons seemed so hesitant, each incapable of making significant strides. If success were to be achieved, would they even have the chance to invest and enter the fray? I believe that Hongda and Hongfei have made valid points. Di Hongya said cautiously. In truth, his opinion was of little consequence. It was merely an attempt to gauge the old man's thoughts. Di Changyuan shot a glare at his eldest son. What nonsense is this? If there were any validity to it, would I even need to ask you? Were it not for the presence of others, he would have taken the opportunity to teach him what constitutes sound reasoning. However, that being said, Di Hongya quickly changed his tune, clearly sensing the old man's dissatisfaction with his previous remarks. Di Hongya felt a bead of sweat trickle down his back. This was the true meaning of serving the emperor, is akin to accompanying a tiger. Despite his status as the heir of the Di family, which seemed enviable to outsiders, everything hinged on a single word from the old man. The nation had staked everything this time. There was no need for us to hesitate. The government must have a degree of confidence to act this way. I believe we can take the plunge. I think we should go all in. Di Hongya gritted his teeth and declared, since we've come this far, we might as well be resolute. Di Changyuan finally felt satisfied. At last, someone echoed his sentiments, albeit under duress. In truth, he shared the same thoughts. This opportunity was rare. The upper echelons were typically conservative, and they would never act impulsively without assurance. The grandiosity of this endeavor certainly indicated confidence, with a high probability of success. Although the development of lithography machines was challenging, it did not imply it was beyond their capabilities. Entering the fray at this juncture, while fraught with risk, also held the promise of significant rewards. If successful, it could secure the D family's dominance for 50 years, ensuring a smooth transition to the third generation. Moreover, even in failure, it would be inconsequential. Almost all major domestic internet enterprises were involved this time. What a vast network of connections that represented. I disagree. The third son, Di Hongya, shook his head. Di Hongya sighed. The third son was still too earnest. Does your agreement really matter? This course of action entails considerable risk. And I have received word that the higher-ups are not optimistic about the development of the lithography machine. The success rate is alarmingly low, at less than 10%. You truly do not comprehend the complexities involved in lithography machine development. We really need not take such risks, Di Hongfei firmly opposed. All right. We will proceed as the eldest suggests, Di Changyuan concluded decisively. Rather than watch the Changyuan group decline gradually, it was better to take a gamble. After all, he had started from nothing once before. At worst, they could begin anew. Dad, Di Hongfei furrowed his brow, wanting to voice more, but was cut off by Di Changyuan. Let's discuss how we can participate. This posed a challenge as the list of companies involved in the development did not include them. It would be rather absurd to show up with bags of money. They were transporters, not researchers. Dad, I propose we host a banquet, inviting the business magnates who have already entered the fray, and we will invest in them. The project requires not only technology, but also funding, Di Hongya suggested. That is a commendable idea. Coincidentally, in a couple of days, it will be that girl Yurua's 20th birthday. Let us hold the banquet at home and invite those already involved in the project. Second son, you shall take charge of the arrangements and ensure they are all invited back, Di Changyuan contemplated. Understood, Dad. Di Hongda nodded. Yurua was his youngest daughter. Then it is settled. Meeting adjourned. Eldest, come with me. After the meeting, Di Changyuan called his eldest son aside. The other two sons looked on with envy and a hint of jealousy. After all, he was the chosen successor. Dad, your actions will only lead the second and third to overthink, Di Hongfei warned. Let them think as they wish. For this banquet, I intend to invite the master and seek his opinion, Di Changyuan stated with utmost respect. This was something he had just recalled. The master was so formidable. He could summon dragons and surely had an intricate understanding of metaphysics. It would be prudent to inquire whether this was the right moment to act. Moreover, the banquet could serve as an opportunity to network with those internet tycoons and strategize their entry into the project. Dad, why don't you extend the invitation personally? Di Hongya felt a twinge of apprehension towards Yi Feng. Having interacted with him twice, he perceived him as carefree and unpretentious. Yet, as an extraordinary individual, he could not be as simple as he appeared. He was merely cloaking his true self. Even his avarice and lechery might be a facade, designed to expose his perceived flaws. A truly perfect master would instill fear. However, a greedy and lustful master was merely a good master. He and the old man had never fully grasped each other's true natures. If they were easily discerned, they would no longer be masters. Of course, the master is an exceedingly busy person. If he happens to be occupied, extending an invitation would be rather intrusive, Di Changyuan retorted, somewhat irked. Di Hongya, what? Are you saying that my invitation would not be intrusive? If you invite him and he is displeased, I will step forward to offer my apologies, claiming you were thoughtless, and take the brunt of his reproach, leaving you unscathed. I will know nothing of it, Di Changyuan stated nonchalantly, without a hint of embarrassment. Sons are merely tools for mischief. He certainly could not afford to jeopardize his relationship with the master. It would be unacceptable to call the master himself, only for him to be displeased and have his son bear the brunt of his ire. Di Hongya, truly, the old fox is cunning. He has extricated himself from any blame, letting others take the fall while he remains unaffected. Cough, cough, butler ding. You take this call, Di Hongya said, his eyes glinting with mischief. Who are you scolding? The butler, puzzled, stepped out. This was not a matter he could involve himself in. Even Di Changyuan treated it with the utmost caution. Who did he think he was to contact that esteemed individual? Although Di Changyuan trusted him, he needed to maintain his own boundaries. If he were to reach out, and that person responded with warmth, Di Changyuan would surely become wary of him. His access to that individual was not due to his own capabilities, but rather his position as the Di family's steward. Otherwise, he would never have even heard the name. Di Hongya, your acting skills are truly lacking. Once the butler left, Di Hongya hesitated before retrieving a separate mobile phone. He opened the contacts, which contained only Mr. Ye's name. This was a precautionary measure to prevent any leaks of Yi Feng's number. a dedicated phone he had specifically acquired. The old man had one as well, seldom used. After stealing his nerves, he cautiously dialed the number. Di Chuanyuan, observing nearby, felt disdain. His son was truly timid, nothing like his own boldness. Of course, he would have acted the same way if it were him making the call. This was also why he had not lost his temper. If anyone else had been dilly-dallying over a simple phone call, he would have been thoroughly impatient by now. "Hello, master," Di Hongye greeted, his face a mask of obsequiousness. Beside him, Di Chuanyuan adopted a serious demeanor, his body tense. Should there be any hint of dissatisfaction from the other end, he would deliver a swift kick and immediately apologize. "I apologize for the intrusion. It is a matter of some importance. We would like to invite you to dine at our home." Di Hongye refrained from mentioning the birthday initially, feeling it inappropriate. Inviting the master to celebrate the second son's daughter's birthday seemed rather absurd. The primary purpose of the banquet was to invite the master. While the other business leaders were secondary, the birthday was merely a pretext or an additional reason for the gathering. It's nothing significant. Just a small gathering for a young one's birthday. We thought it would be nice to have you join us for some merriment. If you are unavailable, we completely understand. Yi Feng inquired, and it was only natural for him to respond truthfully. Otherwise, it would be inappropriate for Yi Feng to arrive only to discover they were celebrating a birthday. "It is indeed our honor to have you here, sir. The Di family's humble abode shines with your presence." Di Hongye's aged face beamed like a blooming chrysanthemum. Yi Feng merely asked why they had extended an invitation for a meal. Upon learning of the birthday celebration, he showed no sign of displeasure and readily accepted. Observing their demeanor, he mused, "Dad, the sir has agreed." After hanging up, Di Hongye chuckled, yet noticed his father wore a somewhat displeased expression. "Father, what troubles you? Did I say something amiss?" The sir seemed unperturbed. "Shouldn't we have mentioned the birthday? But since the sir inquired, how could we remain silent? Or perhaps we ought to cancel the birthday altogether. After all, the meal with the sir holds far greater significance than the birthday." Di Chuanyuan felt a pang of regret. Had he known Yi Feng would not be offended, he would have made the call himself. "Di Hongye, it seems you are quite averse to taking risks, aren't you? No need to be so cautious." "Dad, the sir has agreed. Should we not send him an invitation or something? If we personally deliver it, perhaps we could dine at the sir's residence and foster a closer relationship." Di Hongye's eyes glimmered with excitement. "The sir might even provide us with some valuable items. This idea has merit, but perhaps we should reconsider." Di Chuanyuan's eyes brightened momentarily, only to shake his head in contemplation. "Why not?" Di Hongye was perplexed. "Isn't this splendid?" "You are still rather naive," Di Chuanyuan replied, shaking his head. "Let me ask you this. When we host a banquet, we must extend invitations to our guests, correct?" "Indeed. Should we then send invitations to myself, to you, and to the second and third brothers?" "Father, are you implying?" Di Hongye suddenly grasped the meaning. "Exactly. Invitations are meant for guests. Extending them to family would create distance. Not sending one signifies that we are among ourselves." Truly, the elder had considered every angle meticulously. "You still have much to learn." Di Chuanyuan felt in good spirits, a rare smile gracing his face. "Yes, father, you are right. Next time, I shall have Jing Shuo make the call. If reprimands are in order, let them fall upon him." Di Hongye felt quite pleased with himself. You have indeed learned swiftly. After confirming Yi Feng's attendance, the Di family widely distributed invitations, beckoning local industry magnates to their banquet, particularly those influential figures involved in the current chip initiative. Every notable individual received an invitation. Naturally, they were all keen to oblige. For the Di family held a venerable position in Shanghai's traditional industries, being the foremost clan in the city. Their worth was tangible, unlike those in the internet sector, whose valuations were often inflated and fluctuating. At times, their worth soared, but should stock prices plummet, they would swiftly fall from grace. Furthermore, there was a tacit understanding among them regarding the Di family's aspirations to enter the fray, given the substantial costs associated with the project and the uncertainty of its success. Financial support was welcomed, leading to a harmonious agreement between both parties. Chapter 116, I Am Yours. What is this? Reba gazed in awe at the treasures strewn across the basement. Gold, silver, jewels, and various antique ceramics, along with gold coins. It nearly blinded her with delight, her large, adorable eyes sparkling. What could all this possibly be worth? A twitch at the corner of her mouth revealed her astonishment, her mind racing with images of money signs. If it were merely several million or tens of millions, she would not have reacted so. However, the first batch of retrieved ceramics alone was valued in the billions. Combined with the rest, if all were auctioned, it could easily fetch hundreds of billions, or even more. Weren't you lamenting the absence of a piece of jewelry for this year's New Year's event? Feel free to choose any. Yi Feng smirked, exuding an air of confidence. As a top-tier celebrity, Reba's schedule grew increasingly packed as the year drew to a close. Although her agency no longer assigned her to trivial engagements, she remained quite busy with various New Year's activities and award ceremonies. She had decided to forego some work and spend a few days with Feng. Earlier, she had mentioned attending an award ceremony, for which her gown was already prepared, but she lacked a few matching pieces of jewelry. While she could seek sponsorship, there were stipulations. Firstly, she must handle the pieces with care, or else she would be liable for damages. If the jewelry was particularly valuable, it would likely be monitored by multiple security personnel, creating an uncomfortable atmosphere. Additionally, she needed to maintain a positive demeanor in alignment with the brand's promotional efforts. Otherwise, should she wear their jewelry with a stony expression, competitors might seize the opportunity to claim she was dissatisfied, leading to a media storm given her significant influence. In short, it was all rather troublesome, and she had little desire to borrow. Upon hearing her plight, Feng escorted her to the basement. Reba could hardly contain her excitement. Previously, only a few Yuan dynasty blue and white plates and vases had been revealed, but now, the collection had expanded to include numerous antiques, an impressive sight. There were also stacks of gold bars and gold ingots, genuine gold rather than mere replicas. Silver ingots lay carelessly piled in the corner, seemingly neglected. It was as if they had never been so poorly treated before. Had Feng taken to raiding pirate dens in her absence? My dear, can I truly choose anything I desire? Reba's face radiated excitement. Everything here belongs to you. Feel free to select at will. Feng replied with a gentle smile. This was just a fraction of what he had salvaged. If he were to gather all of it, it could likely form a small mountain. Indeed, it's all mine. But I am yours. Reba's cheeks flushed, her eyes sparkling with charm. Of course, you shall never escape my grasp, Feng declared. And Reba planted a quick kiss on his lips. Ouch, she exclaimed, only to be embraced by Feng. Their playful peck turned into a flurry of passionate kisses, leaving them breathless and slightly disheveled before they finally halted. Reba joyfully began selecting jewelry. Wow, this piece is stunning, and this one is lovely too. But this one is perfect. It exudes elegance and a vintage charm. Since most of the jewelry had been retrieved from ancient shipwrecks, the majority featured designs reminiscent of antiquity. Compared to the intricacy of modern jewelry, these ancient pieces appeared more dignified and refined, perfectly suited to Reba's striking beauty. Thus, she found herself enamored with each item. What to do? I adore them all. As she approached the end of her selection, Reba encountered a dilemma, rolling about among the treasures, her long legs flailing in frustration. Feng, I never expected you to be this side of Reba. You are utterly adorable. Finally, Reba assembled 5 complete sets, but was still at a loss for choice. Take whatever you like. I cannot possibly use so much myself. She fretted. Ah, forget it. The little rooster will point to whomever it desires. With her eyes closed, she began to blindly select. However, after her selections, she caught sight of another set that seemed even more appealing. Ah, she thought, adding another piece to her collection. Ultimately, she joyfully settled on her absolute favorite set. Feng, isn't it better to simply take that set? The others chimed in. Don't rush, we'll bring you next time. I promise to distribute equally. Reba reassured the others. Why not select 2 more unappealing pieces? Feng contemplated before suggesting. Why? Ultraman invited me to dinner for his granddaughter's birthday. Consider it a gift. Oh, splendid. Reba gleefully resumed her selection. Women possess an irresistible allure towards jewelry. Once she completed her selection, she began to organize them. Feng had carelessly tossed them about, showing little regard for the precious items. At a certain award ceremony in the magical city, the event had yet to commence, but the starlets gathered in small clusters, whispering amongst themselves. Have you heard? The beloved little princess of the D family, Diru, is celebrating her 20th birthday, and they've invited nearly all the bigwigs of the magical city, including prominent figures from politics and business. Lu Yi, a popular starlet, leaned in, speaking in hushed tones, her voice laced with intrigue. Lu Yi, basking in her stardom, had learned this while discussing poetry and life philosophies with her benefactor the previous night. Is that true? How do you know, Yi? Someone informed me, she replied, her expression brimming with pride. Ordinary individuals are often not even privy to such gatherings. It truly is a congregation of the affluent. Each attendee is a notable figure. I envy the little princess of the D family, several starlets lamented. They say all roads lead to Rome, but she was born there. People truly cannot be compared. They sighed. Others may perceive them as glamorous, yet in the presence of those truly favored by fortune, they feel insignificant. A lifetime of effort would scarcely suffice to reach the starting line of such elites. Yangmi smiled quietly, choosing not to engage. She had moved beyond such aspirations. Oh, how I wish to attend the little princess's birthday soiree. How can we secure an invitation? I wish to attend as well. If only I could receive a formal invitation. It would be wonderful to meet some influential figures, or perhaps even forge a friendship with the little princess of the D family. The group excitedly envisioned their prospects. Lu Yi smirked, her outward demeanor cheerful while her thoughts dripped with disdain. What audacity! That is the D family soiree. Do you think invitations are easily obtained? And as for befriending the little princess, why not claim she is your fan instead? They ought to reflect on their own standing. What right do they have to attend the D family's gathering? Do they truly believe that being a star and having a few so-called fans elevates them to goddess status? Yet, Lu Yi was different. Your smile seems rather enigmatic. Do you possess an invitation? The others perked up upon noticing Lu Yi's coy demeanor. Those who thrive in the entertainment industry are notably astute. Could it be that she truly has an invitation? Even Yangmi, standing nearby, appeared taken aback. She had heard of the D family's soiree. Despite her modest accomplishments after years in the industry, she lacked the stature to receive an invitation. Has Lu Yi truly risen so high? Yangmi mused, quickly discerning the dynamics at play. In the circle, not even the top stars or directors command respect in the presence of the D family. You overestimate me. How could I possibly have an invitation? However, the others recognized her humility as a prelude to something significant. My boyfriend has been invited. He will take me. Lu Yi offered a subtle smile, referring to her benefactor. Yangmi wore an expression of as expected. Wow, I truly envy you. Once you attend, you will have the chance to ingratiate yourself with numerous influential figures. The fact that Yi could attend already spoke volumes about her prowess. She did not need to curry favor with anyone. My apologies. That was a slip of the tongue. The others gazed at her with envy. If they could attend the D family soiree, merely winning over one influential figure would suffice for a smooth journey in the industry. I've heard that Lei from Xiaomi and Ma from Tencent will also be in attendance. If one could merely connect with someone from the D family, they would leap several tiers in status. Yangmi shook her head. They were still too young. That echelon of society cannot be infiltrated by mere force. It would only serve to embarrass themselves and others. She was certain that even if they did attend, they would likely remain in the garden, occasionally wandering into the main hall, but never lingering for long. Ultimately, they would lack the privilege to sit at the table. Even if they did manage to sit, they would merely serve drinks and tea, akin to the status of a mere server. Mijia, surely you must have an invitation. At least to enter? We could go together. Lu Yi suddenly turned to Yangmi, her lips betraying a smile. Recently, Yangmi had faced multiple project failures, signaling a faltering transition in her career. Though she still held a top-tier status, her relevance and influence had diminished considerably. Many aspired to rise by stepping on her shoulders. The competition in the entertainment industry is fiercely ruthless, and Lu Yi was no exception. Now a rising star, she was just a step away from the pinnacle of fame. Her benefactor had mentioned that those attending the soiree are the elite of the magical city. By sheer luck, he had secured an invitation due to business dealings with the third heir of the D family. Otherwise, he would not have qualified. Even if he attended, it would merely be to exchange pleasantries before departing, lacking the status to join the table. Lu Yi was confident that Yangmi would be without an invitation, nor would she gain entry, yet she herself would be inside. Wasn't this a testament to her superiority over Yangmi? She could claim to have been to the D family's gathering and attended the little princess's soiree. As for not sitting at the table, who would know? She could find an opportunity to meet the little princess, at least snap a few photos together, feigning familiarity. Later, she could subtly promote the narrative that she and the little princess were close friends. If anyone doubted, she could simply release the photos. Those unaware would presume her to be of significant stature. This could swiftly secure her standing in the industry. Despite being a rising star now, she had a limited body of work. She was confident that those around her would soon spread her narrative throughout the industry. If they didn't, she would take the initiative. Her plans were meticulously laid out. The entertainment world would inevitably become her dominion. As for Yangmi and Dili Zhiba, well, Dili Zhiba was backed by genuine powerhouses. Yangmi could simply cool her heels. I don't know anyone there, so I want to be attending. Yangmi smiled, unfazed. Over the years, she had encountered numerous individuals eager to ascend by leveraging her success. Various small flowers had come and gone. Yet she remained a leading figure, while many of those once prominent had faded into obscurity. Could it be, Mijia, that you did not receive an invitation? Surely not. You are a top-tier star. Lu Yi feigned astonishment. Yangmi, you speak as if you possess an invitation yourself. Were it not for that middle-aged, corpulent benefactor, would you have gained entry? Lu Yi is acquainted with her benefactor. No. Has anyone in the circle received an invitation? Yangmi replied with feigned sincerity. You? Lu Yi felt a surge of irritation. The other party was mocking her reliance on her benefactor. Are you not going? Or is it that you cannot go? Is there truly no one to escort Sister Mi inside? Aren't you well acquainted with numerous capital magnates? Lu Yi dropped her pretense. Sister Yang, with this attitude, even if you ascend, your path will be short-lived. Regrettably, a single invitation allows entry for only one person, otherwise, I would have brought you all along. Upon seeing Yang Mi's silence, Lu Yi pretended to express regret. In truth, she had paid a considerable price, singing Chrysanthemum Terrace, for her benefactor to agree to take her. Even if she could bring someone, she would not choose to. As the award ceremony was about to commence, they each took their seats. As a top-tier celebrity, Yang Mi, occupying the position of a leading figure, naturally sat nearer the front, just behind a select few prominent directors and actors. Lu Yi felt a twinge of discontent. As she passed by Yang Mi, she whispered in her ear, "Old hag, you have become obsolete. This is our era now. Just wait. One day I will trample you beneath my feet." Lu Yi let out a cold laugh. Despite Yang Mi's cultivated demeanor, her expression shifted upon hearing those words. However, with so many people present, it was not the time to erupt. Otherwise, the next day would be filled with trending topics about her allegedly suppressing newcomers. Thus, she could only feign ignorance, striving to manage her emotions and maintain her composure as she settled into her seat, though internally, she felt an overwhelming frustration. The sight of Lu Yi alone incited her ire. It was only after the award ceremony concluded that Yang Mi returned to the hotel with a sullen face. "What is wrong, sister Mi?" her manager inquired, perplexed. "Weren't things fine on the way there? Did you not win an award? Did the organizers betray you?" Many organizers, emboldened by their connections, initially promised awards to artists, only to bestow them upon their own newcomers when they arrived. The following day, they would create trending topics claiming their newcomers had outperformed Yang Mi. "That's not it. I received all the awards I was supposed to," her manager observed as he glanced at the trophies. "No, it's about Lu Yi," Yang Mi briefly explained the situation. "Do newcomers these days really lack awareness of their own limitations?" Her manager was somewhat speechless. "But, on the other hand, this is indeed a golden opportunity." He shifted his tone. "Since Yang Mi established her own studio, her former company has been subtly undermining her, frequently engaging marketing accounts to smear her. Added to that, several of her projects have flopped, leaving her in a precarious situation. What good is a golden opportunity if we don't have an invitation and cannot gain entry?" Yang Mi sighed. She was acutely aware of her circumstances. Being able to attend the D family's little princess's birthday party would undoubtedly be splendid, even without an invitation. "We can find someone to take you in." Her manager raised an eyebrow. "Who would that be?" "Naturally, another top-tier celebrity," he replied. "You mean Reba?" Yang Mi quickly deduced. Among the remaining celebrities, Reba was the only true female top-tier star without rivals. No one dared to challenge her. Yang Mi was aware of the reasons behind this and had once spoken with her on the phone. The powerful figures supporting Reba were indeed formidable. "Forget it. She has her struggles too." Yang Mi shook her head. Despite Reba's current success, she has undoubtedly paid a hefty price behind the scenes. Though she appears joyful, who knows if it is merely a facade? "Don't be like that. It's simply a casual inquiry. Just call her and see. If it's too much for her, so be it. If it's not, you can accompany her," her manager encouraged. "Me?" Yang Mi hesitated, feeling conflicted. "When did you two become so estranged?" "Reba seems to be in Magic City lately. Just give her a call. That powerful figure behind her is genuinely impressive. It is said that he has a good relationship with the D family, and he must have been invited this time. Perhaps you could connect with the D family," her manager urged. "Fine." After some contemplation, Yang Mi ultimately agreed. Her current situation was indeed challenging. She had intended to redirect her focus towards work. Yet her projects had repeatedly flopped, and her attempts at transformation had failed. The capital was gradually losing faith in her, and there were no promising scripts on the horizon. She felt lost, uncertain about how to navigate her career moving forward. Although she was a boss with some financial means, she could not afford to invest in every project herself. It would inevitably lead to financial ruin. However, if she could attend the D family's Little Princess's banquet and meet more influential figures, perhaps she could seize the chance to revitalize her career. Yang Mi took out her phone and dialed Reba's number. After a lengthy wait, Reba finally answered the call. Had she not understood Reba's character, Yang Mi might have thought she was being ignored. Sister Mi, what brings you to call me so late?" Reba's voice was somewhat subdued. Clearly, her standing among the powerful was not particularly high. The once lively girl now had to bow to the realities of life for survival. She had once been determined to work hard and signed a deal with capitalists, struggling for years to barely escape that fate. "I digress. I was just wondering why you didn't attend the award ceremony tonight. I had hoped to see you." Yang Mi casually broached the topic. "Well, with the new year approaching, I've been busy preparing. He is also in Magic City, so I returned to spend a few days with him and skipped the award ceremony," Reba explained. "How have you been lately?" "I'm doing well, Sister Mi. Do you need something from me?" "Nothing much. Sister Mi, you know me well enough to realize when something's up. Just say it. We have always been able to talk openly." Reba was aware that Yang Mi certainly had an agenda. Yang Mi hesitated to speak, but was pressed by her manager beside her. Resigned, She carefully articulated. So, have you heard about the D family's little princess's birthday banquet? I know. It's the birthday of D's little princess, right? Haha. Yangmi noted how effortlessly Reba could jest about the D family, indicating the strong backing she had. Cough, cough. Otherwise, given Reba's cautious nature, it would be impossible for her to speak so boldly. We're going to the D family for dinner tomorrow. I was just picking out a gift for the little princess. Reba exclaimed cheerfully. No wonder you didn't attend the award ceremony. Sister me, are you going too? We should go together. Reba enthusiastically invited. Of course, her invitation was sincere, unlike Lu Yi's mockery. Had I not known you well, I might have mistaken that for sarcasm. Yet, her speculation was correct. The D family had indeed invited the powerful figure behind Reba, who would also be bringing her along. I don't have an invitation. Can I accompany you? Under the urging of her agent, Yangmi set aside her pride and spoke directly. Suddenly, the line went silent. A sense of unease crept over Yangmi. If it were up to Reba, she would undoubtedly agree. Yet, it was clear that Reba could not make such decisions. Her request would surely put Reba in a difficult position. Moreover, with the big shot nearby, perhaps he had overheard and was displeased, which would explain Reba's silence. Regret washed over Yangmi. Had she known, she would have sought Reba out privately, or perhaps avoided approaching her altogether. Her own status was still precarious. Thoughts raced through Yangmi's mind, her anxiety mounting. Mijia, I asked him, and he agreed. You can come over tomorrow and join us. Reba's voice suddenly broke the tension just as despair began to envelop Yangmi. Thank you, Reba. Though it felt somewhat awkward, a wave of relief washed over her. The once naive and adorable girl she had nurtured was now capable of standing on her own, even giving back to her. No need to be polite. We are like family, Reba replied cheerfully. All right, I won't disturb you any longer. Enjoy this passionate and beautiful evening. Yangmi chuckled as she ended the call. The following afternoon, Yangmi arrived. She had made plans to set off with Reba and had come early to check on her. To her surprise, she discovered that Reba was residing in the Tang Palace, living in the home of a significant figure. It appeared that her circumstances were not as dire as she had imagined. Mijia, Reba waved her hand, beaming with joy. Her voice was light and cheerful, showing no signs of distress. Chapter 119, Yangmi arrives. Mijia, you can park the car over here, Reba directed as Yangmi parked. Reba, it's been a long time. After stepping out of the car, Yangmi enveloped Reba in a warm embrace. She felt a wave of nostalgia as she gazed at the once naive little girl she had guided, who had now blossomed into a top-tier star, surpassing even her own accomplishments. The last time we met was over a year ago, wasn't it? Reba mused, equally reflective. Since Yangmi had left the company, their meetings had become infrequent, as the company had intentionally kept them apart. But now, that no longer mattered. Wow, you look so much more beautiful lately. Your skin is radiant. What skincare products are you using? Yangmi remarked with envy, gently pinching Reba's cheek. Hehe, I'm not using any skincare products. Just going for a natural look, Reba replied, raising an eyebrow with pride. Usually, Feng tells me not to wear makeup at home, or else I'll end up with a mouthful of powder. Really? I find that hard to believe, Yangmi teased. Reba, you're still the same abstract person. Whether you believe it or not, I certainly do, Reba laughed as they bantered playfully. Haha, Mijia, let me introduce you to him, Reba suddenly suggested. A hint of shyness in her voice, reminiscent of introducing a boyfriend to a close friend. Wait, before we meet, let me ask about him. What is he like? And how does he treat you? Yangmi whispered, her concern evident. Although Reba appeared to be in good spirits, one could never be too sure. Knowing his character beforehand would prevent any potential faux pas. He's really nice. Rather abstract as well, loves giving people nicknames. D-Family Ultraman is his creation. Reba explained. Yangmi pondered, the big shot must have a good relationship with the D family. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to bestow such nicknames. He's a bit flirtatious. Well, not just a bit. He's quite flirtatious, Reba added, tilting her head. Yangmi felt comfortable discussing such traits with Reba, knowing there were no boundaries between them. These characteristics are all fine, but they seem a bit incongruous for someone of his stature. Generally, influential figures tend to be more reserved. Most, regardless of their personality, fame depth. Am I going with you to the D family? Is he upset about that? Yangmi inquired, her concern evident. This was her primary worry. Not at all. He said that having an extra pair of chopsticks is always welcome, especially since it's not his treat. Yangmi was taken aback. An extra pair of chopsticks? So, he's genuinely planning to have a meal. Their relationship must be particularly close, as visiting the D family feels like going home. Taking a deep breath, Yangmi deduced from Reba's words that the other party must indeed possess a commendable character and should be easy to get along with. All right, let us go meet him. What is he currently doing? She asked, still a bit anxious. He's likely engaged in research. As for what kind of research? Don't ask me. I can't make heads or tails of it. It's all rather overwhelming, Reba confessed. She had visited Yi Feng's study before and found herself bewildered by the numerous diagrams, formulas, and data. A big shot involved in research. That's quite abstract. In Yang Mi's mind, influential figures typically dealt with finance, investments, stocks, or at most, ran businesses. This was her first encounter with someone delving into research. Follow me. Reba led the way. Your home is quite expansive. Yes, I often find myself getting lost at home too. Yang Mi replied. Getting lost is quite a skill. She added with a chuckle. Soon, they arrived at the study. Reba gently pressed the doorbell, and the door slowly opened. The walls of the study were covered in whiteboards, and the floor was cluttered with various sizes of whiteboard stands, all densely covered with diagrams, calculations, and formulas. At the desk, a strikingly handsome man was sketching on the whiteboard with a marker, occasionally furrowing his brow as he glanced at a tablet. In an instant, Yang Mi understood why Reba found it so daunting. Just standing outside started giving her a headache. With so much information, could he truly comprehend it all? Was everything on those boards his own work? What must his IQ be? She was familiar with the complexities of calculations, knowing they rivaled orchestrating a large-scale battle. This man was not merely a capital mogul, but also an academic powerhouse. Reba shrugged. This study is the last place I want to be. Have you eaten? Upon seeing the door to the study open, Yi Feng set down his marker. The intricate formulas and data were not solely his calculations. They were generated by a research robot, and he was merely learning alongside it. He aspired to develop a photolithography machine, which required him to first grasp the principles behind existing machines, simplifying unnecessary aspects and upgrading them. No individual on the planet could claim to fully understand all the principles of photolithography. Only he, continuously enhancing his brain with genetic drugs, could even begin to manage the overwhelming data. The myriad formulas and materials currently displayed represented less than 1% of the total. Most resided on his computer. With the new year approaching, he needed to streamline the entire process to avoid floundering like a headless chicken later on. No, dear. It's just that Jia has arrived. Reba found the situation amusing, yet felt a pang of sympathy. In the past, she had struggled to memorize scripts and lines, feeling overwhelmed. However, compared to Yi Feng's challenges, her struggles seemed trivial. Oh, Sister Mi has arrived. Are you bringing her to the study to collaborate on research with me? No. She's just here to meet Mr. Yi. Yang Mi quickly waved her hand. There's nothing to research at all. She glanced at the recent whiteboard. She recognized the letters and words individually, but together they were incomprehensible. Truly a scholarly prodigy. Hee. Sister Mi, he's just joking with you. Who could understand this stuff? Reba stifled a laugh. Anyway, she can't grasp any of it. Yang Mi, Reba was right. It was indeed very abstract. The first time they met, and they were already diving into abstract concepts. Is this the relaxed demeanor of a big shot? Moreover, she understood that he wasn't looking down on her. He was genuinely engrossed in research, reflecting on the recent national initiatives regarding chip and photolithography machine development. She began to piece things together. Her uncle, a professor at Tsinghua University, was also involved in the chip project. However, he was based in the capital. While this big shot seemed to be in the Magic City. Please entertain Sister Mi for a moment. I'll join you after I finish this section. All right, dear. You take your time. Sister Mi, let us go? Okay, Mr. Yi. We'll take our leave now. Yang Mi nodded. As they exited the study, the atmosphere lightened considerably. Moments ago, they felt engulfed by formulas, making it difficult to breathe and leaving them uncomfortable. Such things were truly beyond their understanding. Chapter 120, The Abstract Couple. Sister Mi, would you like something to drink? Once they reached the living room, Reba inquired. Mineral water will suffice. Very well. Reba fetched a bottle of mineral water. Although the household had servants, Reba preferred to be hands-on, especially when hosting someone like Yang Mi. It felt inappropriate to have a servant fetch it. Yang Mi took a large gulp, having been in a tense state and feeling quite parched. What brand of mineral water is this? It tastes quite good. I should buy some. It's called something like Ku 2,700 a bottle. Yang Mi forget I said anything, though she was somewhat well off now. Spending over 2,000 on a bottle of mineral water still seemed extravagant. She just downed over 1,000 in one gulp. What a waste. Reba covered her mouth, stifling a giggle. Joining you all this time. I hope I'm not intruding or causing any inconvenience. Yang Mi still felt a bit uneasy. Not at all. We're quite familiar with the D family. We're like one big family. We've even gone out to sea together. In fact, this villa was a gift from the D family, Reba explained. That reassures me. Yang Mi finally relaxed. If they've gifted a villa and gone out together, it clearly indicated a strong relationship. By the way, Reba, have you prepared your outfit for tonight? Yang Mi casually asked. Naturally. I've got a complete set of formal wear ready. What outfit? It's just a birthday dinner. Can't we dress casually? This is what I'm wearing. Previously, for your birthday or for other colleagues and friends' birthdays, everyone dressed rather casually. Reba was a bit perplexed. Yifeng had told her that the little granddaughter of the Ultraman family was celebrating her birthday and invited them for a meal. They just needed to prepare a gift, which was already chosen, and they could head out once the time came. It's not like we're attending an award ceremony. Do we really need to wear formal attire? Given the cold weather, if we wore formal dresses, we'd need to add thermal leggings. But would Yifeng even wear formal attire? He'd probably prefer not to go at all. Reba was lost in her thoughts. Youngmi, you can't be serious in thinking it's just a simple dinner, right? How poor would I have to be to shamelessly tag along for a meal? This time is different. The D family has invited all the big shots from the Magic City, prominent figures from high society. Even the so-called stars from our entertainment circle don't qualify for an invitation. I wanted to take a chance, which is why I asked you. Are you sure you want to go dressed like that? Youngmi explained. Ah, is it that grand? Reba was also taken aback. She had been quite carefree with Yifeng these past few days. She had no idea the D family would host such an elaborate affair. If that's the case, she couldn't dress too casually, or else it would embarrass Yifeng. Sister me, have you chosen your outfit? I've chosen one. It's in the car, and I can change any time. Then please help me choose some accessories quickly. We're running out of time, Reba urged anxiously. Sure, I'll help you. The two made their way to the wardrobe. Youngmi surveyed the expansive 100-square-meter space, feeling somewhat speechless. It felt like shopping at a mall rather than browsing a wardrobe. Besides a variety of clothes, there were bags, shoes, and a section for accessories. This is true wealth. In the presence of these big shots, she felt like a pauper. She could tell that all the bags were limited editions from luxury brands. The clothes were likely custom-made as well. Sister me, how about this outfit? Reba selected an ensemble. This one looks good. Let us go with this one. Youngmi agreed. Is it really that casual? There are so many outfits. Shouldn't we try a few more? There's no time. Otherwise, I would love to try on a few more, Reba shrugged. That's true, Youngmi nodded. Show me which accessories would go well with it. All right. After Reba chose the outfit and got dolled up, the time was nearly upon them, so they went to find Yifeng. Youngmi had also changed and was waiting downstairs. Dear, it's almost time. You should change into something too. We'll be able to leave soon. Reba smiled slightly and even twirled in front of Yifeng. Normally, her bare face could mesmerize him, but now, dressed like this, she was bound to dazzle his titanium alloy eyes. Why are you dressed like that? Aren't you cold going out? Yifeng frowned. At that moment, Reba was clad in a white evening gown, revealing her long neck, with the hem trailing on the ground, resembling a princess stepping out of a fairy tale. Sophisticated, grand, and elegant. However, it would definitely be cold outside. Not at all. I'm wearing thermal leggings underneath. Reba cheekily winked, somewhat proudly lifting her skirt. Higher, cough cough. Reba, old pervert. I meant to say, you don't need to dress like that. Isn't it awkward? It's not convenient for dining either. Formal dresses may look good, but they're utterly impractical. Who on earth invented such clothing? It's indeed quite awkward. But Sister Me said that many high society figures would attend this time, and I can't let you be embarrassed. All the other female companions will be dressed beautifully. While I'm in a big puffy coat, that wouldn't be right. Reba stuck out her tongue. Although she enjoyed pretty clothes, formal gowns were truly a challenge. They were uncomfortable to sit or stand in. Just go change into something else. It's been quite chilly in the Magic City these past few days, with snow in many areas. It's pretty cold outside. Don't catch a cold. Reba, 1 point for being moved. If I catch a cold, how can I kiss you with a runny nose? Even if it's dilly Reba, kissing with a runny nose is quite unpleasant. Reba, 1 point deducted for being moved. Her mind was filled with these thoughts. Oh, and those formulas. She suddenly realized that as long as she employed the old-fashioned mindset to speculate on this fellow's thoughts, she could almost always hit the mark. Youngmi waited downstairs for a while and finally spotted Reba and Yifeng descending in their down jackets. The outfit they had meticulously discussed earlier had been completely abandoned. Although the down jackets were reasonably attractive, they paled in comparison to the previous ensemble. Are you really planning to wear that? Youngmi asked, somewhat exasperated. All that effort had seemingly gone to waste. Reba seemed equally resigned. If she didn't change, Yifeng would give her a good smack on the backside. You should change too. It's far too cold outside. Wouldn't that be inappropriate? Nonsense. It's not about what you think. It's about what I think, Reba asserted, cutting in. Hey, you're just echoing my words. Yifeng complained, pinching Reba's cheek in discontent. Whoever said it first gets to claim it, Reba said with a hint of pride. Youngmi remarked, you two are quite abstract, an abstract couple indeed. It's hard to fathom how joyous it must be with such a wealthy, intelligent person who delights in the abstract. No wonder Reba had been gradually brightening up online lately. She wasn't merely putting on a brave face, she was genuinely happy. Eventually, all three donned their down jackets, truly resembling a casual outing for a meal. Youngmi decided to go all in. Being with the big shot was undoubtedly the right choice. Chapter 121. If you can't beat them, Join them. Are we really taking this? Yang Mi gazed at the three-wheeler before her, feeling a tumult of emotions. The big shot had truly reached a state of returning to simplicity. Water bottles at home costing 2,000 to 3,000 each. Yet traveling by a three-wheeler while accompanied by two top-tier female stars. What a peculiar state of mind. During rush hour, driving would result in being stuck in traffic. A three-wheeler seemed like the wiser option. Indeed, that makes sense, Reba nodded. Well, as long as you're happy, Yang Mi conceded. Reba fetched two small stools and placed them on the vehicle, then, with a playful wiggle, began to climb aboard. Observing Reba's slight struggle, Feng quickly came to her aid, pushing her from behind with great enthusiasm. If he had delayed any longer, she would have been on board already. Reba's cheeks flushed a rosy hue. Yang Mi, Reba's earlier assessment was spot on. Come on, get in. Reba patted the stool beside her after she settled in. Do you think we might be recognized? Yang Mi expressed her concern. Two top-tier stars in a three-wheeler. Should anyone catch sight of them and post it online, the news of their downfall would surely trend the next day. Not to worry, I've prepared masks and hats. This will suffice. Reba produced 2 masks and hats. That works, Yang Mi agreed, climbing onto the vehicle. Are we all set? All right, let us go. With a vroom, the little three-wheeler sped off. Watching the night scenery recede behind them, Yang Mi found it all rather surreal. She could not quite discern what sort of person Feng truly was. Despite his wealth, he eschewed pretension, enjoyed the abstract, and had an affinity for scientific pursuits. And, not to forget, he liked riding a three-wheeler. Before long, they arrived at the outskirts of the D family estate. Aside from their three-wheeler, every other vehicle was a luxury car: BYD, Xiaoping, Li Auto, Neo, Neza, and Volkswagen Polo. That was certainly out of the question. Those were the luxury vehicles for Yi Yang's wedding. The roads were lined with Mercedes-Benz, Rolls-Royce, Maybach, and Audi. Younger drivers flaunted their various supercars, including Lamborghinis, Ferraris, and Porsches. Driving a Japanese or Korean car here would be embarrassing. As for Feng, others might merely assume he was a scrap collector who had wandered into the wrong place. At the entrance of the D estate, a young man with striking features, yet dressed simply, was halted by security. Why can't I enter? I'm sorry, but you do not have an invitation. The guard replied with a polite smile, though internally he was rolling his eyes. Do you even realize where you are? This is not a place for someone of your means. Dressed like that, and arriving on foot, he hardly resembled someone of wealth. If one were to claim they were a poor person pretending to be rich to save face, they had chosen the wrong venue. This was the D family estate. Not just anyone could waltz in. They were merely adhering to protocol. Not everyone could be granted entry without an invitation. Do you know who I am? The young man fumed. No, the guard shook his head. They truly didn't know, nor did they care to find out. I was invited by your young lady. I am a friend of hers, the young man sneered. Oh, a friend of the young lady? How terrifying. The guard mocked. You claim to be her friend? Why not say you're her fiancé instead? Would you have us believe you're her friend, or that I'm Emperor Qin Shi Huang? Greetings, your majesty. Several guards erupted in laughter at the absurdity. This fellow was quite the comedian. Lacking any formal training, they found it hard not to chuckle. You lot. The young man was infuriated. Aren't you supposed to be friends of the young lady? Why not just call her, and we'll let you through? One guard observed that the young man seemed serious and added, there's a slim chance the young lady, being kind-hearted, might let a beggar in to pick up some scraps. I don't have a phone. You call your young lady and tell her Qin Jin has arrived. The young man declared with an air of arrogance. You don't have a phone, yet you think we have the young lady's number? Even if we did, do you think we would dare call her? Haha, no phone. Which primitive society did you escape from? Move along, or we won't be so polite. The guards' taunts grew louder. Although Mr. D had instructed them to treat guests well today, without a hint of negligence, this individual clearly did not fit the profile of a guest. He was likely a beggar who had taken a wrong turn, hoping to sneak in and steal something. You lot. Qin Jin could only clench his fists in frustration. Here we are, here we are. Meanwhile, Feng rode the three-wheeler to the outer gate of the estate. The entire hillside belonged to the D family. To enter, one had to pass through several gates. Reba and Yang Mi removed their masks. At that moment, Yang Mi spotted a familiar figure in a resplendent gown. Unlike others walking further in, she was striding out in high heels, looking quite desolate. Lu Yi, too, sensed the gazes in the air, lifted her head, and happened to lock eyes with Yang Mi, clad in down. Is that Lu Yi? Why is she leaving? Reba whispered. Silly. She probably went in and found the food unappetizing, so she left. How can you not understand that? Feng poked Reba's forehead. Yang Mi, you are being overly abstract, Lu Yi mused. I suspect he is mocking me, yet I have no evidence. Who would leave simply because the D family's food was unsatisfactory? Oh, I see. But even so, she needn't leave. If it were me, I would just eat a little less. Reba tilted her head and replied. Upon witnessing the subpar quality of the meal, one could opt to consume less, as departing abruptly would be exceedingly impolite. However, circumstances must be considered. Should one be presented with a plate of Westlake vinegar fish, roasted lamb eyes, live pearls, and a beverage of the renowned Beijing mung bean juice, one might well lose their temper. Indeed, the situation could be quite alarming. In fact, mung bean juice is rather palatable, Yang Mi remarked softly. What could she do? Unable to retaliate, she had no choice but to acquiesce. Lu Yi cast a frosty glare at the group that was mocking her while making their way towards the entrance. Initially, she had accompanied the corpulent King Pig. Unfortunately, King Pig's invitation was of the most inferior kind, permitting only his entrance. Thus, he had left her at the entrance, where she was promptly intercepted. The outermost checkpoint typically did not detain individuals for long, being primarily responsible for directing vehicles. Alas, King Pig appeared unfamiliar, and in this desolate locale, devoid of any landmarks on the map, she had no choice but to venture out and hail a taxi herself. She could not enter, and she doubted that these three would be permitted entry on their rickety tricycle. Surely, they would be intercepted. Although there had been much talk of Reba's recent popularity, it remained insufficient in the face of the D family's standing. Chapter 122. The culinary offerings are assuredly lackluster. Furthermore, her wealthy benefactor had not arrived. The riders ahead were certainly not affluent, for who among the wealthy would traverse the streets upon a tricycle, clad in a down jacket and accompanied by family? They displayed a complete lack of respect towards the D family, thus solidifying their exclusion. Lu Yi watched as the tricycle drew ever closer to the entrance, and then, abruptly, it ceased to advance. The security personnel seemed oblivious, let alone inclined to intervene. Lu Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. Was the guard blind? Why was she being stopped while they were not? In her previous lives, she had sown seeds of concern, her voice hoarse from chanting. She questioned the guard as to why he had halted her, but not them. Surely, he must have presumed these two were top-tier female celebrities, undoubtedly in possession of invitations. Hence his failure to scrutinize them. The second checkpoint would surely present itself soon. Along the way, she had observed several individuals attempting to feign their way through the initial gate, only to be turned away thereafter. Indeed, that was likely the case. Once outside, they would simply claim otherwise. On the other hand, Feng was also entering the estate aboard a tricycle. A couple more individuals were retreating, suggesting that the culinary offerings at the Ultraman's residence were indeed subpar. Perhaps they should return as well, Feng speculated. Gradually, others began to retrace their steps. Yang Mi, is it truly a matter of the food? Surely, these individuals lack invitations and cannot gain entry, she reasoned. Nevertheless, we are here now. Let us at least take a look, Reba urged. Very well, the scenery here is quite pleasant, albeit somewhat remote. It is inconvenient to order takeout or hail a taxi. I would rather forego it altogether. Agreed. I shall decline as well. Reba nodded in agreement. Yang Mi lamented. The premier estate of the Magic City is thus disparaged by you all. Having already arrived, is there really a need to order takeout or catch a taxi? Has the D family fallen into ruin? Engaging in light banter, the tricycle soon arrived at the entrance, which was actually the second gate. The previous one had been the main gate. At the second gate, a destitute individual was being thwarted by security, yet stubbornly refused to leave, appearing rather foolish. Qin Jin, of course, had noticed Feng and his companions. He had indeed seen someone arriving on a tricycle. Then, he spotted the two stunning women aboard the tricycle, which caused his eyes to gleam with intrigue. Please assist me with a charge. Feng halted at the entrance. The return trip was rather lengthy, and he feared his battery would not suffice. Certainly. A guard promptly scurried forward. Here's a reward of 10 taels of silver. Feng tossed a silver ingot. This item merely took up space at home, so he decided to use it as a tip. Thank you, Mr. Yi. The guard exclaimed, catching the ingot. Yang Mi commented. The magnate's actions are truly unexpected. While others offer tips, he presents a silver ingot. Having dispensed the tip, the three proceeded inside. Wait. They just sauntered in without any verification? Is it solely because they did not arrive on a tricycle? Qin Jin questioned, his displeasure palpable. Hey, can someone pass me some peanuts? Sunflower seeds would suffice as well. After the guard pushed the vehicle to charge, he returned, weighing the silver ingot in his hand. Is this genuine? Given its weight and quality, it should be real. Could it possibly be aluminum? But who would use aluminum? Several colleagues looked on with envy. Had they known, they would have kicked the others aside to rush for a charge. While silver may not hold the same value as gold, such a sizable piece must be worth several thousand. Why did you not inquire about his invitation? Qin Jin demanded, his face stern with dissatisfaction. Ha! The guards exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. What did he say? He expects us to check Mr. Ye's invitation? That was explicitly instructed by the elder, Mr. Yi is the D family's most esteemed guest. His presence at the D estate is akin to returning home. Let me put it this way. If Mr. Yi decided to dismantle this estate, they would merely hand him the tools, and the elder would applaud in approval. Now, This pauper dares to demand we examine Mr. Ye's invitation? They mused. If we did so, the elder would likely toss us into the Huangpu River, using us as bait for fish. I assure you. He possesses no invitation, one guard scoffed. And you all? Qin Jin was even more perplexed. You allowed him entry without an invitation? Must I explain myself to you? Begone. We are closing soon, and lingering here serves no purpose. With Mr. Yi present, there is no need for anyone else to arrive. Qin Jin, why have you only just arrived? At that moment, Di Yuru, adorned in a yellow princess gown, approached, resembling a character from a fairy tale. It was her birthday, and naturally, she was dressed to the nines. Upon seeing the young lady approach, the guard's expressions shifted, realizing she appeared quite familiar with the destitute individual. Could it be that he truly knew the young lady? Why had he not mentioned it sooner? It seemed he had, but they had chosen not to believe him. Who would have imagined that the young lady's friend was so impoverished as to lack a mobile phone? The guards lowered their heads, hoping the young lady would not notice them. I have been here for some time, but could not gain entry, Qin Jin sneered, fixing an unwavering gaze upon the guards. My apologies for not providing you with an invitation, Di Yuru said, her demeanor somewhat sheepish as she lightly tapped her head. While I was halted due to lacking an invitation, it is unacceptable that these guards treat people differently. Others also lacked invitations, yet because he offered them a silver ingot, they let him in. Qin Jin snorted disdainfully, pointing at the guard who had received the silver ingot. He had lingered at the entrance, mocking them. And he certainly would not let this go unaddressed. What? Such a thing exists? Di Yuru's expression darkened. The evening's attendees were all prominent figures from the Magic City. Yet these guards had accepted bribes to allow individuals entry. Miss, the guard began, but Qin Jin cut him off. Perhaps you were blinded, allowing me as a friend. If I am your friend, then they must be your fiancé. Qin Jin exaggeratedly embellished the situation, amplifying its significance several-fold. The reason he lingered, waiting for this very moment, was clear. The notion of a gentleman taking revenge after a decade was utter nonsense to him. He felt compelled to retaliate at once, or else his resolve would waver. Miss, I never said such a thing, the security guard stammered, his expression darkening. Yet he understood that, without evidence, such matters could not be clarified. Furthermore, the young lady was friends with the other party, while he was merely a security guard. Naturally, she would side with this impoverished individual. You ought to gather your things and leave. Indeed, reality mirrored this sentiment. Di Yuru believed in Qin Jin. She had an inkling of the truth. Qin Jin was her friend, yet in such attire, the guard would undoubtedly doubt him, leading to Qin Jin's ridicule. The security guard was at a loss for words. Qin Jin wore a mocking smile. You all dare to be so arrogant now. At that moment, Di Jingshua approached. Yuru, what is the matter? He had come to check on the gathering as all the guests had arrived, including Mr. Yi, and there were still people at the entrance. It was imperative that nothing went awry at this juncture. Brother, this guard blocked my friend and mocked him, yet allowed someone without an invitation, who offered a tip, to enter. I told him to leave, Di Yuru succinctly explained. As a mere security guard, she possessed the authority to do so. Is that so? Di Jingshua turned his gaze toward the guard. If that were the case, the guard's dismissal would be justified. The attendees this evening were prominent figures with identification. Not everyone was permitted entry. And if one could gain entry simply by offering money, what need was there for this guard? Young master, it's not like that. This gentleman was stopped because he lacked an invitation, the guard hastily clarified. Di Jingshua scrutinized Qin Jin from head to toe. Given his appearance and the absence of an invitation, it was entirely reasonable for him to have been halted. As for what he mentioned about allowing others without invitations inside, that was Mr. Yi. He even asked me to assist in charging his vehicle, which is right over there. The guard pointed to the charging tricycle. Mr. Yi handed me a silver ingot, yet this guest claims that anyone who pays can enter. The guard produced the silver ingot. Mr. Yi? Di Jingshua was well aware of Yi Feng. Yes, the very Mr. Yi that Elder Di and President Di personally instructed about, stating that this place is akin to Mr. Ye's home, and no invitation is required. I understand. You've done well, Di Jingshua nodded. That individual indeed requires no invitation. Should he ask for one, it would be unnecessary. He was here last time as well. What about my job? The guard lamented, his expression pitiful. No worries, you needn't leave. This month, you shall receive an additional month's salary and bonus. Di Jingshua smiled. Thank you, young master. Thank you. The guard rejoiced. With this month's salary and bonus, along with the silver ingot just received, he was quite satisfied. Meanwhile, Qin Jin's countenance darkened. The guard had not been dismissed, which felt like a slap to his face. The guard shot a smug glance at Qin Jin, thinking, what is so great about knowing the young lady? She is a guest of the master and President Di. Who do you think you are? You don't even own a phone. Qin Jin seethed with indignation. When had he ever endured such humiliation? However, This was the D family's territory. He lacked both power and influence and could not act rashly. Just wait. One day, I shall make you pay for this. Brother? Di Yiru also harbored some discontent. Let us go inside. I will speak with you. Di Jingshua glanced at Qin Jing. Naturally, matters concerning Yi Feng could not be disclosed to this stranger, nor could he divulge too much to Di Yiru. All right, Qin Jing, let us head in. Though somewhat displeased, Di Yiru acknowledged that this was not the place for discussion. Moreover, from their exchange, it seemed the owner of the tricycle was a person of considerable importance. Otherwise, her grandfather and uncle would not have regarded him so highly. Nor would he have arrived on a tricycle. Haha, Mr. Yi has arrived. Welcome, welcome. Allow me to introduce you. Di Changyuan exclaimed heartily upon seeing Yi Feng, stepping out to greet him. Beside him were several top-tier dignitaries. While everyone present held notable status, there were unspoken rules. Only those of similar strength and standing could gather together. Greetings, Mr. Yi. We look forward to your continued support. What a remarkable young hero. Figures such as Lei Zong from Xiaomi and Ma Zong from Tencent were among those present, all approaching with expressions of admiration. Do you know Mr. Yi? Di Changyuan inquired, surprised. Has Mr. Yi treated you? How was he unaware of such a connection? This was puzzling. Elder Di is not aware. The guests were even more astonished. Aware of what? Di Changyuan appeared bewildered. Mr. Yi is the chief project leader for our chip program at the Shanghai R&D Center. Ma Zong explained. Originally, Tencent was to support the Beijing Research Center, but due to Mr. Yi, all resources have shifted towards Shanghai. Thus, Zonglei Zongma and others have become involved in the Shanghai Research Center. The group had met previously, including several dignitaries, hence they were already acquainted. Di Changyuan was momentarily dumbfounded. Wasn't Yi Feng a Taoist who summoned dragons to heal? How had he transitioned to scientific research, becoming the chief of the Shanghai R&D Center? Scientific leisure? He had previously considered inquiring whether Yi Feng could be involved in this project. Now what was there to consult? Yi Feng was already the chief. He was clearly an extraordinary figure. Had he known earlier, he would have simply invited Yi Feng for a meal instead of orchestrating such an elaborate gathering. Well, please. Come in. We can discuss matters in the conference room upstairs. Di Changyuan was overjoyed and promptly ushered Yi Feng inside. Speaking here was somewhat inconvenient. Darling, you go ahead. I'll take a look around with me, Jia, Reba suggested. Since Yi Feng was to discuss matters, it would not be suitable for them to follow. Yiru, come here for a moment. At that, Di Yiru stepped inside, and Di Changyuan immediately beckoned his granddaughter. What is it, Grandpa? Di Yiru smiled, nodding to the others. Please attend to our two guests. All right, Grandpa. Di Yiru nodded. Me, Jia, Reba, I have always admired your television dramas. May I take a photo with both of you? Of course. Wonderful. My classmates will certainly envy me for this chance to photograph with two top stars. Miss D, you flatter us. Di Yiru, having been nurtured in a prominent family, quickly bridged the gap between them with a few words, making it feel as though they were longtime friends. In their circle, celebrities were hardly remarkable. However, since it was her grandfather's request, she naturally approached the matter with care. Moreover, the young man in the down jacket, who stood with her grandfather and those distinguished figures, must possess an extraordinary identity. Let us take the photos over here. The lighting is better. Sounds good. The three quickly became comfortable with each other and happily proceeded to take photos. Yi Feng, too, joined the others as they ascended to the conference room. Dear esteemed guests, I must confess that the reason for inviting you all today on my granddaughter's birthday is to seek your assistance in introducing us. The Di family is eager to participate in the upcoming chip initiative. Di Changyuan spoke candidly, eschewing any pretense. He was aware of Yi Feng's straightforward nature, appreciating directness in communication. After all, he was a remarkable individual, engrossed in both the pursuit of immortality and scientific research, with little time for frivolous conversation. Our Changyuan group wishes to contribute, and we hope we are granted this honor, he expressed, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Although he shared a decent rapport with Yi Feng, it did not guarantee Yi Feng's acquiescence. Others turned their gazes toward Yi Feng, knowing that his word would be decisive. While the initial investment in time and resources was substantial, success would undoubtedly yield returns far exceeding the input, especially considering the research center in the Magic City, where significant resources were being allocated. It was evident to all present that the higher-ups had great confidence in the venture, believing in its high probability of success. Of course, the risk of failure loomed large, with potentially dire consequences should it occur. Not only would they suffer losses from the initial investments, but they could also face sanctions from foreign chip companies. Indeed, one might argue that such sanctions had already commenced. This was a high-stakes gamble. Victory would elevate everyone, while defeat could lead to ruin. As long as you are unperturbed by potential losses, I have no objections, Yi Feng replied nonchalantly. I assure you, it will not be a loss. After all, we are in this together. Moreover, substantial funding is indeed required in the initial stages. Di Chunyuan was elated. This opportunity not only allowed them to partake in the chip initiative, but also deepened their relationship with Feng. The Di family's future appeared secure for decades to come. With a successful entry into the tech and internet sectors, should you require anything in the future, please do not hesitate to command us. The Di family will exert every effort, Di Chunyuan pledged earnestly. We are equally committed, others echoed, their confidence bolstered by the young leader at the helm of the project, who had even been bestowed the rank of Major General. Recent controversies surrounding stealth paint had only amplified their respect for this young man, indicating that he possessed extraordinary qualities worthy of such responsibility. Though they were unaware of the specifics, the astute individuals present could sense the underlying truths. Now, let us enjoy some tea. This is my cherished Da Hong Pao, Di Chunyuan cheerfully announced as he revealed his prized collection. The conversation soon shifted to discussions regarding post-New Year research endeavors. At this moment, Di Yuru had changed into a more casual outfit. Feeling that her previous attire would create an unwelcome distance with the guests her grandfather wished her to entertain. Allow me to introduce my friend, Qin Jin, she said. In this gathering, Qin Jin was a stranger, and his attire garnered little attention, leading him to accompany Di Yuru. Qin Jin. These two ladies are superstars of the contemporary entertainment industry, Doraba Dilmarat, or Reba, and Yangmi, Di Yuru introduced. Greetings, sisters, Qin Jin greeted with confidence, eliciting nods in response from Reba and Yangmi. Let us hang out together. He has no friends here, Di Yuru suggested, eager to alleviate any discomfort. Sounds good. They agreed, albeit not entirely enthusiastic about Qin Jin. Having navigated the entertainment world for some time, they had encountered a myriad of personalities and performances. Quickly discerning the facade he put on, they recognized the disingenuousness behind his seemingly innocent exterior, as fleeting glimpses in his eyes betrayed his true nature. Nevertheless, this did not concern them much, as they likely would not cross paths again after that evening. Reba, I recently watched your new drama. It was splendid. I initially discovered you through Gao Wen's admiration, Di Yuru remarked, engaging in conversation, though she typically did not watch television dramas. Her upbringing in a prominent family necessitated learning a variety of skills, including corporate management, social etiquette, and psychology. She had quickly reviewed some information while changing her outfit, feigning familiarity with the content. Your portrayal of Gao Wen was delightful, she continued, her performance appearing natural enough to evade Reba's scrutiny. Oh, is that so? At the time, I was rather carefree, which allowed me to perform so freely, Reba responded. And me, yeah, I also finished watching Your Eternal Love. It was truly captivating. The conversation flourished, leaving Qin Jin feeling somewhat sidelined and anxious. Yuru, I almost forgot. This is your birthday gift, he said, presenting a gold coin, an ancient Roman coin gifted by his master. His most prized possession. Wow, what a stunning coin. It appears to be from an ancient civilization, Di Yuru exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. Indeed, it is from the Roman Empire, introduced to China during the Tang dynasty. The obverse features the emperor of the Eastern Roman Empire, while the reverse depicts the Statue of Liberty. There are only a few hundred worldwide, and this is the only one in the country. It holds immense collectible value. Qin Jin stated proudly. To curry favor with the Di family, he had spared no expense. His experiences in modern society had taught him that without financial resources, one was rendered powerless. Thank you. I truly appreciate it, Di Yuru replied, accepting the gift graciously. It would be unkind to refuse a present, especially in the presence of others, as it could damage the giver's pride. However, she intended to reciprocate in other ways later on, recognizing the challenges faced by someone of limited means. Yuru, I have a gift for you as well, Reba chimed in, presenting a box. Thank you, Reba. And mine too. Yangmi added, offering her gift. Thank you. Mijia, Di Yuru said as she opened their presents. While traditionally one would not unveil gifts in front of others, Qin Jin's public presentation of the coin necessitated a similar openness from Reba, and Yangmi's gift was a dazzling diamond necklace. Wow, this is exquisite. I adore it, Di Yuru exclaimed. Upon unveiling Reba's gift, her eyes widened in astonishment. This is breathtaking. It was a complete set of jewelry, including a necklace, earrings, a bracelet, and a ring, all exuding elegance. I curated this set for you. I hope you like it, Reba said. I love it, of course. Di Yuru responded enthusiastically. As the heiress of the Di family, she had encountered numerous jewelry brands, yet this particular set was unlike anything she had seen before, exuding a vintage charm that perfectly complemented her status. Many designs may fall out of favor, but such timeless elegance never wanes. Yangmi silently admired the exquisite craftsmanship. This is truly a display of wealth. This entire set must be worth at least several million, if she is not mistaken. The necklace seems to be adorned with emerald jade. Beside her, Qin Jin appeared somewhat displeased. His gold coin, aside from its collectible value, pales in comparison to this. In terms of intrinsic worth, his coin is even less valuable than Yang Mi's necklace. This only solidified his resolve to amass wealth. Di Yiru also sensed Qin Jin's mood had soured, and just as she was about to say something, Grandpa Yi and Yi Feng descended the stairs. Haha, then it's settled. A promise is a promise. Everyone appeared to be enjoying the conversation. The group quickly approached. Grandpa, look. This is the foreign gold coin that Qin Jin gifted me. I heard there's only one in the entire country. To cater to Qin Jin's feelings. Di Yiru feigned boasting. After all, he was her friend. Moreover, Qin Jin indeed possessed some capability, and she wished to utilize that to her advantage. Chapter 125. Do you really think I lack temper? Qin Jin cast a proud glance at Yi Feng. Yi Feng, what are you staring at? Could this fellow have mistaken himself for a rival? Goodness, what a lofty status and power you possess, brother. And you chose to challenge the biggest boss right off the bat. Besides, I don't believe I have offended him in any way. Is it merely because I am too handsome that I have drawn his ire? That would indeed be unfortunate. Di Lao, this is a gold coin from the Roman Empire, which entered the country during the Tang dynasty. There's only one in the entire nation. Qin Jin proudly showcased the coin. Yi Feng responded. Only one in the entire country? How fortuitous. Is that so? Di Changyuan chuckled, seemingly unfazed. Yuan Qinghua mentioned there are only over 300 in the world. Yet the Yi family possesses dozens. Isn't this the same one that President Yi gifted us? At this moment, someone produced a gold coin to compare with the one in Di Changyuan's hand. The designs and patterns were identical. Indeed, they matched perfectly. How coincidental. The others quickly revealed their coins, and to their astonishment, all were the same. This was a welcome gift from Yi Feng earlier. While the group was upstairs celebrating their collaboration for the new year, Yi Feng had presented them with these gold coins. It was said that there were merely a few hundred in the world, yet Yi Feng had a considerable stash. Qin Jin's smile immediately froze. Just moments ago, he had confidently declared that this item was unique in the country, and now there were so many. His face felt as if it had been struck. These coins were naturally unearthed by Yi Feng during a salvage operation. He had several tens of thousands at home. Knowing that several prominent figures were gathering today, he had brought along a handful as gifts. Impossible, these must be replicas. Qin Jin rushed forward to snatch the coin from Di Changyuan's grasp for inspection. Di Changyuan frowned. Given the crowd, he refrained from losing his temper. How audacious for someone to snatch from him. He was usually the one taking from others. Do you think you are Mr. Yi? Qin Jin scrutinized the coin for a long while yet could not discern any differences, and in fact, Yi Feng's was better preserved. He cast a resentful glance at Yi Feng. Yi Feng replied, Is this any of my concern? Let us be reasonable here. The bravado is yours alone. I have said nothing. If you are embarrassed now, can you blame me? Besides, if a young man cannot hold his composure before he possesses strength, he will not walk far on this path. Frankly, your cunning is not even on par with Yi Yang. Indeed, Grandpa has one too. Thus, we all possess one. If there are only a few in the nation, they are indeed valuable. Di Yiru attempted to defuse the situation. Haha, indeed. Di Changyuan nodded with a smile. He was not granting Qin Jin face, but rather, extending courtesy to Yi Feng. Qin Jin's expression slightly improved, yet he still regarded Yi Feng with disdain. It was all Yi Feng's doing that led to his humiliation today. Not only had the security not been dismissed, but he had also been publicly embarrassed by the gift. Yi Feng remarked, Do you really think I lack temper? Ignoring you earlier does not mean you have any significance. At that moment, Di Hongye and his entourage approached. What are you discussing? Gold coins. Ah, this appears to be a coin from the Eastern Roman Empire. I have heard there are only a few hundred in the world, with just one in the country. Di Hongye, possessing some knowledge of antiques, recognized it immediately. If you like it, I shall gift you one. Yi Feng produced another coin. Thank you, Mr. Yi. I shall accept it without hesitation. Di Hongye rubbed his hands together in excitement. Qin Jin's eyes widened. How many does this fellow possess? Come. Everyone shall receive a share. Yi Feng distributed coins to the others as well. Qin Jin's eyes nearly popped out. Sister Mi, you should have one too. Thank you. Yang Mi smiled as she accepted it. She could see that Yi Feng was slightly irritated. However, he had maintained his calm demeanor throughout. While it was Qin Jin who had persistently glared at Yi Feng without reason, she wondered what gave him the right. You there, you should have one too. Yi Feng handed Di Yiru a coin as well. Oh, thank you. Di Yiru reluctantly accepted the gold coin. Although she knew this would upset Qin Jin, Yi Feng was a distinguished guest of her grandfather, someone who had ascended to the meeting alongside him. Even her uncle was not qualified to join. His status was extraordinary. She had no choice but to accept it. Let us take these home. In the end, a large handful remained, which was given to Reba. Oh, all right. Reba nodded innocently, simultaneously feeling a touch of pity for Qin Jin. Poor fellow, what can you compare with this guy? Even in terms of antiques and gold coins. He likely had no space left in his basement. Slap, slap, slap. Qin Jin felt as though his face had been thoroughly slapped. Just moments ago, Yi Feng had distributed dozens of coins, while he had claimed that this item was unique in the country. It was one thing to gift others, but he had also gifted Diuru. This was an outright provocation, yet he found himself utterly powerless. After this brief interlude, the banquet proceeded normally. Unable to take the stage, Qin Jin could only find a small stool in the corner, watching Yi Feng, who was brimming with confidence in the crowd. Until the event concluded. Qin Jin, he is a distinguished guest of Grandpa. Diuru brought a piece of cake to Qin Jin, discreetly reminding him to keep his emotions in check. Rest assured, I will not act foolishly. Qin Jin promised outwardly, yet inwardly vowed to trample Yi Feng beneath his feet, to snatch away his wealth and women. That is good. Now come with me to meet Grandpa. I have already arranged it with him. Diuru nodded. She had given all the necessary warnings. All right. Qin Jin's eyes brightened. The reason he had come here today was to seek Diuru's assistance in making introductions, so he could make a name for himself in the bustling metropolis. He intended to climb to the highest echelon step by step, ultimately subjugating himself. He aspired to be the Zhao Gao of this tale. Follow me. Diuru led Qin Jin to Di Chongyuan's study. Di Chongyuan was already present, as the Di family was involved in the chip project, and he naturally needed to oversee the proceedings personally. After the banquet concluded, he began preparations. As for Qin Jin, it was his granddaughter's request. She mentioned that the individual possessed remarkable skills, and thus he agreed to meet him. Knock, knock. Come in. Grandfather, Qin Jin has arrived. Good. Di Chongyuan scrutinized Qin Jin from head to toe. To be frank, his impression of this young man was rather mediocre. I hear you possess excellent martial skills? After a lengthy pause, Di Chongyuan finally spoke. Grandfather Di, are you aware of internal energy practitioners? Qin Jin replied with a smirk. In this modern society plagued by severe pollution, the ability to cultivate internal energy at such a young age is exceedingly rare. My master has proclaimed me a once-in-a-century prodigy. It is precisely due to my mastery of internal energy that my master has permitted me to venture out for practical experience. You are an internal energy practitioner? Di Chongyuan expressed surprise. In his youth, he often engaged in turf wars, fighting and brawling, and had encountered various martial artists. Chapter 126, Then You May Leave. He was aware of the existence of internal energy practitioners, but had never met one before. It was said to be a challenging endeavor to cultivate. Could this youthful man before him truly be one? It seemed too incredible. Indeed, I am an internal energy practitioner, Qin Jin affirmed, grinning. At his age to have cultivated internal energy, he was undoubtedly a genius of unparalleled caliber. Sensing Di Chongyuan's skepticism, Qin Jin extended a hand, slowly placing it upon the mahogany desk. He grunted softly as beads of sweat began to trickle down his forehead. To Di Chongyuan's astonishment, smoke began to rise from the point where Qin Jin's hand met the desk. Huff! Qin Jin gasped for breath, gradually lifting his hand to reveal a distinct handprint etched into the mahogany surface. Internal energy is not easily unleashed. What is this? A flicker of astonishment crossed Di Chongyuan's eyes, albeit just a flicker. After all, this was far from the prowess of Mr. Yi, who could summon dragons to cure cancer and engage in scientific research. No matter how formidable internal energy might be, it couldn't rival the equality apparatus for carbon-based life forms. Once unleashed, no one could withstand it. Grandfather, what do you think? Diuru stepped forward. She was aware of Qin Jin's fighting abilities, but had not anticipated their extent. Impressive, young man, Di Chongyuan expressed his admiration. Though he did not compare to Mr. Yi, he was still commendable. Mr. Yi was a heroic figure of towering stature, unmatched by anyone else. It was unfair to draw comparisons. Grandfather, I would like Qin Jin to serve as your bodyguard at our home. What do you think? Seizing the opportunity, Diuru proposed. The old man had many enemies in his youth, and given the current turbulent times, having a skilled protector nearby would be beneficial. All right, I will offer you 5 million a year. What do you think? Di Chongyuan waved his hand grandly. An internal energy expert was worth that price. Deal. Qin Jin replied with a grin. He was indifferent to monetary matters. Gaining entry into the Di family was merely his first step. Next, he intended to win Diuru's affections and ultimately seize half of the Di family's wealth. Novels often depict such plots. Qin Jin became lost in grand fantasies. By the way, since I am now your bodyguard, Grandfather Di, I must take responsibility for your safety, Qin Jin stated. What do you mean? Di Chongyuan assumed Qin Jin intended to propose adjustments to his security measures. I noticed that the security guards at the entrance were negligent. I observed their lack of diligence clearly. A strong example must be made. I suggest dismissing the one in charge, Qin Jin continued, maintaining his smirk. A gentleman does not let grievances go unavenged, and he believed in addressing them promptly. An internal energy expert versus an ordinary security guard. He was confident the D family knew how to make the right choice. Is that so? Then let him be dismissed. I will inform your cousin shortly to fire the negligent guard. Di Changyuan replied nonchalantly. It was just a security guard after all. All right. Di Yurua nodded. She then sent a text message to Di Jingshu, instructing him to dismiss the guard from earlier that day. She knew Qin Jin could be somewhat petty, but who could deny his capabilities? Not long after sending the message, Di Jingshu arrived. How is it, young master? Has the guard been dismissed? Qin Jin wore a proud expression. The guard had just been at the entrance. Not only had he not been dismissed, but he had even received a bonus. Now that the old man had spoken, it would be interesting to see who could save him now. Although he could not yet topple Yi Feng, dismissing a mere guard seemed entirely feasible. Di Changyuan felt a twinge of displeasure. The individual was merely a bodyguard, yet he spoke with such arrogance to his master. What gave him the audacity? Though he was an internal energy expert, he was still stepping over the line. Di Jingshu cast a glance at Qin Jin but chose to ignore him, opting instead to approach Di Changyuan. Grandfather, that guard is somewhat special. What do you mean special? Di Changyuan asked with curiosity. When Mr. Yi visited, he helped charge Mr. Ye's electric scooter, and Mr. Yi praised him for his cleverness, even rewarding him with a silver ingot. Di Jingshu explained. The old man had previously instructed that all matters concerning Mr. Yi were to be treated with utmost seriousness. Mr. Yi had praised the guard for his cleverness, and now they intended to dismiss him? On a small scale, it was disrespectful to Mr. Yi. On a larger scale, it was akin to slapping Mr. Ye's face. Did Mr. Yi really praise him for his cleverness? Di Changyuan's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Indeed, I was present at the time, and I later reviewed the surveillance footage and consulted others. He was not lying. For Mr. Yi, even the smallest detail deserves careful consideration. Thus, I clarified the situation promptly. You did well. Di Changyuan nodded. However, it is still insufficient. Since Mr. Yi has acknowledged his cleverness, let's promote him to head of security. From now on, whenever Mr. Yi visits, let him be on duty. Di Changyuan contemplated before stating. Grandfather. I have already arranged it. He has been promoted to captain, and I will ensure he is on duty whenever Mr. Yi comes. Di Jingshu smiled slightly. Di Changyuan. The young man is impressive. He is far more astute than his incompetent father and demonstrates the ability to draw inferences from one instance. Qin Jin's expression grew increasingly grim. They couldn't even dismiss that guard? As a distinguished internal energy practitioner, his influence was being overshadowed by mere praise from another. Di Yurua sighed inwardly. This Mr. Yi appeared to be more significant than she had anticipated. Both her grandfather and cousin were being so cautious. She desperately signaled Qin Jin with her eyes. Given her grandfather's and cousin's attitude, it seemed that the guard would not be dismissed today. Regrettably, Qin Jin remained oblivious to the unfolding dynamics. Grandfather D. Since that guard is so clever, I presume you no longer require my services? You should just let him protect you. Qin Jin scoffed coldly. He intended to force them into making a choice between him and the guard. After all, he was an internal energy practitioner. He believed that any sensible person would know how to choose. Qin Jin. Di Yurua furrowed her brow. In that case, you may leave. No need to see you off. Di Changyuan replied without raising his head. Do not think that just because you are an internal energy practitioner, you are exempt from consequences. Qin Jin's eyes widened in disbelief. He was being asked to leave? An internal energy practitioner being outdone by a mere security guard? If you don't leave, shall we carry you out on a palanquin? Di Jingshu sneered. He had long found Qin Jin displeasing to the eye, a destitute individual, yet with an inflated sense of self-worth, strutted about as if he were of great significance. How audacious to engage in a contest of wit with Mr. Yi, truly believing himself to be a personage of note. In Mr. Ye's presence, he was relegated to the role of a mere sentinel. Very well, I shall take my leave. Qin Jin's face was a portrait of humiliation, silently vowing to repay all the grievances he endured today. Qin Jin. Di Yurua called out, but he disregarded her. Striding away without a glance, Di Yurua let out a resigned sigh. Despite Qin Jin's formidable prowess, he lacked the nuances of social etiquette, his emotional intelligence virtually non-existent. Grandfather, shall we unleash a touch of ferocity upon Di Jingshua? Di Yurua gasped in surprise. Did her cousin truly intend to steal his instant noodle seasoning packet and relish in his plight, cackling with glee? Di Yurua. How ruthless. Chapter 127. The audacity to claim my flattery. Mr. Yi. As Yi Feng approached the entrance, the security guard who had previously received a generous tip and had now been promoted to captain immediately approached with a beaming smile. He had not anticipated that merely assisting Yi Feng in charging a tricycle would result in a silver ingot, a month's salary as a bonus, and a promotion to captain. Mr. Yi was indeed his benefactor. With his arrival, fortune was unavoidable. Greetings, sir. We have charged your vehicle and given it a thorough cleaning. Here are your keys. Another security guard, bowing deeply with an ingratiating smile, pushed the tricycle forward and handed the keys to Yi Feng. The captain's eyes widened in disbelief. Those were his very words. He had initially intended to greet Yi Feng before handing over the vehicle, only to be usurped by that scoundrel. He had charged and cleaned the vehicle, yet it was snatched from him. How dare he? Ah, this fellow is quite sharp. I shall reward you with 10 taels of silver. Yi Feng produced a silver ingot. Thank you, sir. The security guard was overjoyed. Mr. Yi was indeed generous. Not only lavish, but also unique in his dealings. While others offered tips, he bestowed silver. A true embodiment of ancient wisdom. Suddenly, the captain could no longer contain himself and kicked the usurping guard away. You dare to steal my flattery, you cur. The captain growled. Mr. Yi, in truth, I was the one who washed and dried the vehicle, he added, a forced smile plastered across his face. Reba covered her face in disbelief. How ruthless. Yangmi opened her mouth in astonishment. Ever since they joined Yi Feng, everything had taken on an abstract quality. Let us go. Mijia, you take the wheel. I've had my fill of drinks. A friendly reminder, one should not drink and drive. He was a law-abiding citizen, having consumed enough drinks today, so he would not drive. Oh, all right, Yangmi replied, momentarily taken aback. The D family had offered to escort them back and retrieve the tricycle. But Yi Feng declined without reason. Yangmi took the driver's seat. How do you operate this? She asked, a bit embarrassed. Twist this throttle to move forward. This is the brake, and this is the handbrake. Pressing this will engage reverse, Yi Feng briefly explained. Oh, got it. After a brief trial, Yangmi mastered it. Yi Feng sat on the small bench behind alongside Reba. Reba's face flushed slightly, casting a playful glance at Yi Feng. From the moment Yi Feng allowed Yangmi to drive, she understood his intentions. Virum. The tricycle sped away. Today has been utterly surreal, Reba exclaimed. Indeed. When we first arrived, everyone was in formal attire, yet because the three of us wore down jackets, D changed into casual wear as well. Shortly after, all the other ladies followed suit, and soon the men did too. What began as a high-end banquet transformed into an ordinary gathering of colleagues. Ha ha. Yes. And the food and desserts tonight were quite delightful, weren't they, Mijia? Reba chattered enthusiastically. You two may kiss as you please, yet pretend to converse with me. The tricycle has rear-view mirrors. I am not blind. And as if kissing weren't enough, you even smack your lips. Are you tempting me? Can't you save that for home? She was utterly exasperated. Emerging from the D family estate, Qin Jin wore a dark expression. He vowed to ensure the D family regretted this day, and that Yi Feng would pay dearly for his actions. Casting a final glance at the estate, he began to sprint away in a fit of rage. As an inner strength practitioner, his explosive power and endurance were beyond ordinary imagination. After running a short distance, he spotted a tricycle ahead. Is that them? Qin Jin's anger surged. Observing the deserted road under the dark night, he smirked coldly, his expression contorting with malice. He stealthily pursued them. Phew. Reba, caught between conversation and kissing, was slightly breathless. She shot Yi Feng a glare. This fellow only knew how to kiss without uttering a word, leaving her to carry the conversation alone. Reba, just focus on the kissing. Stop talking. Yangmi replied with a hint of exasperation. Ah. Reba, flustered, buried her face in Yi Feng's embrace. Mijia had caught her. Yangmi chuckled at Reba's antics. Suddenly, a shadow appeared at the end of the road, performing several somersaults before executing a grand backflip into the middle of the street. Striking a dashing pose while facing away from them, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle. Bang! Yangmi, distracted by her conversation with Reba, failed to notice the shadow and did not brake in time. The figure let out a muffled grunt as he was sent flying. Ah! Yangmi screamed, hastily hitting the brakes. Seeing the shadow hurled away, her face turned pale. Are you all right? Are you hurt? Yangmi rushed to check. She had turned her back for barely 2 seconds. How had a person appeared in the middle of the road? There had been no one there moments ago. Should we call an ambulance? Reba quickly followed her out. Oh, it's you. Reba recognized the figure. It was the one who had been trailing D. The shadow was, of course, Qin Jin. He twitched his lips. His original plan had been to land stylishly in the road, back to the trio, and intimidate them with his formidable aura, causing the tricycle to halt just a meter away. He would then turn dramatically. Who would have thought they would deviate from the script and collide with him instead? Not only was he knocked away, but his instant noodles had also been ruined. Now he would have to eat them dry. The seasoning was shattered, rendering it unpalatable. Are you okay? Yangmi inquired with concern. I'm fine, Qin Jin replied, shaking his head. As an inner strength practitioner, a mere tricycle could not harm him. It was no exaggeration. Even a truck would struggle to injure him. Oh, then take care of yourself. We'll be on our way. Seeing he was unharmed, Yangmi felt a sense of relief. Qin Jin, you're leaving just like that? At least compensate me with 2 packets of instant noodles. Ah, no, that is not why I came, he thought, quickly standing up, turning his back to them. Hands in pockets, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle. He intends to steer the script back on course. Youngmi. Oh dear, oh dear. My mind has collided with a wall. After perfecting his look, Qin Jin finally spoke. Humph, you have finally arrived. I have been waiting for you for quite some time. Qin Jin grinned with a crooked smile. Youngmi, this world is far too abstract. She is beginning to struggle to keep pace. Reba, though somewhat abstract, having frequent interactions with Yi Feng seems to make this bearable. It can be deemed acceptable. Yi Feng, what are you waiting for? Reba asked with a naive expression. Haha, this mountain is mine. This tree I have planted. If you wish to pass this road, please do so at your leisure. Qin Jin's expression shifted, and he stepped to the side of the road. Chapter 128. So malicious. Protect the commander. The head of the security team bellowed. Dozens of burly, menacing men clad in suits surged forth from the surroundings, encircling Qin Jin completely. Qin Jin's lips twitched. Where on earth did these individuals emerge from? Even with his keen senses, he had failed to notice their approach. Moreover, he could tell that they were all highly trained, coordinated experts. Upon their arrival, they swiftly divided into two groups, one blocking Yi Feng and the others behind them, while the others surrounded him, hands clasped to their chests, gazing at him with palpable vigilance. They did not resemble typical bodyguards. Furthermore, did they just refer to Yi Feng as commander? Are these military personnel? Qin Jin's vision momentarily darkened. Yi Feng, being a major general and the head of the research center in the Magic City, naturally had the military place great emphasis on security matters. Security measures had been upgraded time and again. Commander? Yang Mi's eyes widened. Yi Feng holds such a title as well. Having grown up in the imperial capital, she understood the weight of the term commander. Typically, only leaders above the regiment level are addressed as such. A commander of such youthful stature? What kind of terrifying entity is this? A titan in capital, a luminary in research, and now also a powerhouse in the military. Reba's luck is astounding. Why can't she encounter someone like him? If she had such a figure to shield her, her journey in the entertainment industry would not be so arduous. Reba gazed at Yi Feng with admiration. Her man is truly remarkable. What do you intend to do? Yi Feng stepped down from the tricycle. I was not planning anything in particular. I merely wished to remind you to drive safely at night. Qin Jin broke into a cold sweat. If it were one-on-one, he would undoubtedly have confidence. However, with so many people, they would surely beat him to a pulp. This time, he had truly encountered a formidable opponent. Yi Feng. Oh, you're rather pleasant. Seize him. Yes, Commander. Hey, what are you planning to do? Qin Jin exclaimed in alarm. The guards, however, ignored his protests and advanced to firmly restrain Qin Jin. Humph. Yi Feng snorted coldly, extending his hand with determination. No, damn it. Qin Jin shut his eyes in terror. Yi Feng reached into the opponent's pocket and retrieved 2 packs of instant noodles in one swift motion. No, those are my noodles. Qin Jin exclaimed in a panic. The money his master had given him had been nearly exhausted. Those 2 packs of noodles were his last resources. Ha ha ha. Yi Feng grinned wickedly. Ryup. In the face of Qin Jin's despairing gaze, he tore open 1 pack of instant noodles. Then, he extracted the seasoning packet, tore it open, and poured it onto the ground. No. Qin Jin cradled his head, kneeling on the ground, utterly shattered. The malice of the opponent was unfathomable. His seasoning, ruthlessly obliterated. Youngmi, you, a titan of capital, a luminary in research, a powerhouse in the military, robbing someone's instant noodle seasoning in the dead of night. Abstract. It is simply too abstract. I declare, in this arena, you are invincible. Ha ha ha. Ryup. Yi Feng tore open the 2nd pack of instant noodles, similarly discarding the seasoning onto the ground. Qin Jin's face was a portrait of despair, his eyes vacant. It is all gone, utterly gone. Had he only lost 1 pack, he might have managed to balance the 2. Now he had nothing left. His life lay in shadows. Yi Feng was the most malicious person he had ever encountered. Reba. Poor child. You had the choice of whom to provoke, yet you chose him. Well, look at the result. Now there are no seasonings for your noodles. Let us go. Smack. Yi Feng tossed the seasoning-less noodles back to Qin Jin, satisfied as he returned to his vehicle. In truth, he had long wanted to do this ever since he noticed the 2 packs of noodles in the opponent's pocket. He just hadn't found the opportunity until now. Qin Jin, filled with despair, sorrow, and regret, gazed at his 2 packs of seasoning-less noodles. Grandfather. Di Jingshu entered the study with a serious expression, whispering something in Di Chongyuan's ear. What? Is the information reliable? Di Chongyuan's complexion changed dramatically. He had not anticipated that Qin Jin would be so audacious as to intercept the gentleman, and even on their Di family's territory. It is absolutely true. The incident occurred not far from the manor. Is the gentleman unharmed? The gentleman is, of course, unharmed. That Qin Jin has been subdued by the gentleman's guards. Guards? Di Chongyuan was taken aback. Who is guards in general? The gentleman is a major general, a military powerhouse. Did I not mention this to you? Did you? I did not. Di Chunyuan. Ahem, none of that is important. Grandfather, do you know what the gentleman did? Did what? Did he break his leg? No. The gentleman stole his noodle seasoning. Di Jingshu wore a proud expression. What does this signify? It signifies that he and the gentleman are two of a kind. Ah, no. That they are perfectly in sync. He had proposed the idea of robbing Qin Jin's noodle seasoning from the start. Indeed, Di Chunyuan beamed with approval. In truth, he had thought of this initially, but merely refrained from saying it. Di Chunyuan appeared quite pleased. My dear, I must go to work now. Reba, having spent 2 days at home, was now preparing to leave. With the year drawing to a close, various engagements and New Year's Eve pre-recordings were commencing. As a top-tier celebrity, her schedule was naturally filled with numerous activities. Yangmi had already returned to work. After attending the Di family's banquet, her resources had significantly improved. Initially, Lu Yi had been covertly spreading rumors in the industry that she had been ousted, which even trended on social media. However, the Di family's princess, Di Yuru, publicly released photos of herself with Yangmi, expressing her fondness for Yangmi. This directly slapped Lu Yi in the face. It became evident to everyone that the Di family's princess and Lu Yi were not on good terms. Lu Yi, who had just risen to prominence, saw her resources plummet, to the extent that she was soon forgotten in the industry. But I digress. Well, don't overexert yourself. Our family is not lacking in funds. Yes, I will. Love you, darling Mua. Reba gave Yifeng a peck on the cheek before getting into the vehicle. Goodbye. Yifeng waved his hand. Goodbye. After Reba departed, Yifeng resumed his dedication to his studies. He was the chief project manager. After the new year, the research center was expected to commence operations. He needed to clarify all the principles of the lithography machines and the sequence of development beforehand. He could not afford to be caught unaware when the time came. His brain, having undergone multiple enhancements through genetic drugs, could manage such an overwhelming amount of information. Otherwise, an ordinary person would have long since succumbed to mental overload. Fortunately, he only needed a superficial understanding of the principles involved, rather than the necessity to master the intricacies. It was akin to learning mathematical formulas without the requirement to solve equations. Hey, darling, guess where I am? On this day? Yifeng was in the midst of a chaotic flurry when he received a call from Luo Bing. You're on holiday now, right? I suspect you're frolicking in the capital. Yifeng felt buoyant. He could once again engage in English lessons with the beautiful teacher, especially as he was currently developing photolithography technology. Mastering English was imperative, particularly the pronunciation of "oh, yes," which remained an elusive challenge, compelling him to request Luo Bing to repeat it loudly multiple times for his benefit. Oh no, guess again. Luo Bing playfully stamped her foot on the other end of the line. You can't possibly not know this. Chapter 129. This is a large cup. Are you in the mountain city? No, try again. Ah, I know. You must be in Hangzhou, right? Don't forget to try the West Lake vinegar fish. I advise you to secure a window seat for the perfect view. Actually, I'm in the Magic City. Luo Bing rolled her eyes. She was well aware that Yifeng had already figured it out and was merely teasing her. What a mischievous fellow. Hee, where are you? I'll come pick you up, Yifeng chuckled. The thought of the contrast between the bespectacled beauty's playful demeanor and her authoritative presence made his heart flutter. No need. I'm currently showing my students around Jiaodong University. I'll find you later tonight. Luo Bing then explained her reason for being in the Magic City. Her high school had organized a trip for the senior students during the winter break to tour universities in the city, aiming to inspire them to study harder upon returning home to excel in the college entrance examination. All right, once you finish up, I'll come find you tonight. Great. Luo Bing beamed sweetly. Initially, she had reservations about participating in this activity, but upon discovering that the tour would take place in the Magic City, she eagerly signed up, motivated by the prospect of meeting Yifeng there. Wow, is this Jiaodong University? The campus is truly beautiful. This is my ideal university. I must strive to study hard and gain admission here. The students, who had never faced real challenges, buzzed with excitement, as if invigorated by a surge of energy. Teacher, do you think I can get into Jiaodong University? One student, clenched fists in determination, asked. Not likely, Luo Bing replied, casting a critical glance at the student, dousing his enthusiasm with a cold splash of reality. The buoyant spirit of the student, Fu Haoran, deflated instantly like a punctured balloon. Teacher Luo, how can you say that? We're here to inspire confidence in them, not to undermine it. Li Jia interjected, seizing the opportunity to challenge Luo Bing. Confidence must be grounded in actual performance. Given your current grades and attitude, Fu Haoran, achieving even a second-tier university would be commendable, Luo Bing retorted sternly. She spoke the truth. Originally, Fu Haoran ranked among the top 3 in her class and had the potential to secure admission to a prestigious university. Although gaining entry to Jiaodong University posed challenges, she would have encouraged him, but after a series of recent examinations, his grades had plummeted, placing him in the middle tier of the class. He was not alone. The top 3 students had all suffered a similar fate. Initially, she suspected they were facing personal issues and had sought out their parents for discussions, but to no avail. Eventually, she learned that Li Jia had been the instigator behind their decline in performance. Li Jia had promised the trio monetary rewards for deliberately underperforming, all in an effort to undermine Luo Bing. The trio's parents, driven by the lure of small incentives, had shockingly consented. After several fruitless attempts to counsel them, Luo Bing decided to cease her interference. If parents were negligent in their responsibilities, why should she bear the burden of their children's futures? I'm merely stating facts. With your current grades, do you truly believe you can enter Jiaodong University? Luo Bing's gaze was icy as she scrutinized Fu Haoren, who had once been among her top students, but now had willingly succumbed to mediocrity. Teacher, I can do it. Fu Haoren protested defiantly. Oh really? Our class has at least 20 or 30 students who aspire to Jiaodong University and Fudan University. Luo Bing scoffed. He genuinely believed that lax effort was acceptable as long as he performed well on the college entrance exam. In reality, they were gravely mistaken. Without diligent practice, teachers could not pinpoint students' weaknesses, making it impossible to provide targeted assistance to elevate their performance. If they merely aimed for an average university, perhaps it wouldn't matter. But institutions like Jiaodong University and Fudan University are not easily accessible. Even if they had previously exerted themselves, a significant gap remained between them and these prestigious universities. A distance that had only widened now. Don't listen to her, Fu. With your grades, you can definitely make it. Why don't you transfer to my class? I'll make sure you get the guidance you need, Li Jia interjected slyly. Paying students for each exam they took was no issue for her. She could simply lure them away. Not only would it save her money, but she could also earn additional bonuses. Transfer? I have no objections, she added. Luo Bing was fully aware of Li Jia's ulterior motives. In fact, she had previously approached the parents, suggesting that they transfer the 3 students to Li Jia's class. However, the parents were skeptical of Li Jia's teaching abilities and firmly opposed the idea. They preferred to receive money while still having Luo Bing teach their children, believing they could maintain their learning without any disruption and simply focus on the college entrance exam. No, Teacher Li, I'd rather stay in Teacher Luo's class. Fu Haoren firmly declined. He recognized that Li Jia's class, which ranked among the lowest, often left students perplexed when they sought help. It was far better to remain in Luo Bing's class. He wasn't foolish. Humph, if you refuse to transfer, then so be it. Li Jia huffed, visibly displeased. What was wrong with her class? It was merely in second to last place, not the very bottom. Once, it had even ranked 3rd from the bottom. Was she being too proud? Teacher Luo, I really don't want to. Fu Haoren murmured softly after Li Jia departed. Whether he wanted to or not, he had already made his choices. She had offered her advice, but if he was willing to gamble with his future, there was little she could do. The loss of a few bonuses was trivial to her. She cared not for the small sums involved. All she could say was, take care of yourself. Luo Bing had completely lost hope in the trio. Such students, even if they managed to gain admission to a reputable university, would likely achieve little of significance. If they were willing to squander their potential for minor gains, what would happen when faced with greater temptations in the future? What great accomplishments could they hope to achieve? Students, this is the teaching building of Jiaodong University, Luo Bing continued, ignoring Fu Haoren as she led the students on their tour. After an afternoon of exploration, Luo Bing took her students out for dinner that evening. Everyone, let us go experience the cafeteria at Jiaodong University. It's far superior to our high school cafeteria. Upon entering the dining hall, the students exclaimed in delight, this is what a university cafeteria looks like. It's so much better than our high school's shabby one. And it's so spacious. There are so many delicious options. The cafeteria at Jiaodong University far surpassed their high school's offerings. Not only did it boast a variety of regional delicacies, but it was also bright and clean, unlike their high school, which offered the same few dishes daily, making every meal feel like a struggle for survival. Over there is the beverage section. Everyone can buy some juice or coffee, but please, no beer, Luo Bing cautioned. Haha, don't worry, teacher, we would never. The students laughed, their spirits lifted. Luo Bing, upon uttering these words, made his way to the beverage area, intending to procure a drink. After escorting the students to the hotel, Feng would join him for a meal, so he opted to forego dining for the time being. With a cursory glance, Luo Bing decided to purchase some juice. Hello, may I have a medium latte, please? I prefer lattes when it comes to coffee. Li Jia stood in line to buy coffee. Typically, she enjoyed portraying a pretentious persona. Having arrived in the bustling metropolis, she naturally aimed to indulge in this facade. In truth, her motivation for visiting the city was solely to embellish her image. Excuse me, madam, this is a large cup. Are you certain you wish to have this large one? The server pointed to the cup in the middle. Li Jia reflected, this scene feels oddly familiar. No matter how you calculate it, I want the medium cup among these three. She gestured towards the cup in the center. Madam, this is a large cup. This one is the medium cup, and this is the extra large cup. The server continued to correct her. I specifically want the medium cup among these three. Li Jia's voice grew progressively shrill, her expression twisting in frustration. Madam, this is indeed a large cup. Yet the server remained steadfast in her stance. My rules are my rules, my standards are my standards. Even if the emperor himself were to appear today, this would still be classified as a large cup. Li Jia felt on the verge of collapse. What difference does it make if you declare this a medium cup? Would it be the end of the world? Or why not simply give me the medium cup without all this discussion? Why must I concede that this is a large cup? Luo Bing, though perplexed, chose to respect the situation. He had once seen similar scenarios online, thinking them mere jokes, but now he realized that the inhabitants of this metropolis had their own principles. Should he now start chastising himself? Slap, slap, slap. Indeed, Li Jia could no longer restrain herself and began to chastise herself. She finally understood her teacher, Luo. It was hard not to self-reprimand. Where's your boss? I demand to see your boss. I wish to file a complaint. After calming down from her self-reproach, Li Jia's expression soured considerably. Even if the emperor himself were to arrive today, this cup here is still a medium cup, as I assert. Madam, even if our boss were to come, this would still be classified as a large cup, the server reiterated with unwavering conviction. Surely, you can't be unaware of the sizes of the cups we offer? Moreover, what harm would it do to acknowledge that it is a large cup? The price remains identical. Why must you argue with me? You ugly creature. What is going on here? Hearing the commotion, the boss approached. Are you the boss? Your arrival is timely. I requested a medium cup from these three, and she insists on arguing. Declaring this a large cup, Li Jia fumed. Well, madam, this is indeed a large cup. Our establishment only offers extra large, large, and medium cups. The one you are pointing to is unequivocally a large cup, the boss replied sincerely. I do not wish to know your standards, nor do I require you to inform me. I simply want the medium cup among these three. This is a large cup. The boss maintained. I'm exhausted. Let it all be destroyed. What are you staring at? At that moment, Feng approached, waving at Luo Bing. Darling. You're here. I was watching others purchase coffee. Hee, you arrived late, and missed the thrilling part, Luo Bing chuckled. What is so fascinating about buying coffee? Feng was perplexed. Never mind. I'm a bit thirsty as well. I'll go buy a cup. Do you want anything? I've already purchased juice. All right. I'll have a medium cup, Feng said, pointing to the cup in the center. The large ones seem excessive, and the small ones are insufficient. Luo Bing and Li Jia exchanged glances, sensing the brewing drama. Sir, the cup you've selected is a large cup. This is the medium cup. And this is the extra large cup, the boss patiently reiterated. This is their coffee culture, Feng remarked. Have you all gone astray, learning from Buck? I care not for your standards. I simply want this medium cup, Feng declared, equally resolute. Those engaged in research are particularly meticulous about standards and cannot simply accept others' definitions at whim. Sir, this is a large cup. The boss, too, was unyielding. You've got to be kidding me. Li Jia relished the unfolding drama. Her spirits lifted considerably. Finally, someone else was experiencing her torment. Where's your boss? I am the boss. And the principal? Have him come here. Feng insisted, unwilling to relent. Why must you complicate matters with extra large, large, and medium when they could simply be straightforward? Why not ascend to the heavens? We lack that capability, they replied. Being merely contractors for a beverage shop within the cafeteria of Jiaodong University, they had no means to contact the principal. What stature did the principal hold? What was he to them? You don't have his number, do you? Well, I do. Feng pulled out his phone and dialed the principal of Jiaodong University. Today, he was determined to rectify this misunderstanding regarding standards. Li Jia scoffed at the side. Keep pretending. Who do you think you are to summon the principal of Jiaodong University? If you manage to bring him here, I'll feast on 10 pounds of pork knuckles tonight. Even if you do summon the principal, this remains a large cup. The server mocked from the side. It won't matter who comes. Is that so? Just wait and see, Feng retorted with a smirk. He was confident he could rectify the situation. Luo Bing covered his face, recognizing the obstinacy in Feng. I am Feng. I am at your primary cafeteria, and there is a very serious issue at hand, Feng stated before abruptly hanging up the phone. Li Jia continued to scoff. She remained skeptical that Feng could truly summon the principal, while the other party might drive a Rolls-Royce in the presence of the principal of Jiaodong University. A Rolls-Royce was inconsequential. Ouch, I'm cramping up, she exclaimed, as her continued mocking had left her mouth stiff with cramps. What kind of people are these? Luo Bing mused, often feeling inferior for not being abstract enough to fit in. Truly, how absurd it was that her laughter had led to her own discomfort. 5 minutes later, the principal arrived, bustling in with great enthusiasm. Mr. Yi, what a pleasure to have you here. How may I assist you? Given the recent chip initiative, Jiaodong University was regarded as a pillar among universities. He was well acquainted with Feng and recognized his capabilities. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Li Jia, who was visiting Jiaodong University, naturally knew the principal. The shop owner, having operated within the school, also recognized him. Feng had indeed managed to summon the principal with just a phone call. Moreover, the principal appeared somewhat obsequious upon arrival. What was the significance of this individual? Come, your timing is impeccable. I wish to know who authorized them to set their own standards and argue with customers. If Jiaodong University conducts itself in this manner, how can I trust your students for my projects? They're about to commence imminently. If I establish a standard and you adhere to your own, feel free to play by yourselves. Feng declared, determined to rectify the situation. Mr. Yi, please do not be hasty, the principal stammered, clearly perturbed. If Feng were to exclude Jiaodong University from the chip initiative and achieve success, it would likely lead to a significant decline in the university's ranking and render it a laughingstock in the educational sector. The nation held considerable confidence in this endeavor, and its success rate was notably high. What is going on? The president of Jiaodong University furrowed his brow as he addressed the coffee shop owner. Ahem. This is a medium cup, a medium cup. The owner appeared flustered. It was remarkable that he had summoned the president over such a trivial matter. Medium cup. Medium cup. We only have large, medium, and small here, the server chimed in. They recognized the president and dared not provoke him, utterly beyond reproach. As for what he had just said, did he articulate anything? He had said nothing at all. Tear it down. The owner ripped the menu affixed to the counter, which prominently featured extra large, and medium. Only then did Feng express his satisfaction. For those engaged in research, meticulousness was paramount. If everyone were to set their own standards, it would be utter chaos. Chapter 131, to the imperial capital. Li Jia stood wide-eyed in astonishment. Feng's stature was far greater than she had anticipated. Even the president of Jiaodong University treated him with such deference. All she could do was feel indignant and chastise herself, while he had the power to alter the standards. I would like a medium cup, he requested. Certainly. The owner, beaming with a smile, prepared a cup for Feng, no longer contesting the matter. To persist in argument would jeopardize his business. The server hurriedly set about making the beverages. Observing the scene, it was clear he would not dare to dip his fingers into the cup to stir. Ahem, I believe everyone here is from the 4th high school, visiting our Jiaodong University. I will arrange for teachers to give you a few lectures, allowing you to experience the learning environment here in advance. We also welcome you to consider Jiaodong University for your college entrance examinations, the president proclaimed, seeing that Feng was no longer angry. He waved his hand grandly. Originally, this was not part of the event. With so many high schools nationwide, it would be impractical for them to have classes every time they visited. Thank you, President. We are truly grateful. The representative from the 4th high school responded with sincere appreciation. If you need anything, do not hesitate to reach out to me. The president remarked before departing. Teacher, I promise I will study diligently and take my exams seriously, Fu Haoran declared, clenching his fists. So will we, chimed in the other 2 students who had been persuaded by Li Jia. They were not foolish. Their intellect was sharp, ranking among the top 3 in class. While deliberately scoring low could yield some money, it would undoubtedly displease Teacher Luo. Initially, they were indifferent to her displeasure. However, they had not anticipated that Teacher Luo's boyfriend held such prominence, potentially offering them assistance in the future. This was far more advantageous than the trivial sums of money they could earn now. Is that so? I hope you all can live up to your words. Luo Bing remarked coolly. Despite their cleverness, they were still children. After speaking, the 3 of them cast a glance at Feng. She could discern their thoughts. Nevertheless, she was indifferent. Their performance mattered little to her, even if they did not perform well on exams. Her class would merely drop from 1st in average score to 2nd or 3rd. Aside from a slightly reduced bonus, there would be no significant impact. Since aligning with Feng, she had no financial worries. Both he and his family were not anxious, so why should she be? After organizing her students, Feng took Luo Bing home. His eagerness to master English was palpable, especially as he aspired to develop a photolithography machine, which necessitated a solid understanding of the foreign technology. Unfortunately, he struggled with the precise pronunciation of O and yes, despite Luo Bing having taught him numerous times. Fortunately, she was patient and inclusive, demonstrating the correct pronunciation repeatedly and loudly throughout the evening. The next day, Feng took Luo Bing out to sea for a leisurely excursion. Following that, during the day, Luo Bing guided her students through a tour of Jiaodong University, while in the evenings, she spent time with Feng. When not on duty, she would accompany him on outings. It was only after the conclusion of the event that she led her group back. As the year-end approached, Feng intended to return home with Luo Bing for the new year. However, he had received a notification from the military. summoning him to attend a seminar in the imperial capital regarding the launch of the chip initiative for the following year. Leaders from the 3 major research centers would be in attendance. Initially, Feng had no intention of going. With his current intellect, he was acutely aware of their thoughts. Surely, there were those who begrudged his young age and his position as the chief of the research center in the Magic City, even bestowing upon him the rank of Major General. Resources were evidently being directed towards them, stirring feelings of discontent within him. Had it not been for the formula for the invisible paint and military support, he might have protested long ago. Although the military had told him his attendance was optional, Feng ultimately agreed to go. After all, he was a provincial lad who had never set foot in the imperial capital. It would be a delightful opportunity to experience its allure. The day after Luo Bing departed, Feng set off early in the morning. Others had already left, but his departure had been delayed due to Luo Bing. At 1 p.m., the plane gradually descended at the imperial capital airport. As soon as he stepped outside, he spotted a familiar figure. Despite her mask, he recognized her instantly. "President Yi, over here," Yang Mi exclaimed excitedly, waving her hand. "Mi Jia, what brings you here?" Feng inquired, somewhat surprised. He had expected a military representative to meet him. They said you would be all alone in the unfamiliar imperial capital. So they asked me to pick you up and serve as your local guide, ensuring you feel right at home, Yang Mi replied with a wink. After receiving this assignment, she had canceled all her engagements for the next few days. This was a significant figure. She had to provide impeccable service. Ever since attending the D family's banquet, her resources had improved considerably. Feng. This was clearly an attempt to placate him, fearing he might be upset. Did they truly believe him to be such a petty person? Even with Yi Yang, he had said little, merely competing for his bride. When faced with true love, such as with Yu Jia, he genuinely wished her well. He was a person of principle. "President Yi, if you need anything in the coming days, feel free to reach out. I am at your service," she assured him. "All right, I will first take you to the hotel. The military district has already arranged accommodations for you." Good. Once seated in Yang Mi's vehicle, they swiftly arrived at the hotel arranged by the military. While its exterior appeared plain and unadorned, it was heavily fortified, with guards stationed every few steps. The security and staff inside were all sharp and vigilant. This facility was not open to the public, reserved exclusively for foreign guests and important figures. "Without you, I would never have been able to enter," Yang Mi explained. Even though she had gained access this time, it was only because Feng was present. If he were to leave, her access would be revoked. "Wow, this place seems extraordinarily impressive. Surely a night's stay here must cost a fortune," Feng remarked in awe. Fortunately, it was on the government tab, relieving him of any financial burden. Yang Mi, despite her efforts to keep up, realized she was no match for those with innate talent. She had fallen behind and could no longer compete in this arena. Shortly thereafter, Yang Mi brought Feng to the lobby to check in. "Good day, sir." Upon seeing Feng's identification, the front desk staff immediately stood and saluted. Before them stood a remarkably young brigadier general, the youngest they had ever encountered. "Greetings," he said, returning their salutation. It was evident that the group consisted predominantly of military personnel. "Commander, everything has been arranged." The receptionist respectfully handed over the documents to Feng. "Thank you." Subsequently, the staff escorted Feng to his room. Yang Mi awaited him below. For Feng's safety, his room number was to remain confidential. Even from Yang Mi. Once Feng settled into his room, he made his way back down. "Mr. Yi, is there anything you wish to eat? I shall arrange it," Yang Mi declared confidently. "Let us indulge in Peking duck. I'm curious to see how it compares to the duck from my hometown," Feng mused. "Very well." Yang Mi nodded in agreement. "By the way, Mr. Yi, would you mind if we included 2 more people?" she asked hesitantly during their journey. "Who?" "It's my uncle. He greatly admires you and wishes to meet. He is also involved in this chip project, albeit at the research center in the capital," Yang Mi replied nervously, apprehensive about Feng's reaction. Though her uncle had not explicitly informed her, she had deduced some information given her intelligence. "Is that the muscular man who quipped about your mathematical skills, suggesting you should pursue acting instead?" Feng inquired. "Yes, he's my uncle. It seems customary to refer to him that way in the capital." There was a video online featuring a university mathematics professor lamenting about his niece's poor academic performance, which led her to acting. Initially, the professor gained attention due to his well-developed physique, but it was later revealed that his niece was indeed Yang Mi, she explained. "Oh, Mr. Yi, do you, a busy individual, keep up with such gossip?" Yang Mi asked, somewhat embarrassed. In truth, her academic performance was commendable. However, her family was filled with high achievers, several of whom were Tsinghua graduates. In her household, not attending Tsinghua equated to poor academic performance. "Sounds splendid. The more, the merrier," Feng replied with a nod. It was likely that they were sending a familiar face under the pretext of dining to gauge his capabilities. Thus, Yi Feng would have no reason to be upset. Should they find him lacking, they would not hesitate to be direct. Conversely, if Yi Feng truly possessed the necessary skills, they would likely adopt a more courteous demeanor moving forward. Wonderful. I will inform him right away, Yang Mi said, her anxiety dissipating as she contacted her uncle. Upon their arrival at Quanjude, Yang Mi's uncle also joined them, along with two younger individuals. This is my cousin and cousin, Yang Mi whispered. And you must be Mr. Yi, truly a youthful prodigy, her uncle remarked, extending his hand. Regardless of whether you can assume the role of head of the research center in Magic City, your achievement in developing invisible paint alone marks you as a genius. Good day, uncle, Yi Feng nodded, shaking his hand in return. He had addressed Yang Mi's uncle with respect, recognizing the value of intelligence. After all, he was a mathematics professor from Tsinghua. Had he not taken gene-enhancing medications? With his previous muddled intellect, he could have never aspired to match the professor's brilliance. Greetings, Mr. Yi. Yang Mi's cousins greeted him as well. However, it was apparent that they held a mix of admiration and a hint of rivalry, given that they too were exceptional individuals. Shall we proceed to the private room? I have already secured a reservation, Yang Mi invited. The group moved to the private dining area. After ordering the Peking duck, once the chef had expertly sliced the dish, the conversation began to flow. Mr. Yi, you may already be aware, but I too am part of the chip project, stationed at the research center in the capital. Primarily tasked with the upgrade of data models, Yang Mi's uncle initiated. After exchanging a few casual remarks, he steered the conversation toward the core topic. Currently, our nation's data models remain at 7 nanometers. Although 5-nanometer chips have been developed, they are not yet mature enough for mass production, necessitating an upgrade of the data models, he expressed, visibly concerned. The upgrade for the 5-nanometer data model alone posed significant challenges, let alone the 3-nanometer and 1-nanometer models. The model is straightforward, Yi Feng interjected, aware that he needed to assert himself to command respect. Uncle, what absurdity are you speaking? The data model is a crucial and intricate aspect of chip manufacturing. Even the Americans wouldn't dare claim it's simple, he asserted. I have already arranged matters in Magic City. I have introduced a new algorithm that can extend calculations down to 1 nanometer. This is a conclusion I have independently derived. Yi Feng stated unapologetically. In truth, it was knowledge derived from the future world, imparted to him by Ku Yi, yet who would know? Yang Mi's uncle's eyes widened with interest as Yi Feng began his explanation. Initially, he grasped some concepts, but as Yi Feng introduced numerous new ideas and formulas, he found himself lost. Yang Mi's cousins were even more bewildered, their heads spinning. Meanwhile, Yang Mi remained oblivious, assisting Yi Feng with water and the Peking duck. The duck was not consumed directly, but rather wrapped in a thin pancake with sauce and various accompaniments. Thus, according to my algorithm, we should be able to calculate the data model of the chip down to 1 nanometer, Yi Feng remarked, savoring a slice of duck. The flavor of the Peking duck was satisfactory, though not exceptional, and certainly not as delectable as the offerings from his large blue whale. He casually remarked, if they dispute, let them challenge Yi Yang. Their bond was deep. Confronting Yi Yang was akin to confronting him. Yang Mi's uncle felt a tingle of apprehension. No wonder the state was directing financial resources toward Magic City. Their data models had already been calculated down to 1 nanometer. Although it remained theoretical for now, the formulas were in place, and results were not far off. It was no surprise that they could boast a 50% probability of success within a year or two. They truly possessed the capability. Meanwhile, the research center in the capital was in disarray, waiting until the new year to convene for discussions. Their algorithms were already perfected. Mr. Yi, may I make an unorthodox request? Could I possibly be transferred to your research center in Magic City? Yang Mi's uncle made a decision that felt like a betrayal of his ancestors. He sensed that this young man was destined for success and would rewrite history. If he could participate in Magic City, he would become a part of that historical transformation. At the very least, he would share in the glory. That is not within my purview. As long as there are no issues at the capital center, it should be fine, Yi Feng replied. Very well. I shall submit a report upon my return. Yang Mi's uncle felt a surge of excitement. Although he had initially come to assess Yi Feng, such probing seemed superfluous now. The data model algorithm Yi Feng proposed would take no less than 3 to 5 years to materialize. He even began to contemplate whether the capital center should cease operations to avoid wasting funds. Yang Mi thought to herself, oh no, my uncle may be swept away. Her admiration for Yi Feng only deepened. He was truly remarkable, having won over her uncle, a feat she had never witnessed before. The group continued to enjoy the Peking duck as Yang Mi encouraged everyone to partake. After the meal, Yang Mi's uncle hurried back to Tsinghua. In the conference room, a gathering of experts and professors awaited his arrival. Old Yang, what are your thoughts on that young man? Is he truly talented, or merely a facade? I still believe he is too young. Even if he possesses some capability, he he may not be fit to lead the research center in Magic City. The crowd murmured in agreement. Uncle Yangmi took the lead, suggesting that if they discovered the young man was all show and no substance, they would not hold back. You are the ones merely pretending, he declared. President Yi is undeniably gifted. Rather, he possesses a prodigious talent. Uncle Yangmi spoke with a face full of admiration. Chapter 133, Local Specialties. Old Yang, are you implying that the young man is not just a pretense? If you acknowledge him, shall we proceed with the next step of our investigation? Let us invite him to a meeting tomorrow and subtly assess him. If he passes, we shall have no objections. Indeed, however, let us not demand too much, as the knowledge required for lithography is vast. The crowd chimed in. Investigate? Nonsense. The research center in Magic City has already calculated the mathematical models for chip upgrades. They have even invented a new algorithm capable of direct calculations down to 1 nanometer. And what about you? Instead of engaging in research, you're merely probing whether he is qualified, Uncle Yangmi scoffed. In truth, he felt quite ashamed. Since the project commenced, he had accomplished nothing, still waiting for the meeting next year. The data models were already completed. Likely, others were also prepared. This is the attitude of true researchers. What? He has already completed the calculations? That is impossible. The crowd gasped in shock. They were still floundering, planning to discuss research directions only after the new year. You mean to tell me that their data models are already finished? It's as if two armies are at war, and while they are still gathering provisions, the enemy is already advancing. Why is that impossible? Don't you realize why manpower and resources are gravitating towards Magic City? And unbeknownst to you, the intricate thinking behind it all was his creation. They possess experience in this domain. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. What of the model? Is it reliable? Another inquired. You think that after a brief exchange, I alone could grasp the intricacies of that model? Uncle Yangmi retorted, exasperated. They held him in far too high esteem. Well, in that case, I have decided to apply for a transfer to the research center in Magic City, Uncle Yangmi declared. The crowd responded eagerly. You're quick to act. Let us all go together. Their eyes sparkled with ambition. Everyone wished to journey to Magic City. This was a milestone in the realm of domestic technological advancement. If successful, they could etch their names into history. Who could resist such temptation? What began as a mere test of Yi Feng's capabilities transformed into a collective motivation to relocate to Magic City. Of course, the higher-ups would not easily acquiesce. If everyone went to Magic City, what would happen to the center in the imperial capital? Moreover, having more people is not necessarily advantageous. Adequacy suffices. If further expertise from Magic City was needed, they could address it later. Naturally, the meeting was no longer on the agenda. Experts and professors from other regions began to wonder why there had been no updates regarding the meeting. Yi Feng, meanwhile, felt at ease enjoying his time in the imperial capital. Over the course of a few days, Yangmi accompanied him to explore various attractions. By the 6th day of the new year, Yi Feng prepared to return. Of course, the research center was still under construction. Although it was said to be operational after the new year, it did not mean they would commence work immediately on the 8th. Once the base was completed and the equipment calibrated, and with all research personnel in place, it would truly begin to function. A conservative estimate suggested at least 1 to 2 months would pass. Lost in these thoughts, the plane touched down at the airport. Brother-in-law, over here. Summer waved excitedly. Summer Ning smiled sweetly beside her. The two sisters had come to fetch Yi Feng. He approached with a smile. Having not seen the young flight attendant for quite some time, she had no shifts these past few days, so she came to greet him. Mua. Summer Ning bashfully embraced Yi Feng and planted a kiss on his cheek. Summer, standing nearby, quickly covered her eyes with her hand but peeked through her fingers. Her eyes wide open. Seeing such a simple kiss left her somewhat disappointed. There was nothing particularly noteworthy. Brother-in-law, did you miss me? Summer asked, her big eyes sparkling. I did, he replied. But simply saying so without any action isn't enough. Not even a single red envelope. Summer extended her little hand. Yi Feng pulled out his phone. A WeChat notification revealed a deposit of 100,000 yuan. Wow, thank you, brother-in-law. Love you. Summer exclaimed in delight. Too much. You'll spoil her. Summer Ning sighed. Oh, that one tea happened, Summer insisted. This is for your high school tuition, living expenses, and even 4 years of college tuition and living expenses. Summer Ning was aware that getting anything back was unlikely. Summer pouted, no way. The three of them soon arrived at the parking lot, where the butler had already brought the car around. Yi Feng drove them home, and they quickly arrived at the community. The familiar trash bin seemed perfectly matched to Yi Yang. It was a pity he did not reside there. As for the 3 daughters of the Xiao family, he wondered if they still had any money left. If not, he could always take advantage of them again. My son-in-law bought a house this year, and even put my daughter's name on it. He also gave me 10,000 yuan for the new year. I told them to keep it for themselves, but they insisted on giving it to me. I had no choice. At Summer Ning's home, Aunt Wang next door was back to boast. In truth, it was they who had given their grandson 10,000 yuan for the new year. They had also contributed significantly when their daughter and son-in-law bought a house, claiming it was a loan, but she knew well they would never see that money again. Yet, when out in the world, one's status is self-assigned. Hee. Summer's mother smiled, but said nothing. Her eldest daughter was so outstanding that the neighbors were often envious. Thus, they frequently came to flaunt and compare. When their daughters couldn't compete, they would compare son-in-laws. She couldn't be bothered to engage with them. She knew her daughter's worth. Mom, we're back. At that moment, Summer Ning opened the door, and the three entered the hall. This door was one that Yi Feng had replaced. Summer noticed the old lady next door sneering. She's back to bragging again. Hello, Aunt Wang, Summer Ning greeted. Welcome back. Go wash your hands and eat. The meal is ready, Summer's mother said, her face lighting up upon seeing Yi Feng. After months of recuperation, Summer's mother had fully recovered, glowing with health. Observing Yi Feng's empty hands, Aunt Wang wore a disdainful expression. Hello. I came in a hurry and didn't bring anything, but please accept this. Yi Feng presented a box. No need. You've already given Summer 10,000 yuan. Summer Ning quickly interjected, fully aware of Aunt Wang's intentions. The old lady scoffed. 10,000 yuan? Who believes that? Why not say 100 million? She could boast just as much. It's fine, just accept it. It's some local specialties. Is that so? Then I shall accept it. Upon hearing the term local specialties, Summer's mother accepted the gift, acknowledging it as a kind gesture. What local specialties? Are they delicious? Summer's eyes lit up as she eagerly took the box. For her, a true gourmand, the allure of delectable food was particularly overwhelming. Oh, how heavy it is! She exclaimed. Bang! Unfortunately, she lost her grip, and it tumbled to the ground. What is this? The crowd gasped in astonishment. As the box hit the floor, 10 gleaming gold bars scattered across the ground. Is that gold? Aunt Wang, their neighbor, widened her eyes in disbelief. No wonder it's so heavy, Xia Tian mused. Xia's mother hurriedly gathered the gold bars. Did you not claim these were local specialties? She inquired. Well, can't gold bars qualify as local specialties? Chapter 134, Such Brutality. His primary occupation involved salvaging ancient shipwrecks, while his secondary pursuit was research and development. Shipwrecks often preserve the most gold, extracted from the ocean floor. How could that not be considered a local specialty? Aunt Wang departed in a huff. She had boasted about her daughter and son-in-law gifting her 10,000, only to find out they had actually given her 100,000, and now she was receiving local specialty gold bars. There was simply no comparison, none whatsoever. Why linger if not to embarrass herself? Hee. Observing Aunt Wang's retreat, Xia Tian stifled a laugh behind her hand. Let her show off. She had now encountered her match in her brother-in-law. Xiao Yi, we cannot accept this. It's far too valuable, Xia's mother insisted. Attempting to return the gold bars to Yi Feng. Auntie, please accept them. Although I am wealthy now, what if I face bankruptcy in the future? Yi Feng fabricated. So, you should hold on to them for me. If I ever find myself in dire straits, I will come to rely on you. The probability of his bankruptcy was exceedingly slim. Even if it did occur, he could still salvage gold bars. He possessed advanced technology that would last well over a century. Bankruptcy was simply not an option. Indeed, when that time comes, we shall surely take you in, brother-in-law. Xia Tian nodded sagely. What does that concern you? Are you the one earning a living? Xia Ning playfully tapped her sister's head, feigning annoyance. Haha. Xia's mother chuckled, no longer refusing the offer. Yi Feng had a point. Despite his current wealth, one could never be too sure. If it came to that, it would be prudent for Yi Feng to have the gold bars to make a comeback. After dinner, Yi Feng paid a visit to Zhao Peng's house. He was one of his few friends. Hey, brother Feng, what brings you here? I was planning to head to work in a couple of days. Zhao Peng greeted him with genuine delight. Am I not allowed to visit? Of course, please come in. Brother Feng, Zhao Peng's girlfriend, Yang Xiao, warmly welcomed him as well. This year, she was celebrating the new year at Zhao Peng's home. It was evident that their relationship was strong and filled with sweetness. Brother Feng, we plan to get engaged next year, and then marry during the May Day holiday. Zhao Peng said cheerfully. Not next year, this year. Yang Xiao retorted, slightly exasperated. It's already New Year's, the Spring Festival has passed, and you're still talking about next year. Oh right, it's this year. My mind is all jumbled. Zhao Peng scratched his head. He was juggling factory work, studying management, enrolling in classes, and now preparing for engagement, marriage, and purchasing a home. He was utterly overwhelmed. Marriage sounds wonderful, Yi Feng remarked, somewhat taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Zhao Peng would be marrying so soon. To be honest, Zhao Peng had once been a small-time delinquent, and Yi Feng feared that wealth might corrupt him, hence his occasional watchfulness. He would not hesitate to intervene should Zhao Peng stray from the right path. Have you bought a house? If not, I could gift you one. I've viewed several already. After the holidays, we will discuss and finalize our choice. Zhao Peng replied with a blissful expression. Is the money sufficient? If not, don't hesitate to ask me. It's enough. Houses in the county aren't that expensive. And with this year's salary plus bonuses, Xiao's family contributed a bit as well. We can afford a decent place. Zhao Peng quickly shook his head. Feng had already helped him immensely, making him the factory manager, gifting him a Rolls-Royce, and covering all subsequent maintenance under the company. The bride's dowry was merely symbolic. Not only was it entirely refunded, but they also contributed towards the house. Naturally, the property would be registered in the bride's name. All right then, if you need more funds, do let me know. If you don't, I'll give you a good beating, Feng teased. After marriage, you two should have several children. I want one. He added, Brother Feng, while I'm willing to give you many things, a child is not among them. Zhao Peng responded, Isn't the government currently encouraging people to have children? I just want one from your family. Feng countered, Is that what the government suggests? Yang Xiao giggled, covering her mouth. The two brothers found each other amusing. One is not possible, but you can recognize Brother Feng as your godfather. Yang Xiao winked at Zhao Peng. Oh, that works. Oh, great godfather. Oh, wait, not me. Zhao Peng playfully slapped his own face. Yang Xiao, what kind of person did I end up with? He seem very clever, she thought. By the way, Brother Feng, I have some good news to share. Zhao Peng grinned. What news? That Yang has been frequently subjected to domestic violence since his marriage. It's now the talk of the town, he chuckled. Zhao Peng couldn't help but burst into laughter. Isn't that quite normal? Hitting is affection, and the more severe the violence, the deeper the love. Now I can rest easy. But that's not all. I heard he went to Dabao Jian recently and got caught, returning home severely beaten. Zhao Peng added, still laughing. Feng, he actually had money to go to Dabao Jian? It seems he isn't in enough debt yet. I heard he took out a loan online for Dabao Jian, only to find that his salary didn't match up, leading to his wife beating him. Feng commented. That's brutal. However, taking out a loan for Dabao Jian is impressive. I hear his wife has confiscated his phone and ID, giving him only a basic phone, which prevents him from getting a loan, Feng remarked. Indeed, only sister you can handle him. May they remain forever ensnared in their plight. As it stood, Yi Yang's reputation was tarnished, and his family lived in utter misery, shedding tears daily. Sister Yu contributed nothing at home, was already under pressure to repay debts, and their lives were exceedingly difficult, with the entire family tightening their belts to support Sister Yu's extravagant culinary desires. They did not dare voice any complaints, otherwise Sister Yu would unleash her martial arts skills upon them. Zhao Peng relished in their misfortune. What are you doing? How can you be so cruel? They've already suffered enough. Zhao Peng's sister, Zhao Lin, approached, visibly displeased. So what do you propose we do? The events have transpired. We can only celebrate a little, Yang Xiao replied. You haven't let him off the hook either, she added with a smirk. The siblings exchanged knowing smiles, a perfect understanding between them. After spending 2 days at Xianing's home, Feng made his way to the assistant's place. It was only fair to visit everyone, after all. Since it was still early in the workday, he thought it would be a good opportunity to catch up with an old friend. A slight smile graced Feng's lips. Though Yang was effectively out of the picture now, it mattered not. Yang number 2 had emerged. This new development added a touch of amusement to his otherwise simple, affluent life. Yuan, what do you think Yizong is doing now? Su Yao inquired, carrying various bags from the supermarket alongside her friend Song Yuan. The festive season has concluded, and with work looming ahead, the two individuals returned from their hometown, tidied their abode, and proceeded to the supermarket adjacent to their community to procure essential supplies. Have you been forgotten by Mr. Yi? Song Yuan remarked, a hint of mischief in her tone. Oh, not at all. Mr. Yi is simply busy. He even has to travel to the capital for work during the new year. He sent me a text to wish me a happy new year. Su Yao replied, stamping her foot lightly. What does a text matter? He even transferred me 500,000 to purchase some festive goods, Su Yao added with a slight smile. This was the only way to silence her dear friend. In truth, she had little regard for money. It held no allure for her, having never truly had any. All right then, men ought to prioritize their careers, Song Yuan conceded. If my future boyfriend could gift me 500,000 for New Year's purchases, I wouldn't mind if he neglected me during the holidays. I'd even praise his strength if he were to be abusive. She giggled, covering her mouth in delight. Excuse me, ladies, do you require assistance? Just as they reached the entrance, a tall and handsome security guard approached them. Thank you, but no, Su Yao declined politely. She had no intention of inviting a stranger into her home, lest Mr. Yi misunderstand. Without Mr. Yi, she would not have her current life. She might still be toiling away at a menial job, earning a pittance, sharing a cramped living space, and being cautious with her spending. Returning home for the new year would not have garnered her the envy and respect of her family and friends. Moreover, the man before them seemed far from trustworthy. He is quite handsome. Are you new here, young man? Song Yuan exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. While he could not compare to Mr. Yi, he was certainly an improvement over the average man. Indeed, I joined last month. If you need anything, just call for me. Qin Jin replied with a smirk that revealed his 8 decayed teeth. Beneath that smile, however, lurked a hint of malice. How dare Yi Feng steal his instant noodle seasoning? Such a deed warranted retribution. The new security guard was, in fact, Qin Jin. He had painstakingly tracked down one of Yi Feng's girlfriends, who resided in this community, leading him to take up the security position. Unbeknownst to them, he had found that in today's society, brute strength was largely ineffectual, especially when faced with a powerful adversary like Yi Feng, whose influence was insurmountable. Thus, he resolved to employ cunning instead, intending to lay low until he could devise a plan to approach his girlfriend, hoping to present her with a lush green meadow in vengeance for the culinary affront. Su Yao grew wary. Flattery often hides ulterior motives. Beware. How about this? Let us exchange WeChat information. Song Yuan suggested with a playful smile. Qin Jin fished out his antiquated, second-hand phone. In this modern age, lacking a mobile device was simply unacceptable. Yet he had no funds to spare and had resorted to purchasing a relic from the second-hand market. What is WeChat? I don't have it, he replied. His expression, one of confusion. Su Yao observed her friend's antics with an amused smile. She understood that while Song Yuan had a carefree demeanor, she was not easily swayed. Her friend was an aesthetic enthusiast, drawn to beauty but not easily won over, particularly when the individual in question was merely a security guard with a phone that appeared to be centuries old. In simple terms, he was financially destitute, and there was no way her friend would be interested in him. WeChat is simply a messaging app, Qin Jin chimed in, amused by the fact that someone was even less informed than he was. It was fortunate that she was somewhat attractive, otherwise he wouldn't have bothered to engage in conversation. He had already acquired WeChat and had little desire to converse with anyone who had not. I see. I'll look into this WeChat and figure it out before I try to add you, Song Yuan replied, winking playfully before dragging Su Yao away. Haha. Qin Jin chuckled foolishly, utterly smitten, tears of joy betraying his composure. Although Song Yuan was not as stunning as Su Yao, she was still beautiful enough to catch his interest. He was not one to make choices. He desired both. Stop staring. She is unlikely to be interested in a mere security guard, a colleague advised, shaking his head as he patted Qin Jin on the shoulder. How could anyone be without WeChat? It's clear she simply doesn't wish to add you, he continued, bemused by the apparent naivety. How could that be? Did you not see her smiling at me just now? Qin Jin retorted with a grin. Just because she may not fancy you doesn't mean she won't fancy me. I am a master of inner strength. His colleague replied. Let me put it this way. The homes here are all large flats, with the more affordable ones starting at 5 or 600,000, while the pricier options exceed 1,000. Can you afford that? So cheap. Had I known, I would have bought a house instead of this phone. Qin Jin lamented. He had spent over 600 on a pathetic phone. Had he known, he would have prioritized real estate instead. Not buying a phone but a house. Are you out of your mind? That's 5 or 600,000, not mere hundreds. You think you can buy a large flat for 5 or 600? This is the ancient capital of the 6 dynasties, the provincial capital of Su province. You can't even buy a square meter for that. Qin Jin mused that if such a price were true, he could easily afford 7 or 8 flats with his monthly salary. 5 or 600 might get you a square centimeter, if that. His colleague mused. This guy seems normal, but is truly out of touch. I'll inquire at the sales office, Qin Jin declared, unable to contain his curiosity. Just joking. I didn't think you were that oblivious, his colleague remarked. Qin Jin smiled confidently. In my previous training with my master, even the smallest county had prices around 7 or 800. Here, it's at least over 1,000. Too late. We should notify the family. He.S. beyond saving. 1,000 would barely get you 2 square centimeters. I'll have to save for several months before returning to purchase, Qin Jin mused. Don't take this the wrong way. I don't look down on you. But I do. His colleague added. You'd need 8 lifetimes to afford it. Just wait here. I'll be right back. Qin Jin's eyes darted around. Go ahead. His colleague waved him off, weary of conversing with someone so devoid of common sense. As Qin Jin exited the guardhouse, he headed in the direction Su Yao had taken moments earlier, determined to ascertain where she lived to advance his next move. Oh, the restroom is over there. His colleague reminded him. I know. I dislike that one. I'll use the other, Qin Jin replied without looking back. His colleague, understanding his intentions, shook his head in disbelief. Could he truly believe that a refined and wealthy beauty would fall for someone like me, a mere security guard from a humble background? This is not a romance novel where a domineering CEO falls in love with a middle-aged, divorced woman raising children through menopause. In the past, he thought only ethereal beings entertained such fantasies. It turns out, men can harbor such thoughts as well. How enlightening. Chapter 136, The Unmistakable Air of Poverty. Ha ha. That security guard looked so naive. When I told him I didn't have WeChat, he believed me and even proceeded to explain what WeChat is. How can someone be so unassuming? Haha. After taking a few steps away, Song Yuan could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. It was simply too amusing. If you have no interest in him, why bother engaging in conversation? Su Yao said with a hint of exasperation. He is handsome, so at first glance. I thought his family background couldn't be too shabby, considering that impoverished individuals generally do not pay much attention to their appearance and often lack charm. However, after chatting for a while, I discovered he is genuinely poor. Song Yuan shook her head. She had outgrown the age where one solely pursues love. Not to mention seeking a friend like Yi Zong, at the very least, the conditions shouldn't be too dire. In any case, she would certainly not consider a security guard. Oh you. Su Yao shook her head. Moreover, being poor is one thing, but for a grown man to be so naive, he's not a woman. Men can be lustful, mischievous, and ruthless, but they must never be simple-minded, otherwise, they will never amass wealth. In this ruthless world, what distinguishes a simple man from a foolish one? Song Yuan held her own opinions. This is no longer the time of university, where notions of love and infatuation hold any significance in the face of material reality. Being poor is one thing, but being naive as well. She had never encountered a naive man who became wealthy. Those who can earn money and rise to prominence are invariably shrewd and intelligent, both emotionally and intellectually, just like her friend S-Boss, who would dismiss half the senior executives in the blink of an eye. His methods are exceptionally ruthless. What if he is wealthy, but merely here to experience life? That is improbable. The air of affluence cannot be feigned. It's not merely about clothing, but rather the innate presence and aura that one carries. Su Yao. How insightful. Yi Zong possesses a formidable presence. Wherever he is, he occupies the center stage. Furthermore, I noticed him eating half a pack of instant noodles. What wealthy person would eat instant noodles, and especially in such a manner? Even if he were here to experience life, it is unlikely he would leave half in his pocket. Song Yuan wore a disdainful expression. To be so frugal as to not finish a pack of instant noodles. What level of poverty must he be at? That small amount of charm cannot overshadow his air of penury. Su Yao. Stashing half a pack of instant noodles in your pocket surpasses even the absurdity of licking the cap of a yogurt bottle. My friend is truly remarkable. In just a few minutes of casual conversation, she gleaned so much. No wonder she understands so much. I, on the other hand, know nothing. Previously, she managed to win over Yi Zong, thanks to her friend's analysis. Otherwise, she might have already been dismissed. As the two of them conversed, the elevator arrived, and they stepped inside. Once the elevator doors closed, Qin Jin emerged from behind them, his expression dark. That wretched woman dared to call him foolish. He is a super genius who mastered inner strength in his 20s, the foremost practitioner in martial arts today. Throughout history, he would rank among the top 5 billion in the annals of martial arts. And they dare to criticize him for being poor and eating instant noodles? How could he be poor? When he eventually has a girlfriend, he would generously share the other half with her. What a splendid and blissful life. Having instant noodles, yet still being dissatisfied. Women these days are truly materialistic. He simply wants to find dozens of beautiful women with good figures who won't mind his financial standing and would ideally give him money to spend. Why is that so difficult? Qin Jin fiercely pulled out the instant noodles and took a bite. In truth, they had misjudged him. He hadn't eaten half. He had been consuming them for nearly a month. This was the second pack of instant noodles from the last time he visited the D family, during which Feng had snatched the seasoning packets. He had already finished one pack, and this was the second. Regrettably, without the seasoning, they tasted somewhat bland. Although he had started working, he hadn't received his salary and had no money to buy new ones. Just wait. Qin Jin clenched his fists in determination. Now that he knows which building they reside in, he will find out their exact apartment number next time. Qin Jin smirked and returned home. Click. Su Yao arrived home, took out her keys, and unlocked the door. A cacophony of sound. Oh, I am utterly exhausted. Song Yuan tossed her belongings onto the table, plopped down on the sofa, and rubbed her sore hands. If only I had driven, I could have gone straight to the garage and taken the elevator up. The supermarket is right at the entrance. Why did I not drive? I told you to buy fewer snacks, but you wouldn't listen. Su Yao said somewhat speechlessly. Aren't you enjoying yourself? Song Yuan rolled her eyes. Indeed. Haha. After sharing a laugh, the two of them heard a sound from the master bedroom door. Who is in there? Su Yao immediately tensed up. Both of them were in the hall. How could anyone be in the master bedroom? Could it be a burglar? With only the two of them at home. Could there be danger? Come out. I can see you. Song Yuan also nervously grabbed a cushion, ready to strike if necessary. Their hearts raced as the master bedroom door slowly opened, revealing Yi Feng's exceptionally handsome face. Ah, Yi Zong, you are here. Su Yao exclaimed joyfully. instantly transforming from an irritable kitten into a soft lamb as she leaped into Yi Feng's embrace. No wonder he could enter the house. Yi Zong has a key. Song Yuanyuan also set down the cushion, gazing at her friend with envy. He is truly handsome, far more so than that security guard from earlier. He has a great physique and wealth. Such a man is simply perfect. Why do you look thinner? Oh dear, there are people here. Su Yao's face flushed as she shyly buried her head in Yi Feng's embrace. Song Yuanyuan, you all act as though I am invisible in my own home. Are you planning to continue hugging and chatting like this? Ahem. Song Yuanyuan coughed to remind them. Hey, who are you? What are you doing in my house? Su Yao asked in surprise. Song Yuanyuan. Hee, just teasing you. Yuanyuan, come help me out. I want to showcase my culinary skills to Yi Zong. Yi Zong. I'm going to assist now. Song Yuanyuan felt a bit anxious, fearing that Yi Feng might blame her for interrupting them. This is the aura of a wealthy person. Go on. Yi Feng smiled. Is it truly so terrifying to be oneself? He is undeniably very amiable. Chapter 137. There is no need to concern oneself with what is indeed non-existent. With their collaboration, the 4 dishes and a soup were swiftly prepared and presented. Although they were merely homely fare, they were visually appealing and fragrant. It was evident that the assistant possessed commendable culinary skills. President Yi, how do you find my cooking? Su Yao asked nervously, extending a pair of chopsticks to Yi Feng. She was aware of his preferences. The last time he had rushed to eat without inquiring about the taste. Yi Feng accepted the chopsticks and sampled each dish. Quite delightful, he remarked, giving a thumbs up. Compared to his last visit, there was a noticeable improvement this time. Haha, I'm glad you enjoy it, President Yi. Su Yao smiled, her eyes narrowing with delight. Since Yi Feng's previous visit, she had been diligently honing her cooking skills. What would you like to drink, President Yi? Anything will do. Then let us have some red wine. Very well. Su Yao went to uncork a bottle of red wine. Am I being somewhat superfluous? Song Yuanyuan approached Su Yao, whispering into her ear. She felt a sense of discord in the atmosphere. Su Yao remained silent, merely conveying with her eyes that she indeed felt so. Then I shall step out to eat. Song Yuanyuan raised an eyebrow. Living here rent-free with her friend, she typically had her expenses covered by Su Yao. Now that her friend's boyfriend had returned, she felt the need to be considerate. Yao, I suddenly have something to attend to. So I won't be joining you for dinner. Oh, that's truly a pity. Su Yao feigned regret. President Yi, please enjoy your meal. I shall take my leave. After exchanging pleasantries with Yi Feng, Song Yuanyuan prepared to depart. Wait a moment. Take this 10 taels of silver for your meal. Yi Feng produced a silver ingot from his bag and handed it to her. He could easily discern that Song Yuanyuan had deliberately left the space for them. Quite clever. Indeed, so he decided to give her a reward. Huh. Song Yuanyuan was momentarily taken aback. What did he say? 10 taels of silver? It was only when Yi Feng pressed the ingot into her hand that she realized he was not jesting. Gazing at the hefty silver ingot, her lips twitched. It truly is silver. Do wealthy people nowadays use silver instead of cash? If he had mentioned a red envelope, she would have found it unremarkable. This silver, however, was beyond her comprehension. With 10 taels of silver, I can buy 2 jin of beef and a couple of good bottles of wine. Su Yao chuckled behind her hand. President Yi is truly amusing. Thank you, President Yi. After the initial shock, Song Yuanyuan felt a surge of happiness. Such a substantial piece of silver must be worth several thousand. Despite living in a luxurious flat with her friend, her salary was only a few thousand. After deducting various expenses, she hardly had much left. Of course, it was still an improvement from before. I'll be off now. Song Yuanyuan waved goodbye to the two and exited. With a thud, the door shut, and Su Yao's gaze towards Yi Feng transformed into one laden with flirtation. President Yi, let us toast. Allow me to offer you a drink. Su Yao's voice took on a sultry tone. Sure. Yi Feng's lips curled into a slight smile. He looked forward to the toast from his little assistant. Upon returning to the guardhouse, Qin Jin was greeted by a colleague's teasing remarks. Hey, you're looking quite dapper. You must have added her on WeChat, right? 30 years in the West, 30 years in the East. Do not underestimate the youth. Qin Jin retorted indignantly. Ha. That's so outdated. You must have read a novel from over a decade ago. His colleague laughed. Forget it. It's pointless to explain myself to these ordinary folks. I told you, no one would ever look at a security guard, yet you insisted on approaching her. I'll tell you this, if a person has a phone, they certainly have WeChat. If she says she doesn't want to add you, that's exactly what she means. Qin Jin's lips twitched. Here he was, a renowned martial arts prodigy, yet he was looked down upon by commoners. Truly, the world was descending into chaos, morals deteriorating, and humanity losing its essence. Let us not dwell on unhappy matters. It's payday. His colleague clapped him on the shoulder. How much do we earn? Qin Jin asked, equally excited. This was his first time receiving a paycheck. The rent for this place was at least over 1,000 per square meter. It would take him several years of saving to buy even one unit. You came without even knowing how much you earn? His colleague exclaimed in disbelief. I don't care about money. That's true. There's no need to fuss over what one does not possess, his colleague nodded. I'm saying I value my career development more. Career development? What a joke. You're a security guard now. What development can there be? Without connections in the property company, you won't even rise to the position of security team leader. Our base salary is $3,000, with overtime calculated separately, totaling around $4,000 a month. $4,000? That's barely enough for 4 square meters a month. It would take 4 or 5 years of frugality to afford a place. Qin Jin sighed. Where on earth did this guy come from? This is the ancient capital of Jinling. You think $1,000 can buy a square meter? You think you can buy a spacious flat here in 4 to 5 years? You might as well reach for the heavens. Oh, the salary has arrived. I got 4,006. How much did you get? I received 3,008. Qin Jin's expression soured. How could they pay such a meager salary to a martial arts genius? You got that because you didn't work overtime. If you had, you wouldn't be in this position. By the way, you can repay the 500 you owe me now. Don't be ridiculous. Quickly transfer it to me. His colleague pulled out the payment code. With a resigned sigh, Qin Jin transferred the 500. After settling various debts, he was left with merely a handful of change. Since leaving the D family and purchasing a phone, he had little money to spare, leading him to resort to loans. Many of those loans were overdue, and the lenders had been calling to collect. Qin Jin's lips twitched. With just a few coins to his name, he couldn't even afford a box of instant noodles, let alone a house. He would have to wait until next month. Fortunately, the company provided meals, and with a few coins, he could buy some loose instant noodles. After work, he would go buy some. This time there are seasoning packets included. He relished instant noodles the most. Chapter 138. Can the affairs of martial artists be termed as theft? Is that her? As Qin Jin pondered whether to buy braised beef noodles or spicy beef noodles, he spotted a familiar figure. It was Song Yuanyuan. She actually dared to show herself. A cold smile crept upon his lips as he contemplated approaching her. Hey, what are you doing? You're not thinking of confronting her, are you? His colleague, exasperated, pulled him back. The homeowner had been quite accommodating. She had not looked down upon them and had spoken courteously. It was Qin Jin who had overstepped, attempting to add her on WeChat. It is fortunate that one has not lodged a complaint against you for harassment, yet you dare to question them. Who do you think you are? Do you know what he said about me? Qin Jin's face was etched with fury. The more he pondered upon it after returning, the angrier he became. Coupled with the fact that, having just received his salary, he could barely afford a box of instant noodles, his ire intensified. What did he say? She actually looked down upon me and called me poor, aren't you? His colleague wore an expression of innocence. She wasn't wrong. Qin Jin considered this. Yes. But you know about such matters. Why must you vocalize them? Thus, she merely spoke the truth. And you could perceive it this way. There are plenty who look down on you. Who is she in comparison? Doesn't that make it seem much better? I can assure you, every homeowner in this community holds you in contempt. Do you intend to confront them all? The colleague held his tongue, for he too harbored disdain for Qin Jin. Qin Jin scoffed. Damn it. Try to take it easy. His colleague consoled. He had no desire for their establishment to be reported by the homeowners, as that would result in financial penalties. Qin Jin, feeling powerless, could only glare menacingly at his companion. What is that? As an internal energy practitioner, Qin Jin's eyesight was certainly not average. From afar, he spotted what appeared to be a silver ingot in the other person's hand. Though it was quickly concealed, he had caught a glimpse. A sly grin crept across Qin Jin's face. Wasn't he that the money his master had given him? That wretched woman. How dare she take the silver mint for him? It was a gift from his master upon his departure. He wondered why it had gone missing. Now he understood it had been taken by her. A wicked smile emerged on Qin Jin's lips. Now he had the means to buy instant noodles. Hey, beautiful, heading out? He said ominously as Song Yuanyuan exited. Yes, just going to buy a few things. Song Yuanyuan felt as though she were being eyed by a hungry wolf and hurriedly walked away. As she left, Qin Jin's grin widened. His silver, ouch, a cramp. He quickly slapped himself twice and rubbed his cramping face, taking a moment to recover. What kind of bizarre character is this? His colleague mused. Half an hour later, the workday came to an end. After his colleague arrived to take over, Qin Jin and the others were free to leave. Naturally, the others indulged in lavish feasts after receiving their pay, while Qin Jin was left with a mere handful of coins, insufficient even for a small treat, and could only head to the supermarket to purchase instant noodles. He selected various flavors, braised beef noodles, spicy beef noodles, and pickled vegetable noodles, each in a single pack. Soon, he arrived at the supermarket adjacent to the community. Gazing at the myriad of instant noodles on display, he longed to take them all home. Alas, he was short on funds. After a quick calculation of the prices, Qin Jin bought 6 packets of instant noodles, leaving him with just 1 coin. As he contemplated what he could buy for that amount, he spotted Song Yuanyuan browsing the supermarket. A mischievous smile spread across his face as he stealthily followed her. However, he knew he could not demand the silver back from her just yet, aware that there were surveillance cameras in the store and on the street. He could only trail behind, waiting for an opportunity to reclaim it. He assured himself that he was merely borrowing it, not stealing. He followed quietly, knowing the supermarket was under constant surveillance. Seeing Song Yuanyuan carelessly shopping without concern for money sparked a pang of jealousy within him. He too wished to indulge in shopping. But alas, he lacked the means. As she perused the aisles, she received a text message that made her smile as she headed to the checkout. Qin Jin quickly followed suit. Afterward, he accompanied Song Yuanyuan back to the community. In a blind spot of the surveillance cameras, he hastily caught up and blocked her path. "Hey, beautiful, we meet again," Qin Jin grinned. "Oh, hello? Just off work?" Song Yuanyuan responded, slightly anxious. The look he had given her earlier had been rather intimidating. She also noticed another flaw, his crooked smile. Since their introduction, he had been steadily losing points in her estimation. Beyond being somewhat handsome, he was lacking in every other aspect. Poor, simple-minded, and with that crooked smile. Especially after meeting Mr. Yi, his handsomeness had diminished in her eyes. "Is there something you need? If not, I'll be on my way," she said. "Nothing. You may go," Qin Jin replied with another crooked smile. "Okay." Song Yuanyuan paid little heed and returned home. Just then, her friend texted her, saying they had finished their meal. After she left, Qin Jin took out the silver ingot and weighed it in his hand, striking it rich, haha. As martial artists, they often resorted to such expedient measures to resolve their immediate needs. At that moment, when he had passed behind Song Yuanyuan, he had discreetly retrieved the silver ingot. Had it not been for the prevalence of mobile payments and the decrease in people wearing jewelry, he would not have endured such hardship. Moreover, his master had advised against flaunting wealth, warning that being discovered would diminish one's prestige. "You all are finally done. I nearly wore out my feet." Song Yuanyuan feigned a complaint. "Oh no, we haven't even started," Su Yao replied, stamping her foot in agitation. "Wait," she didn't think of anything. Suddenly, Song Yuanyuan's expression shifted. "What's wrong, Yuanyuan?" Su Yao noticed. "My bag has been slashed, and my money has been stolen. Who is the wretched thief?" Song Yuanyuan lamented. On the verge of tears. That bag had cost her months of frugality, amounting to thousands. It was her prized possession. Now it was damaged, and the silver was gone. The total loss was nearly 10,000. Such a blow was devastating. "Don't panic. There are surveillance cameras in the community and nearby streets. Perhaps we should call the police." Su Yao quickly reassured upon seeing the large tear in Song Yuanyuan's bag. "Will it help?" "Probably not. The thief is skilled. They must be experienced, and the chances of recovery are slim." "I'll get you a new bag," Su Yao offered, feeling somewhat guilty. It was her intention for the two to spend time alone that led her friend to go out alone. "No need. It's quite old anyway." Song Yuanyuan shook her head. Su Yao had already been kind enough. She couldn't let her spend more money on her. "How could this happen? I hadn't even taken it out. How could a pickpocket target me?" Song Yuanyuan felt regretful. "I know who the thief is," Feng said with a slight smile. "Regardless of who it is, it will ultimately be pinned on Yang. Qin Jin. After all, he resides in this community." The main reason for his visit was to pilfer Qin Jin's instant noodle seasoning. "Do you really know?" Song Yuanyuan inquired, intrigued. "Isn't he always at home? How would he know?" Chapter 139. With such intellect, he has essentially bid farewell to the life of a thief. "Let us go. I will help you retrieve it. If we wait too long, the thief may act again. If we find it, it means Qin Jin is innocent. He is wise and heroic. If we fail to find it, it implies he stole it but has already sold it. He is a habitual offender, yet still wise and heroic." "Who is the thief?" Su Yao asked. "The security guard." "How do you know?" Su Yao inquired, curious. "I just know. Follow me." Feng replied confidently. Could it truly be him? At that moment, Song Yuanyuan recalled a series of rather peculiar behaviors exhibited by Qin Jin. "Who is it?" Su Yao inquired immediately. "It's that security guard from earlier at the entrance. Didn't he ask for my WeChat? Just now, when I went out, he was casting me a rather lascivious gaze. Later, when I returned, he even caught up with me from behind and greeted me. I felt something was amiss then, and now that I think about it, my bag feels considerably lighter." Song Yuanyuan recounted. "At the time, I was juggling too many items I had bought at the supermarket, so I didn't pay much attention. In retrospect, it must have been him. After all, I haven't interacted with anyone else lately. He was the only one who got close to me. Perhaps when I was heading downstairs, I felt the silver ingot in my pocket was a bit uncomfortable, so I took it out and placed it in my bag, where he must have seen it." Song Yuanyuan gazed at Feng with admiration. "This is truly remarkable. This is what it means to strategize from a distance and achieve victory without being present. Even while sitting at home, he can discern who stole the silver ingot. And that security guard doesn't even know what WeChat is. The disparity is striking. Then let us seek him out and reclaim our belongings. Indeed, Yifeng led the two of them to the security office, but naturally, Qin Jin had already departed. After ascertaining his dormitory details, the trio set off in a car to confront him. They soon arrived at the dormitory complex rented by the property management, a resettlement area due to demolition. The property management would not be renting out high-end complexes, after all. As they approached the dormitory where Qin Jin resided, Song Yuan prepared to knock on the door, but Yifeng stopped her. Stand back. Bang. With a powerful kick, Yifeng sent the door crashing open. Knocking is far too cumbersome. Song Yuan twitched her lips. Apart from his handsome appearance, Yifeng possessed an array of commendable traits: wealth, generosity, intelligence, and now, extraordinary strength. Unlike that security guard, who, aside from his looks, had nothing but demerits, including theft. Su Yao's eyes sparkled with admiration. Mr. Yi is incredibly strong. He could lift me effortlessly. Bang. The instant the door burst open, within the room, Qin Jin, who had been lounging on his bed and reveling in his ill-gotten gains, immediately reacted. He rolled away just in time to evade the crashing door. Crash. The door collided with the bed before collapsing to the floor. Who is it? His expression darkened, yet there was an underlying thrill. Finally, he had encountered someone seeking confrontation. Now, he had a chance to showcase his prowess. Moreover, the ability to send a door flying indicated that this opponent was no ordinary individual. This was even better. He had no interest in dealing with mere commoners. Qin Jin clenched his fists in anticipation. At that moment, Yifeng stepped inside. It's you? The sight of an adversary ignited a fierce animosity. The grudge from their last encounter involving instant noodle seasoning had yet to be settled, and now the enemy had delivered themselves right to his doorstep. However, mindful of the opponent's bodyguards, he refrained from immediate action and instead discreetly surveyed the surroundings. See, I told you he was the thief. Yifeng pointed at the silver ingot in Qin Jin's hand. In the sudden turn of events, Qin Jin hadn't had time to hide the silver ingot and was still holding it. Nonsense. This silver ingot was given to me by my master. It isn't yours. Qin Jin hastily denied, a hint of panic in his heart. I never claimed it was a silver ingot. What are you denying? Yifeng chuckled. This level of intellect and psychological fortitude is sorely lacking. You might as well bid farewell to your thieving career. You? Qin Jin's lips twitched as he realized he had inadvertently confessed. Indeed, it's you, and you even tore my bag. Song Yuan exclaimed angrily. It wasn't me. That one isn't yours. I saw you with the silver ingot and thought it was mine, so I came back to check. Now that I see it isn't, mine is still with me. My silver ingot was given by my master. He even gifted me a gold coin that I gave to someone else. You can ask him. Qin Jin declared nonchalantly, determined not to admit to anything. If word got out that he was a thief, his reputation as a martial artist would be utterly tarnished. You just confessed. Su Yao remarked, exasperated. Did he really think they were fools? Regardless of whether you believe it or not, I certainly do. Qin Jin replied with an air of defiance. Come and fight me if you're unconvinced. Guards, seize him. Yes, sir. A throng of bodyguards rushed in, swiftly subduing Qin Jin and pinning him to the ground. Hey, you're a rogue. We're all martial artists here. If you have the skills, challenge me one-on-one. Qin Jin's lips twitched in frustration. Yifeng ignored him and instead retrieved the silver ingot, confirming it was indeed the one he had given to Song Yuan. As the engravings matched perfectly, his astuteness had led him to the truth in an instant. This is mine, and yet you still refuse to admit it. Song Yuan shot a fierce glare at Qin Jin. Ahem, now that you have the silver ingot, shall we consider this matter resolved? Qin Jin quickly adopted a different demeanor. You also tore my bag. I didn't do it on purpose. Song Yuan retorted. How could someone be so shameless? Yifeng gestured for the guards. Take him to the police station and report this incident. Yes, sir. I'll go with them. Song Yuan chimed in eagerly. Those bodyguards are quite handsome. Su Yao covered her face, exasperated. Her best friend was swooning again. As Yifeng prepared to leave, he cast a glance at the bed where Qin Jin had been seated. Since it was a dormitory, there were 2 sets of bunk beds in the common area. Qin Jin occupied the lower bunk on the right. Yifeng noticed 6 packets of instant noodles on the bed, each of varying flavors. Well then, this is unfortunate for you. No. The moment Qin Jin, who had just been dragged away, sensed Yifeng's intentions, his face was filled with dread. Hee. Yifeng chuckled coldly. Rip. He stepped forward and opened one packet. No. Qin Jin's eyes widened in horror. Hee. As Qin Jin watched in despair, Yifeng expertly tore open the seasoning packets and poured the contents onto the floor. Then, he moved on to the next packet. No, my seasoning packets. Wah. Qin Jin lamented, helplessly witnessing Yifeng dismantle all 6 packets of instant noodles, scattering the seasonings everywhere. In an instant, his eyes lost their luster, his face turned ashen, and tears had long since dried up. Su Yao remarked, "How ruthless." He didn't even leave a trace. Song Yuanyuan added, "Is this how the powerful take revenge on others? This is too adorable. And just look at Qin Jin's pitiful state. It's as if he has lost a dear relative over a few packets of seasoning. Is it really necessary? Can't he afford instant noodles, even as a security guard?" Qin Jin was dragged away by the guards like a ragged dog, and they soon returned. Chapter 140. I now wish to be a good doctor. Mr. Yi. Those bodyguards just referred to you as sir. In the car on the way back, Su Yao could no longer contain her curiosity. Isn't it unusual for them to call you that? They certainly seemed quite formidable. This sparked an immature thought in her mind. Because I am currently a major general. They are my guards, not just ordinary bodyguards, so isn't it normal for them to address me as such? Yi Feng replied, feigning nonchalance with a smile. A major general? Su Yao's eyes widened in astonishment. To everyone's astonishment, General Yi, despite his youth, has already attained the rank of major general. How impressive! Su Yao gazes at him with unabashed admiration. Her partner is truly remarkable, a veritable pinnacle among men, devoid of any shortcomings. Modest, indeed, merely a small affair. Yes, a small affair, she chuckles to herself. After returning home, not long after, Song Yuanyuan completed her statement and arrived. How did it go? Su Yao inquired with concern. The security guard was detained for theft and damaging someone else's property. The evidence and witnesses are all conclusive, Song Yuanyuan replied, her expression relaxed. He got what he deserved. Instead of working diligently, he resorted to theft, Su Yao echoed with disdain. Let us not dwell on him. By the way, how is your management study progressing, Yao Yao? Is it feasible for you to take over Pengfei International? Yi Feng interjected. Previously, it had been agreed that Su Yao would manage the seasoning company, and she had been diligently learning. Song Yuanyuan's eyes widened in surprise. Goodness. Purchasing a house and a car is one thing, but entrusting a company to a close friend? Why doesn't she encounter such a boyfriend? Presently, Pengfei International is not merely a small enterprise, but rather a leading conglomerate in the national seasoning industry, with its brand established as one of the top in the country. And distributors spread nationwide, along with factories in various locations. Oh, I'm not ready yet. I still have many courses to complete. And my actual management experience is even scarcer. Su Yao quickly waved her hands in protest. She feared she might not be able to handle it. She would prefer to remain an assistant. Then take your time to study further, but do hurry, Yi Feng advised. Su Yao is a girl. She can afford to be a bit more relaxed, unlike Zhao Peng, who requires pressure. If he dared to act like that, he would be in serious trouble. Su Yao nodded in agreement. After spending 2 days with Su Yao, once she officially commenced her work, Yi Feng returned to the city. Southern Airlines had yet to start the semester, but Han Fei, due to her previous drone project, had already been recommended for graduate studies, encompassing her Master and doctoral programs. Thus, she had been preoccupied with her graduate courses and projects. When Yi Feng returned, this science-oriented woman was still engrossed in her calculations. Oh, darling, you're back. Have you eaten? Is there a new project? I've eaten. Are you embarking on another project? If so, why not join me in the Magic City to work on chips? Perhaps not, Han Fei contemplated before ultimately declining. Although collaborating with Yi Feng on chip development could guarantee her a direct path to a doctorate, it was not what she desired. Just like during the previous detector project, she felt she contributed nothing. She lacked knowledge about chips. If she joined, her contributions would likely amount to merely snacking on fruits. She would eat bananas while Yi Feng indulged in red grapes and watermelon. Well, as long as you're happy, Yi Feng replied without pressuring her. Yes, darling. I will study diligently to assist you in the future, Han Fei declared, clenching her small fist. She had no intention of being merely decorative. Yes. Let us strive to earn a little something for you, Yi Feng encouraged. I don't wish to converse with you wealthy individuals, Han Fei retorted. On the rooftop of the town health clinic, a middle-aged man clad in a white coat gazed into the distance, his brow furrowed as if lost in thought. Suddenly, a breathless voice echoed from the corridor. A young-looking man in a white coat, albeit with unsteady steps, approached briskly. Struggling to climb 3 flights of stairs, are we? The director scoffed, observing Yi Yang's labored ascent. The director smirked. With such stamina, even I, an old man, could outpace you. I'm still young. Yi Yang, oblivious to the mockery, simply smiled confidently, mistaking the director's words for praise. In truth, he had paused to catch his breath, otherwise, he would have been even more winded. Weakened by recent marital activities and his secret indulgence in excess, he had grown increasingly fatigued over the months. What about the items I requested? The director interjected, dismissing further banter. Perhaps you haven't brought them with you? Yi Yang replied with a slight smile. What do you mean? Are you here just to bask in the sun? The director's expression turned frosty. Give me a chance, Yi Yang stated calmly. How can I offer you a chance? The director sneered. I had no choice before. Now I wish to be a good doctor. Yi Yang softened his stance. Let the patients decide if they will permit you to be a good doctor. The director scoffed derisively. You've received numerous complaints. The patients unanimously demand your removal. So you're condemning me to death? Yi Yang frowned. If the villagers discovered he couldn't even manage the town clinic, he would be ridiculed. Though he had grown accustomed to mockery. Yet, this was his last shred of pride. Should he be dismissed again, he would have no excuses left to offer his grandfather. I'm sorry, but as the director, I must be accountable to the patients. The director would not yield. Who knows? Yi Yang suddenly brandished a toy water gun at the director. We are all on a continuous journey, forgetting the way out. A whimsical background melody wafted through the air. Those are my words. The director exclaimed. What nonsense is this? Are you crazy? He irritably swatted Yi Yang's water gun away. At this juncture, don't even think of performing theatrics. Yi Yang sheepishly tucked the water gun away and pulled out an old phone to silence the music. I regret to inform you that your professional capabilities are inadequate and do not meet the requirements for permanent status. Thus, I cannot provide you with a confirmation of permanent employment. Please submit your resignation and seek opportunities elsewhere. What Yi Yang sought was precisely that confirmation of permanent employment, which, in reality, was merely a resignation letter. The director gazed at Yi Yang, exasperated. This fellow had only been at the clinic for a few months. Yet the number of complaints received exceeded the total from the past 5 years combined. Initially, they thought they had snagged a talented medical student, but soon realized that there were reasons no one else wanted him. In truth, the town clinic primarily dealt with minor ailments. Anything somewhat severe was referred to the county, and the serious cases went directly to the top-tier city hospitals. Yet this man consistently mismanaged cases. Moreover, his lack of medical skills was compounded by his attempts to form cliques within the clinic, causing disruptions. The director had long grown weary of him. He had subtly suggested that Yi Yang leave, but Yi Yang pretended not to comprehend. Of course, it was also possible he genuinely didn't understand. Director, I will strive to improve. Please grant me another opportunity. I should give you a chance. Who will give me a chance? Hurry up and pack your things and leave. Is there truly no room for negotiation? Yi Yang's demeanor darkened, his expression fierce as he fixed a penetrating stare on the director. Chapter 141, I won't leave. What are you planning? Don't get agitated, the director said nervously. In this moment, it was just the two of them, and he feared Yi Yang might act impulsively, jumping off or crashing into a wall. As for the notion of Yi Yang wishing him harm, that was implausible. It wasn't he that he looked down on Yi Yang. Rather, while he was devious, he was physically inept, occupying the lowest tier of the clinic's hierarchy. Once, he had attempted to make advances toward a petite nurse, only to be subdued and humiliated by her. Heaven knows how this fellow has become so insufferable. If that is the case, do not blame me. Yi Yang shut his eyes, inhaling deeply as if resolving to make a significant decision. No, the director was taken aback. It was too late. Ha ha ha. Since you lack benevolence, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Yi Yang sneered coldly. Don't you dare jump off here. If you must perish, could you do so at a distance? The director's pupils quivered. How malevolent could one be to contemplate jumping from here, transforming their hospital into a cursed hospital? A house where someone has died is termed a haunted abode. Should a hospital where death has occurred not be called a cursed establishment? The director's thoughts were a chaotic jumble. Yi Yang, how dare you? When did I ever say I would jump? Ignoring the director, Yi Yang forcefully reached into his bosom, retrieving his innate sacred artifact, the invincible cosmic circle notebook. He then produced another sacred artifact from his pocket, the primordial circle pen. After summoning both artifacts, Yi Yang smirked once more, opened the notebook, inscribed the director's name, and encircled it to cast a curse upon him. Mamma mia! While drawing, he chanted incantations. This was his newly devised upgraded method of cursing. Humph, are you frightened now? The director thought he was merely a fool contemplating suicide. If he doesn't jump, that's for the best. Otherwise, he might dirty the ground. It would be wise to pack his belongings and seek a factory job screwing bolts, as with his intellect. This was all he was suited for, the director advised kindly. No technical skills were required, nor any brain power. Moreover, working 12 hours a day screwing bolts would leave this weakling no time for frivolities. It would be beneficial for him and society as a whole. Yi Yang glared with tiny eyes, roaring loudly as he accelerated the speed of his drawings. How dare they look down upon him, suggesting he screw bolts? Could he not weld? The director suggested he visit a psychiatrist after resigning. After completing 2 sheets of paper, Yi Yang finally tucked away the notebook. He would continue later. Returning to finalize his paperwork and collect his belongings, he cast a lingering glance at this place he had not worked at for long, yet had grown fond of. To his surprise, the entire staff of the health center, including the director and the cleaners, had come to bid him farewell. Silence enveloped them. their eyes filled with profound reluctance. Tears streamed unbidden from Yi Yang's corners of his mouth. It seemed everyone truly held affection for him and were unwilling to see him go. This was entirely normal. Despite his mediocre medical skills, questionable character, less than ideal personality, frail health, penchant for forming cliques, and his lascivious and shameless behavior towards the young nurses, 10,000 words could be omitted here. He had no other significant flaws. Had it not been for the patient's complaints, he would not have been leaving. The hospital surely did not wish for him to depart, but was compelled by external pressures. He had played a pivotal role in bridging connections within the institution. Yi Yang turned, glancing back at his colleague's sorrowful gazes, taking 3 steps before turning again. As he approached the entrance, he could no longer contain his tears, which flowed in large, uncontrollable drops. Finally, he turned back, sprinting towards them. "Director, everyone. I will not leave. I wish to fight alongside you." Yi Yang's eyes brimmed with tears. They would surely be overjoyed. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. The director could not contain himself, taking flight and delivering a powerful kick. Bang! Yi Yang shrieked as he was sent flying, his belongings scattering across the ground. "You must be dreaming. Hurry and roll away." The director landed firmly, dusting off his hands. After finally sending the fellow off, he had the audacity to wish to stay. What a delusion! "Bravo, director!" The crowd cheered in unison. He still wished to remain. He was nothing but a calamity. Ever since he arrived, the hospital had been in disarray, never experiencing a single peaceful day. "I have never encountered such shamelessness. He should have left long ago." Many voiced in agreement. Amidst the ruckus, some began to set off firecrackers, celebrating Yi Yang's departure. The atmosphere in the hospital was jubilant, even more so than during the New Year celebrations. "To commemorate this fellow's departure, I will treat everyone tonight," the director declared with a grand gesture. "Wonderful. The director is magnificent." The crowd's spirits soared higher. Cough. Yi Yang spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. These wretched souls were not reluctant for him to leave. They were celebrating his exit. "Just wait," Yi Yang scoffed, pulling out his little notebook once more, inscribing the names of everyone in the hospital. He would cast curses upon them later that evening. It seemed tonight's workload of curses would be substantial. Besides the hospital personnel, Yi Feng had to draw 3 sheets daily. Considering all those who had offended him also needed to be included, it appeared he would be working late into the night. Yi Yang gathered his things and departed in disgrace. After leaving the hospital, he stopped by a supermarket to purchase a stack of notebooks. Otherwise, he would run out of space to draw. Yi Feng stayed at home for a few days before returning to the Magic City. The base had now been completed, and the equipment was being calibrated. In about a month, the research and development base could officially commence operations, and he would begin working in earnest. He was uncertain if the formaldehyde had completely dissipated. To be on the safe side, he decided to delay his start by a week, allowing others to ventilate the area before his arrival. Better a dead friend than a dead Taoist. Following the probing from the capital, Yi Feng had casually divulged a snippet of his new algorithm. Experts and professors from prestigious institutions such as Qingbei and others spent several days and nights analyzing it, discovering that the algorithm was indeed correct and even simpler than the previous computational methods. It could accurately calculate down to a nanometer. Furthermore, they inquired with other universities like Nanda, Dongda, and Nanhang, confirming that it could not have originated from them. Thus, it must have been solely the work of Yi Feng. The crowd was instantaneously awestruck, their scalps tingling. Consequently, a multitude of researchers clamored to be transferred to the Magic City, with success and fame within reach. How could they not be eager? The data model algorithm had been unveiled while they were still fumbling about. Upon learning of the situation, the higher-ups convened a meeting and decided to prioritize the Magic City, with the other 2 research centers providing support, focusing on minor contributions to the Magic City S&D efforts. They also began transferring elite personnel from the other 2 centers to the Magic City. This time, not only financial and material resources would be allocated, they had no choice but to comply. Numerous researchers, scientists, experts, professors, and engineers began to arrive in the Magic City. Chapter 142. What happened to the promised dedication? Everyone was ready to roll up their sleeves and work hard. Ever since Yi Feng effortlessly introduced the new algorithm, everyone felt confident and invigorated. Uncle Yangmi naturally arrived at the Magic City Research Center as desired. He was assigned to the mathematical model group, primarily responsible for upgrading the theoretical model calculations for chips. This was relatively easy, as Yi Feng had already provided the algorithm. They merely needed to continue deriving based on the new algorithm. It was akin to having a formula and solving problems according to it. Of course, there were still some aspects of the algorithm that they had yet to fully comprehend. Now they encountered a formidable challenge in their calculations. No matter how they approached it, the results were invariably incorrect. What could possibly be going awry? Both forward and reverse calculations yielded erroneous outcomes. Where had they stumbled? Perhaps they should attempt the calculations once more. The month was rapidly approaching, and without a functioning data model, how could they proceed with their research? The fundamental algorithms were in place, yet they found themselves unable to derive the results. How embarrassing. A flush of shame crept across their faces. After all, these were esteemed mathematics professors from the nation's top universities. In the presence of established algorithms, it was utterly inconceivable that they could not compute the results. Oldly, I perceive you possess an extraordinary intellect. Why not consult General Yi on the proper methodology? Suggested one of the group. Indeed, I concur. I support this notion. The consensus rapidly formed among them. Oldly's objections were disregarded. Step aside, why don't you all go? He retorted angrily. General Yi was a figure of remarkable stature, undoubtedly preoccupied with numerous responsibilities. As the principal overseer, he likely toiled day and night, pouring his heart and soul into his work. To trouble him over such a trivial matter? The algorithms had already been provided. They could not even apply the formulas. If they felt no embarrassment, he certainly did. Naturally, Oldly refused to go. He was not foolish. Yi Feng was the project manager, burdened with countless tasks. How could they approach him for every little issue? It was akin to asking the principal for help on a homework question during their school days. What should we do then? With less than a month until the official commencement, and the theoretical model still not completed, our time is running short. Whoever wishes to go may do so. I certainly will not. Hey, old Yang, don't you have a good relationship with General Yi? Perhaps you could make the inquiry. The group turned their gaze toward Uncle Yang. Agreed. Absolutely agreed. The chorus of approval was overwhelming. Thus it is decided, old Yang. You shall seek General Ye's guidance on the calculations, and we will reconvene tomorrow. With that, the group dispersed, leaving no room for Uncle Yang to refuse. What? Uncle Yang was taken aback. How had this devolved into him being the one to go? Besides, he was not particularly familiar with General Yi. They had only shared one meal and engaged in brief conversation. Furthermore, he had no means of contacting him. Scratching his head, Uncle Yang lamented the unfairness of his predicament. Reluctantly, he decided to call his niece, hoping she could assist in arranging a meeting with Yi Feng. Upon hearing his request, his niece was somewhat speechless. Uncle, you don't genuinely believe that a few days of accompanying him makes you friends, do you? He is a titan of research, a mogul of capital, and a military leader. Surely, he is exceedingly busy. If it weren't for Reba, I doubt I would even have the privilege of meeting him. You expect me to arrange a meeting with just a phone call? With no other option, she dialed Reba. Although she possessed Yi Feng's contact information, it seemed more prudent to reach out to Reba first, given her sweet demeanor when discussing Yi Feng. After navigating various twists and turns, she finally managed to contact Yi Feng, who agreed to meet with Uncle Yang. The following afternoon, Uncle Yang and a few representatives arrived at the Tang Palace. Listen closely. Everyone, once we pose our questions, let us document General Ye's responses. If anything is unclear, we can analyze it later. We must endeavor not to make him repeat himself. He is exceedingly busy, and our visit is already an imposition, Oldly instructed. Understood. We are aware, the group of professors responded, albeit with a hint of apprehension. They steeled themselves and entered the courtyard, only to be met with an unexpected scene. There, amidst his bustling schedule, General Yi was leisurely embracing a beautiful woman, surrounded by music and preparing a hot pot. The lovely lady was, of course, Reba, having just completed her festive recording. She had returned for a few days to prepare the meal. Ah, come, open wide. Reba cheerfully offered a meatball, bringing it to Yi Feng's lips. With a roguish grin, Yi Feng accepted the morsel. The simple joys of the affluent were refreshingly unpretentious. The assembled group pondered the apparent contradiction. Wasn't Yi Feng supposed to be overworked and consumed by his responsibilities? How could he appear as if he were merely a debauched scion, indulging in a life of leisure? Despite their initial disbelief, they soon grasped the reality. He had dedicated considerable effort to the chip project and was entitled to moments of enjoyment. As the music played on, Reba, noticing their arrival, quickly disentangled herself from Yi Feng, blushing slightly. Oh, you're here. Come in. Have you eaten? If not, join us. Yi Feng, unflustered, rose to greet them. Ahem, we've already eaten, they hastily replied, waving their hands in refusal. It was merely a polite gesture, and to accept would have been inconsiderate. Uncle, please have a seat, Yi Feng invited. Hearing Yi Feng refer to him as uncle, Uncle Yang felt a swell of pride, drawing envious glances from the others. What brings you all here? Yi Feng inquired once everyone was seated. Well, General Yi, we've encountered a slight issue in our calculations, specifically here. Please take a look, Oldly said as he handed over the tablet. The group, comprising professors, wasted no time in articulating their concerns directly. After posing their questions, They intended to return and delve into the research without further interrupting Yi Feng and the starlet. "I'll take a look," Yi Feng said, examining the tablet. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted, his demeanor transformed, and his gaze sharpened, revealing an intellect that starkly contrasted with the carefree persona previously displayed. "Is this where you're stuck?" Yi Feng furrowed his brow. "This is a calculation from 7 nanometers to 5 nanometers. If you're attempting to deduce 1 nanometer, you'll surely hit a dead end." Clearly, this was the weakest cohort he had ever encountered, all underachievers. Under the weight of Yi Feng's formidable presence, the group felt their breath slow. It was evident that he found their struggle trivial. "Oh well, let me explain it to you once more. Pay close attention." Instantly, they nodded, holding their breaths in anticipation. Transformed into diligent students ready for instruction. "Here is how it works," Yi Feng explained while continuing to enjoy his hot pot. The group, fully aware of the privilege of his attention during his meal, listened intently, ensuring they missed no detail. Chapter 143, You Are Not Mistaken. When Yi Feng concluded his explanation, a collective epiphany washed over them. Ah, so that was the error. They marveled at the revelation. Without General Ye's guidance, they might have remained oblivious for ages. Their admiration for Yi Feng surged. His ability to clarify such complex matters, where numerous professors had failed after multiple attempts, was truly remarkable. The disparity in intellect was undeniable. "Do you now comprehend?" Yi Feng inquired as he set the tablet aside. "Indeed, we understand. Should we encounter further uncertainties in the future, we may dare to approach you again," the team leader confessed, a touch of trepidation in his voice. This was merely the transition from a 7-nanometer model to a 5-nanometer one. Further advancements lie ahead. "Ah, uncle, please follow me." Yi Feng sighed. They are all underachievers. He finally comprehended the sentiment his teachers must have felt when dealing with students whose grades were unsatisfactory. "All right," Uncle Yangmi nodded. It was evident that Yi Feng was quite disheartened by them. However, this disappointment was not misplaced. Uncle Yang could empathize with him. He often wore a similar expression when faced with students who required extensive guidance over trivial issues. Before long, the two arrived at the threshold of the study. Yi Feng opened the door, and upon casting a glance inside, Uncle Yang's scalp prickled with apprehension. The study was densely cluttered with blueprints, data, formulas, and drafts scattered throughout. He took a cursory look and realized that it encompassed various disciplines necessary for the development of lithography machines, including mathematics, physics, chemistry, optics, mechanics, and computer science. Could this all have been the work of a single individual? Was it even feasible for one person to accomplish such a feat? He had never heard of Yi Feng having a team. His astonishment was far greater than that of Reba and Yangmi. They were unaware of the sheer value contained within this study, whereas he understood its significance. Developing and upgrading a lithography machine was no trivial matter. It required mastery across all these fields. Yet, how could one person possess such expertise? Surely, even the most intelligent individual could not muster the energy for all of this. "Uncle, this is the derivation process of the new algorithm. Please take a look." Yi Feng handed Uncle Yang a USB drive. "Yi Feng, did you accomplish all of this alone?" Uncle Yang inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity as he accepted the drive. The study did not appear to be shared with anyone else, yet the idea of one person mastering so many disciplines was simply preposterous. "No." Uncle Yang breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness, it remains within the realm of normalcy. This is still in the theoretical stage. The completed research is stored on the USB, like this algorithm I'm giving you," Yi Feng stated shamelessly. "Of course, this was taught to me by my instructor." However, no one knew he was merely jesting. Anyone who dared to challenge him was welcome to try. Uncle Yang's lips twitched slightly. Indeed, it was an astonishing feat for him to have developed it all by himself. When he first learned that Yi Feng had independently devised a new algorithm, he was already in awe. He never imagined Yi Feng would excel in so many fields. No wonder the higher-ups entrusted him with the entire research center in Modu, providing ample financial and material support. Now, who would dare to oppose him? After receiving the USB drive, the two descended. Uncle Yang's gaze towards Yi Feng had transformed, akin to that of an admirer. The others looked on eagerly at Uncle Yang, curious about what he had obtained from Yi Feng. With a slight smile, Uncle Yang remarked, "Having connections is indeed advantageous. How envious you all must be. Well then, Yi Feng, we shall take our leave. We apologize for the interruption," they said. Yes, take care." Yi Feng waved his hand. Compared to these older gentlemen, he preferred to spend time with Reba. "Someone, resume the music and dance. Where's my little treasure, Reba? Come out, and let your husband give you a kiss." Yi Feng's voice echoed from the courtyard. The crowd found it hard to fathom how such a frivolous and carefree person could be the same brilliant Yi Feng they had just witnessed. Yet, with Yi Feng's capabilities, such minor flaws were utterly inconsequential. What do you all know?" Uncle Yang snorted. "Old Yang, what do you mean?" The others quickly grasped the implication. They were all mathematics professors from top-tier universities, each with considerable intelligence. It was no simple feat to reach their position. He deliberately showcased his indulgent side, allowing everyone to perceive him as an ordinary person with flaws. Uncle Yang wore an expression of knowing superiority, and others nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of his statement. If he were genuinely that type of person, he could easily choose to be more discreet, especially knowing they were visiting today. He need not flaunt his flirtations with a celebrity at that particular time, deliberately saying things for them to overhear. Thus, it was evident that he was intentionally behaving this way. For someone like Yi Feng, lacking any weaknesses would be quite terrifying. A man of great talent indeed. Yi Feng possesses immense wisdom. The crowd admired him even more. Moreover, do you know what I saw in Yi Feng's study? Uncle Yang asked with a smug grin. You don't know, but I do. What I saw would astound you, he teased. What did you see? The crowd inquired, intrigued. Upon ascending the stairs with Yi Feng, I was immediately enveloped by a torrent of knowledge, Uncle Yang animatedly described. The crowd exchanged glances. A torrent of knowledge? Why didn't it drown you instead? Look at your expression. Are you a mathematics professor or a language arts professor, writing an essay? When Yi Feng opened the door, Uncle Yang exclaimed, "Oh, you won't believe what I saw." The crowd, now thoroughly entertained, chimed in. Are you performing a comedy act? What did you see? The entire study was brimming with blueprints, formulas, data, and drafts, everywhere. The walls, the floor, the desk, everything was covered. The content spanned mathematics, physics, chemistry, optics, mechanics, computer science, and all other aspects required for lithography machines. And all of this was accomplished by him alone, indicating his mastery over these disciplines. The algorithm he shared with us is merely the most inconspicuous of his numerous research achievements, Uncle Yang declared, his face radiating admiration. Even if given 2 lifetimes, one could not achieve all this. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Can one person truly master so many fields? Is he aiming for the heavens? It became clear that they must strive to keep pace with Yi Feng. They could not afford to lag behind. It was evident that Yi Feng was not entirely satisfied with them today. In truth, after analyzing the situation, Yi Feng also regarded it as a minor issue. Feeling dissatisfied was only natural. My dear, were you intentionally showcasing such behavior in front of him? Reba pondered after everyone had departed. What do you mean? Yi Feng inquired. Curious. You were deliberately revealing some of your flaws to put everyone at ease, weren't you? Reba, having risen to the pinnacle of the entertainment industry, had discerned some truths. Yes, you are absolutely correct. In reality, I am a paragon of virtue. I merely feign otherwise, Yi Feng replied with utmost seriousness. Chapter 144. Shouldn't you consider becoming a welder? Reba truly understands him. In truth, he was not lecherous at all. He genuinely assured that he was not, using the integrity of the Yi family name as a guarantee. After all, he was the legitimate heir of the Yi family, and his character was beyond reproach. He merely resorted to such pretenses out of necessity. It was truly a disservice to him. Reba remarked, if you wish to emphasize your virtuous nature, perhaps you should remove your hand from where it is resting on me. That would be far more credible. She realized she might have misjudged him. This fellow, relying on his abilities, seemed to act with impunity, doing as he pleased. As for the notion of disguise, in the face of absolute power, it was entirely unnecessary. Come now, let us continue this charade. It is truly a great injustice to me. Reba retorted, now that no one is around, what is there to pretend? You are simply hopelessly lecherous, a true rogue. Still aggrieved? What a ridiculous notion. I can hardly be bothered to engage with you. Why haven't you gone to work today? When Sister Yu awoke to find Yi Yang still at home, her fury erupted instantly. Were it not for her marriage and the temper she had tempered over time, she would have been inclined to inflict grievous harm upon this imbecile in her youth. Cough, cough. I'm on a shift change today, 2 days in a row. And with my annual leave, I have a whole week off, ha. Yi Yang patted his canine companion's head. His family remained blissfully unaware of his unsuccessful transition to a permanent position. After resigning, he had simply tossed his belongings aside. He intended to delay the inevitable, relishing each carefree day. Bang. To be frank, Sister Yu's sharp glare shattered the teacup in her grasp. She saw through Yi Yang's feeble ruse with ease. This fellow was once again up to no good, truly deserving of a reprimand. After all her hard work to provide for the household, he had the audacity to shirk a pleasant job outside. Such insolence was utterly inexcusable, more beast than man. Well, the truth is, my medical skills are so exceptional that I faced ostracism and was compelled to resign, Yi Yang retorted indignantly. Are you suggesting that your prowess in medicine led the county hospital to dismiss you, and that the town clinic also rejected you for the same reason? Please, continue spinning your tale, Sister Yu scoffed. She was merely plump, not foolish. This fellow spoke naught but falsehoods. Fine. It was due to a clash of ideals with the hospital that they terminated my employment. Yi Yang stubbornly refused to admit his incompetence. There must have been compensation for your dismissal. Where's the money? A man of honor does not partake in undeserved gains. I would never sully myself with their filthy money, Yi Yang declared with lofty indignation. Boom. Sister Yu could no longer contain her wrath. What do you mean you don't want their filthy money? That is your money, not theirs. I suspect you're saving it for a rendezvous with some unsavory character. Sister Yu's expression darkened as she slowly rose, struggling to suppress her fury. However, her plump hands began to curl into a menacing position, instinctively preparing for combat. I swear. I did not. Yi Yang gasped in horror. You said the same thing last time. Yikes. Bang. With that, Sister Yu, unable to restrain herself any longer, let out a piercing scream and delivered a strike that sent Yi Yang sprawling. Yi Yang cried out in anguish as he was hurled out of the yard. Bang. Bang bang. Still unsatisfied, Sister Yu advanced and pinned Yi Yang to the ground, unleashing a flurry of blows. Yi Yang howled like a banshee. In the courtyard, Yi Jian and his spouse had grown accustomed to such scenes. They dared not speak up. If Sister Yu turned her wrath upon them, none would be spared. Once Sister Yu finished her onslaught, the family approached to inquire about the situation. Upon learning that Yi Yang could not even maintain a position at the town clinic, the entire family fell silent. Yi Dashan's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions. After enduring so much, he had finally grasped a profound truth. His eldest grandson seemed incapable of achieving anything. Beyond his academic prowess, he was deficient in every other regard. The immense effort expended in his upbringing had been in vain. Now, not only could he not earn money to support them, but he was also in debt. And now, he was without a job. Meanwhile, the grandson he had little faith in, Yi Feng, was thriving. What are your plans moving forward, son? You cannot remain idle at home forever. You have a wife to support and debts to repay. Yi Jian sighed. Yet, do not expect us to finance your lives. We are barely scraping by ourselves. I will seek employment tomorrow. Faced with Sister Yu's ferocious tendencies, Yi Yang reluctantly acquiesced to look for a job the next day. What type of work do you intend to pursue? Will you join another town clinic as a doctor, or come to the rural clinic? Perhaps welding could be an option. I've heard it pays over 10,000 a month. Yi Dashan suggested, having abandoned the hope of Yi Yang becoming a doctor. Previously, he had asked Yi Yang to fetch some medication for his high blood pressure, only to discover he had brought back diabetes medication instead, insisting they were equally effective. Since then, he had refrained from requesting Yi Yang to procure any more medicine. He wished to live a few more years. Has that welding master, Yi Song, managed to make any money? Yi Yang scoffed. Welding may be lucrative, but it depends on the individual. This fool, who has failed at medicine despite years of study, thinks he can excel in a completely different field? Are you all daft? That is true. The others nodded in agreement. They were aware of the welding master's reputation, and Yi Yang's prospects seemed grim. It would be best to go to the rural clinic. Dr. Zhang there is retiring next week and is in need of a replacement. Finally, Yi Jian spoke up. It seemed they had no other choice. Everyone unanimously agreed. Yang, you must commit to your work this time. There is no turning back for you now. Yi Dashan could not help but remind him. The rural clinic is the last bastion. If you cannot succeed there, will you become a barefoot doctor? Such positions no longer exist, and they are illegal. Rest assured, Grandpa, I will, Yi Yang replied earnestly, just as he always did. You are all right now. Yi Dashan contemplated saying more, but ultimately decided against it. No matter what he said, Yi Yang would merely acquiesce and continue with his own pursuits. Once they solidified their plans, the family busied themselves in various ways to secure connections for Yi Yang's position. After considerable effort, he finally gained entry. The rural clinic was no easy place to enter. Yi Dashan also began working to cultivate a favorable public image for Yi Yang in the village. Our Yang returned to aid the community with their medical needs. He is here for the benefit of the elders and fellow villagers. The town clinic is corrupt, rejecting skilled doctors. None can compare to my Yang. Henceforth, everyone should come to the rural clinic for treatment. What? He is being abused by his wife? That merely demonstrates his love for her. How could a strong man ever be overpowered by a woman? Naturally, the villagers were skeptical. Many had experienced Yi Yang's dubious medical skills firsthand. To entice more people to seek treatment at the rural clinic, Yi Dashan subtly spread rumors that Yi Yang could cure cancer. He also claimed that Yi Yang was consumed by his research on cancer treatment, which explained his occasional absent-mindedness. It was not a reflection of his medical inadequacy. Such claims would be met with disbelief by any rational person. However, a handful, particularly those with late-stage cancer, clung to these whispers like a life raft. On the third day of Yi Yang's tenure at the clinic, several family members rushed in. Pushing a wheelchair bearing a pallid, waxen figure, devoid of color and with dark circles under his eyes, the very picture of terminal illness. Doctor, please examine my father. Yi Yang. Goodness, the man is on the brink of death. What use is it to come here now? Perhaps you should consider a reputable hospital in the city or prepare for his final arrangements. Why have you come to the rural clinic? Do you truly believe I can save him? If I had such abilities, would I still be here? Even if Yi Yang's medical skills were lacking. He could recognize that the patient before him was in the final throes of cancer, with but a few days left to live. Dr. Yi, we know you are the miraculous healer who can treat cancer. Please, save my father. Money is no object. Indeed, Dr. Yi, you are our final hope. You must save my father, the family members implored. Yi Yang replied, while filial piety is commendable, am I not being overestimated? If I fail to heal him or dare to refuse, you would kill me? Just as he was about to articulate his thoughts, a family member in the crowd growled menacingly. The words caught in his throat, for he recognized the sincerity of the threat in their fierce eyes and imposing physique. Reminiscent of Sister Yu, she was a veritable doppelganger, a second incarnation of her. They were all deranged, capable of anything. Do not speak recklessly, sister. We are law-abiding citizens. At most we might break 3 legs, admonished the brother of the second Sister Yu. Yes, brother, she replied, though her gaze remained fixed on Yi Yang. Yi Yang's lips twitched. It's all that old man's fault for boasting he could cure cancer. Now, here comes a genuine cancer patient seeking help. How terrifying these people are. Treatment is possible, but the cost is exorbitant. Yi Yang's eyes darted. These individuals did not appear particularly affluent. If he inflated the treatment fee, surely they would back off. How much? Just name the sum. As long as you can cure my father, one family member declared confidently. 200 million. Yi Yang held up 2 chubby fingers. 200 million? The family member's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, 200 million. Yi Yang smiled slightly, certain these impoverished souls could not procure such an amount. If they could not, they should return home. It was not his refusal to treat them, merely a matter of reason. He was quite the clever little rascal. Yet, he had not anticipated that some would disregard the rules entirely. After all, this was not a tale from a women's fiction genre. Slap. The second Sister Yu suddenly turned hostile, delivering a slap that sent Yi Yang flying. Am I not being generous? $20 to cure my father. Or I shall kill you. She spat, tossing 10 bills at him. 200 million? You must be joking. Yi Yang protested, wasn't it 20? Is there no law? Is there no justice? Quickly, give me peanuts. I want peanuts. Hurry up and treat him. The second Sister Yu clenched her fists, her gaze darkening. The other family members also eyed Yi Yang with ill intent. Cough. You all should follow me home. There are no medical facilities or herbs here, Yi Yang suggested. His mind racing. They could deal with Sister Yu at home. I hope you do not play tricks, or I shall dig up your ancestral grave. The second Sister Yu warned. Cough. I would never. Yi Yang stammered, his heart secretly mocking, anticipating how Sister Yu would handle them. Very well. The family members shoved the patient and Yi Yang back toward the village. What are you doing back? Upon seeing Yi Yang return, Sister Yu, who had been gnawing on a pork elbow, immediately turned cold. Were you expelled again? Wife, save me. Yi Yang rushed towards Sister Yu like a drowning man grasping for a lifeline, hiding behind her. At that moment, Sister Yu also noticed the patient's family, her expression shifting markedly, particularly at the sight of the second Sister Yu, who posed a formidable threat. Sister Yu set down the pork elbow, wiped her hands, and scrutinized the family. Seeing her actions, Yi Yang's lips twitched. You fat pig, rubbing greasy hands on your clothes? You won't wash them, will you? He's supposed to do it tonight. Besides, the washing machine is broken. It has to be hand-washed. If it's not clean, there will be consequences. Yi Yang suddenly felt a wave of despair. What do you intend to do? Sister Yu glared fiercely at the patient's family. How dare they lay a finger on her useless husband? We are here for treatment. Did you not claim he could cure cancer? Now treat my father. The second Sister Yu stepped forward defiantly. Huh, do you truly believe he can heal him? If he could cure cancer, would he be working in a rural health clinic? Sister Yu chuckled, bemused. She knew these claims were mere fabrications from Yi Dashan, yet some fools still believed. What are you laughing at? What are you laughing at? The second Sister Yu fumed, mistaking Sister Yu's laughter for mockery. Her father was on the brink of death, and yet the other had the audacity to laugh. I laugh at you. What will you do about it? Sister Yu retorted, equally enraged. Laughing is my right. Come and fight me if you dare. Unleash the cannon. The second Sister Yu shouted, executing one of the most lethal moves from her Bajiquan style. Sister Yu's expression turned serious. She had not expected her opponent to be a practitioner of Bajiquan, known for its ferocity and power. 10 years of Taiji may not emerge, but a year of Bajiquan can kill. This is no idle boast. Even if they practiced praying mantis fist, they would still need to exercise caution. Sister Yu dared not underestimate her opponent. She leapt into the air, her body contorting into a praying mantis form, unleashing her most vicious and powerful move. The fat praying mantis. Be careful, sister, it's the fat praying mantis, warned the brother of the second Sister Yu, with a powerful elbow strike. The second Sister Yu responded, shattering the table into splinters. Bang! Just then, Sister Yu descended, colliding heavily with the second Sister Yu. A dull thud echoed through the air. Puff! The second Sister Yu spat out a mouthful of blood, staggering back 5 steps, exhilaration lighting her face as she looked at Sister Yu. It has been ages since I faced such a formidable opponent. Sister Yu, on the other hand, coughed up blood as well, retreating 6 steps. Her expression grave as she regarded her rival. Indeed, even with her most vicious move, she was not a match for her opponent. Bajiquan was truly formidable. Yong, observing the scene, wore a proud expression. The fact that his wife bled less than her opponent indicated her robust vitality. Come again. Witness my heavenly cannon. The second Sister Yu shouted with fervor, charging forward. Sister Yu's expression darkened. Chapter 146. A fight leads to acquaintance. The second Sister Yu's Bajiquan was characterized by its raw power, with each move a potential fatal strike. Meanwhile, Sister Yu's praying mantis fist had only one significant attack, the fat praying mantis, and if she relied solely on it, her opponent would undoubtedly find an opening. Originally, the praying mantis fist was meant to be agile and unpredictable, targeting the opponent's vital points. However, due to her physical limitations, she had focused on perfecting the fat praying mantis, leaving her other techniques devoid of lethality. Though she had mastered the fat praying mantis, this singular reliance posed a problem. When faced with an equally skilled adversary, she was left with only one option. If her opponent could withstand that blow, she would find herself at a disadvantage. Now that her opponent was advancing again, she had no choice but to meet them head-on. Boom, boom, boom. After exchanging several blows, both sides had bled profusely. Sister Yu was indeed at a disadvantage. In truth, she had been on the back foot from the very beginning. Had it not been for her resilience, she would have succumbed long ago. Fortunately, her opponent did not press the attack any further. Bajiquan was indeed formidable. The second Sister Yu offered Sister Yu a moment of respite. They are, after all, here to seek healing, not to harm Sister Yu. Moreover, she has little blood left to spill. Indeed, her sister's Bajiquan is far more formidable. Sister Yu gracefully clasped her hands in acknowledgement. Haha, they both chuckled, sharing a moment of camaraderie. After all that sparring, are you not hungry, sister? Here, have a pig trotter to replenish your strength. Sister Yu generously offered her a trotter. Thank you, sister. I am quite famished. Sister Yu number 2 accepted it without hesitation and began to gnaw on it. After finishing one, she picked up another, continuing to feast. Their laughter dissolved any lingering enmity, a bond forged in combat. Meanwhile, Yiyong swallowed hard, yearning for a taste himself, but alas, Sister Yu deemed him unworthy of such delicacies. After once pilfering a trotter, he had been soundly beaten by her. Then Sister Yu Tu's family began discussing Yi Yang's alleged ability to cure cancer. Do not heed the rumors outside. This good-for-nothing cannot even remain at the town clinic, let alone treat cancer. Sister Yu scoffed disdainfully. It is not that he made mistakes due to an obsession with finding a cure. That was merely his grandfather's fabrications. In truth, he possesses no skills whatsoever. He is utterly useless, a complete waste. Yiyang, I am still here. Show me some respect. He interjected. The truth is, he is incapable. And his grandfather, feeling ashamed, enjoys boasting about him. All of this was laid bare by Sister Yu. Ah, is that so? The expressions of Sister Yu Tu's family darkened. What Sister Yu said seemed credible. However, did that mean their father had no hope? Though they were fierce, they were also profoundly filial. They glared at Yiyang, wishing to tear him apart limb by limb. Just as they had begun to harbor a glimmer of hope, it was once again dashed. Yet, they recalled that there was a doctor at the county hospital who had successfully treated cancer, and that wealthy individuals from the metropolis had sent people to seek his services. Indeed, many have claimed to witness this, they urged. Speak, what truly transpired? Sister Yu number 2 approached Yiyang, seizing his collar and lifting him off the ground. Yiyang flailed his short legs in a futile attempt to escape. Sister Yu merely observed, with no intention of striking. She had just been shown respect. Now it was her turn to reciprocate. Yiyang's fate was of no consequence to her. It is Yi Feng. He is the one who can cure cancer. Although reluctant to sing his praises, her life was at stake. Who is Yi Feng? Sister Yu number 2 pressed on. Yi Feng is my extraordinarily wealthy, dashing, charming, an exceptionally talented younger brother, Sister Yu explained. Yiyang, which side are you on? Bring him to me to treat my father, or I will make you pay. Sister Yu number 2 threatened fiercely. Dear sister, do I appear capable of such a feat? You might as well kill me. Yiyang protested, raising his hands in surrender. He is in the metropolis, and our relationship is tenuous. He will not heed my call. Useless, what good are you? Slap. Sister Yu number 2's anger flared, sending Yiyang flying. Ah, he cried as he soared out of the courtyard. Thud. He landed with a roll, coming to a stop after several spins. Your technique is impressive, sister. Flattery will get you nowhere. Your Bajiquan is truly remarkable, Sister Yu replied with admiration. In the courtyard, the two engaged in playful banter. Outside, Yiyang lay on the ground, tears streaming down his cheeks. He had hoped Sister Yu would assist him in seeking revenge, yet inexplicably, she had reconciled with the others, deepening their sisterly bond, and had even struck him. Thankfully, though he was fragile, he was not easily defeated. Is there anyone who will feed me peanuts? Anyone? Sunflower seeds and mineral water would suffice. Hearing the cheerful chatter from inside the courtyard, Yi Yang's expression darkened. He pulled out his little notebook and pen, diligently inscribing the names of Sister Yu No. 2 and her entire family. After a moment's thought, he added Sister Yu's name as well. Glancing once more into the courtyard, he began to draw and curse them. Those who dare offend me shall be cursed. I curse the 2 plump pigs to have no trotters, no pig knuckles, no head meat, and no belly pork. May you starve to death. Go perish. With a maniacal laugh, Yiyang couldn't help but snort like a pig as he sketched. However, upon raising his gaze, he found Sister Yu and her family standing before him. Yiyang instantly froze. Would you believe I was praying for your father? He said, patting his own head. What do you think? Sister Yu No. 2's face darkened to an extreme. All right, no need to slap me, he mumbled, shielding his ugly mug as he lay on the ground. Thump, thump, thump. The family advanced and began to beat Yiyang mercilessly. Sister Yu joined in as well. Others might not have understood the purpose of his little notebook, but she certainly did. How dare this wretch include her name? You won't escape unscathed. Yiyang howled in agony, the entire ordeal devoid of anyone offering him peanuts. The Yi family, though residing nearby, feigned ignorance, including Yi Jian and his wife, who continued their daily routines. After the beating, Sister Yu dragged Yiyang into the courtyard like a dead dog, demanding to know how to contact Yi Feng. Meanwhile, Yi Feng was busy composing poetry for Reba, feeding her, though he said nothing. Suddenly, he received a call from Mu Qing, informing him that Yiyang had leaked his supposed ability to cure cancer. Now, a family of patients was blocking the hospital entrance daily, holding banners demanding Yi Feng heal their father. They refused to leave otherwise. Yi Feng had no choice but to return. As he neared the hospital, he spotted Sister Yu No. 2 pushing a nearly lifeless old man. Yiyang and Sister Yu were also present. That's the vehicle, he must be inside, Yiyang exclaimed, leaping forward. Slap. Sister Yu No. 2 smacked Yiyang aside. Be quiet, she coldly replied. Chapter 147. I let you see. Aside from the 2 sisters Yu and their family, as well as Yiyang, there were many onlookers. Sister Yu No. 2's family had even unfurled several banners, accusing the hospital of neglecting to save lives and explicitly demanding that Yi Feng provide treatment. The crowd murmured in speculation. The hospital dispatched personnel to calm the situation, stating that they could not provide treatment. However, Sister Yu No. 2's family was undeterred, continuing to create a ruckus with their banners. The police were called, but it was futile. They left only for the family to return once the officers were gone. The hospital was exasperated. Before Yi Feng could exit his vehicle, the security swiftly took control of the situation, confiscating the banners and dispersing the crowd. Sister Yu No. 2 was taken aback and dared not resist. Fortunately, the guards did not mistreat them. Once the area was clear, Yi Feng finally stepped out of the car and pointed at Sister Yu No. 2's family, instructing the guards. Beside him, Yiyang gazed enviously. The display of bodyguards clearing the way and the authoritative manner in which Yi Feng commanded the scene was the epitome of a powerful figure, a demeanor Yiyang felt he could never emulate. This is the ideal version of himself. Yi Feng has become the person he always aspired to be. He has manifested into the image of Yi Feng he envisioned. Truly, fate plays its tricks. Yes, Commander, the guards nodded quietly in agreement. Sister Yu and her family obediently followed to the hospital. Naturally, Sister Yu No. 2's family had no objections. Their intention was never to cause a ruckus, but rather to seek treatment for their father. Besides, did they dare to create a disturbance in such a setting? Yiyang and Sister Yu also wished to enter. Let them leave, commanded the commander. Yes, Commander. The 2 were promptly escorted out by the guards. Though Sister Yu was seething with anger, she felt utterly powerless. The opposing side was numerous and formidable, and she could tell they were all skilled fighters. She doubted she could defeat even one of them, let alone so many. Furthermore, who knew if Yi Feng had anything of value on him? She was not keen on incurring further losses. Losing more would mean no more pork knuckles for her. Yiyang, too, felt a sense of discontent, not only with Yi Feng, but also with Sister Yu. That fat mantis was the one who took it out on him. No one else could match her strength. How utterly useless. What kind of gaze is that? Sister Yu glared fiercely at Yiyang, her anger seeking a target. It was the perfect opportunity for her to vent her frustration. Are you not just presenting yourself to me? No, I have no such gaze. I am blind. Yiyang stammered, feeling a hint of panic. A menacing aura enveloped the air. Let me show you. Sister Yu was not one to tolerate his insolence. She grabbed Yi Yang and hoisted him into the air, ready to unleash her wrath. In the hospital conference room, Yi Feng sat calmly in a chair, observing the group before him. Though his expression was devoid of emotion, he exuded an undeniable authority. The family could hardly withstand the overwhelming aura radiating from Yi Feng, and all lowered their heads. Even Sister Yu No. 2 bowed her head. In the presence of a true authority, individuals like Sister Yu No. 2 were rendered inconsequential. "We seek your help to save my father," they implored. "Yes. My father is in the late stages of liver cancer. We heard you possess the ability to heal him, which is why we had to resort to this method to seek you." The family of Sister Yu No. 2 chimed in. "Who told you that I could cure him?" Yi Feng continued to question. It was Yi Yang. Initially, there were rumors that he could treat cancer. After intense questioning, he finally revealed that it was you who could help, they explained. "Why did you not simply ask, but instead resort to coercion?" Cough. "Did he say anything at all? You just believed him? If he claimed to be the Jade Emperor or the Buddha, would you believe that too? We were left with no alternatives. Even if you truly could heal him, how much are you prepared to pay?" The crowd felt a glimmer of hope. Initially, they had little expectation. 20, Sister Yu No. 2 interjected. Her family was not particularly affluent. Given the opposing party's apparent wealth, they assumed a compassionate healer would accept a mere 20. The corners of Sister Yu No. 2's family members' mouths twitched. "You're willing to give Yi Yang 20, but you think he would settle for just 20? Do you believe anyone would be interested in your 20? Just getting an appointment with a specialist at a top-tier hospital in the city costs at least 100. 20 billion would be acceptable." Yi Feng nodded. Who would have thought? Quite wealthy indeed. Wealthier than Ultraman's family. No wonder Sister Yu No. 2 is so plump. The corners of Sister Yu No. 2's family's mouths twitched again. 20 billion? Selling off our ancestors wouldn't be enough. Not 20 billion. Just 20, Sister Yu No. 2 quickly corrected. Oh, not 20 billion. Just $20, understood. Yi Feng nodded. Yes, please hurry and treat my father. Sister Yu No. 2 urged. Yi Feng pondered. Were these people truly lacking in intelligence, or did they believe him to be? Would $20 even cover the cost of his return trip? Cough. Dr. Yi. If you can heal my father, we are willing to pay 200,000. Sister Yu No. 2's brother interjected, unable to bear it any longer. $20 truly insults everyone's intelligence. Of course, his sister was merely a mass of fat and muscle, devoid of intellect. Brother, Sister Yu exclaimed, anxious. 500,000. Yi Feng suggested after a moment of thought. He had previously instructed his butler to investigate how much Sister Yu No. 2's family was worth, including their savings and the potential sale of their city property. The total amounted to about 500,000. After extracting that amount, they would only be able to return to their rural hometown and live in their old house. Now, it was a matter of determining whether they valued money or their father more. What? 500,000. Sister Yu leapt up. If they truly paid 500,000, it would mean she could not even afford to buy pork knuckles. Consider it. It is your choice whether to save him. Yi Feng waved his hand, and the guards immediately ushered the group out. Shortly after, several military officials entered. Since the secret was already out, Yi Feng planned to take this opportunity to launch the special medicine. After all, he had already clarified the formula. He had always believed it should have been exposed much earlier. He was surprised Yi Yang had managed to keep it under wraps until now. Yi Feng intended to collaborate with the military on this occasion. Once this special medicine hit the market, it would undoubtedly drive countless capitalists, both domestic and foreign, into a frenzy. While he was not afraid, those around him were vulnerable. It was easy to dodge an open attack, but difficult to guard against a covert one. Thus, he needed the military to take charge. He would provide the formula, retain a stake, while the military would handle everything else. Of course, the formula he provided was not a one-pill-cures-all type. He had developed a weakened version, altering some ingredients. Although it would still heal, it would require 4 to 5 courses over more than a year to achieve complete recovery. Afterward, a period of recuperation would be necessary. This way, he could reap profits and continue to play the role of a mystic, capitalizing on wealthy individuals. Additionally, he stipulated that the international price should start at double that of the domestic price, triple for developed countries, quadruple for countries like Japan and South Korea, and quintuple for the Americans. They could buy it or perish. He was indeed a clever little fox. After a thoroughly pleasant negotiation, it was ultimately decided that Yi Feng would provide the formula and hold a 40% stake. The military would also hold a 40% stake, responsible for all subsequent matters, including production, sales, and research and development upgrades. As for the remaining 20%, it would be distributed to domestic private capital for the purpose of raising funds to establish manufacturing. They would feast, while others could share in the broth, all contributing to a collective prosperity. By the time Yi Feng concluded his discussions and emerged, Sister Yu No. 2's family had already departed. They ultimately decided against pursuing treatment for the time being. Despite their earlier bravado, pretending to be dutiful children, They were unwilling to deplete their entire fortune for treatment. They merely wished to heal at the lowest possible cost, ideally without spending any money. Sister Yu number 2 had even hesitated to offer 200,000 initially. How many pork knuckles could that buy? Yi Feng, of course, did not press them. It was their choice to save or not. He was no saint. With so many cancer patients in the world daily, could he possibly save them all? Sister Yu number 2's family appeared far from virtuous. If it were not for his ability to strike from a lower dimension, who knew how much trouble they would have caused? He hoped their father could hold on until the special medicine was launched. Certainly, the eventual price will not be modest, as the costs are substantial, and they still seek to reap substantial profits. I shall compose poetry for you. Yi Feng was in high spirits, merrily humming a little tune. He could once again earn a bit of pocket money. Although he was not in dire need of funds, the more money he could accumulate, the better. He himself, Yi Bing, was uncertain how many centuries he might live, so saving a bit more could hardly be deemed a folly. Over the past few days, the butler had already negotiated various details with the military. The military had conducted clinical trials, rather brutally selecting several terminal cancer patients from average backgrounds. Those on the brink of death. They administered the miraculous medication, and the results were undoubtedly effective. Even the most severe cancers could be alleviated within days of taking the special drug, preventing further deterioration. Continued use would lead to a sustained reduction in cancer cells. With a year's adherence, complete recovery was assured. While the clinical trials were still ongoing, the factory was already in full-scale construction. Old Lecher. Reba shot Yi Feng a disapproving glance. Always singing this song. Your mind is filled with lowly amusements. Heck, come on. Let us head to Old Ao's for dinner tonight. Yi Feng replied nonchalantly. Is singing a crime? Who is Old Ao? Reba inquired curiously. Ultraman, of course. Reba sighed. Do we need to dress formally? Not at all. It's just a simple meal. Well, considering the last grand occasion was just for dinner, it seems in your eyes. There are no formalities. Everywhere is merely a gathering for a meal. All right then, I shall change my clothes. As Reba changed before him, Yi Feng felt quite pleased and began humming his little tune again. Oh dear, please stop. It's so embarrassing. Reba's face flushed a deep red. This fellow truly is persistent. Singing continuously. At the D family estate, a long unseen acquaintance of D Changyuan arrived for a visit. Well, it could hardly be termed a friend, merely a regular business associate. The Li Group was a formidable entity, rivaling the Changyuan Group. The two had some collaborations, alongside considerable competition. Old D, it has been a while, haha. Li Chongqing greeted cheerfully. Uncle Li, Di Hongye replied with equal politeness. Old Li, what brings you to my humble abode today? Di Changyuan was acutely aware that the old fellow had ulterior motives for his visit. Nothing much, just came to see you, haha. Li Chongqing smiled silently, clearly relishing the suspense he was creating. Di Changyuan thought, look at you. I've already joined the chip initiative and am quite busy. I have no time for your nonsense. In truth, I have a matter for you to consider. Old Li smiled smugly. Now we get to the crux of the matter, Di Changyuan mused. Suspecting it was a good opportunity, otherwise, the old man wouldn't be so eager to boast. After his ostentatious announcement of joining the chip initiative and cozying up to the main overseer, it was evident the old coot was envious. He must have come to reclaim some pride this time. Did he not know the old man's character? Old D, are you aware of the miraculous cancer medication? Old Li asked with a mysterious smile. Cancer medication? A glimmer of interest sparked in Di Changyuan's eyes. He had once battled cancer himself, making him particularly invested in this topic. Cancer remains one of the most significant challenges faced globally. Had he not encountered the master, he might have succumbed long ago. The miraculous cancer medication has been successfully developed domestically. With just 4 to 5 treatment cycles, regardless of severity, full recovery is achievable in about a year. Old Li lowered his voice, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Too slow. I was cured in a day. But then, not everyone can compare to the master. A full recovery within a year is impressive. The company behind this miraculous drug would undoubtedly soar to success. Is this for real? Currently, after preliminary clinical trials, even the most critical patients can experience immediate alleviation. Mass production is imminent, Old Li declared animatedly. What does this have to do with you? What relevance does it hold for me? Di Changyuan inquired, a perplexed expression crossing his face. Well, the military has granted us a small share, merely 5/1000ths of the total. Old Li chuckled, grinning broadly. Though it may seem insignificant, how many cancer patients are there worldwide each year? Nobody wishes to meet their end. Currently, this miraculous medication can only be produced domestically, monopolizing the market. Should it be distributed worldwide, 5/1000ths would amount to astronomical figures. Soon, you could sit at home counting your wealth until your hands grow weary. The most critical point is that it is military-led. They have effectively allied with the military. The Li family is about to take off. Previously, When the D family joined the chip initiative, the old man had been insufferably smug. Now, let us see you flaunt that. The success of the chip initiative was uncertain, but their cancer medication was already a triumph, with factories being established. The Li family was tasked with preparing and constructing the factory in the Magic City. Is that so? Congratulations then, Di Changyuan replied, a hint of bitterness in his tone. What's so remarkable about it? It's merely a cancer medication. If they succeed with the chip initiative, the D family will undoubtedly ascend to a world-class family. A mere slice from the supply chain would surpass that old man's paltry 5,000ths. Congratulations to you as well. Your family has joined the chip initiative, hasn't he? Don't compare me to you. Your whole family is involved. Well then, it's getting late, so I'll take my leave. The Li family still has to oversee the preparations for the factory in the Magic City. We are quite busy and cannot stay for dinner. Speak as though anyone wants you to stay for dinner. Hurry along. Once old Li departed, Di Changyuan furrowed his brow in contemplation. Father, is the Li family's claim credible? Di Hongya finally spoke. It should be true, and I suspect this miraculous cancer medication may be connected to the master, Di Changyuan replied after a moment's reflection. Mr. Yi? Di Hongya was somewhat astonished. Indeed, aside from Mr. Yi, I cannot fathom anyone else capable of developing such a cancer medication. Cancer is the greatest challenge in contemporary medicine, claiming countless lives each year. Enormous financial and material resources are poured into research, yielding meager results. To date, no nation has been able to fully resolve the cancer dilemma. Even if a limited number of cancers can be cured, it is usually in the early stages or at exorbitant costs. Late-stage cancer is almost synonymous with a death sentence. This challenge is even more formidable than developing a 1-nanometer lithography machine, which already exists. Therefore, Li Changqing's project is no less than the chip initiative. Moreover, he has secured that 5,000s quota. Our chip initiative has yet to commence, and its success is uncertain, which explains his boastfulness. Besides Mr. Yi, I cannot conceive of anyone with the capability to conquer cancer. When Mr. Yi treated me previously, he gave me a pill that must have been that miraculous medication. Di Changyuan surmised. Yet, it must be somewhat different, Di Hongya pondered. But why doesn't Mr. Yi seek our D family's collaboration instead of approaching the Li family? Under normal circumstances, Yi Feng shared a cordial rapport with them, and thus it would be expected for him to extend his generosity. However, there has been no indication that Yi Feng has any affiliations with the Li family. When you oversee a company, would you allow one subordinate to monopolize everything? Di Changyuan shot a piercing glare at his son. Is this such a simple concept that you fail to grasp? Mr. Yi has already engaged them in the chip initiative. Now he is expected to include them in the cancer treatment project as well. You must understand, it is they who have rescued you, not the other way around. What audacity do you possess? Who do you think you are? All the benefits should be yours. Indeed. Di Hongya scratched his head. When managing his company, he too would ensure a balance among his subordinates, enabling him to lead the team more effectively. Just because Mr. Yi is kind to us does not mean we are his friends. We must maintain our position and certainly not overstep our bounds. Di Changyuan solemnly cautioned. I understand now. Di Hongya nodded. Hey, what? Mr. Yi has arrived? At that moment, Di Changyuan received a call from the security guard. Mr. Yi has come riding his tricycle again. They had previously instructed that if Yi Feng were to arrive, he must be informed immediately. Come on, let us go greet him. Di Changyuan immediately sprang from the sofa and dashed outside. Wait for me, Dad. Di Hongya struggled to keep up. Upon reaching the entrance, they spotted Yi Feng, looking quite content as he rode in on his tricycle, accompanied by Reba. Mr. Yi, you've come. Di Changyuan grinned broadly. Di Hongya admired his father immensely, marveling at his ability to seamlessly transition between aloof profundity and flattering charm. Yes, I've come to your home for a meal and to discuss a few matters with you. Quickly instruct the kitchen to prepare some dishes. Please, make yourself at home. Di Changyuan promptly welcomed Yi Feng inside. The previous head of security also hurried over, wearing a sycophantic expression, to take Yi Feng's tricycle for charging. Soon, they arrived in the grand hall. Mister, if there's anything you need, please do not hesitate to command. The D family will spare no effort. Di Hongya spoke up. There's no need for discussion. A single command from Mr. is sufficient. Di Changyuan nodded, showing some growth and understanding. For matters concerning Mr. The D family must be willing to brave any peril, especially now, with the Li family vying for favor. Yet, he sensed it might pertain to the cancer treatment drug. It's nothing much, just a small business venture recently. Wasn't I involved in your cancer treatment before? Indeed, had it not been for Mr. I might be in dire circumstances now. Di Changyuan nodded in agreement. At this juncture, Yi Feng's words confirmed Di Changyuan's suspicions. However, he was uncertain about what Mr. wanted them to do. Was it merely to placate them for not granting them a share? What merit do they possess to warrant such consideration? Di Hongya gazed at the elder with unabashed admiration, realizing that experience and wisdom only sharpen with age. So it was indeed this way. Mr. is truly immeasurable in his contributions. I thank you on behalf of countless patients. Di Changyuan gave a thumbs up. However, although the new medication may take longer to yield results, unlike before when healing could occur in a day, the advantage is that no specific method is required anymore. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to manage it all alone. Yi Feng continued his rambling. Previously, I had to charge quite a sum. This time, I'll offer him some benefits. After all, with a 20% share, it matters not to whom it is given. This visit is merely to extend goodwill. Reba, are you still practicing your methods? Your scope of business is rather extensive. Is there anything you cannot do? Indeed. This not only allows for the salvation of more lives, but also liberates Mr. to engage in more beneficial endeavors for the nation and its people. Di Changyuan nodded, showing no signs of being slighted. In truth, he too had considered this. Mr. must be here to appease him due to previous expenditures of billions to secure treatment. With the new medication now available, he surely feels a sense of inequity. However, such feelings are unwarranted. What merit do they possess to warrant Mr. S. consolation? Were it not for Mr., they might not have even secured a place in the chip initiative. Mr. possesses genuine prowess, capable of summoning miraculous cures, healing late-stage cancer within a day. That is no ordinary individual. Indeed, Mr., we harbor no grievances whatsoever. Di Hongya quickly affirmed. His sentiments mirrored those of his father. Completely unconcerned. What grievances? Yi Feng asked, perplexed. How did this conversation shift to grievances? Is there any logic in that? Silence. Di Changyuan shot a fierce glare at Di Hongya. The commanding presence of his father momentarily stifled Di Hongya's breath. Is there a place for you to interject here? Di Changyuan reprimanded his son. What was said earlier? What does it mean to have no grievances? Would you even have spoken up if there were none? Mr. is displeased. I apologize, Mr. I apologize, Dad. Di Hongya hastily offered his apologies, having grasped the meaning of the phrase. Being in the presence of a ruler is akin to being in the presence of a tiger. Had Mr. not been present, his father likely would have kicked him. All right, don't frighten the child. Yi Feng chuckled lightly. This elder certainly has quite the temper. Reba, this fellow acts older than his years, clearly. He is younger than his own father, whose son is nearly of the same age. Humph, considering Mr. S. standing, I shall let this slide this time. Should there be a next, you shall be punished to transcribe the Master S teachings 500 times. Di Changyuan huffed disdainfully.